Chapter 1. The Beginning of My Ascendancy. Main quest activated. During the 2015-2016 season, usurp the throne from Kobe Bryant and emerge as the leading figure of the Los Angeles Lakers. Quest difficulty, Dragon level. Quest reward, unknown. Quest completion, 0100. Subquest 01 activated. The matchup between the Los Angeles Lakers and the Golden State Warriors, with a point differential of no more than 5 at the conclusion of the game. Quest difficulty, Ghost level. Quest reward, 50 system coins. Quest completion, 01. The moment Wong stepped onto the floor of the Oracle Arena, several lines of text materialized before his eyes. He was certain that his vision was not deceiving him. Bewildered, he pondered, what is this, a system? Hey, kid, it's your turn to inbound. The referee shouted at Wong, tossing the ball in his direction. The newcomer, a young man with a yellow complexion, was clearly a novice on the court. Just a week prior, Wong had signed a 10-day contract with the Lakers to meet the roster requirements. With only 1 day remaining until the contract's expiration, the prospect of being cut loomed ominously over him. This was the Lakers' 41st game of the season. Once a powerhouse basked in glory, the storied franchise was now struggling. With the season half over, they had secured victories in only a handful of matches. Their adversaries for this game were the reigning champions, the Golden State Warriors, who had been sweeping through the league with ease. The disparity in talent was stark. The first half was fiercely contested, but the Warriors unleashed a surge in the third quarter that overwhelmed the Lakers. By the time the fourth quarter commenced, the Lakers found themselves trailing by 13 points. Entering a phase of bench rotations, Scott glanced at Wong, who was stationed at the end of the bench guarding the water cooler, and offered him a chance. Thus, Wong was welcomed into the game for the first time since entering the NBA. Yet, just as fortune smiled upon him, an insurmountable task from the system was bestowed upon him: to seize Kobe's position of prominence this season. Wong found this proposition utterly preposterous. However, there was no time for contemplation, as the referee had already signaled for the game to resume. He inbounded the ball, passing it to D'Angelo Russell. Unfortunately, his pass was somewhat lackluster and delayed. Livingston, the defender for the Warriors, was quick to capitalize, intercepting Wong's pass with agility. He dashed towards the basket, scoring effortlessly. The Warriors secured an additional 2 points, bringing the score to 80-95, widening the gap to 15 points. On the sidelines, Coach Scott shook his head and let out a sigh. Wong was known for his diligent training and remarkable shooting skills, coupled with a keen basketball intelligence. Yet, as an Asian player, his physical attributes were somewhat lacking. While his static conditions were commendable, his agility and jumping ability were rather average. The Lakers had signed him primarily to fulfill the roster requirements. Secondly, it is to somewhat cater to the sentiments of the Chinese market. The Lakers boast a substantial fan base overseas, particularly in China. With the contract nearing its expiration, it seems only fitting to grant him an opportunity to step onto the court and make an appearance. As Wong took to the court, the NBA broadcast across the ocean experienced a moment of excitement from a host. Wong is on the court. Finally, with the 10-day contract nearing its end, he has a chance to showcase himself. Oh dear, he has already committed a turnover upon entering the game, being intercepted by Livingston, who swiftly scores on a fast break. The Warriors continue to extend their lead. Due to this blunder, the live chat erupted with criticism. Is this all? It's truly disappointing. He should leave. He has embarrassed Chinese players with such a mistake. Wong played for 5 minutes, racking up 3 fouls and 2 turnovers. Such a physique wasted, he should return to the CBA. The patience of online fans is exceedingly limited. Fortunately, Wong was oblivious to these remarks. He quickly composed himself and prepared for an inbound pass. The Warriors seemed to relish their advantage, applying aggressive pressure. Wong remained calm and collected, using a deceptive passing feint to trick his defender. He then delivered a precise pass to D'Angelo Russell. Upon receiving the ball, Russell surged forward. The Warriors, overly relaxed due to their substantial lead, exposed vulnerabilities in their defense. Russell executed a change of direction, penetrating the lane to score 2 points. The score stood at 82-95, a 13-point gap. The Warriors, feeling secure with their lead, played with a lackadaisical attitude, their defense lacking intensity and their offense appearing haphazard. The ball was passed to Ezeli, defended by Wong. Standing at 2.06 meters, Wong could play both small forward and power forward. He possessed a robust physique, with hands as powerful as a vice. However, compared to his African-American counterparts, his leaping ability and speed fell short. Ezeli, typically a workmanlike interior player, sought to showcase his unknown skills given the significant lead. He attempted to overpower Wong at the basket, trying to muscle his way through. To his surprise, Wong withstood Ezeli's advance. As Ezeli attempted to pivot and shoot, he realized the ball had vanished from his grasp. "Where's my ball?" flashed through Ezeli's mind, only to discover that Wang Shuang had deftly poked it away. Wang Shuang had executed a steal. Impressive. Wang Shuang successfully defended against Ezeli. It must be noted that Wang Shuang's defensive awareness is commendable. Ezeli was overconfident, believing he could dominate Unknown, only to be thwarted. The host applauded Wang Shuang's defensive prowess. Wang Shuang possesses a commendable physique. His static strength and wingspan are quite impressive, though his speed and jumping ability are rather average. The commentator, having done his research, possessed a fair understanding of Wang Shuang's capabilities. After securing the steal, Wang Shuang did not seek personal glory or hastily pass the ball. He took a moment to assess, noticing that Clarkson had already crossed half-court. Without hesitation, Wang Shuang executed a one-handed long pass, sending the ball soaring towards Clarkson. The ball soared across half-court like a cannonball, landing perfectly in Clarkson's hands. Clarkson seized the opportunity and charged towards the basket. With no defenders in front of him, he executed a layup with ease. This pass showcased Wang's remarkable skill. During his college years in the United States, he was even approached by a football coach who invited him to play quarterback. However, his heart remained steadfastly with basketball. In the live stream, comments of admiration began to flood in. "What a skillful pass. It's reminiscent of love. The precision is impeccable." Yet dissenting voices emerged as well. "What good is a pass without scoring?" With over 7 minutes remaining in the game, the home team, the Warriors, maintained a relaxed demeanor. Livingston utilized a pick to penetrate the paint, hitting a mid-range jumper for 2 points. The score stood at 84-97, still a 13-point deficit. The Lakers' defense exhibited little intensity. Russell brought the ball past half-court, coordinating a high pick-and-roll with Hibbert before passing to Clarkson at the left 45-degree angle. Clarkson launched a three-pointer with conviction, but alas, the sound of the ball clanging off the rim echoed through the arena. The ball ricocheted far from the gathered Warriors players in the paint, yet a lone figure surged in from the weak side, positioning himself perfectly to receive the falling ball. Without even needing to leap, it landed in his hands. It was Wang Shuang. The basket was tantalizingly close. Wang Shuang did not hesitate. He stepped forward and effortlessly deposited the ball into the hoop. 2 points secured. Wang Shuang snatched the rebound. 2 points scored. Excellent. A Chinese player has once again made his mark in the NBA. The live stream host exclaimed with palpable excitement. While luck played a part in this play, Wang's positioning was equally crucial. The earlier calls for scoring had now subsided into silence. The score was now 86-97, narrowing the gap to 11 points. At this moment, with the fourth quarter nearing its midpoint, Warriors fans showed no signs of concern for their team. Instead, they began chanting a name. Kobe, 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 Kobe. Indeed, they were not calling for Curry or Thompson, but rather honoring Kobe's legacy. This was Kobe's final season in his illustrious 20-year career, with his retirement already decided upon at the end of this season. Consequently, fans in every away arena took the opportunity to rally behind him. This was a last chance for many to witness Kobe play live in the NBA. The sight of away fans chanting for Kobe, demanding his presence on the court, is nothing short of spectacular. The host marveled at the reverence held for Kobe in the hearts of fans. Scott signaled to Kobe, who was resting on the sidelines, indicating he would soon take the floor when the next dead ball occurred. As Kobe removed his warm-up jacket and stood at the sideline, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. However, the expression on Kobe's face was one of grave seriousness. To him, the cheers of the fans, while precious, paled in comparison to the victory he sought. He would prefer to be loudly booed by the crowd, for such a reaction would signify that the Lakers were on the path to triumph. Throughout the majority of his illustrious career, he had often been met with jeers. This season, it was evident that Kobe was struggling significantly. As of this moment in the game, he had only managed to score 8 points. The contest was still ongoing, awaiting a dead ball or a timeout. Livingston had the ball, executing a breakthrough after a screen from Ezeli. This time, he opted for the sideline, prompting the Lakers to switch their defensive assignments. The player tasked with the switch was none other than Wang Shuang. Wang Shuang stepped in, blocking Livingston's path. As Livingston collided with him, Wang Shuang fell to the ground. Beep. The referee blew the whistle, calling an offensive foul on Livingston. The fans in attendance did not boo the referee, rather, they erupted in cheers. This meant that Kobe could finally take the court. Kobe wiped his jersey with his hand and pointed at Wang Shuang. Wang Shuang initially thought that Kobe intended to substitute him out. He worried that he had not yet completed his task. To his surprise, Kobe was not indicating for him to leave instead. He complimented Wang Shuang, saying, "Well played, Wang." This marked the first instance of Kobe proactively speaking to him since Wang Shuang joined the Lakers. Wang Shuang smiled and nodded as Kobe entered the game in place of Clarkson. At that moment, a task prompt appeared before Wang Shuang once again. Hidden task 0-1 activated. Ensure Kobe's score does not exceed 10 points in this game. Task difficulty, Tiger level. Task reward, 30 system coins. Task experience item, Magic Johnson's golden left eye. Task completion, 0-0-1. The emergence of a hidden task upon Kobe's entry astounded Wong. He thought to himself that indeed, it was a Tiger-level task. How formidable it seemed, preventing Kobe from scoring more than 10 points. But I'm a Lakers player. Moreover, what was this experience item? Magic Johnson's golden left eye? Chapter 2, The Golden Left Eye. Wong attempted to communicate with the system. Magic Johnson's golden left eye. This thought flitted through his mind, and immediately a dialog box appeared. Item name, Magic Johnson's golden left eye. Item level, S level. Item description, the golden left eye of Magic Johnson, capable of detecting the most elusive offensive opportunities on the court. Note, this item is an experiential item for the hidden task and must be purchased with system coins in the marketplace. Chuisa, a keep. Wong silently contemplated yes. Instantly, he felt a golden radiance emanating from his left eye. As the glow dissipated, wondrous changes unfolded before him. Different colors appeared above the heads of the Lakers players. Russell, orange Hibbert, white Randall, blue Kobe, blue. What could this signify? As the Lakers players maneuvered across the court, the colors atop their heads shifted. For instance, Hibbert stood beyond the three-point line, his color white. However, upon cutting into the paint, his hue transformed to blue, though Russell chose not to pass to him. Hibbert's low-post play was indeed unpredictable. The ball found its way into the hands of the newly entered Kobe, whose head remained blue. He drove left toward the basket, aiming for a layup, yet his jump lacked height, and he passed to the cutting Randall. Randall, upon receiving the ball, still bore the blue color. He attempted a layup but failed to score against the Warriors' defense. The Warriors seized the rebound and launched a fast break. However, Barbosa pushed too aggressively and committed a turnover as he crossed half-court. The ball was lost. Russell intercepted, initiating a counterattack. Wong sprinted back and forth, noting that Russell's head still exhibited blue. He charged towards the basket but missed the layup. The ball circled the rim before falling away. In a scramble, the ball flew out. Hibbert nudged it, sending it to Wong beyond the three-point line. The moment Wong caught the ball, his eyes quickly scanned the Lakers players on the court. The Warriors' defense was still settling. Russell remained under the basket. Hibbert was in the middle. Kobe was positioned at a 45-degree angle on the left, and Randall was stationed in the right corner, completely unguarded. This presented an excellent opportunity for a three-point attempt. Randall is wide open in the right corner. Wong pass it. The corner opportunity was missed, as Wong directly delivered the ball to Russell under the basket. Russell lays it in. What a play. Oh my, that was truly beautiful. Everyone expected Wong to pass to the open Randall in the corner. He even made the motion. Unexpectedly, he passed to Russell under the basket instead. What a surprise. The Lakers score another 2 points. The score read 88-97, narrowing the gap to single digits. The two hosts in the live broadcast marveled at Wong's pass. A typical player would have passed to the open Randall in the corner. Yet, Wong did not follow suit, that he observed that Randall's color was white, leading him to speculate that the colors indicated the player's shooting touch. White represented a cold streak, blue was slightly better, orange signified decent, and red denoted a hot hand. Although Randall was open, shooting threes was not his forte. Throughout the game, Randall had not taken a single three-point shot. Conversely, Russell was positioned close to the basket, his head aglow with red. This indicated a high probability of scoring should the ball be passed to him. Hence, Wong executed a deceptive pass, feigning a delivery to Randall while stealthily passing to Russell instead. In truth, he had another option. Kobe. Positioned at a 45-degree angle on the left, Kobe's head was adorned with orange. Passing to Kobe would yield a 45-degree three-pointer. Kobe possessed the confidence to score. However, recalling the concealed mission, Wong refrained from passing the ball. At that moment, Kobe had accumulated 8 points. Should he succeed in sinking a three-pointer, it would spell the failure of his own task. Unbeknownst to Kobe, Wong deliberately withheld the pass. Following Russell's successful shot, Kobe approached Wong and patted him on the back. That was a splendid pass, Wong. Tonight's game weighed heavily on Kobe's spirit. He struggled to find the net, and his teammates faltered as well. Although Wong was merely a short-term contract player, Kobe regarded him as a transient presence. Yet in Wong, Kobe discerned qualities reminiscent of exceptional players. Foremost among these was his astuteness on the court time and again. He handled the ball with a composure far beyond that of a novice. Furthermore, his calm demeanor caught Kobe's attention from the sidelines. After a misstep on his initial free throw, Kobe expected Wong to panic. To his surprise, Wang Shuang quickly regained his composure and showcased his remarkable abilities. The last person who played basketball with such intelligence beside him, Kobe recalled, was Pau Gasol. Encouraged by Kobe, Wang Shuang smiled. Yet internally he thought to himself, I'm sorry, Kobe, but I cannot pass the ball to you. The deficit had narrowed to within 10 points. However, Warriors head coach Kerr did not call for a timeout. Curry, Thompson, and others remained seated on the sidelines. The Warriors continued their offense by allowing Ezeli to isolate against Wang Shuang. This time, Ezeli had learned his lesson. Utilizing his height and wingspan, he turned and executed a hook shot to score 2 points. The score was now 88-99, an 11-point gap. Kobe brought the ball past half court and gestured towards the low post, signaling Wang Shuang to move into the lane. Wang Shuang positioned himself against Ezeli, extending his hand for the ball. The host, sensing the tension, grew increasingly animated. We observe this play as Kobe orchestrates a pass to Wang Shuang, who intends to execute a low-post isolation against Ezeli. Will he retaliate? Wang Shuang possesses the prowess for low-post backing. Kobe delivers the ball to Wang Shuang, prompting curiosity about his next move. He pivots towards the center. Confronted by a double team, he rises. Wait, what just happened? Everyone's focus is riveted on Wang Shuang's attempt to dominate Ezeli. As he turns to face the basket, a nearby Warriors player rushes to provide assistance. In an unexpected turn, Wang Shuang effortlessly tosses the ball high above the rim. The unmarked giant, Hibbert, leaps into the air, seizing the ball with both hands, executing a spectacular alley-oop dunk. The live chat erupts in excitement. Incredible. How was that pass made? That was a beautifully executed play. The alley-oop was perfectly timed. This is the work of a magician, elusive and enchanting. He is Chinese. Perhaps he should be called the master of illusions. Wang Shuang's pass was remarkably smooth, leaving the Warriors defenders completely taken aback. Through the golden left eye, Wang Shuang noticed a crimson glow emanating from Hibbert's head. He was now convinced that as long as the red light appeared, passing the ball to him would be a guaranteed success. Wang Shuang's passing technique was already commendable. With the aid of the props, it was as if he had gained wings. Another assist was added, bringing the score to 90-99, narrowing the gap to a mere 9 points. The Lakers still held a flicker of hope. At this juncture, Steve Kerr could no longer remain seated. He called for a timeout. Puzzled, he wondered where this player, clad in the number 10 jersey with yellow skin, had emerged from. Nevertheless, Kerr did not dwell on it for long. With a 9-point deficit and only 5 minutes remaining in the game, he resolved to send his starters onto the court. This year's Warriors have been nearly invincible, their form explosive and unyielding. How could a mere short contract player possibly impede the Warriors' winning streak? Chapter 3. For points. Wang Shuang perspired slightly on the court. During the timeout, Scott commended Wang Shuang, saying, "Well done. Your passing is exceptional. Keep it up." Byron Scott typically maintains a stoic demeanor. It is not an easy task for him to express praise. Wang Shuang took a sip of water, standing aside as Scott outlined the strategy. Initially, everyone believed the match held little hope. Yet, as the game progressed, the point difference narrowed to within 10. It seemed there was still a chance to fight back. Nevertheless, Scott was merely expressing a sentiment. With a record of 9 wins and 31 losses, the prospect of the playoffs existed only in theory. This season, the Lakers' mission was not to win, but to accompany Kobe through his final season. The young players exhibited a lack of fervor. Scott, with his tactical board, scribbled for a considerable time, uncertain of how much they absorbed. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Scott replaced Hibbert with Clarkson, deploying a desperate small ball lineup. On the Warriors' side, Curry, Thompson, Barnes, and Green returned to the court. With Curry and Thompson on the floor, the defensive pressure on the Lakers' perimeter escalated dramatically. The shooting prowess of the Splash Brothers is unparalleled in the league. The Warriors initiated their signature give-and-go plays. Due to the formidable gravitational pull of the Splash Brothers, the Lakers' defensive formation was stretched thin. Barnes maneuvered past his defender for an interior cut. Curry delivered a high-profile pass to Barnes, who surged toward the basket and scored. 90-101. Wang Shuang found himself powerless against this play in the paint. However, on offense, he employed his previous tactic, quickly executing an inbound pass. He noticed Clarkson had already dashed near the three-point line. Utilizing his keen vision, Clarkson's head glowed with determination. This was indeed a golden opportunity. Wang Shuang did not hesitate. He boldly unleashed a super-long pass that traversed the entire court. The ball soared through the air like a guided missile, crossing half the field before landing directly in the hands of Clarkson. Without the need for a dribble, Clarkson leapt and executed a flawless layup, securing 2 points. The score now stood at 92-101. What a splendid play. This was yet another remarkable long pass akin to that of a quarterback, originating from Wong. The synergy between him and Clarkson was evident. Had they perhaps practiced such a connection during their training sessions? Their understanding was palpable. As Wong shone on the court, the previously lackluster live broadcast came alive. The host's voice brimmed with excitement. After all, it had been years since a Chinese player displayed such prowess on the NBA stage. This match was the final broadcast of the day, as all other games had concluded. Initially, fans were somewhat disheartened, given the matchup of the league's top team against the bottom dwellers, which offered little suspense. Aside from the die-hard supporters of both teams, the audience was sparse. However, with Wong Shuang's outstanding performance, posts began to emerge on basketball forums. Wong Shuang has taken the stage, and she has already delivered several assists. What are everyone's thoughts on this? Wong Shuang's pass is truly exquisite, evoking the essence of a magician. It seems the Lakers may have a glimmer of hope. Could they be on the verge of a remarkable turnaround? The player Wong Shuang possesses remarkable talent. Why had I not heard of him before? A flurry of posts has ignited the fervor surrounding this match. The viewership in the live broadcast room has surged dramatically. Many viewers inundate the comment section. Where is Wong Shuang? Who is Wong Shuang? Is number 24 Wong Shuang? Some fans, seeing the score, noted that their team was still trailing by 9 points, mistakenly believing they had leveled the game, only to realize that they were still 9 points behind, rendering victory unlikely. With both Curry and Thompson on the court, a series of three-pointers sealed the game. The Warriors boast a substantial fan base, as the performances of Curry, Thompson, and their teammates this season have been nothing short of spectacular. At this point in the game, Curry has made 8 out of 16 three-point attempts, an astonishing 50% success rate. He has transformed the three-point shot into a tool as effective as a mid-range jumper. In the Warriors' offensive possession, Curry adeptly handles the ball, seizing an opportunity for a shot after a pick and roll, releasing the ball with remarkable speed and fluidity despite the low release point. Wong Shuang stood beneath the basket, fervently praying, "Please do not enter, do not enter, do not enter." In such moments, aside from hoping the shot would miss, there was little else one could do in terms of defense. Fortunately, Curry had been sitting on the sidelines for quite a while, and with his touch somewhat cooled, he failed to make the shot. Wong Shuang exhibited remarkable acumen in discerning the trajectory of rebounds. He adeptly secured his position, leaping to delicately tap the ball, facilitating a pass to Kobe, thus capturing the rebound. This presented the Lakers with an opportunity to launch a counterattack. However, upon witnessing Kobe seize the ball, a sense of unease washed over Wong Shuang. With only an 8-point lead, he could not allow another basket. Exceeding a 10-point margin would spell failure for his concealed mission. Fortunately, Kobe's offensive zeal appeared subdued that evening as he focused on creating opportunities for his teammates. Advancing through the center, Kobe surveyed the court, while Randall and Clarkson executed a swift dual fast break. Wong Shuang stepped forward to provide a screen for Clarkson. Clarkson deftly maneuvered past his defender and drove towards the basket. Kobe delivered a precise, short pass to Clarkson. With determination, Clarkson charged in for a layup, drawing a defensive foul from the Warriors. Free throw. Kobe's pass was exquisite, and Clarkson's drive was equally impressive. Yet, the contribution of one individual remained somewhat understated: Wong Shuang. Wong Shuang chose to provide cover for Clarkson because he noticed the orange glow above Clarkson's head, in contrast to Randall's persistent blue. This indicates that Clarkson possesses a superior offensive instinct compared to Randall. In a similar interior passing play, Kobe had just passed to Randall, resulting in a miss. However, this time, the ball was directed to Clarkson, who drew a foul and successfully converted both free throws. The score now stands at 94-101, narrowing the gap to 7 points with only 3 minutes remaining in the game. Suddenly, the match holds a hint of suspense. The Warriors have begun to take the game more seriously. Curry, utilizing screens, deftly dismantled the Lakers' defense from beyond the arc. The area beneath the basket was left utterly exposed, and Curry executed a precise bounce pass to Green, who was poised to make a layup. Yet, he was abruptly pulled down from behind by Wong Shuang. The referee blew the whistle, signaling Wong Shuang's foul. Wong Shuang immediately raised his hand to indicate his foul. However, the irascible Green, who had been brought down, sprang to his feet and unleashed a torrent of furious invectives at Wong Shuang. "You fool. This is Oracle Arena. How dare you play like this? I will crush your manhood." Upon hearing Green's words, Wong Shuang felt a surge of opportunity. He boldly approached and remarked, "Oh, is it because I possess what you lack?" This statement provoked Green, who then pushed Wong Shuang with a forceful shove. Wong Shuang immediately fell to the ground. Players from both teams swiftly approached, leading to a minor altercation. However, the referee quickly intervened with a whistle, separating the players. After reviewing the footage, the referee determined Wong committed a defensive foul, resulting in 2 free throws for Green. Following a technical foul called on Green, the Lakers were awarded a free throw, thus capitalizing on the situation. Despite Green vociferously protesting his innocence to the referee, the decision remained unchanged. Infuriated, Green stepped up to the free throw line and managed to convert 1 out of 2 attempts. The score stood at 94-102, and it was now the Lakers' turn to shoot free throws. Initially, Kobe was designated to take the technical foul free throw. However, Wong proactively requested, "Kobe, may I take the shot?" Kobe shrugged and relinquished the ball to Wong, affirming that it was fitting for the perpetrator of the foul to take the shot. Moreover, he complimented Wong on his recent performance with a playful grin. Clearly pleased with Wong's tactics, Wong mused to himself that it wasn't merely a desire to score. Rather, it was a determination to prevent Kobe from doing so. Fortunately, Kobe's scoring ambition wasn't particularly intense during this match. Had the score not been so close, he might have already been substituted by Scott. Wong confidently sank the free throw. The score is now 95-102, and Curry's exquisite pass has just been nullified. The Lakers still retain possession of the ball. Wong utilized a few minutes to help the Lakers close the gap in the score. Besides relying on his skills, he also employed his intellect. Playing basketball necessitates mental acuity. Furthermore, his inherent talent is commendable. He merely lacked an opportunity. The other Lakers players began to pass the ball to Wong. Wong received a pass from Clarkson on the central road. With no opportunity available, ball handling and penetration are not his forte. The Golden Eye observed, as Randall stood at a 45-degree angle on the left. A crimson glow finally emerged atop his head. He had been feeling down for quite some time, but it appeared he had regained his composure. Wong feigned a breakthrough, then passed the ball to Randall. Randall received the pass and took a shot. A mid-range 2-pointer found its mark. The score stands at 97-102, with just a 5-point deficit. Less than 2 minutes remain in the game, and the atmosphere in the arena grows increasingly tense. Wong's assist adds to the excitement. A 5-point gap introduces an element of suspense to the match. The host, noticing the rising number of online viewers, becomes animated. The Oracle Arena fans, initially prepared to leave once Kobe exited the game, now find themselves compelled to stay until the final whistle. The Lakers players, sensing a chance to equalize, experience a surge in morale. The defensive intensity escalates. However, Curry swiftly retaliates with a 3-pointer, momentarily cooling the Lakers' fervor. Yet, soon after, Clarkson, the standout performer of the evening, drives to the basket and scores, drawing a foul from the Warriors and converting the subsequent free throw. The score is now 100-105, still a 5-point gap. Subsequently, the Warriors commit a turnover during their offensive play. Thompson, while attempting to penetrate, is called for traveling by the referee. The Lakers seize the opportunity. Kobe drives to the basket and dishes the ball to Russell in the corner. Russell then passes to Wong positioned at a 45-degree angle. Wong received the ball, not pausing for a moment, and deftly passed it to Russell. Russell then returned the ball to Wong, creating an exquisite interplay. This exchange of passes granted Wong the space he needed for a shot. It was his first attempt at a 3-pointer in this match. Since elementary school, Wong has harbored a profound passion for basketball. He would play tirelessly until late into the night, insisting on making 100 baskets before returning home from school. There were instances when his mother would chase him down, tugging at his ear to bring him back. Yet, this habit has endured, remaining unbroken to this day. When the opportunity finally presents itself, he is determined not to let it slip away. Wong takes a 3-point shot. Azali's large hand swipes towards him. Wong's movements remained impeccable. With a sharp clap, Azali's hand collided with Wong's. A defensive foul was called. The referee blew the whistle. Yet, Wong's focus was solely on the ball. The basketball traced a beautiful parabolic arc swish. It was a flawless 3-pointer. And to add to the excitement, a free throw opportunity. A 4-point play. Chapter 4, Golden Light. Oh heavens! Wong's 3-pointer found its mark. It also drew a foul from Azali, resulting in a 4-point play. With just 34 seconds remaining in the game, Wong successfully completed the 4-point play. If he converts the free throw, the deficit would be reduced to a mere point. In the basketball live stream across the ocean, the host exclaimed in exhilaration. The barrage of comments on the screen flooded in frantically, nearly overwhelming the visuals. Truly, oh heavens, a 4-point play. At this moment, It felt as if the spirit of Tracy McGrady had descended. No, it was the essence of divinity. Even the heavens seemed to weep. Wong Shuang. The previously mocking comments aimed at Wong Shuang had vanished. Among the fans, exuberantly using exclamation marks as if they were free, there may have been those who had just criticized Wong Shuang. In an instant, the live stream chat was abuzz with excitement. The host reflected that since Jilian's departure from the NBA, the regular season broadcasts had not been this lively, fervently hoping for the appearance of a Chinese face in the NBA once more. As Wong Shuang approached the free throw line, he confidently sank the shot. The score stood at 104-105, with the gap reduced to just 1 point. The Warriors called for a timeout. Their complacency had unexpectedly heightened the suspense of the match. Curry spat out his mouthguard and clenched his jaw, his expression grave. Green, with his large mouth, muttered to himself, clearly still dissatisfied with the recent technical foul. On the Lakers' side, teammates surrounded Wong Shuang, patting him on the shoulders and head. "Well done, kid. Outstanding. A 4-point play. You were the star of the night." Wong Shuang, who had remained unnoticed within the team, finally seized the opportunity to shine. The game was not over yet. Theoretically, completing the side quest was assured. With only a 1-point difference, the final score would certainly be within 5 points. However, as athletes, no one desires anything less than victory. Wong Shuang also yearns for victory, hoping to secure a win at the Oracle Arena. Coach Scott and the other Lakers players have begun to take the situation seriously. A pivotal defensive moment arises. Should they succeed, the Lakers might still have a chance. However, if the Warriors score and widen the gap, the prospects would be dire. Coach Scott is meticulously strategizing the defense. Once a champion with the Lakers in the 1980s and a celebrated coach in years past, he now finds himself grappling with a dismal situation since joining the Lakers last season. With a record of 21 wins and 61 losses, they endured the worst season in history. Halfway through this season, the team stands at 9 wins and 31 losses, sliding toward an even grimmer outcome. His hopes for the team have waned, and he is now preoccupied with guiding Kobe through the final chapter of his illustrious basketball career. Yet, as they face the league-leading Warriors, a long-buried desire for victory ignites within him. Every successful professional athlete harbors an obsessive craving for triumph. The Warriors are exceptionally challenging to defend, particularly when both Curry and Thompson are on the court. This season, no team has been able to thwart the sharp-shooting duo's three-pointers. Given the Lakers' current roster, it is an arduous task to contain them. Hence, Scott must take a gamble, wagering that the Warriors will focus their crucial offensive efforts on Curry. He advises Wong Shuang, "Prepare yourself, as the Warriors are likely to target you in their next attack." Wong Shuang nodded, for he appeared to be a soft target, easily manipulated. Yet in reality, he was anything but. Following this, Scott summoned Kobe to the tactical board, where he diligently sketched strategies for quite some time. Though Kobe had aged, he had once been a stalwart in the NBA's defensive elite, his relentless defense having once upheld the Lakers' perimeter dominance. The timeout concluded swiftly, and both teams returned to the court. A critical offensive play ensued, the atmosphere thick with tension, almost suffocating. With just 34 seconds remaining in the match and the Lakers trailing by a mere point, the Warriors executed an out-of-bounds play. Curry received the ball, engaging in a pick and roll, switching defenders until he found himself matched up against Wong Shuang. The Warriors, true to form, delivered the ball into Curry's hands, who then skillfully utilized a screen to exploit a size mismatch. Wong Shuang is engaged in one-on-one defense against Curry. The smaller confronts the larger, and it appears Wong Shuang is faltering. "Hold firm, Wong Shuang. Do not succumb to overwhelming pressure." Curry is poised to make a three-pointer. The live stream's comments flood in one after another. This season, Curry has demonstrated an unwavering confidence when facing smaller opponents in the paint. His three-point shooting is precise. His drives are incisive, and his footwork is swift. The bigger players find it nearly impossible to contain him. Wong Shuang's pace was not swift. Defending against Curry presented a formidable challenge for him. Yet, he did not falter. Instead, he advanced boldly. He engaged in close defense, denying Curry any opportunity to shoot a three-pointer. Curry, seizing the moment, lowered his body and executed a deft change of direction, effortlessly bypassing Wong Shuang from the left. It appeared all too easy. However, on the sidelines, Kerr, witnessing Curry's evasion of Wong Shuang, thought to himself, "This is problematic." What is problematic? For Kerr realized that Curry had fallen into a trap. Wong Shuang executed a close defensive strategy, preventing Curry from attempting a three-pointer while allowing him to drive. However, this was not towards the center, but rather to the left side. Curry was skillfully guided towards the left corner, where a meticulously orchestrated pocket trap awaited him. Indeed, Kobe in the middle and Randall in the paint swiftly converged upon the left side. Particularly, Kobe, alongside Wong, effectively encircled Curry. Kobe unleashed the ferocity of his youth, employing a dogged defense against Curry. Yet, in the face of such an intense double team, Curry astonishingly maintained possession. He endeavored to maneuver his dribble to escape the encirclement. Passing was not an option. After numerous dribbles and pivots, he ultimately discovered a minuscule opportunity to shoot from the corner. With swift precision, he released a three-pointer. Only a player of Curry's caliber could manage such a shot under these circumstances. The ball soared through the air, tracing a majestic arc akin to a crescent moon S-blade, piercing the very heart of the hoop. It was a successful basket, an extraordinarily challenging three-pointer. The entire Oracle Arena erupted in euphoria. Throughout this season, it remains unclear how many such high-difficulty three-pointers Curry has made. It is truly astonishing. However, the cheers did not linger for long. Wong approached the referee, engaging in repeated dialogue. He stepped out of bounds. He clearly crossed the line. Just review the footage, and you will see he indeed stepped out. Wong alerted the officials to Curry stepping out of bounds. The referee reviewed the footage and, indeed, confirmed that as Curry released his three-point shot, his foot had touched the sideline. The video replay unequivocally showed that the ball was out of play. The shot did not count. Curry had stepped out of bounds. My goodness, the three-pointer was nullified. The host's emotions surged and plummeted, exclaiming that their heart could hardly withstand the tension. It was Wong who first noticed Curry's foot on the line and promptly approached the referee for a discussion. Upon reviewing the footage, the referee confirmed that Curry had indeed stepped out. Consequently, the Lakers regained possession, marking a critical error for the Warriors. With only 13 seconds left in the game, the Lakers found themselves with a chance to clinch victory. However, the question lingered. How would they execute the final shot? And who would take it? Scott called a timeout to strategize. Almost immediately, Kerr countered with a timeout of his own, followed by Scott calling yet another pause. In this ordinary regular season game, the final moments unfolded with the intensity of a playoff showdown. The series of 3 consecutive timeouts escalated the suspense to its zenith. Wong remained on the court, exuding an air of remarkable composure. Barring any unforeseen events, both the side quest and the hidden task were poised for successful completion. Unless Kobe managed to sink a three-pointer in the final moments, pushing his score past 10. The referee's whistle echoed, signaling the Lakers' last offensive play. The live broadcast had reached its peak capacity, with all fans fixated on the climactic conclusion of this match. Clarkson prepared to execute the sideline throw-in. Wong emerged in accordance with the strategy to provide support. However, the Warriors players were aware that the final offensive play would not be directed towards Wong. They all converged around Kobe. Wong set a screen for Kobe. Both Thompson and Easley were closely marking Kobe. At that moment, Wong suddenly accelerated. Cutting through the lane, Clarkson delivered a soaring pass to Wong. The strategy devised by Scott was to enable Wong to take charge. Wong leaped to catch the ball, landing as he charged toward the paint. Easley and Green swiftly converged upon him. Should he succeed in making the shot, Wong would vanquish the Warriors and ascend to the status of a hero. However, would he be able to make the basket? A formidable figure stood in his path. It was the Warriors' towering center, Bogut. Standing at an imposing 2.13 meters, he possessed a tenacious defensive prowess in the paint, coupled with a reputation for playing rather aggressively. For Wong, scoring the decisive shot before him is an endeavor more challenging than ascending to the heavens. Wong had the option to take a shot, miss, and yet still fulfill his mission. However, he yearned for victory. He sensed a radiant golden light beyond the three-point line. Indeed, it was the magician's golden eye providing him with feedback. The golden eye could perceive the vision behind his head. A white light signified a certain miss. Blue indicated a poor touch. Orange suggested a decent feel, and red signified a scorching touch. But what did the golden light represent? There was no time for Wong to ponder. He made his choice. With a behind-the-back pass, he sent the ball soaring beyond the three-point arc. The player adorned with the golden glow above his head received the ball. It was none other than Kobe. Wong had delivered the ball. The behind-the-back pass to Kobe. Kobe received it, and the three-pointer was launched. The ball soared through the air for a second, time seemingly frozen. It struck the backboard and ricocheted into the hoop. It was in. The ball went in. Kobe, a buzzer beater, a dramatic finale. Kobe had clinched the victory. In the final moments, he received Wong's pass and delivered a decisive blow to the Warriors. The Oracle Arena erupted in jubilation. Wait, this is the Warriors' home court. Kobe had executed a buzzer beater, yet they were wildly cheering. The Lakers players rushed toward Kobe in a frenzy. Meanwhile, Wong did not join his teammates in celebration. He felt a tinge of disappointment. It seemed the hidden mission had not been accomplished for the sake of victory. Kobe's successful three-pointer brought his score to 11 points, surpassing the 10-point mark. Just then, a notification flashed before his eyes. Side Quest 01 completed, awarded 50 system coins. Hidden Quest 01 completed, awarded 30 system coins. Main quest completion rate 2,100. What was happening? How had the hidden quest been completed? Wong raised his gaze to the scoreboard. 106, 105. Could it be that Kobe's shot was not a three-pointer? Chapter 5. The Need for Additional Funds. The television station repeatedly replayed the footage of Kobe's last-second victory over the Warriors. In slow motion, it was revealed that the tip of Kobe's right foot had grazed the three-point line. Consequently, his final shot was counted as merely 2 points. Nevertheless, this did not alter the outcome of the match. The Lakers triumphed over the Golden State Warriors with a slender margin of 1 point, 106, 105. Wong lifted his gaze towards the grand screen, quickly discerning the situation at hand. He let out a deep sigh of relief, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. Victorious once again, and having fulfilled his mission, nothing could feel more gratifying. A long-awaited smile graced Kobe's face. The Warriors players, clearly shaken, were confronted with the consequences of their complacency. Nevertheless, Curry and Thompson approached Kobe to extend their hand in acknowledgement. This could very well be Kobe's final game at the Oracle Arena. Curry removed his jersey and exchanged it with Kobe's. That was an exquisite shot. You are an eternal idol, Curry remarked to Kobe. Such a pity about that shot, you stepped out of bounds. Although I too stepped out. It was behind the three-point line, Kobe playfully retorted, his tone tinged with a hint of pride. Indeed, while Curry had stepped out at the sidelines, Kobe had merely taken the last bite, with the preceding scoring being largely attributed to the young prodigy. As he spoke, Curry gestured towards Wong, who stood a short distance away, still somewhat dazed. Kobe walked over and patted Wong on the back. Well done. That was a splendid pass. Wong felt a hint of embarrassment as he remarked, it's nothing. An opportunity has arisen. In truth, he had not intended to make the final pass. Yet the desire to secure victory ultimately outweighed his reservations. Kobe embraced Wong's shoulders, and together they returned to the locker room. The atmosphere in the Lakers' locker room after the game was vibrant and lively, a stark contrast to the previous silence that had enveloped it. In the weeks since Wong joined the Lakers, he heard laughter in the locker room for the first time. Is this the taste of victory? He felt grateful for his final passing decision. Wong utilized a temporary changing room, nestled in the far corner. Today, this corner attracted a considerable number of journalists, all eager to interview him. They bombarded him with inquiries regarding the final pass. How did he execute it? What motivated the decision to pass? How did he perceive his outstanding performance today? Overwhelmed by the barrage of questions, Wong responded to each. I simply made the pass with my hand. I believe Kobe can make the shot, so I relayed the ball. It wasn't really an explosive performance. Winning is largely a matter of luck. Why did he perform so well? Because of good fortune. As for his aspirations, he hopes to continue playing in the NBA, as his 10-day contract is nearing its conclusion. Wong is a man of integrity. For someone of his humble stature, surviving in the NBA is paramount. He hopes that his performance today will earn him a new contract. After the game, Kobe mentioned Wong in the press conference, beaming with delight as he remarked. Wong's performance was astonishing. Every play he made was crucial. He assisted the team in achieving victory in diverse ways, and that final pass was truly remarkable. It was executed beautifully, and honestly, I did not anticipate he could deliver such a pass. When Coach Scott was asked about the final play strategy, he pondered briefly and replied, I provided the players with choices. I did not employ a fixed play, allowing them to decide. Clearly, Wong made an excellent decision, earning the trust of his teammates over the course of the game. Initially, no one passed him the ball, but eventually, it was Wong who facilitated his teammates. No one understands a player's impact on the court better than their teammates. Meanwhile, in the domestic broadcasting studio, the excitement remained palpable as the game concluded. A thrilling match is worth reliving. Fans gathered in the studio, fervently flooding the chat. Many of Kobe's admirers exclaimed, the boss is formidable. The boss delivers the clutch. Yet, an even greater number of fans praised Wong. Commentary guest Yang stated, Wong's recent performance was truly astonishing. His basketball IQ is undoubtedly above 150. In such dire circumstances, he led the Lakers, gradually closing the score gap. Although luck played a role, such as Curry's toe on the line three-pointer, Livingston's offensive foul, In Green's 2 free throws made out of 3. When luck arrives, you must seize the opportunity. Clearly, Wang Shuang did. Ku Fan nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed. Wang Shuang seized this opportunity, and he contributed in every aspect, scoring, assisting, rebounding, stealing, and drawing fouls. He is truly versatile. In 2011, Jeremy Lin showcased his extraordinary talents, achieving a remarkable turnaround. One wonders if Wang Shuang can also create a moment of brilliance. Young, he nodded vigorously. I believe there's potential. I truly believe it. The Lakers are in a predicament at rock bottom. It is time for someone to step up and bring about change. Moreover, that final clutch shot was not taken by him. He passed it to Kobe, who made the shot. This is intriguing, as it is evident that Kobe admires Wang Shuang. Let us see if, after this game, the Lakers will extend Wang Shuang's contract. I am confident they will offer him a generous agreement. Indeed, we hope for Chinese players to shine across the ocean, as it is an exhilarating feeling for all fans. Wang Shuang undoubtedly bears the hopes of many. However, before that, he must first sign the contract. The Lakers did not keep him waiting for long. After the game concluded and the entire team returned to the hotel that evening, team manager Hack-a-Shaq arrived at Wang Shuang's room. He directly presented a contract, placing it before Wang Shuang. Wang Shuang picked it up and discovered it was a base salary. Wang Shuang, you played exceptionally well tonight. Therefore, after conferring with base, we have decided to extend to you a 10-day contract, with the hope that you will continue to demonstrate outstanding performance. Hack-a-Shaq was under the impression that Wang Shuang would readily sign the contract, especially since the sum for this brief engagement exceeded $30,000. 10 days, $30,000, translating to a daily wage of $3,000. To his surprise, Wang Shuang furrowed his brow and scrutinized the contract carefully. Wang Shuang, an unremarkable individual, lacks the support of an agent. All contracts and agreements must be navigated by him alone. He meticulously examines the terms of the contract and states, I wish to increase the amount to $50,000. Hack-a-Shaq raises an eyebrow and responds, we calculate based on the base salary. The base salary divided by the regular season as 170 days, multiplied by 10, amounts to $30,000. Wang Shuang was certainly aware of the calculation rules pertaining to the 10-day short contract. Nevertheless, he steadfastly asserted, the contract amount is open to negotiation. The base salary calculation merely establishes a minimum threshold. I believe I am worth $50,000. For I am indeed worth that much. Indeed, I am worth even more. Hack-a-Shaq fixed his gaze upon Wang Shuang for an extended moment. At last, he nodded in agreement to Wang Shuang's request for an increase. Very well, $50,000 it shall be. However, I hope you will deliver an exceptional performance. Your ambitions must extend beyond just $50,000. Wouldn't you agree? Wang Shuang smiled and remarked, of course, my ambition is to secure a top salary. Hack-a-Shaq raised an eyebrow and replied, having ambition is commendable. However, it is sometimes prudent to remain grounded. With that, Hack-a-Shaq proceeded to amend the contract amount. Subsequently, in a hotel room, Wang Shuang affixed his signature to his second 10-day contract. Upon returning to his own room, Hack-a-Shaq found both owner Bus and Kobe present. Bus inquired, so, did he sign the contract? Hack-a-Shaq nodded and responded, yes, but he increased his salary to $50,000. What? Bus sprang up from the sofa. He even raised his own salary? Did you agree to this? Indeed, I did. He was quite adamant. That's not your usual style. He merely played one good game. What qualifies him to demand an additional $20,000? Hack-a-Shaq replied, because I perceive the shadow of Kobe in his eyes. He possesses great ambition. Bus scoffed. This league is not lacking in ambitious individuals. What it lacks is true ability. Kobe, who had been silent until now, interjected. I believe he is a player of considerable talent. Bus retorted, is that so? A Chinese player who lacks speed, vertical leap, and has an average height. What kind of talent can he possess? Kobe, disinterested in further discourse with Bus, sensed the potential within Wang Shuang. Yet, he could not ascertain the extent of that potential. Chapter 6. My template Wang Shuang was in high spirits after signing the new contract. He called home to share the joyous news with his parents. Soon, he received an influx of messages from friends, all expressing that they had witnessed his performance on television. The domestic basketball forum, Hoopu, was overwhelmed by fans following the match, leading to server crashes. Headlines such as Chinese player Wang Shuang leads the Lakers to a comeback against the Warriors, Kobe assists Wang Shuang for a buzzer beater against the league's bottom team, and 10-day contract, Chinese player achieves remarkable success emerged, each brimming with intrigue. It was no surprise that the server faltered under such attention. Wong reflected on the exhilarating highs and lows of life, attributing it all to the unexpected arrival of this system. Without the golden left eye of the prop master, his performance would not have been so remarkable. He pondered that final assist, the decisive move executed from behind, which he would not have been able to deliver without it. With these thoughts, he lay down on his bed, mentally invoking system. The interface of the system materialized before his eyes, displaying some of Wong's fundamental information. In the upper right corner, a system marketplace was present, while a player template graced the upper left corner. Wong first entered the system's marketplace to take a look around. It was displayed that he currently possessed 80 system coins. The marketplace offered an array of various items, prominently featuring the sorcerer's golden left eye, categorized as an S-tier artifact. During the competition, Wong had utilized a trial version, whereas the permanent version was priced at a staggering 3,000 system coins. Wong contemplated the prospect. If he could earn 80 system coins per match, then after 40 matches, he would be able to acquire that coveted S-grade item. However, completing 40 matches and over 80 tasks did not seem a trivial endeavor. Indeed, it appeared that obtaining S-grade items was not an easy feat. There must be certain tasks that offered substantial rewards to aid in his coin accumulation. In addition to the magician's golden left eye, there existed a plethora of basketball-related items. For instance, the S-grade item, the Dream's enigmatic veil, required 500 system coins. Its effect, when used, it could momentarily disrupt an opponent's defense for 0.1 seconds, with a cooldown period of 5 minutes. One should not underestimate that fleeting 0.1 seconds. Such a pause on the defensive end could prove fatal. Moreover, there was the S-grade item, the Airman S Battle Shoes, which enhanced jumping and speed by 30%, priced at 5,000 system coins. An enhancement of 30% would indeed transform one into an airborne marvel. Each S-grade equipment could provide significant advantages, though they came at a steep cost, and not every item was entirely respectable. For instance, aside from the magician's golden left eye, there was also the magician's golden right eye. The effect of the golden right eye, merely casting a glance at a woman, would render her enamored. A rather absurd item indeed, and it too came at the price of 5,000 system coins. Wong shook his head, expressing his disinterest in such frivolous and exorbitantly priced items. Besides the costly S-grade artifacts, there are also some practical A-grade tools. For instance, the golden left foot of the driver. It enhances the shooting accuracy of the golden rooster stands on one leg by 30%, priced at 2,000 system coins. Wong believes that this item is not inferior to some of the S-tier ones. Furthermore, Wade's knee sleeves enhance both the angle and speed of direction changes by 20%, priced at 2,000 system coins. This holds great significance for breakthroughs. However, the cost of 2,000 system coins is still too steep for him. Currently, he possesses only 50 coins and must complete numerous tasks. Thus, he flips further back, discovering many more affordable B-tier items. Yet, the efficacy of B-tier items pales in comparison to that of A and S-tier ones, primarily offering defensive functionalities. For instance, Lagabel's Soul Chime. When worn, it reduces the shooting accuracy of the defended player by 5%, priced at 800 system coins. 5% is neither too much nor too little. It means missing 1 out of 20 shots. Big Ben's explosive hairdo. When worn, it decreases the opponent's shooting accuracy under the basket by 10%, costing 1,000 system coins. This is also commendable, but Wong feels it holds little value for him. Nevertheless, B-tier items primarily serve defensive purposes. The caliber of the items featuring star players significantly lags behind that of S and A tier. He turns to the final page. Encountering the last B-tier item, Wong's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Before him stood a renowned basketball star. The Admiral's Call. By equipping this call, your teammates will focus their attention on you, enhancing your chances of receiving a pass by 20%, priced at 500 system coins. The cost is merely 500 system coins. It offers no advantage in defense or offense. It solely increases the likelihood of your teammates passing the ball to you. At first glance, it seems to be a mere tool for data enhancement. However, upon deeper contemplation, it plays a crucial role for Wong in accomplishing his primary objective of usurping the Lakers' leadership. How does one ascend to the position of team leader? At the very least, one must become the tactical core on the court, ensuring that teammates are willing to pass the ball to you. Correct? Wong now finds himself farther from the tactical core than the distance between the Earth and the Sun. This item will undoubtedly assist him in approaching his goal. Thus, The first objective is to accumulate 500 system coins to purchase this item. He exits the mall page. Wong once again accessed the player template page located in the upper left corner. The player template page is rather straightforward, featuring merely an empty dialog box. The dialog box prompts, "Shall we commence template matching?" Wong, without a moment's hesitation, clicked on it. The dialog box whirled like a slot machine, eventually coming to a gradual halt. It displayed, "You have matched with the most suitable player template. Larry Bird, compatibility 91. Would you like to use this template?" It turned out that the player template he had matched with was none other than Larry Bird, a supernova of the 1980s and one of the NBA's iconic figures, affectionately known as the Legend. However, he was indeed a legendary star of the Celtics, the bitter rivals of the Lakers. Wong had fancied that he would be paired with McGrady, as he believed his playing style was quite flamboyant. Little did he expect to be matched with Bird, a figure of simplicity. After a moment of contemplation, he pondered this unexpected pairing. Wong opted to utilize the template, indifferent to whether it would be deemed favorable or unfavorable, for no one could discern the truth. The Larry Bird template was officially activated, revealing a current compatibility level of merely 31 with the pinnacle of the template's capabilities. Upon seeing this figure, Wong felt a wave of darkness wash over him. It dawned on him that his abilities fell short of even a third of Bird's. It was only natural, considering Bird was a historical legend while he was merely a custodian of the water cooler. To possess even a third of Bird's prowess was commendable, and he still had 2/3 of potential yet to be realized. With this thought, Wong's spirits lifted once more. However, how might he enhance this compatibility? Just as he pondered, the system provided a suggestion. The following 3 methods could elevate his alignment with Larry Bird by 2 percentage points. Please select 1 to complete. 1. Score at least 6 3-pointers in a single game. 2. Achieve a triple-double in a single game. 3. Cause the opponent to incur 2 technical fouls in a single game. Wong, without a moment's hesitation, opted for the third option. The first choice, scoring 6 3-pointers in a single game, even with a commendable 3-point shooting percentage. The chances of such an opportunity are exceedingly rare. Achieving 6 3-pointers in one match is undeniably challenging. Even the illustrious Ray Allen, a paragon of 3-point shooting, accomplished this feat in only 48 games throughout his storied career. As for a triple-double, such an achievement appears insurmountable for Wong at present, as he has yet to even surpass double digits in scoring. Thus, the third option emerges as the most viable. During the match against the Warriors, Wong managed to provoke Draymond Green into a technical foul. Many seasoned players tend to possess fiery tempers, rendering them susceptible to provocation. A slight nudge is often enough to stir their emotions, leading to inevitable mistakes. Once a mistake is made, a technical foul is likely to follow. Each task completed enhances his skill by 2%. One day, he shall undoubtedly align perfectly with Bird's prowess. When that time comes, bolstered by an array of supportive tools, defeating the Lakers star will be well within reach. Chapter 7. The trash talk storage bag following the game against the Warriors. The Lakers' next destination is the high-altitude city of Salt Lake. Historically, matches against the Jazz have not been particularly popular. However, this time, due to the Lakers and Kobe's visit, the game has garnered a nationwide broadcast opportunity. Prior to the match, the entire arena stood in unison, applauding and cheering for Kobe. Theoretically, this could be Kobe's final appearance in Salt Lake City. Yet, the entire Jazz team is brimming with determination, eager to teach the Lakers a lesson. This is a golden opportunity to showcase themselves before a national audience. What could be more exhilarating than delivering a resounding defeat to the Lakers? Just a few years have passed since Kobe wreaked havoc in Salt Lake City, devastating the Jazz with his mid-range shots. Wong remains seated on the sidelines, as the coach certainly would not grant him an opportunity to start. Following his remarkable performance in the previous game, he briefly gained some media attention, but within a day, he vanished from the spotlight. After all, he was merely a supporting player, and the hero who delivered the game-winning shot was Kobe. The television networks incessantly replayed the footage of Kobe's decisive three-pointer. Only a handful of astute sports commentators would note that Wong was pivotal in the Lakers' comeback. Unfortunately, such sentiments went largely unheeded. The only individuals genuinely invested in Wong's journey were the domestic media and fans. In a live broadcast, the host initiated a discussion prior to the game. In the last match, Wong had played for 8 minutes, scoring 7 points, dishing out 3 assists, grabbing 2 rebounds, and recording 1 steal, effectively orchestrating the Lakers' resurgence. Today, they pondered whether Wong would be afforded more playing time. Indeed, It was rumored that he had signed a second 10-day contract with the Lakers, and there was hope that he would deliver an impressive performance. Should the Lakers choose to extend Wong's contract, they would have to offer a guaranteed contract rather than another short-term one. As the game commenced, the anticipation among the host and domestic fans was for Wong to secure a guaranteed contract and establish his foothold in the NBA. The game quickly began, and it was undeniable that the Jazz possessed greater strength than the Lakers. Given the Lakers' dismal record, any team would seem superior. From the outset, the Jazz opened up a lead against the Lakers. Their offense functioned normally, while the Lakers struggled, the sound of missed shots echoing throughout. By the end of the first quarter, the Jazz led the Lakers 32-18, a 14-point difference. The second quarter proved even grimmer, as the Jazz continued their relentless assault on the Lakers. The Lakers bench remained unable to convert their attempts, resulting in a quarter score of 28-18, widening the gap to 24 points. It appeared that the Lakers were once again facing defeat. In the first half, Wong did not receive any playing time. During halftime, the Lakers' locker room was enveloped in a profound silence. The miraculous victory from the previous game did not alter the team's fate. After all, miracles are extraordinary precisely because they do not occur consistently. Kobe sat in his seat, mute and contemplative. Throughout the first half, he managed only one successful shot out of 4 attempts, showcasing a dismal offensive desire and poor shooting touch. At the age of 36, following a devastating Achilles tendon injury, he was no longer the dynamic little flying man of yore. This season, his average points per game have plummeted to the lowest since the 1997-1998 season. Even more troubling, Kobe seemed to have lost his competitive fervor. In the past, even during a slump, he would relentlessly pursue scoring opportunities. After missing his first 10 shots, he would still attempt more. Now, however, should he feel off, he opts to pass rather than risk another miss. Is this still Kobe? Has he transformed into LeBron? In the last game, it was only in the final moments that he managed to recapture a semblance of his former self. Yet today in Salt Lake City, he was again diminished. The Jazz's French center, Rudy Gobert, loomed in the paint like an immovable mountain. Guarding the restricted area, he repeatedly disrupted the Lakers' layup attempts. By halftime, he had recorded 3 blocks. Lakers' center Hibbert, in facing Gobert, performed abysmally. He attempted 3 shots in the paint without success, scoring not a single point. As a center, he failed to draw any fouls, resulting in no free throw attempts. This player, once a formidable force with the Pacers and dubbed the Black Yao Ming, has seemingly withered in his role with the Lakers. Confronted with the team's waning morale, Coach Scott found himself at a loss for solutions. All he could do was repetitively offer insipid platitudes to encourage the team. Wong gazed at the desolate locker room and spoke out. In our last match, we triumphed over the league-leading Warriors. Is it truly impossible for us to prevail against the Jazz in Salt Lake City? We may have fallen behind by 24 points at halftime, yet there remains a chance for us to turn the tide in the second half. Upon Wong's conclusion, an eerie silence enveloped the locker room. Bear scoffed derisively and remarked, "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you truly believe that having triumphed over the Warriors in the last game, we can also conquer the Jazz?" Wong Dao, Gobert, how can you speak so despondently without reflecting on your own poor performance? Look at your statistics. How has Gobert reduced you to this state? Gobert, upon hearing this, rose in indignation. After all, he was once an all-star center. Wong, a mere guardian of the water dispenser, is a marginal player on a brief 10-day contract. How can one dare to challenge him after a single impressive quarter? Scott swiftly intervened to avert the escalating conflict between the two. Enough. If we cannot stand united within our own ranks, how can we possibly compete in the game? Scott then turned to Wong, inquiring, "You just mentioned that we have a chance for a comeback in the second half. How do you propose we achieve that?" Wong replied, "Let me take the court, and I shall turn the tide." Laughter erupted from the locker room. The Lakers players were convinced that Wong was rather delusional. After all, he had merely played a single impressive quarter the previous day. Today, he was already contemplating a grand comeback. Such audacity was truly remarkable. Among the players in the NBA, each possesses undeniable talent. Who has not faced a setback or two during a game? However, experiencing a setback in one game is an entirely different matter from facing them consistently. Yet, one individual remained silent amidst the laughter, Kobe. In Wong's confident declarations, Kobe perceived a reflection of himself from 20 years prior, the rookie yearning to step onto the court, sitting on the bench. Thus, Kobe remarked, "If you possess such confidence, why not give it a try in the second half?" Kobe was the true leader of the Lakers. His words held more weight than those of the coach. When Kobe suggested that Wong should take the court, Scott was compelled to arrange for Wong Shuang's appearance in the second half. As the second half commenced, Wong Shuang replaced Larry Nance in the starting lineup. The moment he stepped onto the court, a system task materialized. Side quest 02 activated. Los Angeles Lakers versus Utah Jazz. Ensure the point differential is within 4 points by the end of the game. Task difficulty, ghost level. Task reward, 50 system coins. Task completion rate, 001. Hidden task 02 activated. Ensure Kobe records over 10 missed shots in this game. Task difficulty, tiger level. Task reward, 30 system coins. Task item, Larry Bird's trash talk storage bag. Task completion rate, 001. Chapter 8, Psychological Warfare. Wong Shuang gazed at the two tasks before him, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. The side quest required him to close a 24-point deficit to within 4 points, a formidable challenge in Salt Lake City. The hidden task, intriguingly, was connected to Kobe Bryant. This time, the objective was not to suppress Kobe's scoring, but rather to compel him to miss his shots. How could one induce such a phenomenon? Firstly, it would be essential to ignite Kobe's offensive desire, while simultaneously ensuring that he did not find his rhythm and score too easily. This task indeed presented a considerable degree of difficulty. It appeared that the designer of this system harbored some grievances against Kobe. The main quest sought to usurp Kobe's position as the leader. The hidden task was not merely about preventing Kobe from scoring. It was about making him miss. Additionally, there was a prop awarded for the hidden task, Larry Bird's trash talk storage bag. Unlike the previous occasion, this item did not come with an experiential component. It seemed to be a gift bestowed upon him. If my conjecture is correct, it was likely a complimentary edition based on the template provided. Item name, Larry Bird's trash talk storage bag, item level. A description, capable of uttering the most piercing trash talk directed at each player, driving them to madness. Note, this item serves as an experiential prop for the hidden task and requires system currency for purchase in the marketplace. Choice equip. Wong Shuang certainly made the choice to participate. This equipment is truly exceptional. When drowsiness strikes, a pillow is a welcome relief. Today, the burden of committing technical fouls rests upon him. As the second half of the match commenced, Scott opted to send Wong Shuang onto the court as the starting power forward. After all, with a deficit of 24 points, one might as well treat a dead horse as if it were alive. Wong Shuang's debut astonished the host of the live broadcast. We witnessed Wong Shuang starting in the second half. The Lakers made a rather unexpected adjustment. After all, in the previous match against the Warriors, Wong Shuang had proven to be a surprising asset. Let us observe the impact of Wong Shuang's starting role in the second half. The essence of a surprise player lies in their unpredictability. Scott's decision to start Wong Shuang seems somewhat like a desperate gamble. Given the circumstances, why not give Wong Shuang a chance? I cautiously maintain optimism, hoping he can bring some change to the Lakers. Commentator Yang adopted a rational and objective stance. Meanwhile, fans in the live chat displayed more extreme reactions. Supporters of Wong Shuang proclaimed that his appearance heralded a Lakers comeback. The Lakers were about to sound the horn for a counterattack. Conversely, some detractors remained relentless. Among NBA spectators, there is never a shortage of inexplicable critics. They claimed the Lakers were merely flailing in desperation, relying on a player signed to a 10-day contract to turn the tide. Luck may favor once, but it seldom graces a second time. The Lakers appeared doomed, placing their hopes on him. Even before the game commenced, doubts about Wong Shuang were already prevalent. This sentiment has persisted since Yao Ming entered the NBA. Some fans seem anxious about their countrymen excelling abroad, expressing a duality of praise and criticism based on performance. Wong Shuang, unfazed by the surrounding noise, remained wholly focused on the court. The fans in Salt Lake City exhibited an extraordinary enthusiasm, creating an exceptionally loud atmosphere. The Jazz players expressed surprise as they witnessed Wong Shuang taking the place of Larry Nance. Prior to the tip-off, Gobert approached Wong Shuang and remarked, "Come into the paint and take a shot. I'll make you call me Dad." Wong Shuang nodded and replied, "All right, my dear son. The game hasn't even begun, yet we are already taking advantage of Gobert." The French center's face flushed with indignation as he thought to himself, "This kid truly has a sharp tongue. Soon, I shall show him his place in the paint." Gobert, towering with his long limbs, had previously made Hubert suffer greatly in his presence. Wong Shuang exhibited no fear whatsoever, for he was a player who relied on intellect. The second half commenced with the Lakers initiating the offense. The Lakers' primary ball handler was Lou Williams, known for his formidable offensive prowess, particularly in mid-range shooting. His shots often found the net with unerring precision, akin to a perfect swish, avoiding any contact with the rim. However, His playmaking abilities were rather average, constrained by a limited court vision due to his height. His defensive capabilities were nearly non-existent. As Williams advanced past half-court, the Jazz's defense aggressively herded him towards the baseline, nearly resulting in a turnover. The ball ricocheted off Gobert's foot and went out of bounds. This towering center possessed a formidable presence on defense, instilling considerable intimidation. Due to Hibbert's dismal offensive performance, he scarcely focused on defending him, instead directing his attention towards Williams. Stepping in to apply pressure, Wong strikes the baseline ball. Gobert approaches, waving his long arms to disrupt Wong. Wong gently bounced the ball in his hands. Suddenly, he inadvertently lost his grip, and the ball struck Gobert on the head. With a resounding thud, the ball flew out of bounds. Gobert, momentarily dazed, erupted in anger and forcefully shoved Wong. Being struck on the head by a player at the end of the bench with a ball was an utter humiliation for Gobert. Meanwhile, Wong wore an innocent expression and raised his hands to the referee, claiming it was an accident. The referee blew his whistle and reviewed the footage. After a thorough discussion, both players were assessed a technical foul. Scott approached to defend Wong, arguing that the incident was unintentional. He questioned why Gobert, who had retaliated, received only a single technical foul and suggested he should be ejected from the game. The referee shook his head, stating, "You have already received an advantage. This is Salt Lake City. Enough is enough." With that, Scott fell silent. The referee was indeed correct. This was Salt Lake City, the home of the Jazz. A fair ruling of mutual penalties was made. Gobert now carried a technical foul, and he would need to be more mindful of controlling his emotions and actions moving forward. As for whether Wong serve was a deliberate attempt to strike Gobert's head, only he could know for certain. The Lakers retained possession of the ball, and it was time for an inbound pass. This time, Gobert refrained from approaching. Wong secretly smiled, for he had successfully earned a technical foul. Indeed, Gobert was an excellent target for accumulating such infractions. The Lakers' offense faltered as Williams' long-range jumper missed the mark. The Jazz seized the rebound for a counterattack, yet their attempt also failed to find the net. As the second half commenced, both teams struggled to find a rhythm. Wong accompanied the players from both teams in their shuttle runs. Although he did not gain any advantageous opportunities, his mouth was far from idle. Armed with a treasure trove of banter, he commenced a psychological onslaught against the Jazz players. Hayward drove towards the basket for a layup, only to be thwarted by Hibbert's block. Wong immediately advanced to secure the finishing touch. Had you leapt just a tad higher, that shot would not have been blocked. Lou Williams penetrated the lane and executed a successful layup. Wong remarked to Gobert, "If only you could leap just a tad higher, you would have been able to block that shot." Wong's mental pollution is ubiquitous. He seizes every opportunity to disrupt the mindset of the Jazz players. Initially, the Jazz held a substantial lead, and the players played with ease. However, with Wong's incessant banter, they began to grow restless. The Lakers capitalized on this opportunity, narrowing the gap to within 20 points. Observing this, Coach Snyder called timeout. On the Jazz's bench, the players were seething with frustration. "I'll make sure to take down that number 10 from the Lakers. If he dares to shoot, I will swat his ball away. It was the first time I felt such an urge to silence someone. Give me the ball later. I want to take him one-on-one." Snyder, seeing the tension, urged everyone to remain calm, emphasizing the importance of composure. "We still hold a significant lead. Do not lose your focus. This is the Lakers' strategy to unsettle us. That kid is merely a bench warmer, a pawn. Do not fall into his trap." Snyder was convinced that Wong was a strategic move by Scott, sent to stir the pot and unsettle the Jazz players' psyche. It must be said he succeeded. When the timeout concluded, the Jazz players returned to the court, their frustrations slightly alleviated. Snyder stood at the sidelines directing the play. At that moment, Wong approached Snyder and remarked, "You look like a murderer. Coaching isn't for you. Prison suits you better." After saying this, Wong returned to the game. The usually composed Snyder suddenly erupted with fury, chasing after Wong, shouting, "Say that again. Repeat it." He charged onto the court, an action deemed unacceptable. The referee immediately intervened, issuing him a technical foul. An assistant coach rushed over to restrain Snyder. "Hey, what is wrong with you? You were just telling the players to stay calm." Snyder adjusted his collar and replied, "He said I look like a murderer. Do I?" He cast a glance at the assistant coach, who shivered in response, shaking his head, "No, not at all." Chapter 9. Kobe's Tenacity Player Template Task 1 completed. Induce 2 technical fouls from the opponent, enhancing the match compatibility with the peak ability of Larry Bird by 2. Current compatibility, 33. Snyder's technical foul allowed Wong to successfully complete his player template task. However, a mere 2% enhancement. Did it yield any significant change? Were his sprints faster? His jumps higher? Or was his shooting more precise? It seemed there was an improvement, yet it felt rather negligible. His tongue, however, had become increasingly sharp. Yet, one must be cautious not to overindulge in trash talk. Wong himself is burdened with a technical foul. Should he incur another, he would be relegated to the sidelines. He must concentrate his energies more intently on the game. Upon resuming play, the Jazz stabilized their footing with successful shots, their tactics appearing both lucid and methodical. Through patient movement, they sought opportunities, and Hood, positioned at the left perimeter, received the ball and executed a three-point shot with precision. Hood's shooting touch from beyond the arc is exceptional tonight. Conversely, the Lakers are playing in disarray. Clarkson, also entering as a substitute, executed a pick and roll, stepping just inside the three-point line to take a shot without any tactical foundation, relying solely on instinct. The attempt missed, yet Wong managed to secure the offensive rebound, demonstrating remarkable fortune in this regard. However, it is not merely luck. It stems from his astute judgment of the ball's trajectory. Upon gaining possession, Gobert closed in on him, provocatively urging him to shoot. "Go ahead, kid, shoot." Gobert taunted, anticipating Wong's folly to take a shot, ready to deliver a resounding block. Yet, Wong was not naive. He passed the ball to Kobe, encouraging him to take the shot. Kobe's desire to score tonight is alarmingly subdued. In the first half, he attempted only 4 shots, making just 1. Thus far in the second half, he has not taken a single shot. This is far from the typical Kobe we know. After receiving the ball, Kobe still refrained from shooting. Noticing Wong in the low post, he opted to pass it back to him. Wong received the ball, and Gobert was right there, towering with his long arms and legs, casting a shadow over everything. It was as if he had the advantage of a great tree, making it easy to withstand the pressure. Wong, feigning confidence, attempted to push the ball backward but was utterly ineffective. He passed the ball back to Kobe and shouted, "Shoot, you coward." Upon hearing Wong's taunt, Kobe's expression transformed. Indeed, Wong had delivered a verbal jab reminiscent of Larry Bird's notorious trash talk, striking deep into Kobe's core. The title of coward was the most intolerable label for Kobe. This time, he did not hesitate. Receiving the ball, he took a step, halted abruptly, and released a jump shot. His execution was flawless, yet, regrettably, the shot fell short. The power in his legs had waned. The same movement could no longer yield the results of his prime. Yet, Wong seemed to anticipate Kobe's miss. Like an eel, he slipped into the paint, cleverly maneuvering around Gobert to secure the optimal rebounding position. Gobert's rebounding statistics may appear impressive, but he has a notable flaw. He focuses solely on the ball, neglecting to box out opponents. His towering height often leads to suspicions of stat padding. Once he commits to marking a man, his teammates snatch the rebound from him. Consequently, the ball once again found its way into Wong's hands. The commentators in the live stream were astonished. Wong had claimed another offensive rebound. While one might attribute a single recovery to luck, securing 2 undoubtedly speaks to skill. His judgment of rebounding opportunities was truly commendable. Rebounds are not solely the domain of the tall. Many adept rebounders stand at modest heights. Wong's performance evoked thoughts of Dennis Rodman, who, despite securing rebounds, often chose to pass rather than shoot, still setting up Kobe. Receiving another pass from Wong, Kobe felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of reckless shooting. He drove towards the basket, executing a challenging left-handed layup. The effort was arduous, as he stumbled yet managed to score. After the basket, Kobe pointed at Wong, signaling, "Kid, I am no coward." Wong raised his hands in a gesture of surrender and said, "Then you must attack, ceaselessly. Just look at your shooting. Are you afraid of missing?" Kobe retorted, "I dare to shoot multiple air balls in the playoffs. Do you think I'm afraid of missing?" Kobe was somewhat irked. In his rookie season, 1996 to 1997, the Lakers faced the Utah Jazz in the playoffs. The Jazz of '97 were at their zenith, featuring the formidable duo of Malone and Stockton. Meanwhile, the Lakers' Shaquille O'Neal was new to the scene, and Kobe was merely a rookie. The Lakers were no match for the Jazz and were soundly defeated. In Game 5, held in Salt Lake City, the Lakers found themselves trailing 1-3. A loss would mean elimination. Despite being down by 20 points, they rallied back to tie the game at 87. In the final moments, the coach entrusted the last shot to rookie Kobe. Unfortunately, he missed with an air ball, squandering the opportunity for a game winner. In overtime, Kobe missed 3 additional chances to take the lead, all resulting in air balls. At that time, Kobe was exceedingly young, and facing such a formidable opponent under immense pressure, he lacked the ability to fulfill the task. In a similar situation, another player might have been deterred after their first air ball, hesitant to shoot again. Yet Kobe persisted, undeterred by failure. Whether one calls him headstrong or arrogant, his courage, confidence, and determination foreshadowed his future success. In the blink of an eye, 20 years have passed. As a professional athlete, Kobe has aged. He himself acknowledges the passage of time. His scoring has diminished, and his shot accuracy has waned. He can no longer move with the same agility, nor shoot with the same precision. Most critically, his once unwavering heart has begun to waver, for he has decided to depart from the game. Yet, this game has brought him back to Salt Lake City. Provoked by Wong's banter, he feels as though he has returned to that raucous night in 1997. Regardless of the jeers from the Salt Lake City fans, or the immense pressure following consecutive airballs, he firmly believes that he will make the next shot. This confidence is the inner drive that has propelled him to 5 championships. Pass me the ball. I want to shoot, and don't sub me out. As the third quarter reached its midpoint, an official timeout was called. Scott contemplated substituting Kobe, but he vehemently refused to leave the court, demanding that his teammates pass him the ball. I want to shoot. Who can stop me? He declared. Apart from the hoop itself, no one could impede him. Wong realized that her objective had been accomplished. Raising her gaze to the scoreboard, she noted the score, 71-56, a margin of 15 points. There was still time to play. Wong said to Kobe, "Kobe, you need not worry about shooting. I shall secure the rebounds beneath the basket." Wong's words seemed somewhat disrespectful towards Kobe. What does it imply? That I can miss shots, perhaps? In the first half, he made 1 out of 4 attempts, while in the second half, Kobe managed 2 out of 5, along with 3 missed shots. However, Wong is indeed impressive. Despite his height, wingspan, and vertical leap not being particularly remarkable, he has already secured 3 offensive rebounds in the second half. Some players struggle to achieve even 3 offensive rebounds in an entire game. Indeed, I am referring to you, Hibbert. Upon concluding his remarks about Kobe, Wong turned to Hibbert and said, "Big black pillar, could you play with a bit more tenacity? Can you not push yourself to the basket to secure a few more offensive rebounds, allowing our perimeter players to shoot with confidence? Are you truly that intimidated by Gobert? Will you merely stand by and watch him flaunt his arrogance?" During the halftime break, Hibbert engaged in a heated debate with Wong. Now, confronted once more, he found himself at a loss for words. This was largely because Wong's observations were indeed accurate. Since Hibbert's entrance, the Lakers had significantly closed the scoring gap. Provoked by Wong's words, Hibbert's competitive spirit was ignited. Once a celebrated all-star center, a formidable presence known for his 2010 performances against the Heat, how had he fallen to such a state? Truly, a tiger brought low. I don't need your guidance. When I was playing, you were still sipping on milk. Hibbert retorted defiantly to Wong. Wong wished that you could exhibit such steadfastness on the field. Chapter 10, Tactical Coordination. In the third quarter, Wong had yet to score. However, his rebounding and verbal jabs significantly impacted the game, dampening the Jazz's morale while invigorating the Lakers' spirit. During the live broadcast, commentator Sue Kuhn remarked that despite Wong's modest tally of rebounds and a technical foul, his mere presence on the court transformed the Lakers' energy, suppressing the Jazz's bravado and uplifting the spirits of his teammates. Wong resembled a catfish, stirring up the entire atmosphere upon his entry and revitalizing the Lakers' fervor. Kufan nodded in agreement, noting that in the first half, Kobe displayed little offensive desire, yet after Wong's consecutive rebounds, Kobe began to assert himself offensively, albeit with low efficiency. Before Kufan could finish his thought, Kobe returned from a timeout, driving to the basket for a successful layup. Hibbert and Wong executed a high pick and roll, allowing Kobe to exploit the rhythm and overpower Hayward. This season, Kobe's penetrative plays have dwindled. His legs no longer possess the same vigor due to a significant Achilles injury that has diminished his explosive power. He now relies entirely on his experience and skill. As Wong observed Kobe's predicament, having missed 6 shots with only 4 remaining to reach 10, it was imperative to create opportunities for him swiftly. The Jazz, having called a timeout, made their adjustments, intensifying their assault on the paint. They employed pick-and-roll strategies, with Gobert fiercely charging towards the basket. Hibbert's footwork in defending the pick-and-roll posed significant issues. Once he committed, there was no turning back. Gobert received the ball and leapt high, aiming for a powerful two-handed dunk. However, Wong was determined not to allow Gobert the chance to elevate his spirits. From behind, he forcefully pulled Gobert down, Gobert's attempt at a dunk failed, and he fell to the ground. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Without a moment's hesitation, Wong raised his hand to acknowledge his foul. A chorus of boos erupted from the crowd. Gobert, upon rising, charged towards Wong. In response, Wong, with hands raised and back turned to Gobert, sought to avoid any confrontation. "You bastard! Have the guts to face me one-on-one," Gobert shouted vehemently, pointing at Wong. Yet, Wong remained unfazed, even suppressing a smile within. Gobert had already incurred a technical foul. After receiving a warning from the referee, he finally subdued his aggression. However, his mindset had become unsettled. In a state of agitation, he missed both free throws. Wong foul was justified. Wong secured the rebound, initiating a swift counterattack for the Lakers. Kobe Bryant received the ball and, following a screen, charged towards the basket, executing a beautiful jump shot that found its mark for 2 points. Kobe has scored once again. The Jazz responded with their own quick play. Hayward aimed to catch the Lakers off guard with a Euro step, attempting to maneuver past the returning Wong. However, Wong positioned himself impeccably, standing firm like a steadfast pillar in the paint. Hayward's forceful layup fell short. Hibbert collected the defensive rebound, and the Lakers launched another counterattack. The ball was shared seamlessly among teammates, and Kobe received it again, piercing through the Jazz's defense. This time, the Jazz's interior was heavily fortified. Kobe, facing 3 defenders, attempted a layup but failed to score. Yet, Hibbert was right behind him, seizing the offensive rebound. With no defenders in sight, he executed a powerful two-handed dunk. After the basket, Hibbert clenched his fists and let out a roar, his frustration boiling over from being consistently thwarted by Gobert, enduring block after block and numerous missed attempts. The Lakers' morale began to surge, while the Jazz's shooting touch began to wane. Hood, who had previously excelled, took a mid-range jumper following a screen. But it was evident from the moment it left his hands that it lacked the necessary strength. Wong shouted rebound, and firmly positioned himself against his opponent. Randall exerted himself to secure the rebound. Lou Williams seized the ball and initiated a fast break, disregarding any tactical considerations, charging forward with determination. He aggressively attacked the basket, drawing a foul from the adversary. Lou stepped to the free throw line, where his shooting was remarkably reliable. He converted both attempts, narrowing the score to 71-60, reducing the deficit to 11 points. Lou's free throws were so precise that any contact with the net, even if the ball did not go through, signaled a miss. The commentator, Yang E, praised Lou's shooting accuracy, noting its unwavering consistency. The Jazz remained resolute in their strategy of continuous pick and rolls, targeting the interior. However, Hibbert became less active near the basket. Gobert, position high, allowed him to shoot freely, unconcerned about his mid-range capabilities. Ultimately, the ball found its way to Hayward, who attempted to handle it with isolation. Missing shots seemed to be contagious, as Hayward's drive to the basket also failed to yield points. The Lakers seized a promising opportunity to reduce the deficit to under 10 points. Kobe secured a defensive rebound, gestured to his teammates to halt the fast break, and signaled for a well-executed play. Wong pondered, why hesitate? What tactics could one employ? A strong shot following a pick and roll? To his astonishment, Wong accurately predicted the outcome. Kobe executed a mid-range shot following the pick and roll. His desire to score was fervently ignited. Alas, the rim offered no mercy. The Jazz seized this opportunity to launch a counterattack. Hood, receiving a pass from Hayward, successfully converted a layup. The score now stood at 73-60, with the deficit increasing to 13 points once more. Wong stepped forward and said, "Boss, why don't you have everyone steady themselves and devise a strategy? Is this how you intend to play?" Kobe replied, "I had to learn how to play basketball from you?" Wong remarked, "You may seek my cooperation. Refrain from engaging in pick and rolls with Hibbert any longer." To which he responded, "Kobe's primary choice for pick and rolls is always Hibbert, as he serves as a formidable presence, effectively obstructing defenders. However, there lies a flaw in executing the pick and roll with Hibbert. There is virtually no follow-up. Hibbert's speed in rolling to the basket is sluggish, and with Gobert patrolling the paint, passing to him often results in a blocked shot. Should Hibbert drift outside, his lack of shooting ability renders any pass futile. Thus, the pick and roll with Hibbert becomes merely a screen without the roll, leaving Kobe with the options to either drive or shoot. Furthermore, Gobert consistently positions himself in the paint following each pick, compelling Kobe to resort to shooting in most scenarios. The offensive efficiency under such circumstances is predictably dismal. As for Wong Shuang, Kobe's trust in him remains insufficient, as their collaborative efforts in practice have been minimal. Nevertheless, Kobe has decided to place his faith in Wong Shuang. Up to this point, the young man's words and actions have displayed a commendable reliability. Once again, with Kobe in possession, his offensive eagerness surged notably in the second half. At the high post, Kobe initiated a one-on-one, calling for a pick, and this time, Wong Shuang stepped forward to set the screen effectively. Kobe penetrated and distributed the ball to Wong Shuang, who retreated to receive a pass. Finding himself with a clear opportunity beyond the three-point arc, he released a shot. This marked Wong Shuang's inaugural attempt at a basket in the match. Kobe's drive had drawn the attention of two Jazz defenders, leaving Wong Shuang entirely unguarded at the left side 45-degree angle for a three-pointer. Wong Shuang has been immersed in the fish market for a decade, his heart colder than steel, his hand harder than iron. Whoosh! A three-point shot. The ball swishes through the net. Magnificent! Wong Shuang's three-pointer. The score now stands at 73-63, with the Lakers trailing by only 10 points. A mere 10 points. This margin represents a psychological barrier. Once crossed, the mentality of both teams shifts. The Lakers grow increasingly formidable, while the Jazz become increasingly frantic. As the third quarter approaches its conclusion, Kobe, positioned at the elbow, skillfully navigates his defender to execute a buzzer beater from mid-range. 80-81. The Lakers reclaim a 1-point lead over the Jazz. In the third quarter, Kobe attempted 12 shots, hitting 6 and missing 6, achieving an impressive 50% success rate. The fans in Salt Lake City are reminded of the dread they felt in the 2009 and 2010 playoffs, as Kobe dominated with his mid-range prowess. Kobe voluntarily shares a high five and an embrace with Wong Shuang, his eyes gleaming with a long-dormant ferocity. Wong Shuang, feeling utterly elated, realizes he has completed his hidden task 02, earning himself 30 system coins. Chapter 11. The pick and roll. It has been said that basketball is synonymous with the pick and roll. While this statement may not fully capture the essence of the game, it undeniably highlights the pivotal role that the pick and roll plays in basketball strategy. The Utah Jazz, in their heyday, became renowned throughout the league for their mastery of this tactic. Whether it was the legendary duo of Stockton and Malone or the later partnership of Darren Williams and Carlos Boozer, the pick and roll remained their signature maneuver. As players in the league have honed their shooting abilities, the application of the pick and roll has become increasingly prevalent. In contrast, the Los Angeles Lakers have historically placed less emphasis on this tactic, largely due to their abundance of superstar talent. During the 1980s, their Showtime fast-break offense overwhelmed opponents with sheer speed. Later, with the likes of Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant, the need for pick and rolls diminished, as their triangle offense provided ample opportunities for isolation plays to resolve challenges. Kobe, in his prime, could attract 2 to 3 defenders with ease, rendering the presence of a teammate for a screen unnecessary. In fact, an additional player could inadvertently draw another defender, complicating matters. However, the current iteration of Kobe lacks the ability to dominate any defensive matchup single-handedly. His technical prowess remains impeccable, yet his legs no longer afford him the agility to evade defenders, nor the vertical leap required to finish strong. He now finds himself in need of a partner to create space. Regrettably, the Lakers' execution of the pick and roll leaves much to be desired. Roy Hibbert often screens without rolling, while Julius Randle tends to rely solely on isolation plays, neglecting the art of setting effective screens. His attempts at screening are mere feints, failing to provide Kobe with the necessary room to operate. This leaves Scott in a state of frustration and Kobe feeling powerless. In a recent match against the Jazz, however, Kobe discovered that Wong Shuang proved to be an excellent partner for the pick and roll. Although not particularly tall, Wong possesses a robust physique and broad shoulders, making him an ideal screen setter. Furthermore, he approaches each screen with patience and composure, unlike Randle, who often anticipates receiving the ball before completing the screen, leaving the defense unaffected, rendering the screen ineffective. As the third quarter progressed, the Lakers took the lead. By the fourth quarter, Kobe had fully unleashed his potential. Scott recognized that as long as Wong was on the court, even without scoring, he contributed positively to the Lakers' efforts. Consequently, at the start of the fourth quarter, Scott allowed Wong a brief respite before promptly ensuring he remained on the floor for the duration of the game. Wong Shuang, while providing screens for Kobe and orchestrating plays, occasionally seized opportunities to shoot three-pointers. Simultaneously, he perpetuated his psychological warfare on the defensive end. The trash talk emanating from Bird's reservoir of quips flowed ceaselessly, akin to an unending river. Not only were the players and coaches of the Jazz subjected to Wang Shuang's relentless verbal onslaught, but even the spectators present were engaged in a reciprocal exchange of familial barbs with him, offering commentary and discussions on the private affairs of both parties. Wang Shuang has lived in the United States for many years and has faced countless instances of unfair treatment and discrimination as a Chinese individual. To him, the monotonous verbal attacks from Americans are akin to mere tickling. However, equipped with his arsenal, Wang Shuang delivers his retorts with remarkable satisfaction. By the end of the match, the Lakers triumphed over the Jazz with a score of 101-95, successfully turning the tide with a 6-point advantage. As Wang Shuang made his way from the players' tunnel back to the locker room, he engaged in passionate and profound exchanges with the Jazz fans. However, within him, there was a tranquil joy. He was elated by yet another hard-fought victory. The secondary mission 02 had been completed, earning him 50 system coins. Additionally, the hidden mission 02 was also fulfilled, granting him another 30 system coins. The completion rate of the main mission reached 4,100, resulting in an additional reward of 80 system coins. Thus, he now possessed a total of 160 system coins, bringing him one step closer to the 500 coins needed to purchase the assembly whistle. The atmosphere in the Lakers' locker room was one of jubilation. Kobe had scored the highest for the team with 23 points. In previous seasons, such a score would have been deemed underwhelming for him, as he was once the man who could easily net 40 points in a single game. However, this season, 23 points represented a commendable achievement for Kobe. He had attempted 22 shots, making 9, while missing 13. In contrast, Wang Shuang exhibited remarkable efficiency, shooting 3 times and making 2, both from beyond the arc. Though he only tallied 6 points, he also contributed 5 assists and secured 9 rebounds, 5 of which were on the offensive end, all within just half a game. Furthermore, he had drawn 3 technical fouls from the Jazz, 1 each from Gobert, the Jazz coach, and Hayward. The fact that even the usually composed Hayward was incited to fury by Wang Shuang's antics speaks volumes about the formidable nature of his trash-talking repertoire. This was, after all, a permanent asset. With such a tool at his disposal, Wang Shuang felt invigorated. This time, Kobe took the initiative to bring Wang Shuang along to the post-game press conference. "Come on, kid. We collaborate on the court and off it as well." Although his statistics were not particularly striking, Kobe recognized that Wang Shuang was a transformative presence for the team. While he was brimming with banter during the game, he adopted a humble demeanor post-match, even growing somewhat reticent. When faced with reporters' inquiries, his responses were succinct. "In the first half, you were absent, and the Lakers trailed by 24 points. Upon your arrival in the second half, the team surged ahead. What changes did you bring to the game? A new nationality. Previously, you traversed several teams and finally showcased commendable performance. Is there a secret to your success? Diligent training. Opportunity favors the well-prepared. Your next opponent is the Houston Rockets, a team you were once a part of before being waived. What are your thoughts on the upcoming match? We will win." As the Q&A session concluded, several reporters murmured, expressing disbelief at the disparity between his on-field demeanor and his exuberant banter. His incessant stream of trash talk left the journalists observing from the sidelines utterly astounded. A Chinese individual, capable of delivering such fluent repartee, surpassed even those hailing from the most impoverished neighborhoods. Wang Shuang, alongside the Lakers, has secured yet another victory. Across the vast ocean, the number of fans supporting Wang Shuang has increased. Correspondingly, with support comes disparagement. Advocates of Wang Shuang firmly believe that he is destined to establish himself in the NBA, becoming yet another Chinese player to achieve remarkable feats in the league. Conversely, detractors argue that Wang Shuang's success is merely a fleeting moment, pointing out that his statistics are rather unimpressive. In the first half, he managed to score only 2 3-pointers, totaling 6 points, although he did seize a considerable number of rebounds. However, his rebounds appear to have been garnered through sheer luck. He is not a center, and it is improbable for him to secure such a multitude of offensive rebounds in every match. Fans often find it challenging to truly grasp the dynamics of the court, lacking awareness of the player's mental fortitude and morale. They remain oblivious to the fact that Wang Shuang has inspired Kobe and motivated the entire team. Otherwise, the Lakers would surely have faced a devastating defeat. As he sits aboard the private jet returning to Los Angeles, Wang Shuang drifts into a deep slumber, dreaming of donning the Lakers jersey and lifting the O'Brien trophy. Chapter 12, The Landlady. Wang Shuang alighted from the plane and returned to her apartment in Los Angeles, only to discover her belongings scattered in the hallway. What was happening? Were these not her possessions? Why had they been discarded into the corridor? Wang Shuang gazed at the table lamps, clothing, bookshelves, and other belongings, all of which were his. The bookshelf still held several trophies, remnants of the honors he had earned during his university years. These cherished possessions lay haphazardly in the hallway, their duration of confinement unknown. As he reached for his keys to unlock the door, he discovered, to his dismay, that the lock had been replaced. Wang Shuang knocked vigorously on the door of the neighboring apartment, demanding, "Open the door. Open the door. Why have you thrown my belongings into the hallway?" After a moment, the door creaked open. A voluptuous woman clad in silk pajamas stood before him, her hair damp and emanating a rich fragrance. Upon seeing Wang Shuang, rather than covering herself, she leaned forward enticingly. "Ah, Wang Shuang, you have finally returned. So, have you made your decision?" Her eyes sparkled, pools of moisture fixated on Wang Shuang, as if awaiting his response. Wang Shuang unconsciously took a step back and remarked, "What am I considering? Why are all my belongings in the hallway? Have you even changed the lock?" The woman smiled softly and replied, "You owe me a week's rent, and according to the terms of our contract, I should have evicted you long ago. Today, I have merely moved your things out, which is quite generous of me. This is Los Angeles, where rent is calculated daily, and I have already granted you a grace period out of consideration for you." As she spoke, the woman reached out and gently tapped Wang Shuang's broad chest. Wang Shuang hurriedly recoiled. "Ms. Chun, please have some self-respect." This woman, Jessica Chun, was Wang Shuang's landlord, an alluring, sophisticated, single Chinese woman. Jessica Chun let out a playful laugh. "Are you truly not considering it? As long as you are willing to spend some time with me, your rent could be waived, and you wouldn't need to exert yourself so much playing basketball." It turned out to be an opportunity for living off someone else's indulgence. Wang Shuang gazed at Jessica Chun's exquisite figure and stunning beauty, unable to suppress a swallow. In the face of such temptation, which man could remain unmoved? Wang Shuang steeled his resolve and replied, "I am sorry, but I shall not cease pursuing my dreams, nor shall I ever rely on others for sustenance." A peculiar glimmer emanated from Jessica Chun's gaze. With her arms crossed, she inquired, "And what shall become of my rent?" Wang Shuang hurriedly exclaimed, "I have already signed a new contract. Not only can I settle my previous debts, but I can also extend my rental period for a while longer. Once I secure a guaranteed contract in the future, I will be able to move out from here and purchase my own apartment." Upon hearing Wang Shuang's words, Jessica Chun's eyes momentarily dimmed. However, she swiftly regained her enchanting demeanor and replied, "That sounds wonderful. You may cover the rent, but you will need to pay the penalty for breach of contract." Wang Shuang had just signed a contract worth $50,000, granting him a sense of financial ease. He confidently patted his chest and declared, "No problem. But first, you must hand me the keys to the house." Jessica Chun produced a key, waving it playfully before Wang Shuang, before gently tucking it into the depths of her bosom. "The key is here. Come and retrieve it," she teased. Wang Shuang initially endeavored to restrain himself from looking. However, the situation has now reached a point where he must gaze, regardless of his intentions. He suppressed the impulsive urge of his hands and the flow of blood from his nose, stating, "Miss Chun, do not compel me." Jessica Chun tilted her head slightly and replied, "Am I truly compelling you? The key is right here. Surely you can reach out and take it?" "Very well. This is as you have said." Wang Shuang clenched his fists and took a deep breath. Suddenly, he wrapped his arms around Jessica Chun's waist and lifted her off the ground. Amidst the landlord's startled exclamations, Wang Shuang turned her upside down, her head hanging down and legs elevated. The keys that had been resting on his chest clattered to the floor. At this moment, Wang Shuang reinstated Jessica, gently placing her back on the ground. Jessica Chun, her face flushed and hair disheveled, straightened her attire and glared at Wang Shuang, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? Just because you possess greater strength, do you take me for a puppet?" Wang Shuang picked up the keys from the ground and scratched his head, apologizing. "I sincerely regret resorting to such a measure. I shall take the keys and will transfer the rent to you shortly." With that, he opened the door to the adjacent room and began to move his belongings inside. Jessica Chun, in a fit of anger, slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Wang Shuang shook his head, finding such a landlady quite troublesome. After tidying up his belongings, he retired to his modest rental room for the night. At the break of dawn the following day, he rose early to train at the gym. To his surprise, he encountered Jessica Chun, who was out for her morning run. "Good morning, landlady," he greeted. "What landlady? I am single," Jessica retorted, her figure undeniably accentuated by her form-fitting leggings and cropped tank top. "All right, Miss Chun. I shall be on my way to train. Farewell." "Wait a moment," Jessica called out, halting Wang Shuang. "What is it?" he inquired. "I transferred the money to you yesterday. Haven't you received it?" "That's not it. Are we only discussing the rent? Then what exactly is your concern? I passed by the newsstand during my morning run and saw you in the newspaper. I must say, your basketball skills are quite impressive. No wonder you can afford to pay the rent. Wang Shuang smiled, realizing that he had made it onto the local newspapers in Los Angeles. Wang Shuang's performance has garnered the attention of the local media. Hey, would you like to come over to my place tonight for a drink to celebrate? Jessica Chun said to Wang Shuang, her eyes brimming with allure. Wang Shuang hurriedly replied, well, there's a match tonight. Thank you for your invitation. Perhaps next time. With that, he dashed away. Jessica Chun watched his retreating figure, a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes. She thought to herself, what an intriguing boy. Wang Shuang arrived at the Toyota Center, which, contrary to popular belief, is not the home of the Houston Rockets, but rather the arena of the NHL team. The Los Angeles Kings. The Lakers' practice facility is located on the lower level of this venue. Although the Lakers are a prestigious basketball franchise, the Buss family, their owners, does not possess great wealth. The training facility is rather humble, situated in the basement. Typically, during practice sessions, Wang Shuang is often overlooked. However, this time was different. During the breaks in training, journalists began to take notice of him. A reporter from Tencent Sports approached Wang Shuang for an interview. Wang Shuang, being one of their own, readily accepted the inquiry. After posing a few straightforward questions, the reporter delved into matters that piqued the interest of numerous fans. The reporter asked Wang Shuang, what are your thoughts on the upcoming match against your former team, the Rockets? The Lakers' next opponent is indeed the Rockets, a highly anticipated showdown. Both teams have historically enjoyed immense popularity in China. Legends like Yao Ming, Kobe Bryant, and Tracy McGrady have graced these courts. And the memorable 2009 Lakers-Rockets battle remains fresh in the minds of many. Moreover, the former Lakers player Dwight Howard now dons the Rockets' colors. In essence, the narrative surrounding this encounter is rich and varied. This time, there is an added layer to the discussion. Wang Shuang himself, having spent a brief period with the Rockets, he signed a short contract but was deprived of any playing time. Reflecting on his days in Houston, Wang Shuang feels discomfort. He did not receive the respect he deserved. The Rockets' general manager, Daryl Morey, is a shrewd businessman. His signing of Wang Shuang was merely a strategy to tap into the Chinese market. After securing a couple of advertising partnerships, he promptly released Wang Shuang. Before the contract, he expressed intentions to nurture Wang Shuang, hoping to see him thrive. Yet post-signing, Wang found himself relegated to the bench, with no opportunities presented. In response to such a callous organization, Wang Shuang's stance is clear. We will triumph in this match, and I will dismantle the Rockets. Chapter 13. No opportunities. Chinese athletes are traditionally known for their humility and restraint off the court. Even Yao Ming, famed for his emotional intelligence, is primarily characterized by his humor. They seldom engage in the pre-game bravado, often exhibited by American players, declaring intentions to defeat this or that opponent. However, Wang Shuang is an exception. He boldly declared, I will dismantle the Rockets. To win the match is one thing, but to dismantle them? Wang Shuang emphasizes, I will dismantle the Rockets. This proclamation ignited fervent discussions across various basketball forums in China. How do people perceive Wang Shuang's assertion of dismantling the Rockets? The consensus seems to be in support of Wang Shuang. Dismantle the Rockets. The young man exhibits confidence. He needs to keep pushing forward. Yet, there are those who express skepticism, asserting he has only played 2 games. Let us see how he performs in dismantling them. Others question whether he will even get a chance to play against the Rockets. Detractors argue, if it weren't for Wang Shuang, could the Lakers have made those comebacks in the first 2 games? If Scott doesn't start Wang Shuang, he must be a fool. In response to this, some retort, do you still not think Scott is foolish? The Lakers seem to be in dire straits, clinging to Wang Shuang as their lifeline. Although he is Chinese, I must say, he may only reach the heights of his second Lin sanity before a swift decline. Let's not hold our breath. Is he really comparable to Lin? Can he truly rise to such heights? He is merely a role player. The fervor surrounding the Houston Rockets remains as acidic as ever, with the discontent stemming from the performance of underwhelming players who, upon joining the Lakers, suddenly become the subject of disdain. A mere short-term contract player, relegated to the bench, is treated as if he were a treasure. Is it not said that the Lakers are in pursuit of superstars? Can this individual truly ascend to such heights? The forums have become a battleground of heated debate, particularly between the fans of the Rockets and those of the Lakers. Due to the legacy of Yao Ming, the Rockets have long been the largest gathering of fans in the nation, boasting a colossal following. Even years after his retirement, the loyalty and nostalgia of fans continue to yield a remarkable presence. In contrast, the Lakers supporters form the second largest faction. The rivalry between these two groups has always been pronounced. Whenever the two teams clash, the online atmosphere is rife with animosity. On the court, players engage in fierce confrontations. While off the court, fans exchange barbs in a relentless back and forth. The victors revel in their triumph, while the vanquished stubbornly cling to their pride. In instances of intense competition or controversy, the aftermath often results in server crashes across various websites. Wong has had the experience of playing for both teams. However, his time with the Rockets was far from pleasant, and he held a strong disdain for the management, deeming them miserly and lacking in humanity. He is acutely aware of the online debates surrounding him, but he finds no inclination to respond. Triumphing in the game and overwhelming his opponents serves as the most eloquent retort. That evening, the Lakers were set to face the visiting Houston Rockets at the Staples Center. In the Lakers' locker room, the atmosphere was opulent and spacious, befitting the home team. Coach Scott undertook some pre-game arrangements. When the topic of the starting power forward arose, Scott hesitated. Originally, the starting forward was meant to be the young Larry Nance. Yet, due to a minor injury, Nance found himself on the injury list and would miss the game. In the decision between Randall and Wong, Scott found himself in a quandary. Upon witnessing the scene, Wong exclaimed, "Coach, allow me to start." Randall, upon hearing this, felt an undeniable irritation. In terms of experience and standing, Randall undoubtedly surpassed Wong. Moreover, Randall possessed a lofty ambition. Following these two matches, comparisons between him and Wong had already begun to surface, with murmurs suggesting that Randall was overly focused on statistics, rendering him less beneficial to the team than Wong. Others remarked that Randall tended to play solo, while Wong was the epitome of a true team player. Scott glanced at Wong, then at Randall. For this match, the starting power forward would be Randall, while Wong will provide greater support for the team from the bench. Wong felt a tinge of disappointment. Meanwhile, Randall let out a sigh of relief. It was truly embarrassing to be overtaken for a starting position by an undrafted player. Just before taking the court, Kobe approached Wong to offer some words of comfort. "You will have your chance to play. Take your time, for you have many days ahead of you." Kobe was gradually coming to appreciate Wong's capabilities. Wong nodded, feeling grateful for Kobe's encouragement. However, a thought crossed his mind. "My primary objective with the Lakers is to usurp your position as the star player. Securing a starting spot is merely the first step." As the evening's game commenced, the starting players from both teams took to the court. Upon seeing that Wong had not been granted a starting opportunity, Rockets fans immediately began to mock him in the live chat. Is this all? Can he really take on the Rockets? After just 2 games, he's already getting ahead of himself. Nevertheless, the majority of fans still rallied behind Wong, reminding everyone that the game had only just begun and that he was, after all, a substitute. Coming off the bench, he'll still annihilate your Rockets. Useless Rockets. Naturally, as the banter continued, some resorted to foul language, leading to a heated exchange online. The game officially began with the referee's toss. The Rockets, having reached the Western Conference Finals last season with Harden and Howard as their core, undoubtedly held a superior strength compared to the Lakers. However, internal strife plagued the Rockets, particularly the discord between Howard and Harden. This season, their performance had significantly declined, currently standing at 21 wins and 20 losses, teetering on the brink of playoff contention. From the outset, the Rockets showcased a formidable offensive display. Ariza opened the scoring with a 3-pointer, followed closely by Harden's step-back jump shot. On the Lakers side, Kobe assisted Hibbert for a 2-point score, and soon after, he assumed the role of playmaker, frequently assisting his teammates. Both teams exhibited a vibrant offensive style, yet Kobe stood out remarkably. In the previous game, under Wong's pressure, he had taken more shots and scored 23 points. In this encounter, however, he transformed into a master facilitator, continuously setting up his teammates. By the end of the first quarter, Kobe had delivered an astonishing 7 assists, an exceedingly rare feat. His performance helped the Lakers gain a narrow lead of 31-28 at the end of the first quarter. In the first quarter, Wong was not given the opportunity to play, leaving him in a state of restless anxiety. In Scott's eyes, Wong was a hidden gem. In the previous 2 matches, he had been utilized as a last resort when the team was trailing significantly, and to everyone's surprise, his presence proved to be beneficial. However, against the Rockets, with the team performing commendably in the first quarter, Scott decided against putting Wong on the court. During the break of the first quarter, Wong expressed his urgency, asking the coach, "Why have I not been given the chance to play?" The coach replied, "I will provide you with an opportunity. Do not fret. Scott remained relatively patient, adding, "If it were another coach, would I need to ask for your opinion on whom to use?" Wong Shuangxing pondered. Must the team be trailing for me to take the court? Yet he also considered, given the Lakers' strength this season, it would be challenging to avoid falling behind. Chapter 14. Those who desire victory. Wong Shuang remained oblivious to the fact that his absence from the starting lineup was, in truth, a directive from the management. Initially, Coach Scott had intended to include Wong Shuang in the first team. However, just before the match commenced, owner Jeannie Buss approached Scott for a discussion. "Jeannie Buss, Byron, the team's recent performance has been commendable." Scott, "Indeed, 2 remarkable comebacks, albeit with a touch of luck." Jeannie Buss, "It seems that luck has arrived at an inopportune moment." Scott, "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Jeannie Buss, "Do you recall our plan for this season?" Scott, "Certainly. The first priority is to ensure Kobe enjoys a fitting conclusion to his final season before retirement. The second is to strive for a top draft pick next season." Jeannie Buss, "Exactly. The first objective has been satisfactorily achieved. Yet, it appears we've been winning games lately." Scott, "Winning is undoubtedly positive. Everyone is pleased, including Kobe." Jeannie Buss, "However, this contradicts our strategic goals. Do you believe that the number 10 player will be our solution and our future?" Scott, "It seems unlikely at best. He resembles a second Lin, possessing considerable commercial appeal." Jeannie Buss, "The Lakers' commercial value lies in championships and superstars, not in underdog triumphs. We must focus on nurturing our rookies." Scott, "Understood." After such a conversation, Wong Shuang's chances of starting have evaporated. To put it plainly, a player on a short 10-day contract is not part of the team's long-term plans. The Lakers will not alter their strategy merely because they have won 2 games. As the second quarter commences, Little Buss, wearing a baseball cap, observes the game from the sidelines, his expression perpetually somber. On the opposite side of the stands, his sister Jeannie Buss is present. Seated beside Jeannie are Kobe's 2 daughters and his wife, Vanessa. Since the passing of their father, the siblings have been embroiled in a struggle for control of the team, with Little Buss currently holding the upper hand. He hopes for Kobe to excel while the team suffers defeats. Jeannie Buss similarly desires losses for the Lakers, providing justification for Little Buss's dismissal. As for the Lakers fans, although they are watching the game, they harbor no expectations of victory. This season is already deemed lost. Regardless of the outcome, they cannot reach the playoffs. They are merely at Staples Center to witness Kobe's performance. A defeat would be preferable, as a poor record could secure them a top draft pick for the next season. The Lakers desperately need a superstar rookie to rescue the franchise, not an undrafted player on a short contract. Consequently, there is little hope for a Lakers victory, including among Coach Byron Scott, who knows he will be scapegoated and dismissed at season's end. The players, however, are still eager to showcase their statistics and elevate their market value. Only 2 individuals genuinely desire to win, Wong Shuang and Kobe. The Lakers' slight lead from the first quarter quickly dissipates in the second. With Harden resting, Kobe is also off the court. However, the Rockets have Dwight Howard as their core center, who remains a formidable force in the low post. He scores consecutively, turning the tide in their favor. The Lakers' offense falters, missing open 3-point attempts. Ryan Kelly's 3-pointer clangs off the rim, followed by a failed drive to the basket, slightly disrupted by Howard. A diagonal pass is intercepted, leading to Brewer's fast break layup for the Rockets. The score shifts to 47-41, with the Lakers now trailing by 6 points. Kobe, seated on the bench, watches helplessly as his team succumbs to the deficit, unable to hide his face behind a towel in despair. The offense lacks creativity, and the defense is devoid of spirit. Meanwhile, in the broadcasting booth, Charles Barkley and other commentators are in an uproar. What are the Lakers doing? Why isn't that number 10 kid on the court? The evidence has shown that he is a player capable of leading the Lakers to victory. I bet he is a prodigy. He is undoubtedly a genius, with an extraordinary impact on the game. The speaker is the renowned Charles Barkley, known for his candidness. After watching 2 games of the Lakers, he has surprisingly become a staunch supporter of Wong Shuang. He remarked, "In him, I see the reflection of our generation of players. This generation, which entered the league in the 1980s and soared in the 1990s, is often referred to as the Golden Era. Players from this epoch were multifaceted and distinct, each boasting a legendary career." His partner, Smith, could only shake his head in disbelief. "Charles, must you spout such nonsense? A player who went undrafted, merely displaying intelligence on the court, does not resonate with the legacy of our generation. When I refer to our generation, I mean superstars like myself, Olajuwon, Bird, and Magic. Players of your ilk have existed throughout time, but they hold no weight." Barkley retorted, "I possess 2 championship rings, may I inquire about yours? The absence of a championship title remains an enduring sorrow for Charles Barkley. At that moment, the Rockets made a substitution, and James Harden entered the game. Since joining the Rockets, the bearded one evolved from a mere all-star into a superstar. However, his style of play is not particularly favored by fans. Both are shooting guards. Yet Kobe is a portrait of elegance, while Harden is more pragmatic. Though not exactly unattractive, Harden's approach is decidedly less aesthetically pleasing. Moreover, he spares no effort to score, employing the rules to his advantage with remarkable skill. Upon entering the game, he immediately faked out his defender from beyond the arc leaning in. The referee blew the whistle, calling a foul on the defender for a three-point attempt. Harden was awarded 3 free throw opportunities. At the free throw line, he is consistently reliable, sinking all 3. The score stood at 50-41, with the Rockets now leading the Lakers by 9 points, erasing the advantage Kobe had established in the first quarter. Russell brought the ball past half court as the Rockets initiated a double team. In a moment of haste, Russell nearly committed a turnover. The Lakers circulated the ball for an extended period, eventually isolating Randle. However, Randle hesitated and opted to pass it to the perimeter. Clarkson took a three-point shot, which missed, and Harrell secured the rebound. The Rockets launched a fast break. Harden received a pass from Terry and charged towards the basket, despite having the speed to evade his defender. He chose instead to shoulder into Russell. The two made contact in midair as Harden attempted a layup, colliding his arm against Russell's. The referee blew the whistle, calling a defensive foul on Russell. Back-to-back defensive fouls sent Harden to the free throw line once more. The Staples Center was engulfed in a chorus of disapproval. Harden, however, remained unperturbed, focused solely on scoring. The score stood at 52-41, with a gap widening to 11 points. Kobe could no longer remain seated. He was poised to make his entrance. At that moment, Kobe made a request to Scott. "Coach, allow Wong to join me on the court." Scott paused, contemplating the request, before nodding in agreement and beckoning Wong over. Wong promptly shed his sports jacket, ready to take the stage. He replaced Randle, who appeared somewhat dejected. Wong attempted to initiate a high five, yet he was completely disregarded. At that moment, the system issued a new task. Side Quest 03 initiated. Los Angeles Lakers versus Houston Rockets. Win this damn game. Task difficulty, hellish. Task reward, 50 system coins. Task completion, 001. Hidden task 03 initiated. Cause Harden to commit more than 4 fouls in this game. Task difficulty, hellish. Task reward, 50 system coins. Task experience item, Magneto's answer. Task completion, 001. Chapter 15. Attracting double teams with each hidden task. The system bestows an item. In the previous 2 matches, the first provided a trial item, the golden left eye of the magician. It was exceptionally useful, graded S, though regrettably, it was only a trial version. To acquire it fully, one would need a substantial amount of system coins. The second match granted a permanent trash-talking bag, which was also quite effective, albeit its impact did not manifest in the player's abilities. It belonged to the realm of psychological tactics. In this match, yet another trial item was bestowed, Magneto's answer. Item name, Magneto's answer item level. S equipment description. The incantation of Allen Iverson transformed into Magneto, capable of proactively attracting double teams from opponents. Note, this item is a trial item for a hidden task and must be purchased with system coins in the marketplace. Choice equip. So this is Iverson's equipment. Without the slightest hesitation, Wong donned the equipment. Judging by the description of the item, it appears to be a perfect match for the previous magician's golden left eye. Once he accumulates enough system coins, the combination of these 2 pieces will undoubtedly serve as a highly effective tactical engine. It seems the system is deliberately showcasing the synergy between the equipment, intending for Wong to diligently complete his tasks and subsequently acquire these high-tier items. It is all a calculated scheme. Although fully aware of this strategy, the assistance from the items will significantly enhance his performance in the competition. In this match, Wong is determined to secure victory no matter the cost. Upon Wong's appearance, the crowd erupted in cheers. Wong waved to the fans, only to notice that they were all clad in Kobe jerseys. He and Kobe had both taken the court at the same time. The crowd was cheering for Kobe, which rendered the situation somewhat awkward. However, Kobe approached Wong and said, "Provide me with more screens. I am ready to attack." Wong nodded. Ever since he triumphed over the Jazz with his scoring prowess in the last game, Kobe felt rejuvenated. In the first quarter, he restrained his offensive impulses and opted for passing. Yet, as the quarter progressed, the necessity to score became apparent. In the American television broadcast booth, Barkley was filled with excitement. Wong had taken the court alongside Kobe. It seemed the Lakers were indeed intent on securing a victory. I would wager that with Wong on the floor, the Lakers would clinch this game. Smith. Charles, you ought to remain silent. Should Lakers fans catch wind of your words, they would surely be distraught. You once claimed to favor the Rockets. Barkley, notorious for his jinxing tendencies and counterintuitive insights, had previously expressed confidence in the Rockets at the onset of the season. This optimism stemmed from their advancement to the Western Conference Finals the prior season, coupled with the addition of Ty Lawson during the offseason. The team, from top to bottom, brimmed with confidence, and fans anticipated that this would be the Rockets' breakout year. As a former member of the Rockets, Barkley boldly declared that they would ascend to the pinnacle of the Western Conference this season. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Lawson faltered, and the dynamic between Harden and Howard proved incompatible. Coach McHale lost his position, leaving the Rockets in a state of mediocrity, increasingly distanced from the championship-caliber Warriors. After casting his spell of misfortune upon the Rockets, Barkley now aimed to do the same to the Lakers and Wong. Indeed, as soon as Barkley made his proclamation, discussions erupted in the forums. Wong made a substitute appearance, with the Lakers trailing by 11 points. Barkley boldly proclaimed that with Wong, the Lakers could secure victory. The fans erupted with excitement. Rockets fans rejoiced, expressing gratitude for Sir Barkley's words of wisdom. "Thanks to you, we clinched this match," they exclaimed. "Oh, how I wish you hadn't jinxed the Lakers before the season commenced. The Lakers have already succumbed to defeat. It's time for everyone to place their bets." Sir Barkley has driven the final nail into the Lakers' coffin. Lakers fans are disheartened, lamenting, "It's over, it's over." Barkley's words spell doom for the Lakers. With the Tiger now deceased, it is time to pay respects. On behalf of the entire Lakers team, I extend our gratitude to you, Barkley. When Barkley speaks, it is either death or injury. I wonder if Wong possesses the fortitude. It seems unlikely. Alas, it was already a losing battle, and now the situation has worsened. While some speak lightly, the circumstances indeed appear dire. As soon as Kobe took the court, he immediately launched an offensive. Wong approached to set a screen for Kobe. His pick was robust. The primary defender against Kobe was Brewer. However, for reasons unknown, Brewer brushed against Wong and then remained entangled with him. Seizing the opportunity, Kobe charged towards the basket. Confronting Howard, his longtime adversary, Kobe attempted to score directly against him. Howard, of course, did not hold back and delivered a resounding block. Beep. The referee blew the whistle, calling a defensive foul on Howard. Howard wore an innocent expression, yet the referee stood firm, having already awarded 2 fouls to the Rockets. It was only fair to return the favor. Kobe stepped to the free throw line and sank both shots. The true issue lay in the fact that Brewer, who was originally tasked with defending Kobe, inexplicably decided to pursue Wong instead. Brewer himself was unaware of this discrepancy, thinking it merely a moment of carelessness. The other players on the court failed to notice as well, and even Kobe remained unfazed. The game continued, with Harden still orchestrating for the Rockets. Russell, tasked with defending Harden, had already accumulated 2 fouls and was hesitant to make any aggressive moves. Consequently, Harden once again penetrated, driving towards the basket. In a sudden clash, he collided with Wong. Wong undoubtedly fell to the ground in a calculated manner. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling an offensive foul. During this period, the referee's whistle seemed incessant, suggesting a desire to maintain control over the match. Harden, having been called for the foul, shook his head in discontent, voicing his grievances to the referee. "I had already initiated my move. I was in motion," he protested, asserting that he had been stationary for a moment longer. The referee clarified that the timing was indeed quite similar. However, considering the 3 consecutive free throws awarded to Harden, it was deemed inappropriate, leading to a somewhat ambiguous decision that ultimately favored the Lakers. Wong adeptly navigates this situation. He understands that referees do not strictly adhere to the rules when officiating. Rather, they adapt to the dynamics of the game. Astute players must synchronize their rhythm with that of the referees. When the officiating is stringent, defensive actions should be minimized, while offensive plays should focus on penetrating the defense. Conversely, when the officiating is more lenient, defenders can afford to be more assertive, allowing for a greater emphasis on shooting during offensive plays. Wong not only induced a turnover from Harden, but also compelled him to commit an additional foul. Now, Harden has accumulated 2 fouls. Wong thought to herself, "Do you not enjoy playing the victim? Soon, I shall allow you to experience the sensation of being taken advantage of. As the Lakers initiated their offensive play, the synergy between Kobe and Wong in their pick and roll was exceptional. Wong may not be tall or robust, yet his blocking technique is remarkably adept. Surprisingly, whenever he sets a screen, Kobe becomes increasingly opportunistic. Regardless of whether it is Brewer or Terry, they invariably gravitate around Wong. Yet, he possesses the ball not at all. Kobe, on the other hand, engages in drives, sudden jump shots, and deft layups, scoring 6 consecutive points. This incited urgency in Rockets coach Bickerstaff. Defend. Double team. Guard Kobe. Why are you focusing on that number 10? He doesn't even have the ball. Bickerstaff fails to comprehend the situation. Why would they double team a mere screen setter? Chapter 16. The absurdity. The Rockets coach called for a timeout. Bickerstaff, at a loss for words, questioned Brewer on the bench. Why aren't you closely guarding Kobe? Why are you chasing that number 10, who lacks offensive capabilities? Brewer shrugged. I don't know. I just zoned out. I never intended to double team that guy. Not at all. Brewer spoke truthfully. He genuinely hadn't considered it. He was, in fact, drawn away due to the props Wong was utilizing. Bickerstaff then turned his gaze to Terry. What about you? Were you also zoning out? Terry had just experienced a similar lapse. Initially, he maneuvered around Wong, but somehow ended up circling him, losing track of his assigned opponent. As he sipped water, Terry remarked, I don't know. Perhaps I'm feeling dizzy. Bickerstaff shook his head. As a novice coach lacking experience, his authority was insufficient. Faced with the players' blunders, he had little recourse, hoping that the seasoned players might self-correct. As for Wong, prior to the game, Bickerstaff conducted some research. The players struck him as rather peculiar. Several video analysts, after reviewing the Lakers' first 2 games, declared that this number 10 was pivotal for a comeback. His presence on the court marked a turning point in the game's dynamics. His influence was profound, with average statistics, but a significant impact on the game. He played with remarkable intelligence, often unnoticed by the average observer, consistently contributing positively to the team. His basketball intelligence is extraordinary, consistently making optimal choices, earning him high praise. Yet, during his time with the Rockets, he failed to demonstrate such prowess. Bickerstaff had contemplated granting him an opportunity, but General Manager Morey vetoed the idea, unwilling to allow him on the court. Morey wields significant influence over the team's tactics, and as a novice coach, Bickerstaff dared not oppose him. One wonders if Morey might regret his decision upon witnessing Wong's performance. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. The Rockets steadied their offense, entrusting Howard to dominate in the low post, guarded by Hibbert. Hibbert, be more assertive. Wong shouted from behind, igniting Hibbert's frustration. This kid is mocking me again. Consequently, Hibbert fiercely contested Howard. As Howard spun and executed a delicate hook shot, Hibbert exerted his utmost effort to disrupt it, but the shot failed to land. Lou Williams seized the defensive rebound, launching a fast break for the Lakers. Upon receiving the ball in the backcourt, Lou Williams showcased an impressive drive to the basket, deftly maneuvering past Terry. To his astonishment, the lane was completely unguarded. How could there be no one to defend? Lou Williams executed a powerful 2-handed dunk with ease. This prompted Bickerstaff to erupt in frustration. Where is everyone? Why is everyone clustered around Wong? Strangely, 3 Rockets players surrounded Wong, posturing as if to double-team him, despite the fact that he had yet to handle the ball since entering the game. Why would they focus on a player who had not touched the ball? As a result, the lane remained open, allowing Lou Williams to effortlessly break through for a dunk. The Lakers had surged back, scoring 8 consecutive points. The score stood at 52-49, merely a 3-point deficit. Lou Williams grinned like a child, relishing the moment. What on earth are you doing? Get back on defense. Bickerstaff could no longer contain his exasperation from the sidelines. Terry, Brewer, and others felt equally bewildered. They had intended to return on defense, yet found themselves inexplicably drawn to Wong. It is indeed peculiar. Terry and Brewer are seasoned veterans, while Bickerstaff, a rookie coach devoid of NBA playing experience, lacks the authority to command respect. His fervent exhortations not only failed to awaken the players, but instead left the veterans feeling quite discontented. The Rockets have been unstable this season, with discord between Howard and Harden and Lawson struggles with alcoholism diminishing his performance. The departure of Josh Smith to the Clippers has further exacerbated their woes. The indomitable spirit that once propelled them to a dramatic comeback from a 1-3 deficit against the Clippers to reach the Western Conference Finals last season has long since faded. The Lakers seized the opportunity, with Kobe executing flawless screens from Wong, consistently penetrating the defense with ease. On the Rockets' side, scoring relied solely on Harden, whose remarkable ability to draw fouls was evident. By the midpoint of the second quarter, he had already amassed 8 points from the free throw line. His prowess at the charity stripe was astonishing. Through his efforts, the Rockets maintained a slender lead. Throughout the second quarter, Harden converted 12 of 13 free throws, accumulating 12 points solely from the line and finishing the quarter with 18 points. His singular efforts enabled the Rockets to conclude the first half with a 70-66 lead. The Lakers struggled to devise an effective strategy against Harden, while the Rockets found themselves ensnared in a defensive quandary. During halftime, the Rockets' locker room was rife with discord. Howard exclaimed, "You all need to stick to your assignments. Stop leaving your men open. I cannot cover for you every time." Ariza retorted, "I focus primarily on Kobe. I do not understand why you all insist on guarding that number 10. What was his name again? The one who was with us." Terry interjected, "Wong. That Chinese kid. Honestly, I've played for so many years and have never felt anything quite like this. The only time I felt this way was when I was matched up against Iverson with the 76ers, constantly wanting to double-team him. Believe me, ask Brewer if you don't." Brewer concurred, "Indeed, I do not know what it is. Perhaps he has employed some Eastern sorcery?" The head coach could no longer tolerate the banter. Bickerstaff implored, "Stop with the nonsense. It is not sorcery. He has been part of our team. You have trained alongside him. You know his capabilities and limitations. Please, for the love of all that is sacred, do not focus your defensive efforts on him any longer." Bickerstaff's dignity as a head coach seemed to have evaporated. In the locker room, players were implored not to focus on Wong. Throughout the first half, Wong attempted only one shot, successfully making a 2-point basket beneath the rim. Beyond that, he contributed nothing offensively. Nonetheless, this singular player became the focal point of the Rockets' defense, inadvertently allowing Kobe to score 15 points in the second quarter. In his prime, 15 points in a single quarter would have been unremarkable for Kobe. However, this was the Kobe of the 2016 season, who struggled to reach even 15 points in an entire game. Scoring 15 in a quarter indicated significant defensive shortcomings. Meanwhile, in the Lakers' locker room, Kobe remarked, "Everyone is performing well, but we must enhance our defense in the second half, particularly against Harden. I will do my utmost to handle him." Kobe still believed he could contain Harden, despite his apparent lack of self-awareness regarding his own defensive capabilities. Russell shook his head, stating, "Harden employs too many fakes and excels at drawing fouls. I hesitate to make any moves against him." By halftime, Russell had already accumulated 3 fouls, and if this continued, he would be at risk of fouling out by the third quarter. Scott urged, "Others need to assist Russell in defensive coverage. Randall, in the third quarter, you must provide more help against Harden." Randall rolled his eyes, feigning ignorance to the request. Assist in defense? He certainly could, but his temperament was less than cooperative. Scott felt frustration boiling within him. This young Randall displayed quite the attitude, playing as a lone wolf and leaving defensive gaps like a sieve. At that moment, Wong appeared within Scott's line of sight. "Coach, allow me to start in the second half. I can help you deal with Harden. What do you say?" Wong chuckled cheerfully as he spoke. Chapter 17, The Traitor. Wong has once again expressed his desire to start. This young man is quite audacious, yet he possesses the merit to be so. In the previous match against the Jazz, they trailed significantly in the first half. Wong proactively volunteered his desire to start, claiming that he could indeed turn the tide. And in the end, he delivered, truly managing to reverse the situation. In the realm of the NBA, a man who speaks and acts with conviction is none other than King Wong. Scott found himself feeling somewhat conflicted. As the head coach, he was naturally obliged to heed the owner's wishes, yet he yearned for victory, especially on home soil. Randall's performance left much to be desired. His defense was lacking, and his offense was a liability. Were it not for Little Base's insistence on nurturing new talent, Scott would have been tempted to confine him to the bench. Upon hearing Wong's assertion of wanting to start, Randall's expression soured. He remarked, "Wong, shall we compare our statistical records?" In terms of average statistics, Randall still overshadowed Wong. Wong let out a scoff and remarked, "Starting is not merely about the data. I am suited for the starting position, quite simply. When I am present, the team triumphs, whereas your presence leads to defeat." Upon hearing Wong's statement, Randall found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. He could distinctly sense the transformation that Wong brought to the team on the court. It was remarkably profound. At that moment, Kobe stepped forward to voice his opinion. He urged for Wong to be given another chance, recalling how well he performed as a starter in the previous game against the Jazz. "When we were both on the court, it felt exceptionally comfortable," he remarked. Kobe's words carried immense authority, sometimes even more impactful than those of Jerry Buss. Indeed, playing alongside Wong proved to be quite pleasant as he drew the defender's attention away. How did Kobe not feel at ease? Consequently, Scott decided to alter the starting lineup for the second half. Wong once again assumed the position of starting power forward. Just before stepping onto the court, Kobe advised Wong, "You must ensure to handle Harden." Wong Dao, of course. "Oh, my dear leader, you have chosen to start me because of my ability to handle Harden, haven't you?" Wong comprehended Kobe's intentions. Harden had scored 22 points by halftime, which left Kobe, who had long been a formidable defender, feeling somewhat humiliated. Thus, he declared that he would focus on guarding Harden more closely in the second half. However, given his current defensive capabilities and the lack of assistance, it was likely that Harden would exploit him mercilessly. Moreover, Randall was genuinely unable to provide any defensive support. It appears that the stubborn Kobe must now concede to the passage of time. Were it years ago, he would undoubtedly have unleashed his ferocious, relentless style without seeking aid. Now, he finds himself unable to unleash that same ferocity. In response to Wong's words, Kobe remained silent, tacitly conceding. "Rest assured, my leader, I shall switch defenses at any moment and draw him towards me." Wong called out to the leader with a warm familiarity, yet in his heart. He contemplated exploiting Kobe to accomplish his mission. As the task neared completion, the esteemed position of Kobe would soon be relinquished. There was indeed a certain thrill in playing the traitor. As the second half of the match commenced, the hosts and guests in the domestic broadcast studio noticed Wong's name in the starting lineup. The Lakers have once again placed Wong in the starting position. Just like in the previous game against the Jazz, it appears they are treating him as a secret weapon. Should they find themselves trailing in the first half, they will allow Wong to start in the second half, perhaps yielding miraculous results. If that is the case, one must ponder, why not simply start Wong from the beginning? Young's question struck a chord. Fan chuckled and responded. This indicates that the NBA arena is not merely a battlefield, but a realm of human relationships and social intricacies. With that, both Yang and Fan shared a lighthearted laugh. Their observations were indeed astute. How could a player like Wong, who lacks even a single agent, garner such attention? It is primarily due to a fortuitous combination of circumstances and the support of the system. Wong shall not squander the gifts bestowed by the system. With the S-grade item, the answer of Magneto, he maximizes its value. Beyond merely attracting defense during offense, he discovers its utility in defense as well. On the Rockets side, Harden stands as the unequivocal core of the offense. Howard occasionally attempts isolation plays, yet fails to pose a significant threat. Harden serves as the central axis around which the entire Rockets' offense revolves. In the first half, Russell primarily defended Harden, which was akin to a gift. In the second half, Kobe was to take on the task personally. To be candid, this too resembled a mere formality. The distinction being that Wong would be there to assist. Harden remains an undeniable strength for the Rockets, and it is imperative for the Lakers to curtail his offensive prowess, particularly by minimizing fouls. The second quarter saw Harden at the free throw line far too often, granting him numerous easy scoring opportunities that the Lakers must avoid. Now, observe as Kobe steps up to defend Harden in the second half. Can Kobe's footwork still keep pace? Young watches intently, being a seasoned commentator who has witnessed Kobe's journey from rookie to legend. In his early days with the Lakers, Kobe was a defensive stalwart. At his peak, he excelled at both offense and defense. The Lakers' championship victories often stemmed from the weakness of their backcourt, yet Kobe could single-handedly carry the team, even alongside less formidable guards like Fisher. However, now, while Kobe's awareness remains sharp, his legs can no longer keep up. Harden may not be known for his speed, yet he possesses abundant strength and explosive power. After a series of dribbles beyond the arc, he utilizes a screen to forcefully drive to the basket. Unlike others who charge in like a bomb, Harden approaches the rim, cradling a massive watermelon. If anyone collides with him, the watermelon drops to the ground with a crash. The shards scatter, and one must pay the price. No money? Then it's 2 free throws. Harden barrels in with the watermelon, colliding with whom? With Wong. The referee blows the whistle. Harden rises, brushing his chest, preparing to step to the free throw line. A routine affair. He raises his hand, anticipating 2 free throws. Yet upon glancing at the referee's signal, it is neither a hands-on-hips gesture nor a simple indication, but rather a clenched fist declaring an offensive foul on Harden. Harden is taken aback. I collided while dribbling? Referee, surely you must be mistaken. He was still moving. You moved. It was a blocking foul. Harden argues with the referee, unable to believe that Wang Shuang could cause him to commit an offensive foul. In the first half, Wang Shuang had drawn one foul. This time, he is certain that when he initiated his move, Wang Shuang was not stationed under the basket. He surely emerged from the side. Such a scenario must constitute a blocking foul. Yet the referee remains resolute. You collided while dribbling. It was an offensive foul. No further debate is necessary. If you doubt, review the footage. The referee refrained from engaging in lengthy discussions with Harden, directing him instead to review the footage. Harden stroked his beard and gazed up at the large screen, which was replaying the recent play. After evading Kobe's defense, Harden made a decisive move towards the basket. Wang Shuang stood motionless beneath the basket. Suddenly, Harden barreled towards him. What on earth is happening? Why must I collide with him? Can't I simply make the layup? Harden found himself questioning the very essence of existence. Wang Shuang did not obstruct Harden's path. Rather, it was Harden who made a slight detour and collided with him. Is this not a case of a player with the ball crashing into another? The bearded one shook his head and retreated on defense, thinking to himself, what on earth? Chapter 18. There is but one tactic. Wang Shuang managed to draw an offensive foul from Harden, which is quite remarkable. I have previously analyzed that Wang Shuang possesses an exceptionally high basketball IQ, playing the game predominantly with his intellect. His impact on the court transcends what statistics can capture. Take this play, for instance. In the first half, how many fouls did Harden draw from Russell? Has Russell learned anything from that experience? When it comes down to it, he still commits fouls. As for Wang Shuang, he has already forced Harden into 2 offensive fouls. Observing this particular play, it appears rather peculiar. As if Harden deliberately charged at Wang Shuang. One can only speculate what he was thinking. Yang Yi, while watching the replay, also found it perplexing. Meanwhile, Kobe approached and helped Wang Shuang to his feet, giving his backside a pat, saying, "Well done, Wang Shuang." Wang Shuang gently pushed Kobe's hand away. Compliments are one thing, but let's refrain from any unnecessary physical contact. Tens of thousands of spectators present, along with millions of viewers watching on television, are observing this live broadcast. Could you possibly pass me a few more balls? I am eager to score. After Wang Shuang successfully defended against Harden, he made a request to Kobe. In this match, Kobe took on the role of the primary playmaker. Faced with the Rockets, Wang Shuang was still eager to score. Although there were alternative ways to assist the team, scoring remained the most direct and gratifying method. Basketball is fundamentally a game of points. Kobe nodded in agreement, resolving to pass the ball to Wang Shuang more frequently. Upon crossing half-court with the ball, Kobe executed a pick-and-roll with Wang Shuang from the high post. This time, the Rockets players had learned from their previous mistakes and began to restrain their desire to double-team Wang Shuang, opting instead to trap Kobe. As a result, when they committed to trapping Kobe, he adeptly passed the ball to Wang Shuang. Wang Shuang seized an opportunity from the left side at a 45-degree angle. He received the ball and launched a three-pointer with precision. It was a resounding success. Such an open opportunity is not one that Wang Shuang would ever let slip away. His three-point shot was exquisite, executed with remarkable finesse. Although his release was somewhat delayed, his composure was evident. One in the first half and another in the second half clearly showcased Wang Shuang's exceptional mental fortitude. With that three-pointer, Kufan found himself at a loss for words. After all, with such an open shot, making it should be expected, shouldn't he it? What does it have to do with mental resilience? Perhaps he perceives Wang Shuang as an amateur, believing that making an open three-pointer is a significant feat indeed. Many players can shoot with great accuracy during practice, yet falter in games due to nerves. Wang Shuang possesses an admirable quality, an utter lack of tension. While his abilities may not be extraordinarily high, his mindset is undeniably exceptional. The chassis of a Wuling Hongguang, yet endowed with the control software of a Tesla, Wang Shuang is on the rise. Let us rally behind him as he takes aim at the Rockets. Merely a three-pointer, and yet it sends shockwaves? 2 in total, with another yet to come in the first half, boasting a flawless shooting percentage. The Lakers are in dire need of a sharpshooter like him. Will Wang Shuang partake in the three-point contest? The dunk contest may be more befitting of his talents. As of yet, they are not in the lead. Let us refrain from such hyperbole regarding explosions. Some fans may deem a three-pointer inconsequential, yet the dynamics of the game have shifted. Primarily, the Rockets' offense and defense have become disordered, thrown into turmoil by Wang Shuang's magnetic prowess. Presently, the Rockets' defenders are grappling with an inexplicable urge, an impulse to double-team Wang Shuang defensively and to collide with him offensively. While they may strive to suppress these instincts, the nature of NBA games is ever-changing. A moment's hesitation in thought can lead to missed opportunities, resulting in defensive gaps. Wong has dampened the morale of the entire Rockets team. Furthermore, the most unfortunate is Harden. As the second half commenced, he became the target of Wong's strategy. Whenever Harden possessed the ball, Wong would be lurking nearby. As Harden attempted to break through, Wong approached to intervene. Wong obstructed, and Harden moved towards him. The referee blew the whistle, and upon inspection, it was deemed an offensive foul, following a previous incident where he collided with a defender. The referee penalized Harden again for an elbow strike. Frustration welled within Harden as he questioned, "How have I committed another foul?" He fervently attempted to explain himself to the referee. Consequently, he incurred yet another technical foul. Wong interjected, "Must one only commit fouls against others when wronged oneself? We ought to trust the referee's judgment. I have faith in their impartiality. Let's not obfuscate the matter here." The referee glanced at Wong, appreciative of his advocacy for fairness, yet subsequently issued him a technical foul for allegedly provoking his opponent. What a travesty! Wong silently cursed to himself, lamenting the referees of the NBA, whom he deemed mere whistleblowing scoundrels. Nevertheless, his objective had been achieved. Harden had accrued 4 fouls. Now, every time he charged toward the basket and caught sight of Wong, hesitation clouded his mind. Should he attack or refrain? To attack was to risk a foul, yet to retreat rendered his drive pointless. Distributing the ball to Ariza, Brewer, or Terry for a 3-point shot yielded little success, as their attempts clanged off the rim. Without the advantage of free throws, Harden's potency was significantly curtailed. He was left to rely on long-range, 3-point attempts or mid-range shots. Such lapses in scoring were tolerable for the Lakers. However, the true turning point came in the latter moments of the game, attributed to the Lakers' offensive surge. In the latter half of the third quarter, Wong found his shooting rhythm. After sinking a 3-pointer, Kobe began to orchestrate opportunities for Wong, setting screens and delivering the ball to him for a layup, which was blocked. Undeterred, he snatched the offensive rebound and promptly passed it back to Wong. Wong executed a delicate jump shot, securing 2 points. After a screen and roll, he passed to Wong, but the opportunity was fleeting. A quick return pass, followed by another, enabled him to create a chance. He launched a 3-pointer from the corner, and it found its mark once more. Wong's 3-point shooting touch is exceptionally fine tonight. Bickerstaff appears somewhat bewildered on the sidelines. Should he double-team Wong or not? After Wong scored, he sprinted to the Rockets bench and exclaimed to Coach Bickerstaff, "Coach, you need to double-team me. Double-team me." Bickerstaff gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "Double-team what? You, a mere water cooler, deserve a double-team?" The Rockets continued to leave Wong unguarded, and Bickerstaff was equally exasperated. "Wong, if you possess the skill, then may you lead us to an overwhelming defeat in this match." Wong, upon hearing this, thought to himself, "I have never encountered such a demand in my entire life. You suggest I should die? Very well, then I shall oblige." Wong's 3-point shooting ability has always been commendable. In this match, his rhythm returned, aided by Kobe's relentless passes. During the third quarter, Wong remarkably made 5 out of 6 attempts from beyond the arc. When he sank his 5th 3-pointer of the second half, the 6th of the game, the entire Staples Center erupted with enthusiasm. The Lakers surged ahead, leading 91-88 against the Rockets. Despite the Rockets' lackluster performance, the Lakers' scoring was prolific, yet the point differential remained stubbornly tight. The Lakers struggled to address the challenge posed by Howard. Wong once again hit another 3-pointer, his 5th, or was it the 6th? My goodness, Wong has truly exploded tonight. It seems Charles Barkley was right. With Wong in the starting lineup, the Lakers are capable of claiming victory. Of course, the game is not yet concluded, and there is more to be seen, but the NBA may very well be on the brink of a tempestuous upheaval. Yang, he was exhilarated. When Chinese players excel, every Chinese fan rejoices. Meanwhile, Charles Barkley, witnessing Wong's performance, was over the moon. "Did you see that, Kenny? Did you see? I told you, as long as the Lakers put Wong on the court, they can win. They can turn the tide. The Lakers should consider hiring me as a coach this season. My strategy is straightforward. Give the ball to Wong." Chapter 19. Substituting Wong Barkley's bravado was undoubtedly exaggerated. However, given his caliber, he might indeed follow through with such a strategy. Tonight, Wong's shooting touch was remarkably fine. He is a player unafraid to take shots, with commendable shooting habits and innate talent. When the feeling is right, every shot seems destined to find the mark. The Rockets came unprepared, completely blindsided by the emergence of such a player. In their pre-game preparations, they had not anticipated focusing on the Lakers' three-point shooting. This season, the Lakers' three-point shooting percentage ranks at the bottom of the league. They sit 8th from the bottom in total three-pointers made. Not a single player on the team boasts a three-point shooting percentage above 40. The highest is Russell, with a mere 35% success rate, averaging less than 2 three-pointers per game. In the same position as Wong, Randall averages a paltry 0.1 three-pointers per game, making one every 10 matches. The player who attempts the most and scores the most threes is Kobe, who averages 7 attempts but only converts 2, with a success rate dipping below 30. This marks a new low since the 2013-14 season, which he missed. Describing the Lakers' outside shooting prowess as dismal would be an understatement. For a long time, Kobe has single-handedly shouldered the Lakers' perimeter offense and defense, having never collaborated with a suitable peak-level outside star. Chris Paul once came incredibly close. Unfortunately, this perfect plan was thwarted by Stern. Tonight, he finally had the opportunity to pass the ball effectively, delivering it to Wong, who was open and ready to shoot. As the game approached the midway point of the fourth quarter, Wong had impressively converted 7 out of 9 three-point attempts, amassing a total of 21 points, all from beyond the arc, with no two-point field goals or free throws. The score stood at 100-95, with the Lakers holding a 5-point advantage over the Rockets. Bickerstaff called for a timeout, with only half a quarter remaining in the match. During his break, Wong was met with the exuberant cheers of the fans. This evening, he emerged as a hero on both offensive and defensive fronts. In the realm of the NBA, miracles unfold each night, showcasing the spectacular performances of superstars alongside the inspiring triumphs of underdogs. Amidst the jubilant cheers, Wong sat upon the bench, quenching his thirst with generous gulps of water. Yet within him resided an ineffable sense of tranquility. He was aware that he had benefited from the system's favor. The S-level equipment was indeed formidable. However, he also recognized that his ability to sink 7 three-point shots was not solely attributable to the system, but rather the fruit of his relentless practice and perseverance. In other aspects, he found himself somewhat lacking compared to his African-American counterparts. Nonetheless, when it came to shooting, Wong had always excelled. His shooting prowess was remarkable, although he barely managed to meet the standard in other areas. To realize his aspiration of reaching the NBA, he resolved to capitalize on his strengths and refine his shooting to perfection, holding out hope for an opportunity. His days were consumed by fervent practice, so much so that he even dreamt of shooting hoops. It was only later that he grasped the reality that in the NBA, role players could not afford any shortcomings, particularly in defense. Otherwise, no team would consider him, no matter how precise his shooting might be. Wong has thus comprehensively enhanced himself, honing his strength, defense, and passing skills. After graduating from university, he spent 2 years in the developmental league, often teetering on the brink of the NBA. Through patient waiting, diligent training, and unwavering belief, he finally awaited the arrival of the system. In this moment, Wong comprehended the essence of success. Success is comprised of 99% perspiration, 1% talent, and 1,000% fortune. Wong, take a breather. Randall, it's your turn to enter the game. Wong played through the entirety of the third quarter and continued without a respite into the fourth. Scott decided to substitute Wong to allow for a brief respite. Wong Dao stated, "Do not allow me to rest. I fear the team may falter." Upon hearing these words, everyone turned to look at him, pondering the meaning behind his statement. Was he implying a lack of faith in our abilities? Wong gazed into their eyes, contemplating. "It is precisely because I hold you in esteem that I speak in such a manner." Wong's three-point shooting has been nothing short of explosive, yet the Lakers find themselves merely 5 points ahead of the Rockets. Inside, Hibbert has been rendered utterly ineffective against Howard, who has transformed him into a mere sieve. Howard's low-post offensive prowess has significantly deteriorated since 2016. However, he still manages to exploit Hibbert's weaknesses with remarkable precision. The Lakers seem at a loss for solutions. Fortunately, Harden's excessive fouling has hindered his ability to draw contact, allowing Wong's extraordinary performance to suppress their adversaries effectively. It's truly difficult to say regarding Wong's situation. However, Scott ultimately decided to substitute Wong. This was not his own desire, but rather a signal from the sidelines by Little Bass. Wong's performance has been remarkable. However, no matter how exceptional it may be, what significance does a victory over the Rockets hold? The Lakers remain at the bottom of the Western Conference. If they manage to secure a few more wins, they might ascend to second or third from the bottom. Wouldn't that diminish their chances of acquiring the first overall pick in the upcoming season? Thus, Little Bus discreetly signaled to Scott to allow Wong Shuang a respite. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. As Wong Shuang departed the court, the Houston players immediately felt a sense of relief. On defense, they no longer sensed an overwhelming presence draining their energy, and on offense, they were no longer compelled to gravitate towards a specific individual. The Rockets' gameplay became fluid once more. Howard received the ball in the low post, executing a smooth turnaround hook shot. Success. His left-handed hook was remarkably graceful, while Hibbert, who towered over him, displayed a noticeably diminished defensive prowess. Since the league altered its rules, Hibbert's effectiveness in the paint has significantly waned. The deficit had narrowed to merely 3 points. Despite the Lakers' scorching performance from beyond the arc, with Wong Shuang's hands seemingly ablaze, they failed to establish a significant lead. The primary issue lay within their own defensive shortcomings. As we observed, the Lakers committed a turnover. Randall, in a moment of recklessness, barreled forward only to be stripped of the ball. The Rockets launched a fierce counterattack, an exhilarating fast break. Terry controlled the ball, while Brewer charged ahead to draw the defense. Ultimately, the ball found its way to Harden at the center. With a deft fake, he evaded Russell's attempted block and unleashed a shot from beyond the three-point line. Swish. The score was now tied at 100-100. Not even a minute after the timeout, the Rockets had leveled the playing field. It seemed that Wong Shuang's efforts in the third quarter had been rendered futile. Yet, one could argue that they were not entirely in vain. Without Wong Shuang, the Lakers would have faced a crushing defeat. The once ecstatic Lakers fans now buried their faces in despair. What a predicament. In a live broadcast room, fans erupted in frustration, questioning the decision to bench Wong Shuang. Bring Wong Shuang back. Bring Wong Shuang back. They chanted. The Lakers appeared lackluster, with Wong Shuang off the court. What were they even playing? Wong Shuang had already put in considerable effort and deserved a respite. Furthermore, he had scarcely played in the first half. So what harm was there in allowing him more minutes in the second half? Indeed, considering Wong Shuang's scorching touch today, it was baffling that he had been substituted. Scott's rotation decisions were utterly perplexing. He had been underutilized in the first half, but when it mattered most, he was once again sidelined. Truly nonsensical. Fans unleashed their discontent, and the dissatisfaction among the Lakers supporters escalated. On the next offensive possession, the Lakers failed to score once more, with Russell's three-point attempt hitting nothing but air. Howard secured the defensive rebound and launched a long pass down the court. Ariza effortlessly finished with a layup. The Lakers' defense was non-existent, squandering the meager advantage they had held. Some fans seated behind the Lakers bench could no longer contain their frustration, shouting, "Let Wong Shuang play! Let Wong Shuang play!" Others joined in, calling out Wong Shuang's name. Even the venerable Jack Nicholson rose to his feet, directing his exasperation at Scott. "Why haven't you put Wong Shuang back in? You're about to lose." Were they waiting for overtime? As the head coach, Scott possesses a certain resilience to criticism. However, when the entire audience began to chant for Wong Shuang to be substituted, Scott found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. He glanced over at the nearby figure of Little Bass, who obscured his face with a baseball cap, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Scott. In that moment, Scott thought to himself, "You are well aware of your own embarrassment." Finally, seizing the opportunity, while the Rockets had yet to widen the score gap, Scott gestured towards the referee. "Timeout. I require a timeout." Chapter 20. Integrity and conduct. With just over 4 minutes remaining in the game, the Lakers found themselves trailing the Rockets 100-102, having transformed a 5-point lead into a 2-point deficit in a mere span of a minute. Wong Shuang merely took a brief respite from the game. The Lakers' offense and defense appeared to crumble as a result. Despite Scott's extensive experience as a player over the years and his keen observational skills as a top coach, he failed to discern the profound impact Wong Shuang had on the game's dynamics. Little did he know that Wong Shuang was adorned with an S-level system artifact, akin to having an Allen Iverson on the court. How could such an influence on the match be insignificant? Wong Shuang has already resolved that. Once he accumulates sufficient system coins, he shall undoubtedly purchase and equip this particular item. However, it is certain that the price will be dishearteningly steep. Scott called for a timeout, as the Lakers players returned to the bench with their heads hung low. Wong Shuang chuckled and said, "Everyone, do not lose heart. The game is far from over." This young man seemed to revel in their misfortune. "Look at you all. Without me, are you not playing abysmally? Mistakes abound. Shots miss the mark, and defense is non-existent. The morale of the entire team is in shambles. Kobe is receiving special attention from the Rockets, facing double teams on the offensive end, while defensively, no one is covering for him. Passes to teammates result in missed opportunities. It is truly a painful spectacle. There are reasons for our position at the bottom of the league standings. The expressions on several Lakers players' faces were grim, particularly Randall's. His already dark complexion seemed to grow even darker. Can you be quiet, Wong? You're just a player on a short contract, and after a few good games, you think you're exceptional? Randall finally erupted. In the locker room, Wong had already begun to demand a starting position, which Scott granted to Randall. During the game, Wong incessantly clamored to take the court, and his entrance would mean Randall's departure. Wong's performance tonight was indeed exceptional. However, Randall did not regard him any more highly because Wong has yellow skin. In the United States, individuals of Asian descent, particularly those with yellow skin, have often been stereotyped as mere bookworms, lacking athletic prowess. In truth, Wong's athletic abilities are quite commendable. He simply does not possess the explosive power often associated with African Americans. In reality, he has a robust physique characterized by large, powerful hands. Although his arm muscles may not be particularly prominent, his forearms are strong and well-defined. His lower body is sturdy, and while his legs may not be exceptionally long, his physique is exceptionally suited for the game of basketball. Wong could not help but let out a cold laugh, pondering how he could still have the audacity to ask him to remain silent. He replied directly, "Randall, it is you who ought to be quiet. Not only should you refrain from speaking, but you should also consider yourself a DMP. Are you aware that your presence on the court has become a detrimental factor? Do you know the team's plus-minus rating? It stands at -10. You are unable to make your shots and incapable of defending. The crux of the matter is that you are solely focused on your own offense, neglecting the art of passing. Your gaze is fixated on the basket, blind to your teammates. Once the ball is in your hands, it rarely escapes, and only when the shot clock is nearly depleted do you hastily pass, squandering precious offensive time. Might I inquire if you ought to remain silent?" Wong unleashed a torrent of criticism upon Randall, who found himself blushing in embarrassment under Wong's pointed remarks. In a fit of rage, he abruptly rose from the bench, spewing a cascade of expletives. The truth in Wong's words left him with no retort. Randall's approach to the game has always been singularly focused on honing his offensive prowess, amassing impressive statistics in hopes of securing a lucrative contract in the future. The notion of team victories? That seemed inconsequential to him. Naturally, there are numerous players in the league who share a similar mindset, prioritizing their youth and potential. Thus, the dynamic among teammates often transcends mere collaboration, evolving into a competitive relationship, particularly among younger players. The emergence of Wong has posed a significant threat to Randall, naturally fostering a sense of resentment within him. In the face of Randall's taunts, Wong is unwilling to back down. Bird's repertoire of trash talk is indeed plentiful. Your passing key has been disabled. Opponents glide past you as if traversing a tranquil morning street. Tonight, you shall don the Rockets jersey. Victory has long been ours. Wong unleashed a torrent of words, leaving Randall utterly speechless. It almost escalated to physical confrontation. This young man's tongue was far too sharp. Kobe, feigning to mediate, concealed a smirk within. The other players and assistant coaches shared similar sentiments. Wong possesses a remarkable ability to chastise others without resorting to profanity. Yet each word he utters strikes at the very heart. Indeed, Randall's style of play has proven to be detrimental. Once the ball finds its way into his hands, it seldom escapes. His focus appears solely on his personal scoring statistics, neglecting the essence of team collaboration, with defense being entirely absent. Were it not for the Lakers' current rebuilding phase, such behavior would undoubtedly be met with less tolerance. During the televised broadcast, the camera panned to the Lakers bench, revealing a disturbance brewing. What's happening on the Lakers side? It seems a quarrel has erupted between Wong and Randall. Both parties exhibit heightened emotions, with Wong appearing particularly animated, gesturing towards Randall as if to convey a message. Is Randall about to resort to violence? Let's hope not. The game is far from over, and internal discord within the Lakers is the last thing they need. In the domestic broadcast room, Young observed the scene and, though he verbally urged restraint, internally reveled in the unfolding drama. He mused that the Lakers' internal dynamics had taken an interesting turn. Wong is no ordinary player. He is formidable. Previously, domestic media had taken note of him, albeit his career had largely unfolded in the NBL. As time passed, his potential waned, and thus, so did the attention he garnered. His fortunes changed when he secured his first 10-day contract with the Warriors, mirroring the path of Jeremy Lin. As the Warriors continued to value their Asian players, given the significant Chinese population in the San Francisco Bay Area. Subsequently, he transitioned through 2 or 3 teams before finally landing with the Lakers, where he has made a striking impact, should he maintain his stellar performance. Another star in the domestic basketball scene is bound to emerge. With Wong Shuang's impressive three-point shooting, hitting 7 out of 9 attempts, and his altercation with Randall, there would be enough material for social media coverage for an entire week. On the bench, Coach Scott intervened to quell the conflict. "That's enough. Do you not regard me as your coach?" he exclaimed. In a brief pause, devoid of tactical discourse, he merely observed the two engaged in their dispute. Amidst the commotion, the voice of Wong Shuang remained prominent. Scott pointed to Wong Shuang, instructing him to prepare to enter the game, while signaling Randall to take a seat and rest. In response, Randall flung aside the towel he held and strode directly towards the locker room. This young man, though lacking in skill, certainly possesses a fiery temperament. Scott, indifferent to Randall's departure, turned to Wong Shuang and said, "Play well, young man, and invigorate both our offense and defense." Wong Shuang scratched his head and inquired, "How can we invigorate it?" Scott replied, "Just as you did previously." "What did I do before?" Wong Shuang questioned, to which Scott was left speechless. "Do you not recall how you played in the match before?" Wong Shuang suddenly wore an expression of enlightenment, exclaiming, "I understand now. I was the starter, and I know how to play." His words were laden with deeper meaning. Scott began to grasp the situation. After this revelation, Wong Shuang re-entered the arena, having previously declared his intent to dominate the Rockets. One must honor their commitments. When he vowed to overwhelm, he intended to do just that. Upon stepping onto the court, the system announced, Player Template Task 2 completed. Achieved 6 three-pointers in a single game, increasing compatibility with the peak ability of Template Larry Bird by 2. Current compatibility, 35. Skill acquired, Feel Lock. Excellent. His compatibility with the legendary Bird had improved once more, and he had gained a new ability. Chapter 21. The Beard in Peril Skill Name. Feel Lock. Description. This skill allows your shooting touch to remain in a specific state for a duration of 1 minute. Wong Shuang glanced at the skills he had acquired due to the enhancement of his match compatibility. They appeared quite impressive. In a basketball game, the sensation of shooting can be exceedingly erratic. At times, every shot feels effortless, as if the hoop has transformed into an ocean. Conversely, during less favorable moments, no matter the attempt, the ball refuses to enter, as if the hoop were sealed. The sensation of touch is indeed a mysterious phenomenon. Before the match begins, no one can predict how their shooting will feel that evening. During the game, one moment the shots may flow effortlessly, but a single timeout or foul, or a moment of coldness in one's hands, can completely disrupt that rhythm. This experience is familiar to anyone who has played basketball. Wong Shuang has impressively made 7 out of 9 attempts from beyond the arc, indicating a remarkable shooting performance. However, after a brief respite on the sidelines, he felt rather indifferent. True to his sentiments, upon re-entering the game, he was presented with yet another opportunity to shoot a three-pointer as Kobe passed the ball to Wong Shuang. Wong Shuang attempts a three-pointer. Clang. The shot misses. Howard secures the rebound in the backcourt. The Rockets launch a counterattack. Wong Shuang takes another three-point shot, but alas, it fails to find the mark. His shooting touch seems to have vanished after a brief respite. When one's hand is hot, it is essential to maintain that rhythm. Once it cools, rekindling that fire becomes a formidable challenge. In a live stream, Fan expresses his disappointment at Wong Shuang's missed three-pointer. Fellow viewers begin to debate the merits of the shot. With his touch gone, yet still attempting difficult shots, does he truly believe himself to be on par with Curry? After all, even Curry only scores from open shots. Yet how does one compare? Enough already. It was merely one miss. Does Curry make every shot? Just moments ago, Scott should not have benched Wong Shuang. His rhythm has been disrupted. This single missed three-pointer has sparked quite a discussion, underscoring Wong Shuang's current prominence. The Rockets continue their counterattack. Wong Shuang swiftly retreated on defense, having positioned himself beyond the arc for a three-point attempt. He was the first to dash back to the backcourt, promptly establishing himself near the free throw line, thereby forming the Lakers' initial line of defense. Brewer received the ball and immediately charged towards the basket. Wong Shuang withstood the onslaught of Brewer, employing impeccable defensive positioning to disrupt Brewer's layup attempt. Brewer, being relatively slender, lacked the requisite force for such an assault. In contrast, Wong Shuang possessed a robust physique and maintained a standard defensive posture without leaning forward. The referee, with the whistle poised at his lips, scrutinized the situation and determined that no foul had occurred. The ball circled the rim before ultimately descending. Thus, the counterattack from the Rockets was successfully thwarted. Wong Shuang pivoted and seized the defensive rebound. He glanced towards the front court, only to find that Kobe had yet to return. This old chap, refusing to transition back on defense. However, there are advantages to such a decision. The swift transition from offense to defense leads directly to a fast break. Wong Shuang once again showcased his extraordinary talent in rugby. After seizing the rebound, he executed an impressive long pass with remarkable precision. The ball soared through the air as if guided by radar, landing effortlessly in Kobe's hands. With no defenders in sight, Kobe made an easy layup. The Staples Center erupted in cheers. Wong Shuang made his entrance, exhibiting prowess in both offense and defense. The Lakers leveled the score once more. Following the basket, Kobe gestured toward Wong Shuang, remarking, "Well played, Wong." Wong Shuang also praised Kobe, remarking on his beautiful ambush, "You're the boss." Kobe chuckled lightly, acknowledging that he was slow to return defensively. It was hardly an ambush after all. After 2 decades in the league, the stamina of youth had long since faded. Yet, Wong Shuang reminded Kobe of his former self. In the present Lakers, no young player possessed the same fervor for victory and relentless drive to perform as he once did. Randall was merely focused on padding his stats, while Russell appeared indifferent to the outcomes of the games, almost childlike in his approach. Nance lived under the shadow of his father, and Clarkson, though somewhat commendable, was not quite in the same league. Only Wong Shuang stood out. Prior to facing the Warriors, Kobe had not exchanged a word with Wong Shuang, yet he was struck by the young man's dedication, arriving early and leaving late each day, unafraid to voice his aspirations to the coach, even as an unheralded player on a short contract. He saw to play and was undeterred by rejection or annoyance from others. At last, he had seized his opportunity. The pass he delivered was truly exquisite. Indeed, Wong Shuang's passing and shooting were commendable, showcasing solid fundamentals that had previously gone unnoticed. Fortunately, he had found his chance with the Lakers. Moreover, upon his entry, the immediate impact was undeniable. The Lakers' offense and defense took on a new shape, making it fair to consider him a core player, albeit with a humorous caveat that perhaps he was not yet the centerpiece, but undoubtedly an essential member. The two hosts in the broadcast booth enthusiastically extolled his influence on the court, and they were not mistaken. Wong Shuang's presence was instantly transformative. The Rockets' offense began to unravel as Wong Shuang commenced his assault on Howard, with only 3 minutes left in the game. Wong Shuang committed very few fouls in this game. As the Rockets crossed half court, he immediately embraced Howard in a bear hug. The Lakers accumulated fouls, sending Howard to the free throw line. Oh dear! Has the Lakers resorted to the Hack-a-Howard strategy so early? This tactic might indeed prove effective, as Howard has been nearly unguardable in the low post tonight. However, one area where he can be contained is the free throw line. Just as he finished his statement, Howard clanged his free throw off the rim. He shook his head. Free throws have always been his Achilles heel. In the 2014 playoffs, during the 6th game, had he managed to convert even one shot in the crucial moments, the Rockets would not have fallen victim to Lillard's long-range dagger. His second attempt also failed to find the mark. Howard's robust arms, which resemble a mighty sledgehammer in the paint, become cumbersome at the free throw line, making his shot awkward and rigid. The second attempt crashed directly into the front of the rim. Hibbert secured the defensive rebound and passed the ball to Kobe. With Wong Shuang on the court, the Lakers' offensive strategy shifted to pick and roll. Wong Shuang's screen once again drew the attention of 2 defenders from the Rockets. Kobe, with determination, charged towards the basket, engaging in a one-on-one duel with Howard. Once fierce rivals in the finals, they had later become teammates, yet their camaraderie had soured. Now, one has aged and the other is in decline. Kobe, facing Howard, executed a mid-range shot with precision. The ball found its mark. The Lakers reclaimed the lead. Bickerstaff, at a loss for words, pondered the actions of his players. What on earth are you doing? Why double-team Wong Shuang? This question would haunt the young coach for many years to come. Why indeed did they choose to double-team Wong Shuang? The Lakers had found their rhythm again. In that moment, Wong Shuang resolved to regain his shooting touch, aiming to maintain it for a full minute. What is the most effective way for a player to recover their shooting form on the court? It is to step up to the free throw line and take some shots. Wong Shuang had set his sights on Harden, who was burdened with 4 fouls. He had an unfinished task at hand. "You're in peril, Big Beard." Chapter 22. Focus sensation in the first half. Harden scored a commendable 23 points. However, as the third quarter of the second half commenced, Wong Shuang, having been called to start, saw a notable decline in his performance. 2 offensive fouls rendered him hesitant in his attacks. Bickerstaff, wary of Harden accruing a 5th foul prematurely, opted to bench him. After a prolonged period on the sidelines, He returned to the court in the fourth quarter. Yet, Harden's offensive prowess appeared less incisive than before. He is a player who heavily relies on rhythm. Any disruption or disarray in the tempo can render his offensive efforts ineffective. Although Wong is not primarily tasked with guarding Harden, his mere presence renders the bearded star quite uncomfortable. Setting aside other matters, his incessant trash talk alone is enough to unsettle anyone. I intend to draw a foul on you shortly. Do you understand? I strongly advise against attempting to defend me. You'll accumulate 5 fouls before you know it. Do not even think about drawing a foul from me. It's futile. I see right through you. Without free throws from fouls, you are nothing. When the playoffs arrive, you will falter, for the referees will no longer assist you. Will you cause a downpour on the court? I eagerly anticipate it. If Bickerstaff decides to bench you in the fourth quarter, perhaps you might have a chance of winning. Wong incessantly whispered about fouls into Harden's ear, which indeed highlights a significant point of contention surrounding Harden. He has increasingly relied on free throws and drawing fouls. While this strategy proved effective during the regular season, it faltered in the playoffs. For instance, during the 2014 playoffs against the Trail Blazers, he was severely hindered by Matthews, showcasing a marked decline in performance. The following year, in a remarkable comeback against the Clippers, Harden was inexplicably relegated to the bench. As the core leader of the team, his absence during such a critical battle relied solely on his teammates for a miraculous turnaround. Who else can we compare this to? Even Michael Jordan, during the 1992 finals, witnessed a remarkable comeback by the Bulls' role players, yet he ultimately participated in the game rather than spectating from the sidelines. Harden, however, remained seated until the final whistle, relying on sheer luck to secure a victory. This scenario underscores a psychological issue for Harden during pivotal moments, an evident lack of fortitude and a tendency to shy away from confrontation. Consequently, in response to Wong's relentless provocations, Harden refrained from verbal retaliation. He even lacked the courage to meet Wong's gaze and simply shoved him aside. Wong skillfully provoked Harden, causing him to become agitated. During the offensive play, he collaborated with Kobe, then made a swift cut to the basket, receiving a pass from Kobe and launching an immediate assault on the hoop. Harden switched to defend against him. Wong, adorned in the attire of Magneto, seemed to draw Harden towards him almost magnetically. Unconsciously, Harden leaned closer to Wong. Goodness, he finally experienced the sensation of being drawn into a trap. Wong drove towards the basket, only to be met by Harden, who collided with him. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a defensive foul against Harden. Perplexed, Harden protested, "I didn't even extend my arms. Why am I being called for a foul?" The referee calmly responded, "You infringed upon his cylinder." How could I have violated his cylinder? This was merely a standard physical encounter. Harden continued to argue, but the referee remained resolute in his decision. Pointing to the large screen, he remarked, "If you doubt it, take a look at the replay." Undeterred, Harden lifted his gaze to the screen. Wong received the ball and made his descent, though his pace was rather sluggish. Moreover, his dribbling appeared somewhat uncoordinated. As he advanced from the left flank, the prospect of him successfully executing a layup seemed bleak, especially with Howard looming nearby. However, in an unfortunate twist of fate, Harden gravitated towards Wong. His robust elbow pressed against Wong's ribs. The referee's call for a defensive foul was indisputable. Even Harden found himself at a loss, throwing up his hands in exasperation, shaking his head and muttering to himself, "Why on earth did I crowd him?" At this moment, Wong remarked, "I hope that in the future, when others commit fouls against you, you too can assert, 'No foul, no foul,' adding fuel to the fire, worsening the situation, and rubbing salt into the wound." Wong stood at the free throw line. Wong's free throw routine is deliberate. He takes his time to regulate his breathing and attune to his muscles. He gazes at the hoop for several seconds, forming a shooting posture before releasing the ball with precision, ensuring it finds its mark. His free throw technique is reminiscent of the likes of Karl Malone and Hamilton, characterized by a certain languor, leaving one to wonder what incantations they might be muttering under their breath. Observing Wong's leisurely pace, Fan jested about it. Indeed, one could imagine Kid blowing a kiss, Hornacek adjusting his face, Arenas circling his waist thrice, and Nash licking his hands. Each player has their unique habits. For instance, in our country, Wade would simply throw the ball upon receiving it without a glance, relying solely on his sense of touch, for his severe myopia rendered sight futile. He began to expound again. At that moment, Wong sank both of his free throws. His actions were not driven by ritual or superstition, but rather by the need to fine-tune his shooting touch. Through these free throws, he calibrated his aim, unlocking his skills and solidifying his feel for the game. After his second successful shot, Wong secured his rhythm. The Lakers led 104-102, edging ahead of the Rockets by 2 points with less than 2 minutes remaining in the game. Harden would not be leaving the court, playing through 5 fouls. As the final moments approached, neither team employed any intricate tactics. It was all about the individual prowess of the stars. Harden executed a series of crossovers beyond the arc, with Kobe taking on the primary defense against him. In this critical juncture, Kobe was still willing to carry the load. Yet, he was subsequently outmaneuvered by Harden. Inside, Hibbert arrived to assist, leaving Howard unguarded. Wong lunged forward, committing a fierce foul against Howard, who was receiving the ball. The referee blew the whistle. Wong promptly raised his hand. Howard, somewhat irked, remarked that had there been no foul on the play, it would have simply been a resounding dunk. "Is that all you can do, commit fouls?" he said. Wong raised his hands in exasperation and remarked, "Are you truly incapable of making free throws? Otherwise, why the frustration? After all, it's merely 2 points." The smile had long vanished from Howard's face, and he contemplated charging at Wong. At that moment, Kobe stepped forward, positioning himself between the two. "Mind your surroundings. Do you see where you are?" Kobe demonstrated commendable protectiveness over his younger teammate, oblivious to the fact that the latter harbored ambitions of usurpation. Following the parting of ways between Howard and Kobe, the rivalry between the two would inevitably spark verbal skirmishes during each clash between the Rockets and the Lakers. Today marked a belated yet anticipated confrontation. With the referee's assurance, Howard approached the free throw line, only to disappoint as he failed to convert both attempts. 2 opportunities squandered, leaving the Rockets feeling increasingly unsettled. Meanwhile, on the Lakers' side, Kobe once again executed a pick and roll with Wong. Wong did not proceed with a straightforward play this time. Instead, he executed an outward cut. He maneuvered to the vicinity of the free throw line. Kobe returned the pass, and Wong received the ball. Confronted by Jones's defense, Wong decisively took a mid-range shot. His shooting touch was now locked in, reminiscent of his free throw rhythm. Thus, regardless of the defense or its intensity, his mid-range attempts felt as effortless as a free throw. This was nothing short of a miraculous skill. Swish! 2 points successfully scored. A crucial mid-range jumper. 106-102. Since Wong's appearance, he had swiftly accumulated 4 points. He was on the verge of clinching the game. Chapter 23. Just in time. The Rockets called a timeout. With less than a minute remaining in the game, the Lakers held a 4-point lead. Wong has already scored 25 points, marking the pinnacle of his career. Furthermore, there exists the potential for this record to ascend even higher. The fans in attendance are fervently chanting his name. Wong pondered. One day he would elicit the MVP chants from Stamps. His thoughts wandered far afield, but he soon returned to the game. With a 4-point lead, victory seemed within reach. Yet it was not guaranteed. Time was abundant, and in the NBA, anything was possible. The Rockets were no pushovers. Rather, they were akin to resilient cockroaches. This had long been the tradition of a Houston team. In 1994, they overturned a 0-2 deficit against the Suns. In 1995, they rallied from 1-3 against the same team. And in 2015, they came back from 1-3 against the Clippers. Charles Barkley had witnessed 2 of those comebacks and famously remarked that the Rockets resembled cockroaches. One might think they were crushed underfoot, yet upon lifting a foot, they were still alive. In the broadcast studio, Barkley declared, "Wong's performance tonight is astonishing, which affirms my discerning eye. He is the Lakers' ace." However, the Rockets should never be underestimated. They were indeed like cockroaches. Wouldn't you agree, Smith? He turned to his partner, Kenny Smith, a former Rocket. The 2 comebacks had left an indelible mark on Barkley. In 1997, unable to defeat them, he joined their ranks, but ultimately did not secure a championship. Smith, rarely in alignment with Barkley, conceded, stating, "The Lakers have defensive flaws. If the Rockets can exploit those weaknesses, they still have a chance." With over a decade of professional experience, he possessed a keen insight into the game, unlike those half-hearted commentators. The Lakers' defensive pressure was insufficient, and in critical moments, they might falter against the penetrating assaults of opposing stars. As the game approached its final minute, the Rockets' strategy of hacking and fouling could not be executed. They were left to confront their adversaries head-on. On the Lakers bench, Scott was strategizing defensive plays, yet he understood the futility of it all. His players' defensive capabilities were limited, and the team lacked a cohesive defensive system. There was no framework, merely a one-on-one approach relying on chance. Fortunately, with a lead, the players were relatively relaxed. While Scott uttered a few platitudes, He inwardly hoped for some good fortune and for his team to avoid mistakes. Yet, the nature of the game often manifests the very fears one harbors. As the timeout concluded, the Rockets initiated their offense. Harden held the ball, executing a pick and roll. Defending Harden was Russell, who maneuvered past the screen, trailing closely behind. However, rather than charging forward, Harden decelerated, dribbling and waiting for Russell. Wong observed from the sidelines. Sensing that something was amiss, instinctively, he shouted, "Stop chasing." Wong had meticulously prepared to bolster the defense against Harden in the paint. However, Russell was oblivious to his intentions and lacked the time to respond. He lunged towards Harden from behind. In a swift retreat, Harden executed a step-back three-pointer. Russell leapt to contest the shot, but Harden anticipated his jump perfectly. The shot was merely a feint. He gathered, leaned in, and collided with Russell. Suspended in midair, Russell was unable to adjust and collided with Harden. At the moment of impact, Harden released the ball, which arced gracefully through the air. Beep! The referee's whistle pierced the tension. The ball soared through the hoop. A three-pointer succeeded. A foul was called, leading to a free throw. Harden completed a 4-point play. My goodness. Harden. He drew a foul on the three-pointer, executing a 4-point play. The dynamics of the game shifted dramatically, with both sides poised to equalize. Fan exclaimed passionately in the live broadcast. Truly, in this pivotal moment, Harden emerged as the hero. A 4-point play. This was beyond words. Harden had been exceptional in the first half, yet struggled in the latter half. Nevertheless, a superstar is defined by their ability to perform in critical moments. And he remarkably salvaged his team from the brink of defeat. This match was exhilarating, absolutely thrilling. The Rockets fans in the live chat were ecstatic. Harden, the eternal deity. What a phenomenal play. He saved the Rockets. Brother Deng is incredible. My brother Deng is the best in the world. Who dares to claim that Brother Deng relies solely on free throws? If you possess the skill, then don't commit fouls. The clash between the Rockets and the Lakers was a matter of pride. Fans from both sides were deeply invested. For the losing team would struggle to hold their heads high that day, particularly the Rockets fans. The Lakers were languishing at the bottom of the league. A loss would be utterly disgraceful. Lakers fans were vociferously criticizing Russell. What was Russell thinking? How many fouls was he deceived into committing? Absolutely dreadful. And yet he is a second overall pick. The Lakers' draft decisions were indeed misguided. Had they known, they should have selected Okafor instead of Russell. In these times, discussing the draft is futile. How much better could Okafor have been? The Lakers now have Wong, who needs Okafor. Enough of this nonsense. Can Wong not be compared to Okafor? Of course, I believe Wong is superior to Okafor, particularly in defense. The Lakers fans were embroiled in heated debate. Meanwhile, the Lakers called a timeout to reassess their strategy. Scott was left speechless, having directly allowed Harden to execute a successful 4-point play. The score was tied. Indeed, one often fears that which is bound to come. Scott, with fervent determination, sketched out strategies on the tactical board. After a period of contemplation, he ultimately opted for the dual pick-and-roll featuring Kobe and Wong. This particular strategy, at present, represents the Lakers' most dynamic and effective approach as it remains unexamined by their opponents. Other strategies the Lakers possess lack genuine efficacy. Had they any substantial methods, their record would not be so dismal. Kobe's isolation plays have lost much of their potency. Yet the incorporation of Wong seems to yield promising results. As the timeout concluded, Harden stepped up to the free throw line and successfully converted a shot. The score now stood at an even 106-106, with a mere 40 seconds remaining in the game. Both teams were guaranteed at least one more offensive opportunity. It was imperative for the Lakers to convert this possession. The atmosphere within the Staples Center had reached an electrifying tension, with spectators holding their breath in anticipation. The ball was inbound. Wong served the ball. His mental fortitude is exceptional. In the face of the Rockets' interference, he successfully delivered the ball to Kobe. This is one of Wong's strengths, his ability to remain error-free in critical moments. If he had just received the ball and was tasked with defending against Harden, he would undoubtedly avoid committing a foul. He would rather allow Harden to make a three-pointer than risk making contact with him. As Kobe received the pass, Wong did not immediately move to set a screen. Instead, he ran towards the interior, using his magnetic presence to draw the Rockets' defense toward him, thereby stretching their defensive formation. Scott, observing from the sidelines, was utterly perplexed, pondering Wong's intentions. Wong, on the court, did not adhere strictly to Scott's directives. For instance, the strategy employed during the fourth quarter's battle against Howard was not orchestrated by Scott at all. Rather, It was a tactical maneuver devised by Wong himself. This approach yielded remarkable results. The same can be said for this particular play. He circled around extensively before setting a screen for Kobe. This not only consumed valuable time, but also activated the Rockets' defense, creating a vast open space in the middle. With a solid screen set for Kobe, he penetrated straight to the basket. Confronted by two defenders, Kobe went for a layup. Yet, instead of finishing himself, he pivoted and passed the ball back to the high post Wong, who, receiving the ball at the free throw line, took a direct shot for 2 points. The Rockets' defense faltered, and the ball found its way through the net. A crucial basket indeed. An exquisite display of teamwork through the screen and roll. Wong stood at the free throw line, facing the defensive challenge posed by Brewer, and gracefully sank the 2 points. The Lakers reclaimed the lead. Just at that moment, the system announced that the shooting rhythm had been locked, signaling the conclusion. Wong exhaled deeply. In Chapter 24, The Emergence of a Star, the skill of touch lock has a duration of 1 minute, which pertains to the game time. When accounting for stoppage time, this minute essentially translates to merely 2 rounds. In critical moments, it may even be insufficient to last through a single round. After all, NBA games tend to become increasingly protracted as they progress, particularly during decisive moments. In a matter of seconds, the game can extend to encompass several minutes, or even half an hour. The clock ticks erratically, pausing and resuming intermittently, while both teams incessantly call for timeouts. Moreover, the NBA officials frequently interrupt the flow of the game with advertisements. Should you refrain from calling a timeout? The referees will assist in doing so. Wong delivered a crucial mid-range shot, prompting the Rockets to call a timeout. Bickerstaff found himself at a loss for words, as this match had been thoroughly dominated by Wong, a former member of the Rockets. Once a legendary player for the team, he had not seen a minute on the court, yet he now shone brightly with the Lakers, showcasing an exceptional performance against his former team. Post-game, it was inevitable that Bickerstaff would face criticism from the media and fans alike, accused of mismanagement and lacking the eye for talent. However, the blame could not rest solely on him. It was Morey who had prevented Wong from taking the floor. Regrettably, Bickerstaff was now left to ponder the strategy for the critical play. Should he aim for a 3-pointer or secure 2 points? Erring on the side of caution, 2 points seemed the wiser choice, yet one must also be prepared for the threat of a 3-pointer to exert sufficient pressure on the Lakers. Bickerstaff contemplated substituting Howard for a smaller lineup, enabling all 5 players to shoot 3-pointers. Nevertheless, he reconsidered. With Howard on the court, even if shots were missed, he could still secure offensive rebounds. Yet, what if Howard received the ball and was fouled? In that moment, Bickerstaff was uncertain. During an extended timeout, he deliberated over tactics for an extended period. Ultimately, he decided to place the ball in Harden's hands for a one-on-one play. In critical moments, entrusting the ball to the most formidable player seemed a sound strategy. Harden had proven reliable in clutch situations during his tenure with the Rockets, often making pivotal shots, including game winners from mid-range. Should the referees favor him, a game-winning free throw was also a possibility. Given the substantial support for the Rockets among fans back home, the two hosts in the domestic broadcast were extolling the team's virtues. In crucial moments, let us observe how Brother Deng performs. I speculate that the Rockets will definitely pass to him. His recent 4-point play was truly remarkable, indicating his excellent form. Now, trailing by 2 points. The Rockets certainly have a chance, said Keffin, sharing his insights. Indeed, Harden's performance in clutch situations over the past 2 seasons has been commendable. His skills have become increasingly well-rounded, presenting threats from mid-range, driving to the basket, and shooting from beyond the arc, complemented by his exceptional passing ability. For the Lakers, containing Harden would prove immensely challenging. In critical moments, the spotlight shines on the superstar's performances. The Lakers once had the greatest clutch player in Kobe, who recently delivered a game winner against the Warriors. However, defensively, the Lakers simply needed to avoid mistakes, as that was paramount. Yanni directly pointed out Russell's foolish foul. Had it not been for that infraction, the Lakers would now hold a 3-point lead. The Rockets would find the game considerably more challenging, and the Lakers would exhibit greater composure. Yang Yi's remarks ring true. In contests between teams like the Rockets and the Lakers, the critical factor often lies in which side can avoid errors. Ingenious moves, aggressive tactics, and decisive plays are generally elusive. If they were not, would their records be so dismal? It ultimately comes down to minimizing mistakes. The team that falters first and grants opportunities to the opponent is doomed. Scott, from the bench, had little strategy to impart. He repeatedly underscored the importance of avoiding errors, whether they be turnovers, fouls, or defensive lapses. This group of young players, one cannot expect them to exhibit a tenacious defensive presence. Simply refraining from making mistakes would suffice. Scott cast a deliberate glance at Russell, who wore an expression of indifference, as if he were not the one who had just committed a foul for beyond the arc. In contrast, Wong, who had just executed a game-winning shot, bore a serious demeanor. Having once been a bench player, he had spent far more time observing than playing, consequently affording himself ample time for contemplation. He surmised that in critical moments, the Rockets would inevitably turn to Harden. However, Harden has long struggled with turnovers. His propensity for mistakes, particularly in high-pressure situations, results in careless passing and unstable ball control being magnified. Wong has undergone training with the Rockets. He is well acquainted with certain tactical maneuvers employed by the team during critical moments. Thus, after the timeout concluded, Wong approached Kobe and said, "Boss, let Harden receive the ball first, and then we will double-team him." Kobe glanced at Wong and replied, "Will that be effective?" Wong remarked, "It is undoubtedly advantageous. You take on Russell's primary defense while I execute the double-team. I am well aware of Harden's passing tendencies, and I shall intercept the ball." Kobe's gaze was filled with skepticism. Stealing the ball has always been the most arduous task. Moreover, the moment one takes the risk of steal, it often results in a loss of defensive positioning, which can be perilous in critical moments. Kobe hesitated at such a gamble. "Boss, what are you hesitating for? We are in the lead. If we secure this steal, victory is ours. Why are you so timid? Are you still the Kobe Bryant we know?" Wong resorted to provocation against Kobe, a tactic that proved quite effective. Kobe shot Wong a glare and retorted, "Isn't it merely a double team? If I fail to secure the steal, the possession lost will still be attributed to me. I shall return with a decisive shot." Wong nodded thoughtfully, contemplating the limitations of his leader's abilities, albeit his bravado remained unyielding. When asked to execute a double team, he seemed intent on delivering a decisive blow. It was uncertain whether to commend his foresight or deem it excessive speculation. As the timeout concluded, the match resumed, marking a pivotal moment in determining the outcome. Given that it was a home game for the Lakers, aligned with Pacific time, this was the final contest of the day, as all other games had concluded. The streaming room was inundated with fervent fans, among them a significant number of Rocket supporters. Harden's three-pointer for the win. Beat LA. Defeat the Lakers. The Beard delivers the final blow. Harden seals the game with free throws, taking down the Lakers. A handful of Lakers fans attempted to retort, yet their voices were drowned out, significantly weakened by the overwhelming support for the Rockets, which extended beyond their own fan base to include admirers of other teams. All united in their disdain for the Lakers. As the Rockets prepared to inbound the ball, Ariza took charge. Russell closely shadowed Harden. Yet Harden leveraged his robust physique to create space. Ariza passed the ball to Harden, who received it just as Kobe, initially interfering with the inbound, surged forward to trap him. Taken aback, Harden's vulnerability surfaced, revealing that his ball-handling skills were not as elite as those of Kyrie or Curry. He was compelled to lean back, leaping to pass the ball to the awaiting Ariza. At that critical juncture, Wong, who had been lying in wait, charged forward. He audaciously abandoned his assigned opponent to intercept Harden's passing lane. What a play! Wong's steal. He intercepted Harden's pass. Wong. In the American broadcast room, Charles Barkley erupted in excitement. Wong emerged like a great bird soaring through the sky. He intercepted Harden's pass, seized the ball, and charged forward with grace. The beleaguered Harden was compelled to pull him down from behind. A foul. It marked Harden's sixth infraction. The Staples Center erupted in jubilation, the previously stifling atmosphere igniting in an instant. With a single steal, Wong extinguished the Rockets' hopes of victory, simultaneously ushering James Harden off the court. An impeccable defensive maneuver sealed their fate. Chapter 25, a bit too ambitious. Wong executed the steal. The Rockets were finished. The game concluded. No one anticipated that this match would culminate in such a manner, with Wong's interception leading to Harden's ejection. Wong stepped up for free throws. And should he convert both, he would score 29 points. Fan prematurely declared the game concluded in the live broadcast. Although the Rockets still held a theoretical chance of victory, such a possibility was as improbable as the national football team advancing in the qualifiers, essentially impossible. Had Wong missed his free throws, the Rockets might have retained a glimmer of hope. However, he confidently sank both shots, widening the gap to 4 points and leaving the Rockets with no opportunities. Bickerstaff called a symbolic timeout with mere seconds remaining. They desperately needed a 2- or 3-pointer. But without Harden, the Rockets lost their offensive linchpin. Ariza attempted a forced shot from beyond the arc, which failed to find the mark. Hibbert secured the defensive rebound, firmly controlling the ball. Throughout the game, Hibbert had only managed 3 rebounds, yet this crucial one proved to be of utmost significance. With the Rockets' miss from three-point range, they surrendered their chance. The game had been fraught with frustration, inexplicably convoluted from start to finish. It seemed destined to be a resounding triumph, yet it ended in a defensive masterpiece. It felt as though they had been dealt a bitter blow. As the final moments unfolded, the Rockets players exited the court to a chorus of cheers from the fans, all directed at Wong. During his free throws, some fans began to chant, "MVP, MVP," a title once solely owned by Kobe. Hearing such a claim stirred a pang of nostalgia within Kobe. Was it finally time for a generational shift? Little did he know that his successor would emerge from the ranks of an undrafted player on a 10-day contract. However, young talents like Russell and Randall had failed to rise to the occasion. Randall's premature departure post-game would undoubtedly incur penalties, while Russell clearly lacked the requisite talent and, as a rookie, did not possess that fierce ambition. In contrast, Wong emerged as a formidable force. Kobe approached Wong, embracing him with pride. "Well done, kid. Splendid work." Wong embraced Kobe with fervor, contemplating that the more splendidly he performed, the more precarious his leader's position became. The chants of MVP from the fervent fans served as undeniable evidence of this fact. Meanwhile, the domestic live streaming channels erupted with enthusiasm, with a certain basketball website's server crashing under the overwhelming traffic. The dramatic conclusion of the Lakers versus Rockets clash prompted a flood of comments from various fans venting their exhilaration. "Wong is phenomenal. From this day forward, I shall be a Lakers fan." Number 10 for the Lakers, the new royal of purple and gold. With exceptional prowess on both offense and defense, Wong dazzled with an impressive stat line of 29 points, 6 rebounds, 4 assists, and 2 steals, all achieved in just over 20 minutes of playtime. The future indeed looks promising. It is astonishing to discover such a remarkable player emerging from China. One must wonder where the scouts and reporters have been. The Rockets are suffering the consequences of their own misjudgment. They unearthed a treasure yet failed to appreciate it, allowing him to join the Lakers. As of today, the number of Lakers fans has officially surpassed that of the Rockets. The Rockets have been excessively frugal, unable to retain even a short-term contract player. Could they not extend a little opportunity? It seems their only intention was to utilize Chinese players to generate viewership, first with Jeremy Lin and now with Wong, without any genuine desire to nurture their talents, fixated solely on commerce. They failed to realize that poor team performance and a lack of potential stars yield no audience engagement. Can they rely on a player like Harden, whose style seems to rely on drawing fouls? Wong performances have improved with each passing game, almost miraculous in nature. However, one should cautiously anticipate his future development, considering he is already 24 years old. It is hoped he can become a competent rotation player in the NBA, at the very least securing a contract akin to Lin's. Post-game discussions and forums overwhelmingly revolved around Wong. His continuous improvement over 3 games has significantly aided the Lakers in achieving a 3-game winning streak, the longest of their season thus far. In the live stream, Yang expressed incredulity, stating Wong's performance tonight was truly extraordinary, utterly remarkable. What is astonishing is not merely his scoring or steals, but rather his profound influence on the game itself. Each year, numerous unsung heroes emerge in the NBA. Yet in Wong, I perceive something distinct, something extraordinary. While some role players may shine in scoring or defense, Wong embodies an unparalleled command of the game, an attribute reserved for superstars. Yang began to elevate Wong's status towards that of superstar. Kufan chuckled, responding, "Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration, Teacher Yang?" Yang hastily retorted, "Not at all. Wong exudes a remarkable demeanor that is indeed special. I believe even Jeremy Lin lacked this particular charisma. Regardless, it is a cause for celebration that the NBA has welcomed another exceptional Chinese player." Kufan remarked, "Indeed, following this match, I estimate the number of Lakers fans will surely surge." Wishing Wong continued success in his endeavors, today's live broadcast concludes here. As the broadcast ends, fans continue their spirited debates in the forum, gradually processing the excitement brought forth by the match. Meanwhile, in the Lakers locker room, sentiments vary, some elated, others disheartened. Naturally, the jubilant figure is Wong, who has been honored as the most valuable player of the evening. For the first time in his life, he finds himself fielding questions from reporters at the sidelines. In the face of their inquiries, he remains reticent, exuding humility in both speech and demeanor. Entirely devoid of the brashness often displayed on the court. His principle is clear: be audacious in competition, yet modest off the court. Upon returning to the locker room, the entire Lakers staff and assistant coaches gather to congratulate Wong with high fives. "Well done, Wong. You played exceptionally well. Keep it up." He is hailed as the star of the night. Conversely, the most disheartened individual is undoubtedly Randall, who, in a moment of impulsiveness, exited prematurely. He did not anticipate that the starting Wong would perform so splendidly. Witnessing Wong's decisive steal that sealed the game, Randall's expression turned darker than ever. He realizes the gravity of his error. He is certain to face disciplinary action from the team for leaving the game without permission, likely resulting in a suspension. Furthermore, he feels utterly overshadowed by Wong. Randall has never regarded Wong as a serious competitor. His rivalry has always been with Larry Nance Jr. unexpectedly. Wong has stolen the spotlight. Observing everyone flocking to Wong to celebrate, Randall's frustration mounts. Yet, in a surprising gesture, Wong approaches him and extends his hand, saying, "We won, buddy." Randall reluctantly reciprocates with a high five, muttering, "Well done, kid." Ironically, despite being younger than Wong, he refers to him as kid due to his earlier entry into the league. Wong chuckled softly to himself, contemplating that in the future, he would command the respect of being called boss. However, the duration of his stay with the Lakers remained uncertain. At that moment, the owner, Jeannie Buss, entered the locker room. She approached Wong and remarked, "You played quite well, Wong. Do you have any thoughts on this?" Wong pondered for a moment and said, "I believe you should contemplate offering me a more favorable contract." Xiao Bas revealed a smile, albeit one that carried an unsettling quality. Meanwhile, Scott felt a cold sweat begin to form. Wong, that lad, after delivering an exceptional performance on the field, immediately began to voice his demands for a contract. Wong, however, remained undaunted. If she had thoughts, she would express them without reservation. "Mr. Bass, you must truly contemplate this matter, for we are not far from the playoffs." Wong made a remarkable statement, plunging the Lakers' locker room into an immediate silence. The players collectively pondered. Has this kid become too arrogant? Is he truly contemplating the playoffs? Everyone was aware that the objective for this season was merely to accompany Kobe on his retirement tour. The playoffs? After winning a few games, he dares to entertain such thoughts? It's utterly delusional, excessively so. Chapter 26. Provocation following their victory over the Rockets. The Lakers' record stood at 12 wins and 32 losses. To be frank, this record is abominably dismal. They languish at the bottom of the league standings. In the Western Conference, a winning percentage of at least 50 is requisite to secure a playoff berth. During the most fiercely contested periods, even a 50 record was insufficient. With 38 games remaining in the regular season, to achieve a 50 winning percentage, they must triumph in at least 29 of those matches. The difficulty of this task is exceedingly daunting. The Lakers' strategic plan for this season was to vie for the top draft pick. Having surpassed the halfway mark of the season, they were executing this plan commendably. Yet, a player from the bench suddenly rose to prominence, leading the team to 3 victories and thus indulged in fanciful aspirations. Little Buss could hardly contain his laughter. The expressions on the faces of the other players and staff in the locker room were equally comical. Little Buss patted Wong on the shoulder and remarked, "Confidence is commendable, but excessive confidence borders on arrogance. Focus on performing well in the remaining games. What is meant to be yours will ultimately be yours." Little Buss's words, in essence, conveyed little. Wong wished to engage in a debate, yet upon reflection, he pondered the futility of arguing on the basketball court. It is only through victory and exemplary performance that one can substantiate their correctness. The Lakers' poor performance is not solely attributable to roster issues. Rather, it stems more profoundly from a lack of spirit within the team. The youth exhibit a dearth of fighting spirit, while the team stars are shrouded in despondency, their ambition extinguished. From the owner to the coach, there is little expectation of triumph. It is indeed remarkable that such a team does not languish at the bottom of the standings. Faced with the disdain of others, Wong chose to remain silent. Further words would serve no purpose, for his voice carried little weight. However, after attending a press conference, he was halted in the corridor by Kobe. "Hey Wong, is what you said in the locker room true? Did you really mention making it to the playoffs?" Kobe inquired, nodding. "Yes. Do you genuinely still aspire to reach the playoffs?" Wong Dao, "Of course, don't you desire the same?" Kobe smiled, expressing his aspiration to secure a championship title. Yet such opportunities do not arise every year. Wang Shuang remarked, "This is your final year. Why not give it your all? Do you intend to merely survive as you have been?" A hint of melancholy flickered in Kobe's eyes. Since time immemorial, beauty has been akin to valiant generals, never allowing the sight of gray hair amongst mortals. No matter how proud or formidable Kobe may be, age is an undeniable factor. The truth is, he is nearing his limits. However, in these last 2 games, he has indeed rediscovered a semblance of his former prowess, the exhilarating sensation of victory. Playing alongside Wang Shuang, Kobe was reminded of his early days with Gasol, that towering and astute Spanish center, a perfect match for him. In contrast, Wang Shuang appears to possess a greater intelligence, coupled with an energetic drive that Gasol lacked. Kobe's expression shifted several times before he finally patted Wang Shuang on the shoulder and said, "Put forth your best effort. Play well, young man. The future will be yours." Upon hearing Kobe's words, Wang Shuang could not help but exclaim, "Kobe, you're a softy." Kobe was instantly incensed and retorted, "Wang, mind your manners. You may speak so on the court, but exercise caution off it. Wang Shuang Dao yet. Have you not already lost your ambition? You do not even dare to make a move." Wang Shuang spoke candidly. Kobe, incensed, retorted, "I performed exceptionally well in these 3 games. I'm unafraid to take my shots. Wang Shuang Dao. That is because I am urging you. But when do you need a bench player to remind you to take your shot and strive for victory? Is this still you, Kobe?" Wang Shuang's words pierced Kobe's heart. Indeed, when did he ever need external motivation to win? In the past, it was always he who inspired others. Kobe fell silent. Observing his silence, Wang Shuang said, "You are far from finished. Channel the fierce determination you once had when you demanded a trade. Compel the management to take action instead of passively watching the team spiral into oblivion." In the summer of 2007, Kobe had once exerted pressure on the organization. At that time, he was at his peak, his scoring prowess reaching extraordinary heights. However, the team repeatedly faltered in the first round, lacking adequate support. He compelled the team to instigate change. Eventually, in the new season, the Lakers acquired Pau Gasol, ushering in a new era, during which Kobe secured 2 additional championships. Now, as he contemplates retirement, must he again resort to such pressure? What more could he do? He was on the verge of retirement. Yet, Wang Shuang's words ignited a spark within Kobe. Indeed, the Lakers were not entirely devoid of hope. If Wang Shuang possessed such confidence, how could Kobe lack it? Thus, he resolved to speak with Genie Bus. Before parting, he asked Wang Shuang, "Do you truly believe we can still make it to the playoffs?" Wang Shuang nodded and said, "Of course, because we are winning. The feeling of victory is exhilarating, isn't it?" Kobe smiled in agreement, acknowledging Wang Shuang's sentiment. This team truly craved triumph. It desperately needed such an optimistic and uplifting attitude. Among the other young players, Kobe scarcely observed this outlook. Everyone seemed to be merely going through the motions, more concerned with their individual statistics and performances. And then there was that unfortunate farewell tour, a concept Kobe harbored a strong aversion towards. As a professional athlete, his foremost aspiration on the court was to win, to achieve victory, to claim championships, not to be paraded like an exhibit for others to gawk at. Although he deserved such recognition, his relentless pursuit of victory would never wane. His favorite basket would always be the next one. During the so-called farewell tour games, Kobe received abundant cheers and applause, yet he understood that these accolades stemmed from nostalgia, even pity. He would rather be loathed by fans than be the object of their sympathy and reminiscence. That feeling could sometimes be utterly disheartening. Consequently, in certain games, Kobe's performance was subpar, his attempts few and far between, entirely uncharacteristic of him. However, Wang Shuang's repeated encouragement ultimately sparked a desire for change within Kobe. In the final year of his career, there remained the possibility of a resurgence. Wang Shuang departed from the Stamp Center and returned to his rented accommodation. It was nearly midnight. Just as he was about to retire for the night, the doorbell rang. Goodness, at such a late hour, who could it be? Wang Shuang found it peculiar that, at such a late hour, someone was seeking him out. He had no acquaintances in Los Angeles. Could it be? He approached the door and peered through the peephole, immediately noticing an eye-catching groove pressed against the door's eye. Wang Shuang, startled, stumbled backward, exclaiming, "What on earth?" A voice came from outside the door. "Wang Shuang, are you asleep?" It was indeed the voice of Jessica Chun. Wang Shuang replied, "I have retired for the night. Let us discuss matters tomorrow. However, I urgently require your assistance. Would you kindly open the door? Yet, you still inquire if I am asleep." Wang Shuang contemplated for a moment. After all, she was the landlord. It was perhaps wiser to avoid any confrontation with her. Thus, Wang Shuang opened the door. revealing Jessica Chun standing at the threshold in her pajamas. The attire was somewhat revealing, causing Wang Shuang's gaze to involuntarily wander. Ms. Chun, what brings you here at such a late hour? Wang Shuang, my computer is malfunctioning. Could you assist me in repairing it? Thinking it might be a serious matter, Wang Shuang was relieved to discover it was merely a request for computer assistance. Chapter 27. A single drink, please wait a moment. I will change my clothes and come over. Wang Shuang returned home to change into a tank top and shorts, pondering that such attire was inappropriate for visiting someone else's home to repair a computer. However, Ms. Chun interjected, "Oh, there's no need for that. Why change your clothes? It's merely a computer repair, not an oily range hood that would soil your garments. Come on, let us go. It will be done in no time." As she spoke, Jessica Chun reached out and grasped Wang Shuang's hand. Her touch was soft and delicate, reminiscent of a young maiden. After taking hold of Wang Shuang's hand, her fingers traced gently across the palm. Wang Shuang felt a stir in her heart, pondering the meaning behind it. Should they make a pinky promise? However, she thought to herself that she felt rather underdressed. Wang Shuang still felt a twinge of embarrassment. Truly, it is nothing. I'm also dressed rather lightly. Upon Jessica Chun's remark, Wang Shuang could not help but steal a glance at her chest. So fair. In America, such pallor does not align with prevailing aesthetics. Many Caucasian women opt for a sun-kissed glow, while their Asian counterparts often tan themselves to a deep bronze, touting it as a symbol of health. Yet, to Wang Shuang's eyes, a fair complexion remains the epitome of beauty. Jessica Chun is quite dedicated to her fitness routine, yet she has no inclination towards tanning, maintaining her porcelain skin. This characteristic seems to resonate with traditional Chinese beauty standards. Perhaps it is for this reason that the stunningly affluent Ms. Chun has remained single all this time. Then I shall not change my attire. Wang Shuang followed Jessica Chun to the neighboring room. Jessica Chun's abode was significantly more opulent than Wang Shuang's. The decor was resplendent, with an air of elegance. The lighting within the room was dim and hazy, cultivating an atmosphere of intrigue. In the living room, there was a white genuine leather sofa, long and spacious, exuding a remarkable softness. Wang Shuang recalls the time when he first arrived in Los Angeles. As he sat on this very sofa while signing the contract at Jessica Chun's home, he found it to be exceedingly comfortable. He wonders what it would feel like to drift off to sleep upon it. Wang Shuang shook his head, pondering how such thoughts could cross his mind when he was merely there to repair a computer. Jessica Chun gestured towards the coffee table in front of the sofa, where a laptop lay. The screen was open, displaying a blue screen of death. The computer sat there, its screen transformed in such an inexplicable manner. Wang Shuang observed that indeed, there was an issue with the computer. Generally speaking, the causes of a blue screen are manifold, encompassing both hardware and software problems. For young men, it is not uncommon to encounter such dilemmas. Fortunately, there are numerous solutions available. Wang Shuang settled into the sumptuous leather sofa, beginning to tinker with the laptop. The sofa was indeed incredibly soft. Upon sitting, one would sink into its embrace. How delightful, Jessica Chun remarked. I shall fetch you a drink. Please continue with your work. Wang Shuang hastily replied, No, it's unnecessary. I will finish it shortly. However, Jessica Chun had already approached the wine cabinet to pour a drink. Standing beside the cabinet, her silhouette appeared particularly graceful. The silk nightgown she wore subtly hinted at her form beneath. She was barefoot, her soles resting against the floor. As she poured the wine, she delicately rose onto her toes, her arches resembling the elegant curve of a basketball shot. Ah, wait a moment, I am supposed to be fixing the computer. Wang Shuang busied himself in refocusing his attention. The computer screen turned blue. What could be the cause? Perhaps a simple restart would suffice. Moments latte. Física, shenapruaka. Gracefully holding a glass of wine, she placed the glass on the coffee table. I've prepared a gin and tonic for you. Do give it a try and see if it suits your palate, she remarked as she settled closely beside Wang Shuang. Despite the winter chill outside, the apartment was warm, courtesy of the heating system, and both were dressed lightly. The moment Jessica Chun made contact with Wang Shuang, an electric tension filled the air. Wang Shuang felt a shiver run down his spine. He shifted slightly to the side, only to find Jessica Chun leaning in closer to him. She then raised her glass and inquired, Care for a sip? Wang Shuang took the wine glass and said, I do not drink alcohol. I have never indulged. Don't be absurd. Are there any athletes who do not drink? I truly cannot drink. Wait, there's a slight issue here. Wang Shuang strives to focus his attention on the computer. He has already identified the root of the issue. The cause of the blue screen may possibly be attributed to a virus. Although Wong is not a tech enthusiast, he possesses a modest understanding of computer technology. During his high school years, he was renowned as the class's computer whiz. Now faced with a malfunctioning computer, he is determined to restore it to its pristine condition. Indeed, a woman's computer often resembles a chaotic mess, lacking any semblance of organization with an overwhelming array of disarrayed software. While foreign systems are less plagued by malicious software, neglecting proper maintenance can still lead to issues. Jessica Chun, observing Wong Shuang's unwavering concentration on the computer, finds herself feeling neglected despite being a striking beauty. Frustrated, she rises abruptly from the sofa and heads to the kitchen, contemplating preparing something to eat. If no man can satisfy her desires, then indulging her own appetite is a worthy alternative. Wong Shuangchuan paid no heed to the departure of the female landlord. He remained engrossed in repairing the computer. At long last, he resolved the blue screen issue and optimized the system's startup, performance, and memory. Phew, it is accomplished. Wong Shuang exhaled deeply. Having thoroughly cleaned the computer, the exhilaration he felt was akin to that of triumphing in a competition. As a reward, he downed the gin and tonic sitting beside the computer. However, as soon as it settled in his stomach, he sensed something amiss. The drink was fiery. The issue did not lie with the liquor itself, but rather with Wong Shuang's constitution. He was fundamentally unsuited for alcohol consumption. Until now, he had never partaken, as the mere scent of alcohol had always made him uneasy. Thus, he had not lied when he claimed to have never tasted it before. Yet tonight, he was curious to experience the flavor of alcohol. Consequently, he unwittingly gulped down a substantial amount. Gin and tonic, crafted with gin, is considered a spirit of considerable potency. Wong Shuang was intolerant to alcohol. Having never consumed it before, he was ill-prepared for its effects. Almost instantly, he felt the world spinning around him, dizziness overwhelming his senses. He collapsed onto the soft, genuine leather sofa, murmuring in distress about how unbearable he felt as he drifted into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Jessica Chun prepared a serving of pasta. Remembering Wong Shuang was outside, she decided to make an additional portion. As she emerged with the noodles, she was taken aback to find Wong Shuang sprawled on the sofa. Rushing over, she gently shook him, calling out, Hey, what's wrong? Wong Shuang? Wong Shuang's cheeks were flushed, and he was murmuring, The computer is fixed, but I cannot drink. Jessica Chun glanced at the empty wine glass resting on the coffee table, realizing that Wong Shuang truly was not adept at drinking. With a sigh, she remarked, So you really are a novice when it comes to alcohol. She settled beside Wong Shuang and draped a blanket over him. Lifting her laptop, she discovered it was now functional, despite her landlord status ensuring a life of comfort. Jessica Chun also worked as a contributor for fashion magazines, which necessitated the use of computer. Today, however, she had encountered genuine technical difficulties and, unable to find assistance, had to rely on Wong Shuang's return. Upon opening her frequently visited website, a pop-up appeared. It was a news headline, Los Angeles Lakers triumph over Houston Rockets. Chinese player Wong Shuang shines with 29 points and a crucial defensive play. The match had just concluded that evening. Jessica Chun was not well-versed in the sports realm, but upon reading the news, coupled with the morning's newspaper, it dawned on her that Wong Shuang was indeed quite remarkable. Her perception of him shifted, acknowledging that his prowess extended beyond mere physical strength. Chapter 28, The Big Fellow. When Wong Shuang awoke, it was already the following morning. He groggily opened his eyes, feeling a bit disoriented. What is this sound? Where am I? Wong Shuang felt a slight ache in his head as he strained to recall the events of the previous night. Beneath him lay the soft leather of a sofa, while a warm blanket enveloped his body. This was not his rented apartment. He found himself in the home of his landlord, Jessica Chun. As he touched his own body, a wave of confusion washed over him. Where had his tank top gone? And what about his lower garments? Why were they missing as well? Panic surged within him as he contemplated what had transpired last night. Could it really be that his clothes had vanished? No, it couldn't be. Wong Shuang was plagued by an unsettling thought. Could it be that in his inebriated state last night, he had engaged in some inappropriate encounter with his landlady's sister? If so, would he no longer be required to pay rent? Wong Shuang pondered that there might be a silver lining to such occurrences. However, it seemed that the undergarment remained intact. Could it be that there was no breach in defense? At that moment, the sound of rushing water reached Wong Shuang's ears, emanating from the bathroom. Someone was taking a shower. Americans are accustomed to bathing in the morning. It must certainly be the landlord, Miss Chun. Wong Shuang wrapped herself in a blanket and rose to her feet, her head still clouded with dizziness. It seemed evident that she could never indulge in alcohol again. The effects of that drink lingered heavily upon her. She searched the living room for a tank top and pants, but to no avail. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Her home was merely next door, and she could simply return to retrieve her clothes. Wong, enveloped in a blanket, stealthily approached the door. Upon opening it, ready to return to her adjacent room, she was taken aback to find a large black woman standing at the threshold. It was Ms. Ruth, the apartment's janitor. Wong was wrapped in a blanket, wearing nothing but a pair of trousers. She locked eyes with Lady Ruth, who scrutinized Wong's physique with an unusual gaze. Tall, robust, and solid, she was undeniably alluring. Wong felt quite embarrassed, wrapping the blanket tightly around her body. "Mrs. Liu, please don't misunderstand." Quickly, Mrs. Liu shook her hand and replied, No, I harbor no misunderstandings. I have seen nothing." As she spoke, Mrs. Liu cast a significant glance at Wong. How could that be interpreted as a lack of misunderstanding? It seemed that trouble was inevitable, even when there was none to begin with. Wong was preparing to leave for home when the voice of Jessica Chun echoed from within. "Wong, are you awake? If you are, could you please bring me a towel?" She called out twice. Wong found herself at a loss for words. Should she announce her awakening and offer to fetch a towel for her, or remain silent and simply return home? It seemed somewhat impolite to leave without acknowledging her presence. Jessica Chun, unaware of Wong's consciousness, emerged from the shower without a towel. She inquired softly, but upon noticing the stillness of the living room, presumed that Wong had not yet stirred. Indeed, if she was still asleep, it would be best for Jessica to exit and retrieve a towel from her room. With this thought, she murmured to herself and stepped out of the bathroom. As she traversed the living room to fetch her towel, she unexpectedly encountered Wong standing in the hallway, draped in a blanket, her gaze instantly drawn to Ms. Chun. Jessica Chun, in her early 30s, maintained an exquisite figure. With long legs and a slender waist, her bosom was equally impressive. A firm abdomen subtly protruded, creating a captivating silhouette. Her daily commitment to fitness was evident, as her long legs displayed remarkable symmetry. Her thighs were gracefully rounded, while her calves were elegantly elongated, a true masterpiece sculpted by nature. Wong was momentarily taken aback. However, Jessica Chun neither gasped nor clutched her chest. She stood there with poise, allowing Wong to gaze for a while. Then she addressed him, saying, "So, have you had your fill of looking? If so, could you kindly fetch me a towel? It's on the coat rack behind the door of my room." Wong's face was flushed with a deep crimson hue. Although he had encountered the female form before, he had never beheld such a fiery and unabashed display. He was aware of his landlady's commendable physique, yet he had not anticipated it to be this exquisite. It is often said that a woman appears more alluring when clothed, and that the allure diminishes when she is disrobed. However, in the case of Jessica Chun, this notion proved to be false. She, in her nakedness, exuded an even greater magnetism. At that moment, Wong's mind was consumed by thoughts of her enchanting figure as he made his way to the room to retrieve a towel. Wong lowered his head as he handed something to Jessica Chun. Jessica Chun mused to herself, "This lad seems rather bashful. Could it be that he is inexperienced, much like a novice at drinking? Surely not. What athlete isn't a notorious flirt?" Initially, Jessica Chun intended to entice this young lodger to alleviate her solitude, yet unexpectedly, he appears to be quite an intriguing character. After wrapping the towel around himself snugly, Wong finally lifted his gaze and inquired, "Ms. Chun, where are my clothes?" Jessica Chun replied, "Your clothes? I took the liberty of washing them. They are in the dryer and should be ready shortly." "What? How can my clothes be washed?" he exclaimed. "You reeked of sweat, having sprawled on my genuine leather sofa. Naturally, they required cleaning. Moreover, after your indulgence in alcohol yesterday, you ended up vomiting in your sleep, staining both your clothing and my sofa." Wong possesses a remarkably low tolerance for alcohol, succumbing to inebriation after merely 1 cup. The ensuing act of vomiting was truly embarrassing. Wong quickly apologized, expressing his sincere regret for his rudeness. Jessica Chun stifled a laugh and remarked, "You little rascal. You are rather amusing." "Oh, but wait, you're not really a little rascal anymore. You have grown into quite the hefty fellow." Wong is not only tall in stature, but he also embodies a significant masculine presence. Jessica Chun undoubtedly witnessed this when she assisted him in changing his trousers last night. Wong felt a sense of embarrassment. "Ms. Chun, I have overstayed my welcome at your home. It is time for me to leave. I have training scheduled for the morning." Jessica Chun did not insist on his staying. She went to the dryer and retrieved his clothes for him. Wang Shuang hurriedly donned his attire, bid farewell, and swiftly departed. Observing his retreating figure, Jessica Chun felt a smile grace her lips. This young man possesses a rather intriguing demeanor. She had indeed underestimated him. Jessica recalled seeing Wang Shuang in the news. She picked up her phone and dialed a number. Hello, could you assist me in acquiring a ticket for a Lakers game? For when? Any date will suffice. I have no particular preference. What? Why am I interested in basketball? There's no reason. I simply find myself suddenly captivated. Wang Shuang hurriedly returned to his home, changed his attire, and promptly set off for training. Although today was originally designated as a day of rest, he engaged in 2 back-to-back matches. The Lakers have been granted 2 days of respite, leading up to the game against the Kings on the 20th, which will be held at their home court. Consequently, Scott has bestowed upon the team a day of leisure. Wang Shuang had no intention of granting himself a respite. For him, having just established his footing in the NBA, the assistance of a systematic training regimen was indispensable. Upon arriving at the subterranean training facility of the Toyota Center, the staff greeted him warmly. This was a stark contrast to the treatment he received when he initially joined the Lakers. A true testament to the dramatic shift in his circumstances. Entering the training hall, he was taken aback to find himself utterly alone. Even Kobe, who was known to rise at 4 o'clock for practice, had not shown up. Indeed, it seemed that everyone had opted for an extended vacation. Wang Shuang let out a sigh and silently commenced his basketball training. Chapter 29, The Leader's Charisma. Wang Shuang practiced relentlessly from dawn until dusk. He entered the underground training facility bathed in the morning sun, emerging only to find Los Angeles cloaked in the embrace of night. Countless souls were undoubtedly indulging in the hedonistic allure of this city of angels, particularly professional athletes. They are youthful, affluent, and robust, perpetually the most sought-after patrons of nightclubs. Take, for instance, James Harden of the Rockets, who had just suffered a defeat against the Lakers. Though the loss was disheartening, it could not deter him from reveling in the nightlife. After a setback on the court, one naturally seeks solace in the pleasures of the evening. Wang Shuang has indeed encountered temptation, yet reality does not permit him to indulge in frivolity. The relentless pursuit of daily training undoubtedly yields results. Today, he distinctly sensed his rapid progress. Movements that once eluded him have now become attainable. His trainer also praised Wang Shuang for his significant improvement. Wang Shuang mused that the template must have taken effect. His compatibility with the legendary Bird had now reached 35. Who is Bird? An unparalleled genius in the annals of basketball history. During his inaugural foray into the sport, he left seasoned players searching for their teeth. Thus commenced an invincible basketball career. Wang Shuang's compatibility has notably improved. By the following day, the team resumed its regular training. However, Wang Shuang discovered that Kobe had not attended practice. Upon inquiring, he learned that Kobe needed to rest due to a knee injury. Throughout this season, Kobe had been plagued by intermittent injuries. The accumulated ailments over 2 decades have rendered him unable to savor the early morning sights of Los Angeles. Without Kobe's presence, Wang Shuang found the training rather uninspiring. Kobe had always served as the benchmark for training, with his dedication inspiring others. In his absence, the Lakers' training lacked vigor and enthusiasm. As the afternoon approached, around 2 o'clock, Scott blew the whistle, signaling the end of the collective practice. The training commenced at 10 in the morning, consisting of 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the afternoon. Truly a regimen conducive to well-being. Observing Randall and others tidying up in preparation to leave, Wang Shuang felt a sense of emptiness. Wang Shuang had no intention of leaving. He was determined to practice further. Wang Shuang executed a 3-point shot from beyond the arc. The ball swished through the net effortlessly before rolling to the sidelines, ultimately coming to rest at Randall's feet. Wang Shuang called out, "Randall, could you please retrieve the ball for me?" Randall, already preparing to leave, felt a sudden surge of frustration upon noticing Wang Shuang still practicing. The past few days had seen the media lavish praise upon Wang Shuang, while Randall found himself the target of public scorn for his premature departure from the court. Consequently, the Lakers imposed a 1-game suspension upon him, rendering him unable to participate in the upcoming match against the Kings. Moreover, he faced a financial penalty, with a portion of his modest rookie salary being deducted for this infraction. All of this turmoil stemmed from Wang Shuang's actions, leaving Randall seething with indignation. Thus, upon spotting the ball on the ground, he unleashed a powerful kick, sending it hurtling towards Wang Shuang. Wang Shuang caught the basketball with his foot, his displeasure palpable. He called out to Randall, "Randall, basketball is not meant to be kicked." Randall responded with a dismissive smile. "Do you really think I need you to teach me how to play basketball?" Wang Shuang nodded thoughtfully, remarking that one truly needs a proper mentor to master the art of basketball. He expressed his belief that you possess little more than the ability to shoot and lay up. Basketball is fundamentally a team sport. This was not the first time Wang Shuang had articulated such sentiments. Randall, incensed, set aside the garment in his hands and strode towards Wang Shuang. He pointed an accusing finger at Wang Shuang's nose and declared, "Do not delude yourself into thinking you are exceptional. If you dare, let us engage in a one-on-one duel." Wang Shuang smirked disdainfully and said, "I've already told you. You do not know how to play basketball. It is a team sport, not merely about shooting or layups." Randall, infuriated, retorted, "Then let us compete as adversaries in a match. What do you say?" Wang Shuang remarked, "Great. Let us engage in an internal match, should anyone else wish to participate." Observing a dispute between two individuals, Scott initially intended to mediate. However, upon further contemplation, he recognized that the team could indeed benefit from a touch of competition. With Kobe absent, the training sessions had become rather lackluster. Scott believed that Wang Shuang's involvement could invigorate the atmosphere. The team unanimously agreed to partake in the internal scrimmage. Consequently, Wang Shuang and Randall commenced the selection of players. Randall held considerable sway within the team. As an African-American and a highly regarded rookie, he garnered support from several key players, including Hibbert, Lou Williams, Bass, and Russell, who aligned themselves with him. There was an existing sentiment among some that Wang Shuang was overly arrogant. Meanwhile, several younger players, such as Clarkson and Ryan Kelly, chose to side with Wang Shuang, as they were ambitious individuals eager to ascend the ranks. Wang Shuang's relentless pursuit of excellence has inspired those around him. They all aspire to shine as brightly as he does. Scott, ball in hand, approached the center of the field and announced, "Let us engage in an internal scrimmage. Team Randall versus Team Wang Shuang. Remember, this is a training exercise, so please pay a modicum of attention. I hope you all glean valuable lessons from this confrontation." The players on both sides were indifferent to the coach's admonitions. What lessons? Their sole desire was to triumph. Winning is the instinct that drives every athlete. Hibbert stood poised at the center circle. The center of Wang Shuang's team is tar black, standing at a mere 206 centimeters. He is notably shorter than Hibbert. However, securing the ball is not solely determined by height. Black leaps with determination and successfully captures the ball. It is then passed into the hands of Clarkson, marking the commencement of the match. Scott assumes the role of referee while keenly observing the proceedings. This promises to be an intriguing contest. Randall's team, composed entirely of starters, evidently possesses superior strength. Hibbert often dominates weaker opponents, yet he tends to intimidate his teammates. As Clarkson swiftly penetrates the middle for a layup, Hibbert responds with a formidable block. Nevertheless, Black follows closely behind, seizing the offensive rebound. He contemplates a shot, but upon noticing Hibbert's presence, he pivots and passes the ball to Wang Shuang. Wang Shuang seized the ball and shouted at Blake, "Why don't you take the shot? What are you afraid of? Shoot again." After uttering these words, Wang Shuang passed the ball back to Blake. Blake, a blue-collar center with a workmanlike demeanor, found himself at a loss in a low post. However, Wang Shuang's words echoed in his ears. Summoning his courage, he turned, dribbled, and drove towards Hibbert for a layup. Hibbert was taken aback by Blake's audacity. Caught unprepared, he was overpowered by Blake. Blake executed a layup successfully, securing 2 points. The Wang Shuang team took an early lead. Subsequently, it transitioned to the defensive end. Wang Shuang engaged in a one-on-one defense against Randall. The match was inherently centered around these two players. Thus, their confrontation on the court was undeniably intense. Randall, filled with pent-up frustration, sought to assert himself by scoring a decisive dunk over Wang Shuang. However, as he charged down the middle with the ball, Wang Shuang skillfully stripped it away. A remarkable steal. Wang Shuang fell to the ground, skillfully regaining control of the ball. He immediately passed it to Clarkson. "Fast break! Fast break!" he shouted, even as he lay on the floor. This time, Clarkson did not fail to fulfill his duty. He launched a rapid counterattack, deftly maneuvering past Lou Williams. As he surged towards the basket, he faced Hibbert but opted not to charge recklessly. Instead, he chose to distribute the ball to the trailing Blake. Blake caught the pass and executed a two-handed dunk with precision. At the same moment, Ryan Kelly helped Wang Shuang to his feet. Clarkson and Blake approached Wang Shuang, exchanging high fives. A commendable defense, a harmonious collaboration, a swift fast break. Scott observed this scene, reflecting on what a true team should embody. He sensed that Wang Shuang possessed a certain charisma of a leader. Chapter 30. trade value in Scott's eyes. The Lakers this season resembled a disjointed assembly. Among this group of young players, there was not a single one exuding leadership qualities. Each individual seemed engrossed solely in their own aspirations. Even Kobe, in his youth, lacked true leadership prowess. A high school graduate, having never attended college, what understanding could he possess of the art of leadership? At that time, Kobe played as the second fiddle to Shaquille O'Neal. He later aspired to take the lead. Yet his abilities could not support such ambitions, resulting in a dismal team performance and further complications. Eventually, Gasol arrived under the guidance of Jackson. It was only as Kobe approached 30 that he began to embody the essence of a leader. The accolades of MVP, championships, and finals MVP then followed in succession. Kobe honed his leadership qualities over a decade of experience in the league, guiding his team with newfound authority. Yet here was Wong, a player on a short-term contract, already exhibiting signs of leadership at such a young age. Scott pondered whether this perception was merely an illusion. However, as the game progressed, his initial doubts were gradually solidified. The prowess of Team Wong pales in comparison to that of Team Randall. However, Team Wong exhibits a greater sense of cohesion and teamwork. On the defensive end, Blake displays remarkable tenacity, standing firm at 6 feet 6 inches against the towering 7 feet 2 inches of Hibbert. Twice, Hibbert attempted to overpower Blake in the low post. Yet both efforts proved futile. Scott could only shake his head in disbelief. The might of Hibbert has indeed diminished significantly. The league seems to offer dwindling space for such imposing centers to thrive. Under the adept guidance of Wong, the team exhibits remarkable agility. As a power forward, Wong possesses the versatility to occupy any position on the court. He provides high screens for his teammates, positions himself in the corner to create space, battles for rebounds beneath the basket, and takes mid-range shots near the free throw line. His performance is fluid and commanding, leaving a significant impression. Furthermore, his voice is notably loud. During defensive plays, he incessantly communicates. Effective defense necessitates dialogue. Without communication, it devolves into a solitary struggle, rendering it ineffective. Off the court, Wong is typically modest and reserved, but once on the court, he becomes a relentless source of banter. Even in intra-squad scrimmages, he holds nothing back, delivering sharp jabs to the players on Team Randall, provoking their fragile psyches. You nearly made that layup. Just a bit more effort. Traveling. You traveled from Los Angeles to New York. With a little more force, that shot wouldn't have clanged off the rim. At this rate, the practice hoop will be askew. Although Kobe was absent today, his spirit felt palpable through Wong. Wong's words are undeniably sharp, provoking Randall to the point of exasperation. Ultimately, after a missed mid-range jump shot, Wong seized the rebound and turned to Randall, saying, "Your shots are as soft as a sponge. Could you possibly make them a bit firmer?" Randall was infuriated. He charged forward and shoved Wong with force, expecting him to fall immediately. However, to his astonishment, Wong stood his ground like an unyielding wall, unmoved. During the game, he would fall at the slightest touch. But that was merely an act, a deliberate ploy to draw fouls. Now, in the confines of team practice, could Wong possibly afford to show any leniency? Wong possesses a remarkably robust physique. His musculature is distinctly Eastern in type, characterized by lines that may not appear particularly bulky, yet he possesses immense strength. In contrast, some African-American athletes exhibit aesthetically pleasing musculature, yet their power may be rather average. Conversely, many individuals of Asian descent may display unremarkable muscle contours, yet possess extraordinary strength. A prime example is the renowned weightlifter Zhang Shugong, whose physique is akin to that of an ordinary neighbor, yet he possesses the capability to lift tremendous weights. Wong initially secured a contract in the league due to his impressive strength scores during the physical assessments. As a player positioned in the paint, this attribute proved to be a significant advantage. Wong grasped the ball in his hands and gently placed it on the ground. He then walked in front of Randall and said, "Do you dare to push me once more? If you manage to knock me down, I shall crawl a lap around the training field." Wong refrained from resorting to violence, aware that brawls within the team would have detrimental effects. Instead, he issued a warning to Randall in his own manner. Randall, confronted by Wong's piercing gaze and formidable physique, momentarily faltered. At that moment, Scott intervened, separating the two. He reprimanded Randall, stating, "You should not resort to violence. This is a team competition. You previously left the court without permission. And if you lay a hand on a teammate again, your suspension will extend beyond a single match." Faced with Scott's stern admonition, Randall wilted. He lowered his head and offered an apology to Wong. Wong shrugged, indicating that it was of no consequence. We are a team, united in our pursuit of victory, and we must resolve our issues through basketball. I urge you to respect the game and honor your teammates moving forward. Wong spoke with a tone of admonition. In terms of age, he was indeed older than Randall and thus deemed qualified to offer guidance. After addressing Randall, Scott pulled Wong aside. Young man, you've recently exhibited quite a leadership demeanor. However, do temper your exuberance. You're still young, and there lies a long journey ahead in this league, Scott advised him, assuming the role of a mentor. Although the NBA is a realm where prowess reigns supreme, that is the domain of superstars. For ordinary players, particularly those at the lower echelons, social acumen holds significant importance. Many players may not even secure playing time, yet they manage to obtain contracts to support their families. What facilitates this? It is, after all, relying on connections. Upon hearing Scott's counsel, Wong felt a deep sense of gratitude. Nevertheless, he responded, "Thank you for your reminder, coach, but I intend to carve my own path through sheer skill. Moreover, I will not be lenient with those who do not train diligently or play earnestly. For I believe that the sensation of victory is truly exhilarating, is it not, coach?" Wong's words momentarily startled Scott. Instantly, a figure emerged in his mind, a person who became a leader in his rookie season, guiding the Lakers to a championship and earning the rookie finals MVP accolade. Upon entering the league, he was already a paragon of leadership, exhibiting no leniency during training sessions. Anyone who failed to train diligently would occasionally find themselves on the receiving end of his merciless reprimands, and even subjected to being struck by the ball. Such minor incidents did not impede the continuation of the game. The Wong team initially held a lead over the Randall team. Following this direct confrontation, the morale of the Wong team surged even higher, while the Randall team appeared disheartened and disengaged. The Wong team dominated the match, firmly suppressing their opponents. Clarkson delivered an outstanding performance, showcasing his incisive breakthroughs and formidable driving force. His collaboration with Wong in pick-and-roll plays was seamless. Hibbert found himself overwhelmed by Clarkson's relentless attacks, leaving him defenseless. Moreover, Bass, who partnered with Hibbert, failed to provide adequate help defense, resulting in a breakdown in communication that nearly led to a confrontation between them. In such disarray, how could a team possibly perform well? The match lasted for a total of 40 minutes, encompassing both halves. The Wong team triumphed with a score of 97-89, maintaining an 8-point lead from start to finish, securing victory in this intra-team confrontation. Had it not been for the undeniable individual prowess of the Randall team, the margin would have been even greater. As the match concluded, players retreated to the locker room for a shower. The main players of the Randall team appeared dejected, embarrassed by their defeat to the substitutes. Meanwhile, the substitute players gathered in a circle, engaging in a modest celebration. Wong found himself encircled, and after a few spirited chants, the crowd gradually dispersed. Clearly, the enthusiasm among the people was palpable. In this confrontation, Wong scored a modest 12 points, yet he impressively secured 7 rebounds and delivered 11 assists. His ability to orchestrate plays is truly remarkable. The match did not escape the attention of the team owner, Mr. Buss. Scott inquired, "Mr. Buss, what do you think of this young Chinese player?" Mr. Buss stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied, "Not bad. He possesses some trade value." Chapter 31. Are you out of your mind? Upon hearing the phrase trade value, Scott was taken aback. How could such an exceptional player, a leader brimming with potential, be merely regarded as having trade value? The owner's reasoning seemed perplexing. However, Mr. Buss was not devoid of logic. Rather, his convictions were resolute. In his perspective, the strategic goal for the 2016 season was clear: transition. Facilitate Kobe's retirement, embrace a season at the bottom of the league, and secure the first overall pick in the draft. The following season would mark the commencement of a rebuild. Regardless of Wong's outstanding performance, he was not part of Buss's blueprint for the team's future. The rationale was straightforward. The Lakers sought superstars. Just look at the illustrious jerseys hanging in the rafters of the Lakers arena. Each one belongs to a legendary figure in NBA history. They have boasted 4 #1 draft picks alone. Wong, merely an undrafted player, a participant on a 10-day contract, may at most secure a guaranteed contract in the future, likely at the minimum salary or perhaps a portion of the mid-level exception allocated to him. Little Buss opines that such a player is unlikely to remain with the Lakers for long. A commendable season could lead to his trade, ideally serving as a bargaining chip for acquiring a superstar. The Lakers still harbor considerable ambitions for the summer of 2016. when several lucrative contracts will expire and enter the free agency market. Thus, Little Bus is unlikely to alter his overarching strategy due to Wong Xuang. Scott engaged in a dialogue with Little Bus and grasped his sentiments, internally lamenting the situation. If only the Lakers were to invest in Wong Xuang's development. Perhaps it would be hope. Alas, what potential is there in a 24-year-old undrafted player? One must concede that I am being rather naive. Scott himself shook his head, realizing he was overthinking the matter. Wong Xuang merely possesses a faint echo of the legendary Magic Johnson. It is inconceivable that he could truly embody the essence of such an unparalleled genius, one who was destined for greatness from the very beginning. This intra-team scrimmage left a profound impression on the head coach, yet did not significantly alter his circumstances. He must continue to deliver exceptional performances to effectuate change. After a 3-day respite, the Lakers faced their next challenge, the Kings. As the clock struck 7 in the evening, the match commenced, with the Staples Center brimming with spectators. Wong Xuang unexpectedly spotted the female landlord, Jessica Chun, at the sidelines. She was seated in a prominent position, flanked by 2 glamorous socialites from Los Angeles. Wong Xuang approached the sidelines and inquired, "Ms. Chun, what brings you to the game?" Chun replied, "Why? Am I not allowed to watch the game?" "Of course you can." "I thought you had little interest in basketball," Wong responded. Previously, Chun had made it clear that she was indifferent to the sport, expressing her disinterest in those who played poorly. Jessica Chun tossed her hair back and said, "People do change, don't they?" Wong Xuang nodded, pondering the capricious nature of women. He then proceeded to warm up on the court. Jessica Chun's gaze was fixed intently upon Wong Xuang. Beside her, a close friend remarked, "Jessica, could it be that you have feelings for this young man?" Jessica Chun swiftly dismissed the notion, asserting, "He is merely a child. What feelings could I possibly have? I'm here to watch Kobe." Although Kobe did not participate in the training, he was included in the roster for the game. With Randall serving a 1-game suspension and Larry Nance still absent this match, Wong Xuang takes the starting position. The Kings present a well-rounded lineup, featuring Cousins, Rondo, and Rudy Gay as their core trio. On the Lakers side, Kobe, Wong Xuang, Hibbert, Lou Williams, and Clarkson form what is arguably their most formidable roster. They have secured 3 consecutive victories, despite languishing at the bottom of the league standings. Nevertheless, the team's morale is commendable. They have rediscovered the essence of victory. Before the game commences, Kobe inquires of Wong Xuang, "I heard that during the training match, you utterly dominated Randall?" Wong Xuangdao remarked, "It's not that at all. Is he who fails to manage his emotions, which has nothing to do with me." Kobe chuckled softly and whispered, "In truth, I am not particularly fond of that young man either. He plays the game with an excessive sense of individuality." Wong Xuang cast a surprised glance at Kobe and inquired, "Do you like yourself?" Kobe responded with an eye roll. The match was about to commence. The system then assigned Wong Xuang a new task, Side Quest 04 initiated. Los Angeles Lakers versus Sacramento Kings. The objective was to lose the game while attaining the highest score on the team. Task difficulty, hellish. Task reward, 50 system coins. Task completion rate, 001. Wong Xuang was utterly bewildered upon encountering this task. How could it possibly require me to lose the match? This is rather unkind of the system. Just look at the dismal record of the Lakers. If they continue to lose, their chances for the playoffs will undoubtedly be extinguished. Wong Xuang pondered for a moment and grasped the essence of the task. In simple terms, it required him to embody the role of a cancerous presence on the team, achieving personal high scores while leading the team to defeat. This certainly echoed the style of the legendary Kobe Bryant. No wonder it was a side quest akin to stealing from Kobe's legacy. Wasn't he at all about emulating Kobe? Wong Xuang pondered whether he should undertake this side quest. What penalties would ensue if he chose not to complete it? Yet if he did succeed, it would result in the team's defeat. Wong Xuang recalled his first mission. At that time, he would rather forego completing the task than miss the opportunity to assist Kobe in making a clutch shot. On the court, nothing holds greater significance than victory. Embracing this belief, Wong Xuang cast aside his psychological burdens. What did it matter if it was merely 50 coins? As the game commenced, Cousins and Hibbert engaged in the tip-off. Both are centers, yet Cousins' style starkly contrasts with Hibbert's. Cousins embodies finesse, possessing exquisite technical skill, while Hibbert adopts a more stationary approach. The Kings perceived Hibbert as a liability, thus directing Cousins to exploit this weakness from the outset. Cousins began the game with remarkable precision, scoring consecutively. Hibbert, being a cumbersome center, was utterly unable to contain Cousins, who is capable of extending his range to the three-point line. Meanwhile, the Lakers' offense, under Scott's misguided strategy, aimed to have Hibbert engage in a scoring duel with Cousins. One could only deem Scott's plan naive. What level is Hibbert at? Simply being able to secure a few rebounds on the defensive end was already a cause for gratitude. Expecting him to single-handedly challenge Cousins on offense was nothing short of a fantasy. Hibbert missed several attempts, allowing the Kings to surge ahead with a 10-2 run, establishing an early lead. Wong Xuan's performance on the court was rather unremarkable. As he made his debut as a starter, he was still adjusting to the rhythm of the game. However, he swiftly secured his first offensive rebound. Subsequently, he passed the ball to Clarkson on the perimeter. Clarkson attempted a three-pointer, but unfortunately, it did not find the mark. Consequently, Cousins engaged in a heated exchange with Wong Xuan as they jostled for position beneath the basket, nearly coming to blows. Ultimately, the ball landed in Hibbert's hands. Receiving the pass, Hibbert effortlessly completed a putback. Wong Xuan glanced at Cousins and exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? We are not matched up, so why are you pushing me?" Cousins scratched his head and mumbled, "The coach instructed me to do this." Chapter 32. Like me, Wong Xuan is no longer the same Wong Xuan of the past. As his performances have become increasingly remarkable, other teams have begun to target him. For instance, Wong Xuan's prowess in securing offensive rebounds is exceptional. Consequently, prior to the game, the Kings head coach advised Cousins to ensure that he kept Wong Xuan in check during the battle for defensive rebounds. Cousins adhered to this instruction and effectively contained Wong Xuan, albeit at the expense of allowing Hibbert to slip through. In a certain sense, Hibbert's ability to capture offensive rebounds can also be attributed to Wong Xuan's presence. Wong Xuan and Cousins exchanged a few verbal jabs. As Cousins advanced to the offensive end, he seized the opportunity to cut inside. He found himself mismatched against Wong Xuan beneath the basket. Cousins capitalized on this chance proficiently. The Lakers' defense was still unsteady. Cousins used his substantial frame to assertively back down Wong Xuan. As he pressed forward, Rondo delivered a pass to Cousins. Just as Cousins prepared to receive the ball, he suddenly felt a void beneath him. Wong Xuan executed a chair pull, causing Cousins to tumble unceremoniously to the ground. This resulted in a turnover. The chair pull maneuver was once the defensive specialty of the former Kings center, Divak. Wong Xuan utilized Cousins, who turned around and shot a fierce glare at him. Filled with exasperation, the pass soared directly out of bounds, resulting in a turnover for the Kings. This evening, American television featured the renowned former coach, Van Gundy, who observed Wong Xuan's defensive retreat and remarked, "I once coached Yao. He epitomizes the quintessential Chinese player, exuding a sense of directness in his play, never resorting to unorthodox methods. However, Wong Xuan strikes me as a player with numerous subtle tactics. His invisible influence on the game is quite profound." Van Gundy, a seasoned coach, had previously employed unconventional strategies in the playoffs, such as assigning Leon Pao to defend Dirk Nowitzki. He understands that certain players exert impacts on the court that statistics cannot capture, while others merely accumulate numbers without contributing meaningfully to the team's victories. As Van Gundy spoke, the Lakers launched a counterattack, finally abandoning the strategy of allowing Hibbert to dominate in the low post. Instead, they opted for a high pick-and-roll involving Kobe and Wong Xuan. In truth, the collaboration between forwards and guards and pick-and-rolls has always been Scott's forte. During his time with the Nets, he had the likes of Kidd and Martin. With the Hornets, it was Paul and West, an exquisite dance of guard-forward synergy. This tactical framework was familiar to West, yet upon joining the Lakers, he found a lack of compatible personnel. As Scott's tenure with the Lakers appeared to be nearing its end, he unexpectedly discovered that Kobe and Wong Xuan made for a commendable pick-and-roll duo. Wong Xuan's defensive prowess is commendable. Kobe's offensive strength remains formidable. His passing ability is, in fact, quite impressive. However, Wong Xuan's offensive capabilities are somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, he possesses a remarkable passing skill. The choices made after screens are consistently noteworthy. In this instance, following the pick and roll, the two opted for a downward drive. Wong Xuan advanced towards the paint. Cousins, possessing average defensive prowess, found himself at a disadvantage. Kobe delivered a precise pass to Wong Xuan. As Cousins moved in to provide assistance, Wong Xuan deftly tapped the ball, akin to a volleyball setter. The ball gracefully found its way to Hibbert on the opposite side. Hibbert received the pass and executed a flawless alley-oop dunk, eliciting an uproar of cheers from the Staples Center. The synergy displayed in this play was nothing short of exquisite. Wong Xuan's pinpoint pass was nothing short of remarkable. Magic Johnson, the legendary Lakers icon, watched from the sidelines, applauding and laughing with delight. A friend beside him remarked that the pass bore a resemblance to Johnson's own style in his prime. However, Johnson shook his head and replied, "No, this is not my style of passing. This is the hallmark of another." The another he referred to was none other than the illustrious Larry Bird, renowned for his exceptional passing prowess, particularly in delivering subtle, concealed short passes. Witnessing Wong Shuang's remarkable play, Johnson couldn't help but think, this kid truly resembles Larry. It's uncanny. Yet, the notion of a Lakers player echoing the brilliance of their greatest rival's legendary star felt somewhat peculiar. As the Lakers were on the verge of leveling the scores, the Kings called for a timeout. Wong Shuang contributed an assist, secured a front-court rebound, and induced a turnover from the Kings, yet the score remained unchanged. However, one must ponder whether the Lakers could have mounted such a swift comeback in his absence. It seems rather unlikely. Following the timeout, the contest resumed, with the Kings altering their offensive strategy. Cousins began to extend his play from the low post to the high post, a tactic devised to counter Hibbert's presence by drawing him away from the restricted area. This maneuver left the Lakers' interior defense significantly vulnerable. Even with Hibbert stationed near the basket, the Lakers' paint remained exposed. Ever since the league revised the rules governing fouls on centers, Hibbert's deterrent effect in the paint has considerably diminished. Nowadays, his presence often resembles that of a mere obstruction as he hesitates to challenge aggressively, allowing guards to operate freely without fear of his defense. Consequently, at times, his towering stature holds little significance beneath the rim. Moreover, there exists another dilemma. The Lakers' power forward position fails to provide Hibbert with adequate support defensively. Nance, though somewhat diligent, lacks the requisite awareness, while Randall's enthusiasm is absent, and his comprehension of the game leaves much to be desired. In contrast, Wong Shuang's situation in the paint is markedly different. He may not be renowned for his shot-blocking prowess, nor does he possess exceptional leap or wingspan, yet his positioning is exemplary. Furthermore, he excels at drawing offensive fouls. Thus, even when Hibbert is drawn away, penetrating the Lakers' interior proves to be no simple task. Rudy Gay, receiving a pass from Cousins, attempted to force his way to the basket, but was thwarted by Wong Shuang's interference, resulting in a missed shot. Wong Shuang secured the defensive rebound and cast a glance towards the offensive end, only to see Clarkson already racing ahead. Wong Shuang's remarkable skill is not derived from the system. It is inherent to him. With a pass reminiscent of a long-range projectile, the ball traversed the entire court, landing precisely in Clarkson's hands. As Clarkson received the ball, the Kings' defense was utterly unprepared. He executed a powerful, one-handed dunk. With this basket, the score was tied. The cheers from the Staples Center grew even louder. This time, Magic Johnson rose from his seat, exclaiming, "That pass is like me. That pass reflects my style." Finally, he resembled the Lakers' legendary figure. During the Showtime era, Magic often delivered such long passes, igniting exuberance in the Great Western Forum every time a basket was made. This signature fast break of the Lakers has now found its way to Staples Center. The fans were ecstatic. Meanwhile, sitting courtside, Jessica Chun, who had little understanding of basketball, appeared somewhat bewildered. She turned to her friend and asked, "What happened with that play?" Her friend replied, "That pass was extraordinary, simply beautiful." Jessica smiled, thinking to herself, really? It felt more like a football play. The vibrant atmosphere enveloped her as she gazed at Wong Shuang on the court, finding him rather handsome. Chapter 33. Youthful in the first quarter, the match was fiercely contested, with a score of 28-27, the Lakers leading by a mere point. Although the Kings initially took the lead, the Lakers gradually regained their composure, narrowing the gap until they overtook their opponents. In the domestic broadcast studio, the host summarized the first quarter's events. "We observed that the Lakers often find themselves under pressure at the start of games, which is a matter of raw strength. However, in recent matches, the Lakers have shown remarkable resilience. In the first half of the season, whenever they fell behind significantly, they would collapse, their offense faltering and defense lacking motivation, each player seemingly fighting their own battle. Now, things seem different." Young, donning glasses, offered a thorough analysis. Kufan smiled and remarked, "Everyone knows what's different. It's the addition of a player." Yang chuckled and agreed, "Indeed, it's our Chinese player, Wong Shuang." The Lakers' spirit and game demeanor are genuinely distinct from the past. They possess a tenacity they previously lacked, and everyone, including Kobe, is playing with renewed vigor. To be honest, Kobe has seemed a bit lackluster this season, at times exhibiting a sense of resignation in certain games. Yet in these recent contests, particularly in the first quarter, Kobe has truly been the core of the Lakers' offense, playing as if he were the point guard. Frankly, for several seasons, Kobe has spoken of transformation. It seems that only in these recent games has he genuinely begun to embrace that change. Wong Shuang has indeed been a tremendous surprise this season. Observing the current situation, It is evident that the fervor surrounding the Los Angeles Lakers matches far surpasses that of other games. However, some argue that despite the Lakers' present trajectory, their chances of making it to the playoffs remain bleak. Winning or losing may not be of paramount importance, and there is hope for Wong Shuang's future development. Fan read a comment from a netizen, to which Yang Yi responded, stating that theoretically, given the Lakers' current record, a playoff berth is still a possibility, albeit a remote one, as their previous performance has been dismal. Furthermore, the sustainability of Wong Shuang's current form is uncertain. He has already garnered attention within the league, which means his upcoming matches will undoubtedly become increasingly challenging, as teams will focus on him. This situation is reminiscent of Jeremy Lin's explosive period in New York, which eventually reverted to the norm. Fan added that Lin ultimately did not become a long-term asset for the Knicks, as he was poached by the Rockets. Yang Yi remarked that the Rockets' acquisition of Lin through a poison pill contract was clearly driven by market considerations, as well as Lin's commendable performance. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that Lin's frequent team changes thereafter made it difficult for him to become a long-term choice for any franchise. As for Wong Shuang, I believe that if he can establish himself in this league and deliver a few outstanding performances, maintaining a stable role in the NBA would already be an incredible achievement. Yang Yi's remarks are quite objective and fair, reflecting the general expectations placed upon Wong Shuang. For a player on a short contract, simply surviving in the league is already commendable. Yet, it is evident that Wong Shuang himself aspires for much more. Wong Shuang completed the first quarter. The Lakers found themselves lacking options at the power forward position. Randall was suspended, and Nance was injured. With Cousins dominating the Kings' interior, it was imperative to have someone capable of holding their ground. Scott inquired of Wong Shuang, "Wong Shuang, can you endure?" Wong Shuang replied, "Indeed, I possess great endurance." Skeet nodded and said, "Since you have participated in few matches previously, why not engage in more tonight?" Wong Shuang expressed his agreement, having previously lacked opportunities to play. Now, having finally secured a starting position, he is determined to seize the moment and gain valuable experience for his growth. His aspirations extend far beyond what the commentators suggest about merely establishing himself in the NBA. He aims to ascend to the ranks of true superstars. Akin to the legendary Larry Bird, to fail in this ambition would be to squander the nurturing support of the system. During the second quarter, Wong Shuang remained on the court as Hibbert took a breather. The center position was filled by the agile Black. On the Kings' side, Cousins had rested towards the latter part of the first quarter, but re-entered the game at the start of the second. Cousins is undeniably a pivotal strength for the Kings, and they would undoubtedly seek to exploit this advantage. With Hibbert absent, it was only natural for Cousins to assert his dominance. Standing opposite him, Black's height proved insufficient. Cousins, with his refined skills, scored consecutively beneath the basket, turning the tide in favor of his team. Meanwhile, Kobe took a break on the sidelines, leaving the Lakers' primary offensive thrust to Lou Williams. The synergy between Lou Williams and Wong Shuang during their pick-and-roll plays was noticeably diminished. Essentially, once Wong Shuang set the screen, there was little follow-up, allowing Lou Williams to drive the offense on his own. Fortunately, tonight, Williams found his rhythm, sinking several jump shots from the perimeter, enabling the Lakers to reclaim the lead. Wong Shuang observed Cousins wreaking havoc beneath the basket. He turned to Xiao He and said, "Leave Cousins to me. I shall handle him." Blake nodded, feeling an inexplicable trust in Wong Shuang. Wong Shuang approached Cousins and remarked, "Hey, everyone says you're quite foolish." Cousins shot a glare at Wong, pondering his intentions. "Stop spouting nonsense here. Who is foolish?" He retorted, "I could easily draw an offensive foul on you, you know." Cousins scoffed, his expression dripping with disdain. However, the assistant coach had indeed mentioned that the Chinese player wearing number 10 for the Lakers played with remarkable cunning. One must exercise caution when facing him. In the first quarter, Wong Shuang had already pulled the rug out from under Cousins, leaving him with a painful fall. It was imperative to remain vigilant now. Wong Shuang, while engaging in banter to distract Cousins, keenly observed the Kings' offensive maneuvers. The orchestration of their offense primarily relied on Rondo, whose most significant drawback lay in his inadequate shooting ability. Consequently, the Lakers were able to compress their defensive alignment. Wong Shuang executed a meticulous front defense against Cousins, persistently employing subtle maneuvers to disrupt his positioning. Cousins found himself increasingly vexed, as Wong's tactics led to 2 consecutive possessions where he failed to receive the ball effectively. "You dirty player, can you refrain from such petty tricks?" Cousins exclaimed, his frustration palpable. In response, Wong merely remarked, "The referee hasn't called a foul." Subsequently, on the offensive end, Wong seized 2 opportunities under the basket. His ability to snatch offensive rebounds in the paint is truly remarkable. Wong began to question whether he was simply basking in an extraordinary stroke of luck. Although his ability to anticipate the trajectory of offensive rebounds was indeed commendable, there were moments when the ball seemed to fall directly into his hands. Naturally, he did not hesitate to capitalize on these opportunities, scoring consecutively. The Kings had intended to widen the lead during the second quarter in Kobe's absence. Yet to their surprise, the Lakers displayed an even more cohesive and organized team performance. Cousins, finally irked by Wong's subtle provocations, could not restrain himself and pushed Wong as he sprinted forward to establish position on offense. Wong would not let Cousins off the hook. With a swift maneuver, he tripped him, sending him sprawling to the ground. The referee's whistle pierced the air, calling an offensive foul on Cousins. Fuck! Cousins could not contain his outrage. Rising to his feet, Wong remarked, "I told you, you are a fool." Chapter 34. The troublemaker Cousins mentality has consistently been a significant issue. He is easily provoked, quick to anger with even the slightest taunt. This emotional volatility often ensnares him on the court, rendering him akin to a child. Technical fouls are a commonplace occurrence for him. Confronted by seasoned players, he frequently erupts in fury, directing his ire towards the referee, ultimately accumulating technical fouls and facing ejection from a game. Wong was evidently aware of Cousins' shortcomings. He exploited Bird's reservoir of trash talk, incessantly provoking his emotions with taunts. Subsequently, he engaged in subtle antics that ultimately led to Cousins losing his composure and committing a foul. Such offensive fouls significantly undermined the team's morale, adversely affecting Cousins' own performance. Initially, he had an outstanding first quarter, demonstrating remarkable offensive prowess, rendering Hibbert utterly ineffective in defense. However, from the moment Wong initiated his defensive maneuver by pulling the chair, Cousins lost his rhythm. By the second quarter, he sought to dominate the paint once more, yet Wong's incessant banter persisted, accompanied by an overwhelming amount of physicality. In the Lakers' home arena, the referees turned a blind eye. Cousins, unable to rein in his emotions, ultimately pushed Wong. In a recent intra-team scrimmage, Randall had forcefully pushed Wong as well. Wong remained remarkably still, as steadfast as a mountain. Today, however, he appeared as light as a feather, collapsing with the slightest touch. Cousins was certainly aware that Wong was feigning. Just moments ago, while defending him, no amount of pushing could budge this yellow-skinned youth. His lower body was truly solid and grounded. Cousins could not contain his frustration, venting to the referee, "He-s flopping. He-s flopping." His ire escalated upon hearing Wong call him a fool, leading him to point an accusatory finger at Wong in anger. "Who is Wong? When I insult you, you deserve it. When you insult me, I remain oblivious." With both hands raised, I turn my face away, feigning ignorance. I then gesture to the referee. "Cousins has cursed at me. He is engaging in trash talk. Will you not take action?" Naturally, the referee must intervene. Thus, a technical foul is issued to Cousins. He protests vehemently, claiming his innocence. After all, it was he who initiated the exchange of barbs and employed subtle tactics against me. Yet, in the end, it is I who is penalized, receiving a technical foul. Why do I always seem to be the one injured in this scenario? Alas, what can one expect from foolishness? The NBA, being the pinnacle of basketball competition worldwide, not only demands skill and physical prowess, but also emphasizes intellect and basketball acumen. While spectators may perceive a fierce, back-and-forth clash on the court, the reality is a constant game of wits and psychological maneuvering. Being excessively earnest in one's play is not advantageous in the NBA, where cunning and guile are prevalent. As for Wong, with a compatibility rating of 91 and a matching score of 35 with Larry Bird, equipped with Bird's arsenal of trash talk, he is indeed a cunning player on the court. Toying with the likes of Cousins, who can be rather naive, is a task well within his abilities. However, the Kings are not solely comprised of such naivete. They also boast seasoned veterans and astute players. When it comes time for the Lakers' offense, it is once again the collaboration between Wong and Clarkson involving a pick and roll. At this point, Wong screens have become a fundamental aspect of the Lakers' offensive strategy. Yet, as Clarkson navigates around the screen and drives towards the basket, his ball is abruptly intercepted. It is Rondo. He has stealthily cut off Clarkson's pass from behind. The Kings swiftly initiate a counterattack. Rondo embarks on a fast break toward the basket, with Wong in pursuit. Although Rondo's speed is not particularly swift, he dribbles forward while keenly observing Wong's movements. As he approaches the basket, he suddenly decelerates. Wong decelerated, while Rondo leaned towards him. Then, he leapt for a layup. This slight nudge resulted in physical contact between the two in midair, despite Wang Shuang's earnest efforts to rein in his movements. His height and weight rendered him cumbersome, making it exceedingly difficult to maintain control. Consequently, the referee blew the whistle, signaling a defensive foul against Wang Shuang. Aware of his inability to halt his momentum without committing a foul, he opted to deliver a forceful slap to Rondo's arm, dislodging the ball and preventing him from capitalizing on a 2-1 opportunity, thus sending Rondo to the free throw line. Rondo rubbed his wrist, glaring at Wang Shuang, and remarked, "You've got quite a fierce hand, kid." Wang Shuang smiled, for this was a competition. Rondo sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from Wang Shuang, a presence absent in the other Lakers players. This was not the first encounter between the two teams this season. Previously, the Kings had effortlessly triumphed over the Lakers. Rondo, a seasoned adversary of the Lakers, recalled their fierce battles from the 2008 and 2010 NBA Finals when he was with the Celtics, grappling with the Lakers in a relentless struggle. Now, times had changed, and the Lakers had become a mere shadow of their former selves. While he had wandered from team to team, witnessing the emergence of such a formidable player like Wang Shuang left Rondo astonished. Where had this young talent surfaced from? He had become the current sensation, and competing against him felt distinctly challenging. Rondo positioned himself at the free throw line. As Wang Shuang passed by, he remarked, "2 missed free throws are equivalent to a blunder." Rondo felt a jolt of unease at those words. This kid certainly had sharp tongue. Shooting had always been Rondo's Achilles heel. Being reminded of his vulnerability affected his mindset. Consequently, he missed the first free throw. Damn it, Rondo silently cursed. For the second attempt, he took a deep breath. At that moment, he noticed Wang Shuang positioned under the basket, poised to seize the rebound. A brief lapse in concentration led to an erroneous shot. "Oh no, the rebound, to the left," Rondo shouted. He was aware of the ball's trajectory. Ultimately, Wang Shuang secured the rebound firmly and passed it to Clarkson. Wang Shuang smiled and said to Rondo, "Thank you for your reminder, and also for your blunder." Rondo clenched his fists, feeling that this kid was insufferably irritating. Both teams found themselves in a stalemate midway through the second quarter, as the Lakers struggled offensively in the absence of Kobe. Although Wang Shuang provides commendable cover and demonstrates decent shooting skills, he lacks the ability to initiate his own offense. He relies solely on opportunistic plays, making sustained scoring quite challenging. Achieving consecutive three-pointers, as he did in the previous game, requires a certain rhythm and feel. This evening, his touch from beyond the arc was rather average, prompting him to refrain from reckless attempts. In contrast, other players on the Lakers, such as Clarkson and Lou Williams, possessed the capacity for independent scoring. However, they struggled to galvanize the entire team, displaying an erratic performance. Comparatively, the Kings initially had the potential to turn the tide. Yet, Wang Shuang consistently created difficulties for them on the defensive end, persistently interrupting their offensive momentum. This left the Kings' head coach, the renowned George Karl, visibly agitated. With decades of experience in the NBA and a reputation as a celebrated coach with over 1,000 victories, he is adept at orchestrating offenses. However, tonight, Wang Shuang's defense rendered the Kings' offensive strategy chaotic. He would draw an offensive foul from the Kings one moment and force a turnover the next. His positioning and choices on defense were exemplary, and his psychological interference was formidable, akin to an uncomfortable and unrelenting constipation. Unable to contain his frustration, he turned to his assistant coach and inquired whether they had thoroughly studied this number 10, Wang Shuang, prior to the game. The assistant replied affirmatively, noting that they had indeed highlighted him during their pre-game preparations. Karl sighed and remarked, "What a true disruptor this guy is." Chapter 35. Fortune arrives. Wang Shuang currently does not possess formidable offensive prowess. Therefore, he must leverage his disruptive talents on the defensive end to aid his team. During his collegiate and NBL career, scout reports indicated that this player has an extraordinary impact on defense. Regrettably, factors such as nationality, skin color, and physical measurements have hindered his recognition. Wang Shuang has long been overlooked, compelled to navigate through hardships. However, with the assistance of a system, his shortcomings will gradually be rectified, while his strengths will be granted the opportunity to shine. A weak team invariably suffers from poor defense. This is an undeniable truth. Once the defense solidifies, defeating them becomes an arduous task for their opponents, significantly enhancing the team's resilience. On the forums, numerous fans have commented, Wang Shuang's defensive skills are commendable. Despite unimpressive statistics in blocks and steals, his presence fortifies the Lakers' defense. Indeed, without comparison, there is no pain. Just recall the state of the Lakers' interior defense during the starting tenure of Randall and Nance. I believe there is no need for excessive praise. Wang's height and physical attributes preclude him from becoming a dominant defensive force. However, having a competent interior defender on the Lakers is already a significant advantage, particularly considering the lackluster interior defense displayed by Hibbert. It is agreed that Wang maintains his defensive position well, exhibiting numerous subtle tactics. He is indeed a seasoned defender, and the Lakers genuinely require players of his caliber. Among the fans, there exist emotional detractors, critics, and fervent supporters, as well as rational fans and seasoned enthusiasts. Their assessment of Wang remains accurate, as his defensive prowess has disrupted the Kings' offense, allowing the Lakers to endure until Kobe's return to the court. Kobe's strategic influence remains irreplaceable, yet he must be afforded ample resting time due to his advancing age. Upon entering the game, he glanced at the scoreboard. 31-28. Remarkably, the Lakers led by 3 points. This realization touched him deeply. Throughout this season, how many times has Kobe rested only to return and find his team trailing by 10, 15, or even 20 points? In those moments, he felt as though he had returned to 2005 or 2006. Yet his body is no longer that of a decade ago. He can no longer single-handedly propel the team forward with a score of 62 points in 3 quarters. Thus, when he steps onto the court and observes a considerable deficit, he is engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. In many games, Kobe has played with a sense of disinterest. Now, circumstances have shifted. The Lakers have taken the lead, ensnaring the Kings in a defensive quagmire. Wang continued to remain on the court, partnering with Kobe. His performance on the defensive end was commendable, young man. Kobe praised Wang. Wang, however, was rather blunt, addressing Kobe with a firm remark. "Do not hold us back." Kobe, feeling a surge of indignation, retorted, "Am I truly the one hindering the team?" Indeed, if Kobe were to neglect his defensive duties, he would be a liability. Fortunately, his recent offensive prowess had been quite commendable. With ample stamina, he exhibited 70% of his peak performance. Utilizing a screen on the perimeter, he executed a series of deft between-the-legs dribbles, evading his defender to successfully sink a mid-range jumper from a 45-degree angle. The score now stood at 33-28, with the Lakers extending their lead. Meanwhile, the Kings were seeking to regain their composure, and Rondo took charge of orchestrating their offensive strategy from the outside. Wang stood at the horn position, contemplating the strategies the King might employ. In terms of tactical manuals, he was no less adept than Coach Lang. After all, he had spent years perched on the bench, earning himself a place as a de facto assistant coach. Right corner, move towards the corner. Leave the center to me, to the corner. Wang directed Clarkson to the right corner. Obediently, Clarkson complied and positioned himself there. Indeed, the next offensive maneuver by the Kings involved Gay, who, utilizing a screen, glided along the baseline to the right corner, receiving a pass from Rondo. Clarkson anticipated this and swiftly closed in, denying Gay any opportunity. As Gay attempted to penetrate the baseline, he delivered a bounce pass to Cousins, who was cutting through the middle. Wang had foreseen this development and promptly intercepted the ball. The steal was successful. Cousins, frustrated by the theft, confronted Gay, exclaiming, "What kind of pass was that?" Gay retorted, "It was part of the strategy. You failed to execute it properly. I thought you were going to shoot or take it yourself. I was ready to grab the rebound. How could I have taken a shot?" The two were embroiled in a heated debate when Rondo shouted, "Get back on defense, hurry." Alas, it was too late. Wang has passed the ball to Clarkson, who now serves as the Lakers' cavalry. The guard, now playing as a forward, charges towards the basket with fervor. Whether or not he scores is secondary. The priority is to attack. Ultimately, the ball does not find its mark. His finishing ability beneath the rim leaves much to be desired. However, Wang trails closely behind, deftly tapping the ball in for a successful putback. What a remarkable play. Wang's awareness shines through, an interception leading to a fast break, culminating in a successful rebound. His versatility is commendable, showcasing a well-rounded skill set. In the live commentary, Yanni expresses his enthusiasm, stating, "I previously mentioned that if Wang could reach the level of insanity, it would be commendable. However, witnessing his performance now, I believe his potential may exceed that." Kenya fan concurs. Adding, indeed, his physical attributes, including height and wingspan, suggest significant potential. Moreover, his intelligence on the court is remarkable. It is quite impressive how astutely he plays. One can only say that the teams and coaches who previously underestimated him were rather short-sighted. This observation makes it seem as though Scott was quite astute, but it was merely a stroke of luck. The point difference widens further to 35-28. What a journey it has been. Throughout this season, the Lakers have managed to keep their opponents at bay in the first half. A truly commendable feat. Earlier victories were largely reliant on comebacks. Wong has also relied on props and skills to sustain the Lakers. In this match, however, he did not depend on any such tools. Instead, he transformed the team's style through his profound understanding of basketball and personal prowess. This marks the fourth game, and the confidence in winning is steadily being established. The Kings called a brief timeout for adjustments. Wong returned to the bench. At that moment, someone approached him with a bottle of water. Ryan Kelly, the newly appointed water boy of the team. Previously, Wong had held the position of the team's water guardian, but now he had swiftly ascended, leaving Kelly to play the role of the water server. Such is the nature of the NBA. Meritocracy reigns supreme. Without skill, one must bear the burden of carrying water. Thank you, Kelly. Wong took the water and sipped it, relishing the distinct sensation. In the past, he was the one serving water and towels. Now, it was his turn to be on the receiving end. You played exceptionally well, Wong. Kelly generously praised him. You could also perform at such a high level. Wong replied. Really? What should I do? Kelly had long been eager to inquire about Wong's secrets. How had he suddenly risen to prominence when he had once been less skilled? Wong smiled and said, perform more good deeds and await the arrival of good fortune. Chapter 36, The Mask of Murder. Wong's words left Kelly momentarily taken aback, waiting for fortune to bestow its favor. It was the first time he had heard that excelling in basketball relied on luck. However, upon closer reflection, it was evident that Wong consistently managed to secure rebounds beneath the basket. This, indeed, was a form of luck. How could it be that he merely stood under the hoop, and yet the ball seemed to gravitate towards him? Wong harbored similar doubts. However, he dismissed them, attributing his success to his positioning. In the pursuit of rebounds, the essence lies in one's stance. When one occupies the right position, the ball naturally finds its way into one's grasp. On the Kings' side, George Karl endeavored to instill a sense of composure in his players. Cousins, you must maintain your cool on the court. Avoid excessive errors. We have already committed too many. We require speed. We need to elevate our pace and wear them down with our velocity and rhythm. Minimize fouls, reduce mistakes, and concentrate. Focus more. George Karl discerned the root of the team's troubles. They played with a restless spirit in the second quarter, plagued by technical fouls, offensive fouls, and blunders that utterly disrupted their offensive flow. The Kings were not a team of elite caliber. Their defense was mediocre, relying on offense for victory. Once their attack found its rhythm, they could flourish both inside and outside. Against a sluggish and cumbersome team like the Lakers, they would hold a distinct advantage. Yet, the tempo of the game had slowed considerably. The Kings failed to execute any captivating offensive plays. Cousins sought to forge a connection between inside and outside play, but the synergy was thwarted by that pesky Wong. Can someone step forward and subdue this kid? George Karl felt a surge of irritation at the mere thought of Wong. This troublemaker, besides causing chaos on the court, occasionally hurled insults from the sidelines. Previously, he had infamously accused the Jazz head coach of being a murderer, which had infuriated Coach Snyder. In this match, Wong's taunts persisted. As he passed the Kings bench, he referred to Karl as Hannibal the Cannibal. Karl could only force a tight-lipped smile, pondering how he resembled Hannibal, aside from his thinning hair. Such an affront to a highly esteemed coach. Was there no oversight from the referees? George Karl even approached the officials to address the matter, but they merely glanced at old Karl, took 2 steps back, and remained silent. This only fueled Karl's anger further. Let us incorporate more movement. We must amplify our intensity on defense. Increase the pressure. Fueled by mounting frustration, Karl resolved to intensify the defensive strategy. Although George Karl is renowned for his open-style offense, it was in fact his defensive prowess that propelled him to the pinnacle of his coaching career. The 1996 Seattle Supersonics, with their amoeba defense, exemplified high-intensity physicality and relentless double-teaming, effectively neutralizing Olajuwon and forcing Jordan to achieve the lowest scoring average of his finals career. Since then, Karl had not encountered a roster as adept at defense. However, this did not imply that the teams he coached lacked tenacity. Under George Karl's guidance, the Kings returned to the court with a renewed ferocity. With approximately 4 minutes remaining in the first half, the game continued. As the Kings initiated their offense, Wong sensed the opponent's adjustments. Cousins, stationed at the elbow, possessed the ball and decisively charged toward the paint. His penetration was marked by unwavering determination. Wang Shuang was unable to stop him. In the end, he could only commit a defensive foul, sending Cousins to the free throw line. Cousins, too, was not without his own transgressions. After the referee blew the whistle, he retaliated with an elbow to Wang Shuang. Wang Shuang remained unperturbed. Cousins, brimming with confidence, stepped to the free throw line and sank both shots effortlessly. A delightful display, indeed, thought the fool. After Cousins converted his free throws, Wang Shuang offered him praise. With a nonchalant shrug, Cousins boasted, "I intend to score 40 points over you." This evening, Cousins was in remarkable form. Before the half had concluded, he had already amassed 14 points. He was acutely aware of his excellent shooting touch that night, particularly beneath the basket, where the Lakers lacked an elite rim protector. Once he penetrated the paint, his soft shooting touch allowed him to score with ease. However, he remained wary of Wang Shuang's subtle tricks and his irksome front defense. And let us not forget his incessant trash talk. Nevertheless, as long as he could keep scoring, Cousins was indifferent to it all. Wang Shuang serves from the backcourt. At that moment, the system issued a notification. Hidden Task 04 activated. Ensure that Cousins does not score more than 20 points in this match. Task difficulty: Ghost level. Task reward: 50 system coins. Task item: Lame Beer's Killer Mask. Task completion status: 001. Wang Shuang glanced and provocatively remarked, "How does it feel? Have you managed to anger the system? As long as it is a hidden mission, it will yield rewards." Furthermore, this time the item is not merely a trial version. It is akin to the Trash Talk storage bag, capable of being equipped permanently. Item name: Ramber's Killing Mask. Item level: A. Equipment description: the mask once worn by Ramber. When adorned, it reduces the opponent's shooting accuracy under the basket by 10. Note: this item is permanent, but will conflict with other headgear items. Choice: would you like to equip it? Wang Shuang naturally chose to comply. He then donned a transparent plastic mask. At that moment, he felt as if he had transformed into a cannibal. The Lakers' offense continued to rely on screens. After the pick, Wang Shuang cut outward, leaving the interior space for Hibbert and Kobe. Hibbert received a cleverly executed bounce pass from Kobe and made a powerful two-handed dunk. This marked yet another splendid assist from Kobe this evening. Kobe's passing was simply exquisite. In recent games, he has truly begun to resemble those classic point guards, possessing formidable scoring ability while also demonstrating exceptional playmaking skills. This is the transformation that fans have long anticipated from Kobe, albeit it seems to have come a tad too late. Yang reflected on Kobe's performances in these past 2 games with a sense of nostalgia. Fan remarked, "Indeed, Kobe has long desired to evolve, yet the configuration of his teammates has consistently failed to support this transition effectively." Exactly, he continued, during the back-to-back championships. Having a player like Odom was immensely significant for Kobe, a versatile player to complement his style. Are you subtly hinting at Wang Shuang? Is there any need for subtlety? This is as clear as day, they laughed. Just then, the teams transitioned between offense and defense. Rondo orchestrated the attack from the perimeter, while Cousins continued to maneuver towards the low post, drawing the Lakers' defensive attention. Hibbert stood firm against Cousins. Wang Shuang intended to launch a joint attack. However, this time, the Kings focused their offensive strategy on Gay. Utilizing a screen, Gay maneuvered around, received a pass from Rondo, and made a direct assault towards the basket. As Wang Shuang advanced to bolster the defense, an icy sensation gripped Guy's heart in that fleeting moment. He perceived Wang Shuang seemingly adorned with a terrifying mask. In that brief instant, Guy's shot under the basket became distorted. Under Wang Shuang's interference, the layup failed to find its mark. Wang Shuang swiftly turned to seize the defensive rebound. The Lakers launched a counterattack. Meanwhile, Gay remained frozen in place, pondering, what did I just witness? Was it merely an illusion? Chapter 37. Speaking nonsensically. Having secured the rebound, Wang Shuang ignited the counteroffensive. The entire Lakers team surged forward like untethered wild hounds. Clarkson once again took the lead, driving rapidly towards the basket. A layup. Alas, it failed to find its mark. Clarkson's fast break layup. Oh dear, it missed. But Wang Shuang, he trailed closely, executing a successful putback. The Kings' defensive transition speed is truly lacking. Just moments ago, Clarkson appeared to have a similar fast break that also did not succeed, yet Wang Shuang followed up from behind to secure the rebound and score 2 points. Indeed, quite impressive. Wang Shuang once again succeeded in a crucial putback, evoking memories of the legendary Pau Gasol among the Lakers fans and stamps. Gasol, towering in stature, often kept pace during fast breaks, either finishing with a resounding dunk or executing a deft follow-up. If we delve further back in time, we recall Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, the formidable center of the 1980s Lakers, who is also renowned for his prowess in fast break putbacks. This exemplifies the rich tradition of the Lakers. Following the successful putback, Wong exchanged a celebratory high-five with Clarkson, expressing gratitude for the assist and the rebound. Wong expressed his gratitude to Clarkson, who smiled in response. With a player like Wong adept of following up with rebounds, Clarkson could charge forward with even greater abandon. After all, the Lakers' fast breaks lacked any intricate strategies, as the team lacked speedy forwards. Kobe was no longer the agile flying Black Mamba. Thus, it primarily fell upon Clarkson to spearhead the offensive drives. Nonetheless, Clarkson had his limitations. He was still a rookie, and his finishing ability beneath the basket was somewhat deficient. Fortunately, Wong was present to support him. At that moment, the Kings players appeared somewhat dazed, particularly Gay, who lingered in disbelief over what he had just witnessed. The Kings continued to execute their half-court offense, with Cousins remaining their focal point for penetration. The ball found its way into Cousins' hands. Wong defended Cousins from behind. Cousins backed down twice and turned to make a layup beneath the basket. In a moment of frustration, Cousins inwardly cursed. At the instant he pivoted, he felt Wong's gaze bore into him like that of a wild beast, startling him. This brief shock caused Cousins to miss his layup. Wong has once again seized the defensive rebound. The Lakers launch another counterattack. The same script unfolds once more. However, this time it is Kobe holding the ball. Though his speed may not be swift, his dribbling is cunning and agile. He elegantly maneuvers past his defender with a series of deft changes in direction. Then, near the 3-second zone, he abruptly halts and executes a bank shot that finds its mark. Old Kobe is truly playing the style of veteran basketball. Rather than opting for a layup during the fast break, he chooses the bank shot. No matter, it went in. The Lakers have successfully capitalized on Wong's defensive prowess to score consecutively. In a live broadcast, Cousins faced Wong, attempting to make a play but failed, allowing Wong to reclaim the rebound and initiate another counterattack. To be frank, the Lakers' fast break lacks sharpness. Yet, what is amiss with the Kings' defense? Their transition is notably sluggish. Rudy Gay and Cousins, after missing their shots, seem to be mumbling in confusion. Young E, observing the replay, finds it puzzling. Indeed, what could they possibly be murmuring about? Is it the incredulity of having 2 shots thwarted by Wong? I too find it somewhat astonishing. Go fun. Watching these 2 plays shares the same sentiment of bewilderment. Wong, to be frank, possesses an average height and wingspan. How could he stand there and prevent his opponent from scoring? Cousins exchanged words with Gay, who inquired, Cousins, did you feel anything unusual when Wong was defending you? Cousins replied, indeed, I found his gaze particularly intimidating. It momentarily startled me. Gay remarked, what I perceived was even more frightening. He seemed to be He halted, finding the thought too ludicrous to articulate. After all, this was the NBA court, and he must have been momentarily out of sorts. The game had to continue without frivolous distractions. As the ball was inbound, the Kings resumed their offense, yet the entire team's morale had been thoroughly deflated. The 2 mainstays, Cousins and Gay, found themselves bewildered under Wong's defense. How could a game possibly proceed? For the Kings, the silver lining was that the first half was nearing its conclusion, providing them with a halftime respite to regroup. The unfortunate news was that as the first half drew to a close, they found themselves trailing the Lakers by 10 points. What had begun as a promising match had inexplicably lost its vigor. The first half concluded with a score of 55-46, with the Lakers leading the Kings by 9 points. In that half, Wong had accrued an impressive tally of 8 points, 6 rebounds, and 4 assists, a remarkably well-rounded performance. To be candid, Wong harbored hopes of achieving a triple-double. Securing such a feat would elevate his compatibility to the esteemed Bird standard. Before exiting the court, Wong took a moment to engage with Ms. Chun at the sidelines. Ms. Chun, how do you think I performed? Jessica Chun beamed with delight upon his approach. Quite well, though I didn't see you make any dunks. Jessica Chun, like many new to basketball, was primarily acquainted with the sport through the lens of dunking. So, you enjoy watching dunks? I shall endeavor to deliver one in the second half. If I manage to dunk, would you grant me a favor? Jessica Chun responded with an enigmatic smile. All right, for every dunk you make, I shall fulfill one of your requests. How does that sound? Nearby, Jessica Chun's friends erupted in laughter, finding her charm and playful banter quite captivating. Wong Dao remarked, very well, I hope you can grant me a reduction in rent. Perhaps at least a discount. Having said that, he merrily returned to the changing room, leaving Jessica Chun with a countenance of exasperation. Meanwhile, her friends erupted into peals of laughter. Jessica, it seems this young man holds little interest in you. By the way, Jessica, did he mention rent? Is he residing in your house? So, you live together. It's no wonder he wanted to watch his game. Pray tell, is there something more between you two? Jessica Chun hastily refuted. No. What are you all babbling about? Do you think I am like you, ready to throw myself at any handsome man I see? The atmosphere in Los Angeles is notoriously liberal, especially among the socialites and daughters of affluent families. For them, dating a man and indulging in intimacy is as effortless as quenching one's thirst or having a meal. However, Jessica Chun stands as an exception among them. Her close friends have scarcely heard of any romantic entanglements involving her. Despite her outwardly alluring and glamorous demeanor, she maintains a pristine private life, often declining introductions to potential boyfriends. Now, the revelation of her landlord-tenant relationship with a Lakers player has certainly piqued the curiosity of her companions. Faced with the incessant chatter of her friends, Jessica Chun let out a resigned sigh. Wong, that rascal, truly speaks without discretion. Chapter 38, Pebbles. Halftime. The locker room of the Kings. The atmosphere is palpably tense. The players are far from pleased. Having come to Staples Center, everyone had hoped to secure a victory against the Lakers. The Kings are teetering on the brink of the playoffs. Since Cousins joined the Kings, he has yet to experience the postseason. With the season now at its midpoint, every match must be clinched. If we cannot even triumph over the Lakers, how shall we win the subsequent games? How can we aspire to achieve our playoff goals? George Karl is fuming in the locker room. He is exceedingly dissatisfied with the players' performance in the first half. He believes his tactical arrangements were sound, yet the players' execution on the court was abysmal. A myriad of elementary mistakes, coupled with missed opportunities under the basket, and a defense that is both scattered and demoralized. What on earth is wrong with your offense? Is this how you practice during training? Why can you not even make simple layups? Your performance is beneath that of high schoolers. Karl's words were harsh. As a venerable coach with a record of numerous victories, he certainly has the authority to reprimand these young players. After all, when he was coaching in the NBA, these players had yet to be born. However, players like Cousins possess strong personalities and are all prodigies, having been pampered since childhood. Rondo, for instance, is a championship member, while George Karl has yet to secure a championship title. Everyone anticipated that Karl's arrival would herald a significant change for the Kings. Yet they find themselves lingering at the edge of the playoffs, just as before. Hearing Karl's scolding, Cousins' expression darkens. As the team's leader, he asserts, "Coach, we gave our all in the first half, but there were some peculiar circumstances." Karl, incensed by Cousins' defense, retorts, "What peculiar circumstances? Did they put a lid on the basket? Or did a flower bloom on the opponent's head, distracting you while shooting?" Cousins replies, "You're right, coach. That number 10 from the Lakers, when he was defending me, I felt something was off. It was just strange." He struggles to articulate his feelings. Gay interjects, "Indeed, he is quite intimidating. It felt as though I were hallucinating." As the two continue down this absurd path, Karl, infuriated, scoffs, "Did you two take drugs before the game? What hallucinations? The reality of your basketball skills and abilities is the true illusion, shattered the moment you stepped onto the court." Upon hearing this, both Cousins and Gay become incensed. Standing up and approaching Karl. "What are you two planning to do?" Sit down. Karl exclaimed loudly, "You've turned against us." Rondo, Cousins, and others swiftly stepped in to prevent a confrontation between players and coaches in the locker room. Once both sides had calmed down, Karl offered an apology, stating, "I'm sorry, my words were too harsh. It's only halftime. We still have a chance in the second half." Cousins and Gay also extended their apologies to Karl. Yet an air of awkwardness lingered among them. Karl continued, "I've been grappling with my mindset, especially after that little brat Wong called me Hannibal the Cannibal. Guys, how do I resemble Hannibal?" It was clear that Karl had been deeply affected, for this remark had been plucked from the treasure trove of trash talk by Wong. Naturally, it was quite hurtful. Upon hearing Karl's words, laughter erupted among the group as they realized there was indeed a resemblance. "Stop laughing, guys. It's all that little brat Wong's fault. He has nothing but a disaster. Our poor performance in the first half is entirely on him." Rondo finally identified the root of the issue. Indeed, the King's myriad of misfortunes seemed to be connected to Wong. Though he appeared insignificant, he was akin to a small pebble in one's shoe. When faced with a mountain, one can easily circumvent it. But a persistent pebble causing discomfort is far more vexing. A mere pebble can wreak havoc greater than a mountain. Wong is indeed the inconspicuous pebble. Indeed, Wong Let us eliminate this little fellow in the second half. I will take on the primary defense against Wong Shuang. Let us show him what we are made of. We must devise some strategies specifically targeting Wong Shuang. He is merely a Chinese player. How could we possibly fear him? In an instant, the king's locker room was filled with a resolute camaraderie. Wong Shuang remains oblivious to the fact that he has become a target of disdain among the fans of the Kings. It is only a matter of time before the sentiment expands throughout the entire league. In stark contrast, the atmosphere within the Lakers' locker room is one of tranquility and harmony. Wong Shuang now experiences a sense of prominence in the locker room. The staff offers him towels and water. Originally, his locker was situated in the corner, adorned with a simple note bearing his name. However, upon inspection today, it has been replaced with a specially crafted metal plaque. Wong Shuang was quite astonished. How could the change occur so swiftly? After all, he was still a short-term contract player. Consequently, during the halftime intermission, Xiao Bas arrived. Upon seeing Wong Shuang, he smiled warmly and said, "Wong, you performed splendidly in the first half." Wong Shuang nodded, acknowledging that it was a collective effort. Xiao Bas remarked, "Although the match is not yet concluded, the management is already contemplating offering you a guaranteed contract. Thus, focus on performing excellently in the remaining games." Wong Shuang nodded and said, "Thank you, Mr. Base." However, Little Base felt a twinge of displeasure at Wong Shuang's rather indifferent demeanor. Here was a player on a short contract, and I had taken the initiative to inform you about considering a guaranteed contract. It's one thing not to express gratitude, but to exhibit such a dismissive attitude is quite another. Do you not realize whom you're working for? The reason Wong Shuang did not regard Little Base favorably stems from the fact that when he first joined the Lakers, Little Base had little faith in him. It was the general manager who, against the consensus, provided Wong Shuang with an opportunity. Now, Little Base always harbored a sense of, Wong Shuang is a talent I have unearthed. I take the credit for this discovery. This sentiment resonates deeply, for Wong Shuang is well aware of the fierce internal strife within the Base family. Young Base and his sister, Jenny Base, are embroiled in a fierce contest for control. Consequently, aspects such as the team's performance, the development of new players, and the overall team-building strategy are all subjects of scrutiny. However, for young Base, time is running short. Any achievement he can secure will be deemed significant. The rise of Wong Shuang, an overlooked talent, adds a touch of brilliance to his persona. After all, the Chinese community in Los Angeles is quite substantial. Consequently, when he attempted to forge a connection, Wong Shuang chose to disregard him. He is acutely aware that his future will undoubtedly soar to great heights. A mere guaranteed contract is simply what he rightfully deserves. Little Base, witnessing Wong Shuang's aloof demeanor, felt an intense frustration. He thought to himself that once Wong Shuang begins to showcase his potential and secures a contract, he would seize the opportunity to trade him away, ensuring that his sister Jeannie would inherit none of this valuable legacy. Chapter 39. Targeted in the first half, the Lakers led the Kings by 9 points. After the halftime break, the second half of the game commenced swiftly, with both teams returning to the court at the Staples Center. Wong Shuang continued to feature in the starting lineup for the Lakers. Throughout the first half, he played the entire duration without a moment's respite, displaying no signs of discontent. For Wong Shuang, every minute on the court is a precious opportunity, particularly given the limited number of games he has participated in. He understands the importance of gaining experience through play. After a brief moment to stretch his muscles, he returned to the court, ready for the impending tip-off. At that moment, Cousins approached Wong Shuang and remarked, "Kid, you're in for a tough second half." Wong Shuangchi remarked, "Is that so? Are you preparing to surrender?" Surrendering means conceding defeat. Cousins retorted angrily, "We will stand against you. You had better watch your step." Wong Shuang smiled to himself, pondering that Cousins was rather foolish. How could he think to target me, yet notify me in advance? Did he believe such words would instill fear? Cousins' remarks were merely an attempt to regain some semblance of dignity through verbal sparring. However, it was evident that the Kings indeed began to focus on Wong Shuang in the second half. In the first offensive possession, Cousins and Rondo executed a pick and roll, subsequently switching defenses. Wong Shuang confronted Rondo, who utilized his rhythm and experience to overpower him with relentless force. Wong Shuang, relying on his intimidating presence, allowed Rondo to advance towards the basket. However, upon reaching the vicinity of the hoop, Rondo did not attempt a layup. Instead, he executed a swift turnaround, delivering a precise bounce pass to the approaching Cousins. Receiving the ball in the center lane, Cousins unleashed a powerful one-handed dunk, successfully converting the opportunity. Wong Shuang had no time to bolster his defense, helplessly watching as Cousins wreaked havoc at the rim. After scoring, Cousins let out a roar, releasing the pent-up frustration of the first half. He shot a menacing glare at Wong, brimming with provocation. Being dunked on like that was undoubtedly a disheartening experience. However, Wong was soon presented with an opportunity for retaliation. Hibbert received the ball in the low post, attempting to score but unable to penetrate. He returned the ball to Kobe, who, using Wong's screen, surged towards the basket. The Kings' defense collapsed around Kobe, who found himself surrounded by 4 defenders. Yet, amidst the chaos, Kobe still opted to pass. This was not the Kobe of old, who would have insisted on taking the shot himself, even when 5 were guarding him. Now, his focus was solely on creating opportunities for his teammates. As Kobe drove to the basket, he executed a behind-the-back pass to the trailing Wong, who emphatically dunked the ball. Wong's dunk. My word, he completed it despite Cousins' defense, slamming the ball into the hoop. This was a fierce response. Having just been dunked on by Cousins, Wong was determined to retaliate. Ha ha ha. Young, he was left in awe, his jaw dropping at Wong's astonishing dunk. Admittedly, this dunk was somewhat forced, as he was not the most athletic player, unable to soar like the more explosive dunkers who could leap high and smash the ball through the hoop. Nevertheless, his height and wingspan, combined with his sturdy build, propelled him skyward with tremendous force, akin to a jet taking off. The impact was undeniably significant, and there was no way Cousins could intercept him. In the end, Wong, with a defender bearing down on him, managed to force the ball through the hoop with both hands. Ultimately, it went in. The Staples Center erupted in a tremendous cheer. Wong, even though the shot was contentious, it had drawn a defensive foul from Cousins, who felt wronged. Following the whistle, he turned to the referee in protest, but the official paid him no mind, pointing to the free throw line while holding the ball. Wong positioned himself at the free throw line, effortlessly sinking the shot. Consequently, the Lakers found themselves ahead by 10 points. Following the basket, Wong remarked to Cousins, "So this is how you all are targeting me, gifting me a 2-1. I truly appreciate it." Cousins, infuriated by Wong's words, found himself powerless to retaliate. After scoring, Wong made his way to the sidelines, greeting Jessica Chun with a wave, signaling that the dunk was dedicated to her. A faint blush crept onto Jessica Chin's striking yet aloof visage, much to the amusement of her friends, who teased her mercilessly. Surprisingly, she too felt a tinge of embarrassment. However, Wong's journey was not devoid of challenges. The Kings indeed began to focus their offensive and defensive strategies on him. On the offensive front, whenever Wong switched defensive assignments, the Kings would exploit that weakness. Should he choose not to switch, Cousins would aggressively take the ball to the hoop. Given Wong's defensive prowess, even with the aid of a metaphorical killing mask, completely suppressing Cousins was an unattainable feat. Cousins possessed superior skills and physicality compared to Wong. Moreover, he was fueled by a fierce determination to score over Wong, as Cousins executed a mid-range jumper, adding 2 more points to his tally. His total soared of 18 points, just 2 shy of Wong's concealed target of 20 points. Wong was quite anxious. He must not allow Cousins to score any further. Originally, he had no intention of completing the side quest, as it would only lead to defeat. Thus, he decided to forego the side mission altogether, focusing instead on fulfilling the hidden objectives to earn system currency. If he were unable to accomplish the hidden tasks as well, then that would render this match an utter loss. Upon reaching the defensive end of the Kings, Wong has become the target of intensified scrutiny. The King has even begun to double-team him. In a live broadcast, Fan was astonished by this turn of events. Behold, Wong is in possession of the ball, and the King has come to double-team him. This is quite astonishing, as the double-team indicates the significant impact Wong has had on the King. Indeed, the impact is considerable, perhaps more psychological than anything else. However, with the King double-teaming Wong, he is capable of passing the ball. We see him delivering a pass to Kobe. Kobe drives, halts abruptly, and hits a jump shot. Magnificent. How can a double-team Wong? Kobe's play evokes memories of his peak performance, exceedingly smooth. Undoubtedly, in these 2 games, Kobe's performance has reignited a spark of hope. Yet, the thought that he will retire after this season brings a tinge of regret. If he maintains this form for another 2 years, I believe it would pose no issue. We genuinely hope to see Kobe play for 2 more seasons, as he is indeed regaining his form. During the first half of the season, Kobe gave fans the impression that he should retire. Yet in these last 2 games, one feels a renewed sense of determination. It seems Kobe has discovered a more comfortable way to play. His performance appears less strained, and Wong's presence has granted him a sense of ease. Scoring is alternated between both sides. The king plays with resolute vigor and strength, yet the Lakers remain unfazed. The intensity of the battle has escalated beyond that of the first half. At that moment, the sharp whistle of the referee pierced the air. Beep, beep, beep. Everyone's attention was drawn to two players on the court, Cousins and Wong, entangled in a scuffle. Chapter 40, Triple-Double. The live camera shifted focus to Wong and Cousins. The host, who had been engaged in casual banter, immediately redirected his attention to the unfolding situation. Oh dear, what is happening? Why are they fighting? Wong and Cousins are locked in a struggle. What exactly transpired? It seems the live footage has not kept pace. Young Yi, along with Kufan and the female presenter, have been engrossed in lively conversation, completely oblivious to the events on the court. Let us wait for the slow-motion replay. It appears some conflict arose as they crossed half-court, and from the earlier footage, it seems Wong did not initiate the altercation. Cousins attempted to strike him, but he evaded. Let us observe the slow-motion replay. The footage reveals both players sprinting towards half-court, but they drew very close to one another. Wong seemingly uttered something towards Cousins, which prompted Cousins to engage in a scuffle with Wong. Wong indeed refrained from resorting to violence. He was merely striving to extricate himself from Cousins' grapple. Subsequently, all the players surged forward, accompanied by the cacophony of the referee's whistle. The two individuals were separated amidst the ensuing chaos. Wong's jersey collar was torn, and his hairstyle was slightly disheveled. Meanwhile, Cousins had lost his headband and was grumbling angrily. In contrast, Wong wore a serene smile. Kobe pulled Wong aside and inquired, "What did you just say?" Wong smiled and replied, "As I just mentioned, your son bears a striking resemblance to Paul." Upon hearing this, Kobe's grin stretched from ear to ear. It is well known that Cousins and Paul have a long-standing feud. Paul plays with remarkable tenacity, often provoking Cousins to the point of fury whenever they face each other on the court. Hence, the mere mention of Paul's name irks Cousins. But now, things have taken a turn for the better. Wong further connected Cousins' son with Paul. To be frank, this trash talk was exceedingly harsh. Although devoid of profanity, its impact was far more devastating than vulgarity. It is no wonder that Cousins became enraged in an instant and engaged in a scuffle with Wong. In truth, Wong did not intend to utter such words. However, utilizing the reservoir of trash talk from the legendary bird, the words escaped his lips before he could even contemplate their implications. Indeed, it was profoundly hurtful. Thus, his clothing was torn by Cousins in the ensuing altercation. Wong bore no ill will towards him. After the match concluded, he intended to seek out Cousins to offer his apologies. However, prior to that, Cousins had to endure his unjust predicament. After reviewing the footage, the officials resolved to expel Cousins from the game. In a fit of frustration, Cousins discarded his headband and left the court with his head hung low, retreating to the locker room. Meanwhile, the Lakers fans in attendance erupted in jubilant celebration. Wong finds himself in a predicament. If Cousins scores again, he will be unable to accomplish his own hidden mission. Although his methods may not be entirely honorable, they do constitute a form of psychological warfare. After all, who can blame Cousins for lacking self-restraint? With Cousins' absence, the Kings' offense has lost a vital pillar. The momentum they once possessed in the second half has abruptly dissipated. Wong executed a technical foul-free throw, successfully scoring. He suddenly realized that he was approaching a triple-double. His points had already surpassed double digits, and achieving double-digit rebounds was relatively straightforward. Only the assists remained a challenge, dependent on the cooperation of his teammates. Wong began to enhance his playmaking from the high post. His pick-and-roll collaboration with Kobe became increasingly proficient. The concept of high-post playmaking is not particularly sophisticated. Wong possesses this remarkable talent. In years past, the Rockets had a diminutive center named Hayes, a player who emerged during a period of injuries within the team, signing a brief contract. Standing merely at 198 centimeters, he showcased exceptional playmaking abilities from the high post. He was adept at orchestrating the offense and executing bounce passes. In a single game, he could easily accumulate 3 or 4 assists, skillfully directing numerous tactical collaborations. Wong possesses physical attributes that surpass those of Hayes in numerous aspects. His height, wingspan, and vision are exceptionally impressive. Furthermore, his passing awareness and technique are of the highest caliber. Moreover, the Lakers do not employ a particularly intricate tactical system. Simply facilitating passes to Kobe is sufficient. As the third quarter commenced, Kobe found his rhythm, rekindling the sensation of commanding the game. He continuously engaged in collaborations with Wong, whether through shooting, driving, or passing. Overall, Their interplay evoked the exhilarating essence of peak performance. However, the number of missed shots was indeed substantial, causing Wong considerable frustration. After passing to Kobe 4 times, he could only convert 3 into misses. "Oh, leader, is it too much to ask for you to refrain from such errant shooting?" Wong eventually found it quite unbearable. Kobe shrugged his shoulders and remarked, "This is the essence of my playing style. If you're not accustomed to it, then refrain from passing the ball to me." Wong Xuanxin contemplated that if it weren't for his aspiration to achieve a triple-double and enhance his matching performance, he would not have passed the ball to you. Fortunately, the Kings had parted ways with Cousins, leaving them with little resistance. The subsequent matches became rather mundane as the Lakers gradually widened the point gap. The television repeatedly replayed the altercation between Wong and Cousins. Yang remarked, "We do not know what Wong said to Cousins. Will a lip-reading expert be called in to analyze it post-game?" However, observing this footage, it appears that Wong intentionally obscured his mouth while speaking, seemingly wary of a lip reader's scrutiny. Ha ha ha. This seems rather premeditated, effectively sidelining the Kings' core player. Kuh fan added, "His playing style is entirely distinct from that of our domestic players. Indeed, it is remarkably different." Opinions regarding Wong actions varied widely online, igniting heated discussions among netizens. Some criticized Wong for his poor sportsmanship, claiming that winning through such tactics is not honorable. Others countered, asserting that psychological warfare is part of the game. After all, it was Cousins who lost his composure. The Spurs once eliminated the Suns using similar strategies. Spurs Hori indeed collided with Nash, but Wong merely spoke. Aha! Must Chinese players always endure bullying and be subjected to derogatory remarks? Is it not commendable to have a player like him in China? Overall, support for him remains predominant. After all, whether it be Yao Ming in his prime, Yi Jianlian later on, or the current Jeremy Lin, Asian players have consistently faced targeting in the NBA. They have often been bullied by African-American players, both verbally and physically. Now, Wong stands up to assert himself against African-American players. What is wrong with that? In the fourth quarter, when Kobe received a pass from Wong and scored a three-pointer, it was a moment to remember. Wong has finally achieved his triple-double milestone, amassing 16 points, 12 rebounds, and 10 assists. Remarkable, indeed. This is a splendid accomplishment for a Chinese player in the NBA. Indeed, it is a feat that even Yao Ming did not attain. Truly, Wong is exceptional. The player template task 3 has been completed. Achieving a triple-double in a game enhances the compatibility with the peak capabilities of the template Larry Bird by 2, bringing the current compatibility to 37. The duration of skill sensitivity lock has been extended by 1 minute. Chapter 41, The Mysterious Power of the East. Wong not only accomplished the task outlined in the Bird template, thereby elevating his compatibility further, but also completed a hidden mission, ensuring that Cousins' scoring did not surpass 20 points, thus earning himself 50 system coins. However, he fell short in completing the side quest. The Lakers triumphed in this match, defeating the Kings with a score of 104-93, a margin of 11 points. Kobe Bryant secured the highest score of the game with 31 points, although he also led in missed shots, a testament to his enduring legacy. Following this victory, the Lakers achieved a remarkable 4-game winning streak, their longest of the season. Their record now stands at 13 wins and 31 losses, having matched the performance of the Timberwolves in the West, with only 6 victories separating them from the 8th-seeded Trailblazers. The prospect of the playoffs now appears increasingly attainable. Wong chose victory. Consequently, the mission inevitably ended in failure. The system prompted, Side Quest 04 failed, and the reward of system coins cannot be obtained. Please accept the penalty for the mission's failure. Wong felt a heavy weight in his heart. How could there be penalties even after a failed task? What could the punishment possibly be? At that moment, Wong was being interviewed by reporters on the sidelines. He had just been awarded the title of Best Player of the Match, a modest honor for any athlete. A beautiful sideline reporter inquired of Wong, "What aspirations do you hold for the future?" Wong initially intended to express his desire to perform exceptionally well and to sustain his career in the NBA. This response was rather conventional, embodying humility and practicality, consistent with Wong established demeanor. However, at that moment, the system imposed a punitive requirement. The consequence for failing the task was to reveal one's ambitions and boldly declare before the reporters his aspiration to supplant Kobe as the leader of the Lakers. Wong found himself enveloped in uncertainty. He pondered, can I elude this punishment? The system warned, should one refuse the penalty, it shall cease to exist. Alas, The system is threatening me. If I fail to complete the task, it will vanish. No, system, you cannot leave. In this predicament, Wang Shuang understood the gravity of the situation. Is it merely boasting in front of others? What is so remarkable about that? Regardless, he was resolute. He was destined to be the leader of the Lakers. Thus, Wang Shuang cleared his throat and declared, "My aspiration for the future is to become the leader of the Lakers, to emerge as the star player of the team following Kobe's retirement." Upon the conclusion of Wang Shuang's statement, the reporter's expression was unmistakably one of astonishment. She pondered whether she had misheard. Was this truly Wang Shuang's aspiration for the future? Could it be a mere flight of fantasy? This sentiment was not unique to the reporter. Even the host in the studio questioned whether he had misunderstood. As we listen to Wang Shuang's interview, he boldly declares his desire to become the leader of the Lakers, the team's star player. Goodness, this is a topic that leaves even Yang Yi at a loss for words, his face beaming with delight. He recognizes that the intrigue surrounding this statement has resurfaced. Kufan scratched his head and remarked, "Wang Shuang certainly dares to speak his mind. His ambitions are remarkably grand, almost excessively so. Indeed, they are rather lofty. While I hold a favorable view of him, I never anticipated his ambition to be so pronounced, especially in front of such a large audience. Truly, Wang Shuang is a player who stands apart, remarkably distinct. One might even say he bears a resemblance to Kobe. If we consider LeBron James, who was regarded as the chosen one, the deity of Akron, upon joining the Cavaliers, he first stated, 'This is Davis's team.' Wang Shuang's situation is reminiscent of this. In 2003, James arrived in Cleveland, embodying the role of a savior, while the team's leader at that time was Ricky Davis. The Cavaliers had clearly set the stage for James's ascension, yet the seasoned and composed James still proclaimed in front of the media that this was Davis's team. Wang Shuang has indeed made quite an impression. He has played several remarkable games, each more audacious than the last. He has begun to assert himself in the media, declaring his ambition to become the leader of the Lakers. When it comes to generating buzz, Wang Shuang is undoubtedly a magnet for attention. In less than 10 days, discussions surrounding him have surpassed the quarrels between Kobe and LeBron enthusiasts. Today, he has once again dropped a provocative statement, igniting conversations not only on basketball forums, but across various social media platforms. This Chinese player certainly exhibits a remarkable lack of humility. Does he truly aspire to be the top dog? It is utterly bewildering how one can become so inflated with self-importance. This is precisely the demeanor of those who, having gained a modicum of success, display such arrogance. Previously, many had elevated him to great heights. Yet, he appears to be nothing more than a player who relies on cleverness rather than true skill. How can he expect to ascend to the role of a leader? Leadership is founded on substantial talent, not mere cleverness. With his current disposition, he is destined to remain merely an exceptional bench player, while the role of a leader is beyond his reach. Initially, there was a considerable amount of support for Wang Shuang. However, following his declaration of wanting to be the leader, he has undoubtedly offended numerous Kobe fans, resulting in a flurry of sarcastic and derisive posts. Wang Shuang is currently unaware. However, he will undoubtedly come to know in due course. Nevertheless, he remains indifferent. After concluding the interview, he returned to the locker room to take a shower and change his attire. He then took the initiative to visit the visiting locker room of the Kings. At the entrance, he encountered Cousins, who appeared exceedingly despondent. Despite performing well in the second half, he was ejected due to a moment of impulsiveness, leading to the team's defeat. The Kings' hopes for the playoffs are virtually extinguished, marking yet another disappointing season, a cycle of disappointment year after year. Thus, upon seeing Wang Shuang again, there was a palpable coldness in Cousins' eyes. He presumed Wang Shuang was there to provoke him once more. What? Is he not yet satisfied? Does he wish to engage in a fair fight? Wang Shuang, however, replied, "No, I have come to offer you my apologies." Upon hearing this, Cousins displayed a hint of surprise in his gaze. Wang Shuang continued, "I regret the unkind words I spoke to you on the field, which undoubtedly provoke your anger. I sincerely apologize for my thoughtless remarks, particularly those concerning your family, especially your child. I extend my heartfelt apologies to you and your family." Wang Shuang's apology was profoundly sincere. The match had concluded. Cousins sat in the locker room for a while, allowing his anger to dissipate. He embraced Wang Shuang and said, "All right, I forgive you. However, you must explain to me why some peculiar things occurred during your defense." Wang Shuang understood that Cousins was referring to the mask of murder. This item still resided within Wang Shuang's system backpack. Henceforth, it would become his frequently utilized tool, a formidable weapon for his defensive prowess in the paint in the future. Wang Shuang chuckled and said, This is a mysterious power from the East. Chapter 42. A candid discussion. Wong Shuang certainly could not disclose the matter of the murder mask to cousins. This incident left a lingering psychological shadow on both cousins and Gay. Henceforth, whenever they faced Wong Shuang in a match, their confidence in securing the ball under the basket diminished significantly. Upon returning home after the game, Wong Shuang had initially intended to enjoy a moment of tranquility. However, the neighboring landlady, Jessica Chun, rapped on his door with an unexpected urgency. Each time Wong Shuang heard a knock, a wave of anxiety washed over him, as he feared that peering through the peephole would reveal yet another eye-catching decolletage. To his surprise, this time, it was not the case. Jessica was impeccably attired, having replaced her previously revealing lingerie with an exquisitely elegant silk robe. Her hair, once cascading loosely, was now neatly styled. In her hands, she held a bottle of red wine and 2 glasses. Upon entering, she remarked, "Wong Shuang, you performed admirably tonight. May I come in for a glass?" The landlady's invitation was one that he could not decline, especially given Mrs. Chen's formal demeanor this evening. Wong Shuang began to scrutinize her with newfound attention. Previously, he had only noticed her alluring cleavage. Miss Chen appeared to be in her early 30s, though Wong Shuang could not ascertain her exact age. Her beauty was undeniably exquisite, as she had been a model in her youth. Her physique was beyond reproach. However, what struck Wong Shuang as particularly distinct this evening was Jessica Chen's demeanor. While he had always perceived her as possessing an enchanting allure, tonight was different. An air of mature elegance emanated from her. She poured 2 glasses of red wine, a reserve from Bordeaux, a treasured gift from a dear friend who had brought it back many years ago. Tonight, she wished to savor it. Wong Shuang remarked, "As for Miss Chun, after that one drink I had, I dare not indulge again. That last glass of wine left me utterly inebriated. Should I partake once more? I cannot fathom what might transpire this evening." Jessica Chun, evidently oblivious to the events of that night, wore a somewhat crestfallen expression. She set down the bottle and glass, her face tinged with regret, and said, "I had forgotten that you cannot handle your liquor at all. You become intoxicated far too easily." Wong Shuang nodded and replied, "Indeed, I have a complete tolerance for alcohol. However, if it brings you joy, feel free to indulge. I shall simply enjoy a beverage." With that, Wong Shuang retrieved a can of cola from the refrigerator. Jessica Chun chuckled softly and remarked, "Bordeaux red wine paired with Coca-Cola is quite an intriguing combination." She seemed unfazed and poured herself a glass of red wine. Subsequently, Wong Shuang opened the cola and filled his own glass, gently swirling the contents. They both drank heartily. Jessica Chen's cheeks flushed slightly as she said, "This is my first time attending a basketball game at the Staples Center. I must admit, basketball is rather captivating." Wong Shuangdao remarked, "Indeed, basketball is truly fascinating. Although it may appear to be merely shooting and layups, it encompasses a complex interplay of strategies. Each match is a fresh encounter, brimming with countless variations." Jessica Chun promptly interjected, I understand. I will gradually come to appreciate it." Wong Shuang scratched his head and remarked, "It is truly a pity that you never attended basketball games before." Jessica Chun secretly rolled her eyes in response. "Had I met you sooner, I would have started watching basketball much earlier. By the way, your dunk tonight was absolutely spectacular." "Ah, indeed, that was dedicated to you." "Really?" Upon hearing this, Jessica Chen's eyes sparkled with delight. Wong Shuang nodded. "Indeed, you mentioned that you only know how to dunk, so I shall perform a dunk." Jessica Chun could not contain her smile. She poured herself another glass of red wine. Wong Shuang also poured himself a glass of cola. The two of them drained their glasses in one go. Jessica Chun inquired of Wong Shuang during the post-match interview, "You mentioned your intention to take over as the leader of the Lakers in place of Kobe?" Wong Shuangdao remarked, "Indeed. I'm uncertain as to why I expressed such sentiments at that time. It is simply something I said." Jessica Chun responded with a smile, "Ah, young one, it is commendable to possess ambition. I have heard that there is considerable criticism of you online." Wong Shuangdao remarked that successful individuals inevitably face criticism. No NBA star is free from disparagement. Unless one can reach the heights of Jordan, even he has his detractors. This is an unavoidable reality. It is impossible for anyone to be universally adored. For every admirer, there will be a critic. Jessica Chun expressed her complete agreement and then inquired, "Do you like me?" The question nearly caused Wong Shuangdao to spew his cola. Coughing slightly, he quickly wiped his mouth. "What kind of like are you referring to?" Jessica Chen's eyes sparkled as she replied, "I was merely speaking casually. Please do not take offense. What I truly wish to know is whether you have someone you hold affection for." in a romantic sense between a man and a woman. Wang Shuang shook his head and said, "No, throughout my life, my greatest passion has always been basketball. Since my primary school days, my dream has been to play in the NBA. At that time, no one believed I could achieve this, and I understood that pursuing such a dream while studying in China was nearly impossible. Thus, I moved to the United States for my high school education, joined a school team, trained diligently, and eventually made my way into NCAA college basketball, honing my skills along the way. I participated in the draft, faced setbacks, but continued to audition until I reached this point. I dedicate myself to constant self-improvement, leaving little room in my mind for matters of romance." Wang Shuang's words were imbued with sincerity, yet they did not reflect the entire truth. It is inconceivable for a young man in his 20s to claim indifference towards women. His affections, however, remain superficial. In school, he cannot help but steal glances at a beautiful girl, and his gaze lingers on Ms. Chen's alluring figure, a mere instinctual response. Beyond these instincts, he has not delved deeper into his feelings. Jessica Chun has come to a new understanding of Wang Shuang. She previously regarded him as a brash and impulsive youth. With such a robust physique, being an athlete, one would assume he possesses a wealth of romantic experience. Could he truly be a novice? Jessica Chun poured herself another glass of red wine. Upon witnessing this, Wang Shuang remarked, "Madam Chun, perhaps you should moderate your alcohol consumption. Spirits are not beneficial. What if you were to become inebriated? What's the matter if I do? What would you do to me?" Jessica Chun retorted, "Of course, I will not do anything to you. How could I?" Wang Shuang replied. Jessica Chun appeared somewhat disappointed upon hearing this. After downing her third glass, she inquired, "By the way, what did you say to that towering player from the Kings during the match today? Why did he suddenly strike you?" At this question, Wang Shuang felt a tinge of embarrassment. He leaned closer and discreetly revealed the taunt he had uttered. Jessica Chun erupted into laughter. "So, you have quite the sharp tongue. I never would have guessed." "Well, psychological warfare is part of the battle," Wang Shuang chuckled. Just then, a loud knocking echoed through the door. "Who is it?" Chapter 43, Shots Fired, Run. Wang Shuang set down the cup in his hand and approached the door, peering through the peephole. To his astonishment, he beheld two burly men clad in suits. The very sight of them evoked the impression of gangsters. Jessica Chun inquired, "Who are they?" Wang Shuang replied, "I do not recognize them. Two imposing gentlemen in suits. They do not appear to be of good character." Jessica Chun furrowed her brow in contemplation, pondering that she had never wronged anyone. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room. The voice from outside called out, "Is Mr. Wang Shuang there? Is this the residence of Mr. Wang Shuang?" Wang Shuang replied, "Who are you?" Wang Shuang is exceedingly cautious. In the United States, due to the prevalence of firearms, there is a profound emphasis on personal boundaries. Trespassing into a private residence can result in lethal consequences. Wang Shuang observed that these two individuals did not appear to be amiable. He pondered what their intentions could be at such a late hour. He possessed no firearms within his abode. Outside, the voices called out, "We are from the King's team. Our young master wishes to meet you." The King's team? Young master? Could it be that they were seeking trouble due to the incident involving cousins? Wang Shuang hesitated for a moment. When a sweet female voice came from outside, "Is this Wang Shuang? I am in jelly, and I would like to have a conversation with you." Wang Shuang glanced once more the cat's eye. This time, she beheld a charming and alluring woman standing between two imposing figures. Anjali? Wang Shuang suddenly recalled that she was the daughter of the king boss, that renowned beauty with a captivating figure. Who could it be? Why does it sound like a woman? Jessica Chen whispered, "Ah, she is indeed the daughter of the king boss. Is that so? I believe I have heard of her. She is that famous beauty, isn't she? Yes, it seems so. I wonder what brings her here. Open the door. How could one refuse a visit from such a beauty? I shall retreat to your room to avoid the encounter," Jessica Chun remarked with a hint of bitterness. She then entered Wang Shuang's room, holding a glass of red wine. Wang Shuang attempted to intervene, yet she had already stepped inside. With a decisive click, the door was shut. "This is indeed my private sanctuary." Wang Shuang let out a sigh before opening the door. Anjali beheld Wang Shuang, her large, fluttering eyes sparkling with light. Her eyelashes were exceptionally long. After such a lengthy wait for the door to open, she wondered if there was a friend inside. Without hesitation, Anjali stepped into Wang Shuang's home, while the two bodyguards stationed at the entrance remained motionless. Wang Shuang found it quite peculiar. "Are we truly acquainted? Did I permit your entry?" Anjali noticed the cup resting upon the living room table. "Wow, are you indulging in wine alone at home? Perhaps in celebration of tonight's triumph?" Yet, as she grasped the cup for a closer inspection, her assumptions were proven erroneous. It was not wine at all. Rather, it was cola. Drinking cola alone at home late at night, and in a goblet, no less. Indeed, Wang Shuang is truly one of a kind. Wang Shuang, somewhat irritated by her demeanor, inquired, "May I ask what brings you to my home?" The game between the Lakers and the Kings has already concluded. Angiali took a seat and remarked, "Indeed, your performance this evening was quite impressive." Wang Shuang nodded, acknowledging the accolade of best player of the match, undoubtedly leaving a profound impression. "So, are you here to inquire about the secret to winning?" he asked. Anjali shook her head and replied, "Not at all. I am merely curious about you and wish to get to know this friend of mine. I gathered information through several sources before discovering your residence, and then I came directly to find you." Wang Shuangdao, thank you for your kind words. Well, now that we are acquainted, we are friends. Anjali, by the way, how much longer do you have left on your contract with the Lakers? Are you about to sign a new one? Upon hearing the mention of a contract, Wang Shuang became alert. He remarked, "I shall not discuss my contractual matters in private. Furthermore, you are affiliated with the king. Is it not a violation to engage with players privately?" Anjali, however, responded, "My father is the owner of the team, but I am not part of the management. They merely call me the little boss as a nickname. I simply wish to befriend you." Wang Shuang understood that forming friendships was assuredly not as simple as it appeared. His exceptional performance would undoubtedly attract the attention of other teams. In his daily life, the influx of text messages and phone calls began to increase. Numerous agents sought to negotiate contracts with him. However, Wang Shuang was not preoccupied with such matters for the time being. While agents were indeed necessary, the timing was not right. He needed to exercise discernment. For many players had fallen victim to unscrupulous agents. Seeing Wang Shuang remain silent, Anjali rose and surveyed his modest abode. Among athletes, one must admit that his living conditions were rather ordinary. Once he secured a lucrative contract, he would be able to reside in a villa. Indeed, NBA stars often boast opulent mansions and luxury vehicles. Even the most mundane amenities, such as a water dispenser or a bench, come with annual salaries in the millions. Yet, players on short-term contracts at the lower tiers are left to navigate life in rented accommodations. The disparity between wealth and poverty in this realm is strikingly vast. "I will soon possess all these things. There is no need for your concern." Wang Shuang's words were laced with barbs, yet Anjali remained unfazed. She approached the door of Wang Shuang's bedroom and inquired, "May I enter and take a look?" Wang Shuang shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, "No. This is my private room. How can you just enter without permission? Moreover, you're a girl." Anjali chuckled softly, responding, "But this is America. Entering a boy's room is not such a significant matter, is it? Surely, other women have been in your room before?" Wang Shuangdong wished to deny it. However, upon reflection, he realized that Jessica Chun was indeed inside. Thus, he remained silent. Anjali, believing she had hit the nail on the head, exhibited a hint of pride. She then inquired, "By the way, may I use your restroom?" Under normal circumstances, Wang Shuang would have readily agreed. Yet, therein lay the dilemma. His restroom was situated within his bedroom. Presently, Miss Chen occupied that very space. Yes, my restroom is located within my bedroom," he reluctantly announced, raising his voice to alert Jessica Chun in the bedroom. Subsequently, he took the initiative to open the bedroom door. The room was enveloped in darkness. He turned on the light in the restroom, and Anjali stepped inside, closing the door behind her. Her primary intention was to touch up her makeup. Wang Shuang switched on the bedroom light, only to discover Jessica Chun sitting boldly upon his bed. Wang Shuang stepped forward and whispered, "Ms. Chun, why aren't you hiding?" Jessica Chun scoffed and replied, "Why should I?" Wang Shuang pondered to himself, indeed. Anjali was hardly even a friend. He had women in his room. What relevance did she hold? At this moment, Wang Shuang felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. In his own bedroom were two stunning beauties. He contemplated what would transpire if they were to meet. Only embarrassment remained, with nothing else to accompany it. Just then, from outside the window, the distant sound of gunfire echoed through the street. Bang, bang, bang. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Wang Shuang swiftly grasped Jessica Chen's arm, urging her to take refuge beneath the bed. The instinct to crouch down in the face of gunfire is innate. Thus, Jessica Chun indeed concealed herself under the bed. Following this, Wang Shuang hastened to knock on the bathroom door. "Anjali, there's gunfire. Flee quickly." Chapter 44. 2 years ago. 1 year of freedom in America, gunfire every day. In the United States, incidents of gun violence occur on a daily basis, particularly in large metropolises like Los Angeles. While certain aspects of Los Angeles are extraordinarily beautiful, its perilous areas can be exceedingly treacherous. The infamous Los Angeles riots of 1992 resulted in the tragic loss of 53 lives and left over 2,000 individuals injured. Such monumental upheavals are accompanied by countless smaller incidents of gun violence that transpire daily. The community where Wong resides is a relatively upscale and secure neighborhood. However, just across the street lies an African-American community, making the sound of gunfire a rather commonplace occurrence. Wong's mind raced with agility. He recognized this as an opportunity to alleviate the awkwardness. He knocked on a bathroom door and found Anjali with a look of slight alarm on her face. Wong urged, "Hurry and leave this place. Did you hear the gunshots? It's perilous, extremely perilous." Anjali replied, "Is your residence truly this dangerous?" Indeed. We must leave at once. It is fraught with danger. We must go." As she spoke, Wong pulled Anjali out of the room. At that moment, the two bodyguards at the entrance also heard the gunfire and promptly rushed in to escort Anjali to safety. Anjali appeared reluctant to part, as if she wished to convey something to Wong, yet they were compelled to depart in haste. Wong was at a loss for words. At that moment, outside the window, several gunshots rang out once more. Wong instinctively retracted his neck as the sound of police sirens echoed from outside. One could only wonder who had lost their life this time, who would find themselves behind bars in the precinct, and how many souls would endure a sleepless night. Wong returned to the room. Jessica Chan emerged from beneath the bed, tidying her disheveled hair, appearing somewhat flustered. "Wong," she remarked, "you truly are remarkable. Having successfully averted an awkward encounter between the two women, you possess quite a talent." Wong Dao inquired, "What are you saying? I cannot comprehend." Jessica Chan approached Wong and remarked, "I sense that you will be a master in the realm of romance, my dear boy." With that, she took hold of the wine bottle and glass, departing from Wong's residence. Wong scratched his head, pondering his wish to be a master on the court. He let out a sigh, reflecting on his intention to enjoy a well-deserved rest after the match. Little did he know, two women had come over to disrupt his peace, particularly Anjali. Wong sensed that the king undoubtedly held intentions towards him. Given his current performance, it was indeed the case that numerous teams were eyeing him. However, Wong was determined to remain with the Lakers. This decision was not rooted in deep affection for the team, but rather in the fact that his primary mission remained unaccomplished. Should he transfer to another team, the task would remain incomplete, and consequently, the rewards would elude him. The system would thus prove to be a futile endeavor. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire outside persisted. From a sound, it seemed that a confrontation was underway between the police and the criminals. This night in Los Angeles was destined to be anything but tranquil. The following day, Wong awoke early to peruse the news, eager to uncover what had transpired in the vicinity of his community the previous night. To his astonishment, he stumbled upon a news article that pertained to him. It was a rumor from a Los Angeles media outlet, bearing the headline, "The Lakers are willing to offer Wong a guaranteed contract, yet remain open to the prospect of trading him." Upon encountering this title, Wong was utterly astonished. What does it mean? They are supposed to provide me with a guaranteed contract and then trade me? What sort of extraordinary maneuver is this? Similarly, American fans who received this news, as well as Chinese Lakers supporters, were equally incensed. The internet was inundated with various comments. The Lakers intend to trade Wong? What kind of foolish decision is that? If one does not perceive it as foolish, it appears rather as a high-stakes cash-out. Do you believe Wong can progress further? Indeed, a high-stakes cash-out is warranted. The fact that Wong has achieved this level of performance is already remarkable, and there is little value left in further development. If he were to be traded, it might actually be a prudent move. The Lakers are in need of rebuilding, requiring draft picks and superstars. While Wong is a delightful surprise, relying solely on surprises is insufficient. It seems rather inconsiderate of the Lakers to contemplate a trade so soon after he has displayed commendable performance. Even if he departs from the Lakers, Wong can still shine in his endeavors. One can only surmise that his comments from yesterday, where he asserted his desire to seize the leadership role, might have ruffled some feathers. It appears he should assess his own standing before aspiring to be the leader. Very well, perhaps he should seek to lead another team. The majority of the discourse remains laced with sarcasm. After all, Wong's remarks offended quite a few Kobe fans, even though Kobe himself seemed indifferent. Following the game yesterday, Kobe encouraged Wong in the locker room, jesting that once he retires, he would place the crown of leadership upon Wong's head. Kobe greatly admires Wong's enterprising spirit. Thus, when Kobe learned of this rumor in the morning, he was taken aback. He immediately called Jim Buss. "Jim, I previously mentioned trading discussions for the sake of the playoffs, but I never said I wanted to trade Wong. What hope would we have if we traded him? Previously, Wong had expressed confidence in making the playoffs, which piqued Kobe's interest, prompting him to speak with Buss. Before the trade deadline, the Lakers still had opportunities to enhance their roster. They have been winning consecutively, truly seeing a glimmer of hope. Yet, Buss is considering trading Wong. That seems rather misguided. Jim, Buss lethargically responded on the phone. This is merely a strategy, a way to send a message while tempering Wong's bravado. I thought I would vent some frustrations for you. Kobe, don't you think some of his comments were excessively arrogant? Kobe dismissed the notion. I don't mind at all. Why should you? Kobe emphasized, Jim, I genuinely believe we can make the playoffs this season. We truly can. Buss replied, let us wait and see. It's only 4 victories, but of course, I will take your opinion into account. After exchanging a few words, Buss ended the call, leaving Kobe feeling quite disheartened. How remarkable was the elder Buss in his prime. Yet, how dissimilar are his son and daughter in comparison. If only the elder Buss were still present. Wong is at home. He has read through all the rumors and comments. Soon, he received a phone call from the general manager of the Lakers. Kupchak, Wong, have you seen the news regarding you? Wong, indeed, Mr. Kupchak. Are you contemplating trading me? It seems there is yet to be a precedent for a contract player being traded within such a short span of 10 days. Has there? Kupchak. No, that information is erroneous. Our intention is to offer you a new guaranteed contract that will extend until the conclusion of the season. As for the rumors of a trade, they are merely a misunderstanding. Once you sign the guaranteed contract, there will be a trade protection period. How could a trade occur so casually? Kupchak is currently quite distressed. This information must have been leaked by Little Base, serving no other purpose than to undermine Wong, purely for the sake of causing annoyance. Wong remained calm and composed. On the phone, he stated, the guarantee contract is acceptable. However, I require an agreement with double the base salary. Kupchak was taken aback. This young man was indeed asking for a king's ransom. He replied, our intention is to offer you a 2-year contract at base salary, which includes next year. You need not worry about the contract. Wong retorted, I do not desire a 2-year base salary. I only wish for this year's. Conveniently, you may disburse the sum for 2 years in just one. Chapter 45, Too High to Reach. After finishing the call, I perused the news. Wong no longer dwells on trivial matters. For him, training and competition take precedence above all else. Without the support of his own abilities, the opinions expressed online are of no consequence. People will always speak their minds. What truly matters is to focus on what needs to be done. Upon arriving at the Toyota Center for practice, his teammates undoubtedly noticed the circulating rumors. Wong is currently a figure at the center of attention, emerging with remarkable prominence. His statements often provoke controversy, yet he remains humble and unassuming offstage. In essence, he is enveloped in an air of mystery. Presently, a multitude of journalists are fervently seeking to uncover the layers of Wong's past and his life experiences. He has become a highly sought-after individual. As soon as training concludes at the Toyota Center, numerous reporters eagerly approach Wong for interviews, while television journalists express a desire to conduct discussions with him. Moreover, agents wishing to collaborate with Wong are forming long queues. Wong politely declined the majority of requests. He understood that the time was not yet ripe. Focusing on the competition was of utmost importance. Once his performance faltered, these individuals would swiftly vanish. Their current interest was merely curiosity, eager to seize the moment for sensational reports, rather than a genuine desire to understand Wong. Additionally, he contemplated that tantalizing their curiosity could prove advantageous. Of course, while he dismissed most, he did not refuse all. In response to the Lakers management's discourtesy, he felt compelled to engage. Thus, he accepted an interview with a Chinese journalist, as Tencent had stationed reporters with the Lakers. Wong graciously accepted an exclusive interview with the journalist surnamed Liu. Journalist Liu expressed, I sincerely appreciate your willingness to take the time for this interview, especially since you have declined numerous requests from other reporters. Wong smiled and said, it's perfectly normal. We are all Chinese, so of course, I am willing to accept your interview. Feel free to ask anything. I will answer to the best of my ability. Journalist Liu inquired, may I pose some more pointed questions? Wong Dao. The essence of inquiry lies in posing incisive questions. Observe the basketball media in our nation. They invariably rely on second-hand information from others. Fresh revelations and first-hand scoops elude us, relegating us to the role of mere intermediaries. However, the intelligence I possess is distinctly different. I can provide you with primary insights. Yet, You must resolutely take a stand and align yourself with my perspective. Journalist Liu nodded in agreement, recognizing that the cornerstone of journalism is access to original sources. The inherent disadvantage faced by Chinese media in covering NBA news is the absence of direct information. We are perpetually subsisting on the leftovers of American media, chewing on what others have already consumed. How palatable can that be? For Wong, his position in America is one of solitude. Nevertheless, unlike ordinary American players, he is Chinese, bolstered by the might of a formidable nation behind him. Thus, the Chinese media serves as his natural ally, an excellent conduit for his voice, which he intends to leverage effectively. Journalist Liu, shall I commence with my inquiries? What is your perspective on the recent rumors suggesting that the Lakers wish to sign you, but are also contemplating trading you? Wong Dao, Lakers general manager Hack-a-Shaq, called me and confirmed that the Lakers are indeed prepared to offer me a guaranteed contract. As for the trade rumors, they are merely whispers propagated by certain staff members intended to undermine my position. It could be considered a typical bargaining tactic employed by the Lakers. Reporter Liu, are you aware of the identity of this staff member? Wong Dao. That, of course, remains unknown. However, I will undoubtedly be a player for the Lakers. Journalist Liu diligently noted these remarks, recognizing them as excellent material for news. Journalist Liu, you previously mentioned your aspiration to become the leader of the Lakers. What is the perspective of your teammates on this? What does Kobe think? Wong Dao, my teammates hold no dissenting opinions. They acknowledge my abilities. As for Kobe, he's been a source of encouragement, urging me to exert my utmost effort. He mentioned that upon his retirement, he intends to place the crown of leadership upon my head. Reporter Liu hastily took notes, determined to document every detail. It is imperative to record everything. Reporter Liu, may I pose a more personal question? Do you currently have a girlfriend? Journalists are invariably intrigued by the romantic affairs of sports stars, particularly NBA players, who are often affluent and tall, frequently entwined in the realm of entertainment. Wong did not conceal his feelings. No, I do not have a girlfriend. Given my current situation, how could I possibly pursue a relationship? I'm not worthy. Reporter Liu responded with a laugh. Haha, may I report on this matter? If I do, it might attract many girls who are captivated. Wong chuckled. Whatever. I doubt any girl from China would travel such a distance to the United States for me. Haha. The two engaged in delightful conversation. Chinese people ought to support one another, never deceiving their compatriots. Upon concluding the interview, Wong returned to his rented apartment. Once home, the first thing he did was head to the bathroom for a thorough shower. He had been worn out by Jelly and Jessica Chun the previous day and had gone to bed without washing up. Rising early the next morning, he went to the training court. After the session, he discovered that the dilapidated locker room at the Toyota Center had a malfunctioning water heater. Consequently, Wong hurried back home to wash. After a day filled with sweat, he turned on the faucet and hot water cascaded forth. In an instant, the entire bathroom was enveloped in steam. He indulged in a refreshing hot shower. Wong emerged from the shower, only to glance at the mirror and realize something was amiss. The surface was fogged with steam, yet certain areas were inexplicably clear, revealing a string of telephone numbers. What on earth was happening? Wong Xian was taken aback at first. Upon further contemplation, he realized this was not a ghost story. He reached out to touch the string of numbers, discovering it was slick and greasy, as if it were lipstick. Wong recalled that last night, Angeli had been touching up her makeup in the bathroom. It must have been her lipstick that left the phone number on the mirror. However, he had not paid attention due to not having showered. Today, after bathing, the steam revealed the number. Upon seeing it, Wong pondered, what could the daughter of the esteemed boss will possibly want? Has she taken an interest in him? Wong did not think so. He was well aware of his own worth. The daughter of a king, a billionaire, beautiful and possessing an admirable figure. What man could possibly resist such a lure? Why would she be interested in a mere worker from his team? Although Wong was tall, handsome, strong, gentle, humorous, and responsible, her starting point was simply too lofty. After some contemplation, he took out a cloth and wiped away the phone number from the mirror. Upon emerging from a shower, he noticed his phone ringing. Upon closer inspection, he saw an unfamiliar number. Yet, there was something oddly familiar about it. Indeed, it was the very number left on the mirror by the king's daughter, Angeli. Wong hesitated for a moment before answering, hello. Chapter 46. The heart of a young girl, do you know who I am? Came the voice of Angeli, sweet yet tinged with a hint of petulance. Of course, I know, Miss Angeli. Oomph. You recognize my voice? You know this is my call? Indeed, I do. I noticed the number you left on the mirror in the bathroom. Wong candidly expressed his thoughts, contemplating the had you called a little later. I would have undoubtedly been oblivious. And Jia Li's voice resonated with irritation. Why didn't you call me after seeing the number I left? Wang Shuangdao, why did I call you? I have competitions and training every day. I am exceedingly busy. I waited an entire day for your call. And Jia Li was exasperated. She had been the center of attention since childhood. This was the first time she had left her number for a boy. Yet he had not taken the initiative to call her. She even worried that Wang Shuang might not have seen it. After much hesitation and inner turmoil, she decided to call him. To her dismay, he had indeed seen the call and claimed to be too preoccupied to return it. And Jia Li was filled with indignation. Yet she could not comprehend why she felt this way. If you have something to discuss, you may contact me directly by phone or send me a message. If there is any way I can assist you, I will certainly do so. Wang Shuang spoke in a rather indifferent manner. The persona he embodies on the basketball court starkly contrasts with the one he presents off it. On the court, he exudes arrogance and dominance, akin to a basketball tyrant. However, once he steps off the court, he transforms into a gentle and unassuming individual. And Jelly found herself momentarily struggling to acclimate to Wang Shuang's gentleness. Most American boys are lively and straightforward, rarely exhibiting the subtlety and tenderness often seen in their Chinese counterparts. I don't really know, I just thought. Could you accompany me for a chat? Of course, we can have a conversation. By the way, I am curious. What was the reason for your visit to my home that day? Could you enlighten me? Wang Shuang was quite curious about why Anjali had suddenly arrived the night before. Well, let me tell you, please don't be upset. Of course, I won't be angry. I consider you a friend. Wang Shuang's tone was exceedingly gentle. It so happened that I attended the match at Staples that day, and afterward, my father suddenly remarked that it would be wonderful if a player like Wang Shuang could join the Kings. At that moment, I pondered whether, as a player on a short contract, I could persuade you to come to the Kings if I approached you privately. Facing Wang Shuang, Anjali was quite candid. Wang Shuang smiled, unsurprisingly. It was indeed due to business matters. According to the league's regulations, the management is certainly prohibited from engaging in private interactions with players from opposing teams. However, what about family members? Friends? Thus, it is often the case that various teams exploit these loopholes. Anjali is youthful and radiant. Wang Shuang, brimming with youthful vigor, employs her beauty as a means of attraction, a strategy that is decidedly commonplace. Yet, the King's owner exhibits remarkable audacity, using his enchanting daughter as bait. Truly, one can see that he is a person of great ambition. This also indicates that the Kings, as a team, find themselves rather bereft of viable options. Since the golden generation of 2002, the Kings have utterly declined, failing to reach the playoffs ever since. Thus, the owner of the Kings is understandably anxious. Upon witnessing such a raw gem as Wang Shuang, he is eager to acquire her. Otherwise, how could it be that all favorable circumstances have been seized by the Lakers? A moment of silence ensued over the phone. Anjali, sensing Wang Shuang's reticence, grew slightly flustered and hurriedly interjected, "Well, that is merely one reason. There are others as well. Please, allow me to explain." Wang Shuangdao, "Indeed, speak. I am all ears." Upon hearing Wang Shuang's words, Anjali's heart experienced a semblance of tranquility. It appeared that he was not angry after all. But why was he devoid of anger? Was it indicative of indifference towards me? The intricacies of a woman's thoughts are often labyrinthine. Moreover, I must express that I found your basketball skills to be exceptionally impressive. I had initially intended to seek you out in the press room, yet you departed swiftly. Subsequently, I resorted to inquiring about your residence, and Jelly candidly revealed. That evening, she had been at Staples Center, captivated by the game. Although she was the daughter of the King's owner, and Jelly had grown up in Los Angeles from a young age, attending both high school and university there. Thus, her emotional ties to the Lakers ran deep. I had once believed that the Lakers had little hope this season, as their performance had been quite dismal. However, you instilled a sense of hope. That dunk you executed that day was truly magnificent. As Anjali spoke, she transformed into an adoring fan. Wang Shuang chuckled. This marks my inaugural dunk on the NBA stage, and undoubtedly, there will be more to come. Indeed, I eagerly anticipate your future splendid performances. However, my anticipation heightens if these displays occur in Sacramento. At that moment, Anjali remained steadfast in her professional duty, subtly attempting to sway Wang Shuang. Very well, but I shall not depart until I ascend to the position of the Lakers' leader. Is that so? Do you truly aspire to be the leader of the Lakers? With Kobe still in the mix, such an endeavor seems nearly insurmountable. It was not merely Anjali who harbored this thought. Everyone shared the same sentiment. Kobe is the undeniable and unequivocal leader of the Lakers. But is it truly so? Wong offered little in the way of explanation. By the way, aside from basketball, can we discuss something else? Certainly. Are you familiar with that Hollywood actress? Wong took the initiative to engage Jelly in conversation. To be honest, the life of daily basketball practice and training can become rather monotonous. Having a young girl to converse with is indeed a delightful choice. The two spoke on the phone for quite some time. In truth, they did not share many common interests. One hailed from a wealthy family, having grown up in the United States, while the other was raised in an ordinary household in China. Their experiences during their formative years differed vastly. However, their shared interests provided them with ample topics to discuss. Jelly recounted numerous amusing anecdotes from Los Angeles. Wong shared numerous delightful anecdotes about China, engaging in conversation until the late hours of the night. Wong hesitated to end the call. Jelly, it's getting late, and I must rest. I have training and a competition tomorrow. All right then, you truly ought to rest. Oh, how swiftly time has flown. It's already past midnight. Wong himself was taken aback. It felt as though they had merely exchanged a few casual remarks. Why had more than 2 hours elapsed? Time seemed to pass far too swiftly. Considering the competition tomorrow, there would also be training to attend to. Wong hastily retired to bed, while Jelly, after ending her phone call, discovered a plethora of messages from friends inquiring about her whereabouts and why she had not joined them for revelries. Numerous texts flooded her phone, questioning why she was unreachable at such a late hour. Jelly contemplated responding, but found herself at a loss as to which message to address first. Ultimately, she cast her phone aside, deciding against replying and surrendering to sleep. However, as she lay in bed, rest eluded her, her thoughts incessantly drifting to Wong, particularly recalling his breathtaking slam dunk on the court. He truly possessed a certain charm. Chapter 47. Not considering the Spurs a strong team on January 22nd. The Lakers faced off against the formidable Spurs at home. As two of the most successful franchises of the 21st century, these teams had divided the Western Conference championships between them over the past decade, with the Spurs remaining evergreen. This season marked the final chapter for Spurs veteran Tim Duncan. Yet the disparity in performance between the Spurs and the Lakers was stark. Thus far, the Spurs boasted an impressive record of 38 wins and 6 losses, positioning them second in the league, trailing only the exceptionally dominant Warriors. This enduring powerhouse continued to bloom. In the lead-up to the game, the majority of analysts favored the Spurs, given their remarkable form. However, there is also a contingent supporting the currently surging Lakers. Following Wong's emergence, the Lakers had been on a winning streak. In the 10-cent live broadcast, analyst Soo Koon provided a pre-game analysis. From a standpoint of strength and record, the Spurs undoubtedly held the advantage. This season, their competitive prowess had been second only to the Warriors. The Lakers, on the other hand, appeared to lack the necessary resources to contend with the Spurs. Nonetheless, the recent appearance of Wong had injected a catfish effect, transforming the Lakers' dynamics entirely. Fan interjected, acknowledging, indeed, Wong and the Lakers have surprised many. However, he noted that news had surfaced the previous day regarding a potential trade involving Wong, which seemed rather implausible. Soo Koon remarked, I believe this is merely a smokescreen released by the Lakers. Our reports have conducted exclusive interviews with Wong and obtained first-hand information suggesting that the trade rumors are unfounded. This news has even reached the United States, where commentators find the Lakers situation perplexing, criticizing the management's disarray. Fan added, certainly, this is a rare occurrence. Previously, we translated and conveyed American news, but now our first-hand reports are being scrutinized by American analysts. He chuckled, indeed, because of Wong, a Chinese individual would not deceive another Chinese individual. The live streaming room is filled with a joyful and harmonious atmosphere, all thanks to the presence of Wong. Currently, the viewership for the Lakers Live broadcast surpasses the total number of viewers for other matches. This exemplifies the strength of Chinese players. Within the streaming room, two groups of fans are engaged in a heated debate. Wong has already garnered a certain number of devoted fans. However, with light comes shadow. For every admirer, there exists a detractor. In this match, Wong will be laid bare, as facing the Spurs will reveal to him the essence of true defense and what constitutes a formidable team. The Spurs will undoubtedly deploy Leonard to challenge Wong, allowing him to experience the relentless grip of elite-level defense. Previously, other teams have underestimated Wong, but this time, Coach Popovich will impart a lesson in humility. Is there something amiss with those in power, eagerly anticipating Wong's underperformance? Some individuals truly embody darkness. It seems that the poor performance of a player from our own nation brings them a twisted sense of satisfaction. It is not that they dismiss Wong, but rather they look down upon certain misguided fans who, after a few commendable games, have blown things out of proportion. Wong himself is not without fault. After a handful of good performances, he proclaimed his intent to become a leader, displaying a level of arrogance that is unwarranted. Thus, the caliber of a player often reflects the nature of their supporters. Birds of feather, as they say. The Spurs serve as a litmus test for mediocrity. Tonight shall reveal the truth. In summary, the discourse between both sides is bound to be tumultuous. Wong's performance has undoubtedly attracted a considerable following. However, his remarks that day did indeed invite criticism. Nevertheless, he remains unfazed by such backlash. Prior to the commencement of the match, within the confines of the Lakers locker room, Wong has been appointed as a starter. This time, Randall has no words to say, for Wong's presence in the starting lineup guarantees victory. In the previous match against the Kings, Wong demonstrated an exceptional performance throughout the entire match, scarcely resting for even a minute. He achieved the first triple-double and delivered a remarkable piece of trash talk that led to Cousins being ejected from a game. It can be said that this maneuver was pivotal to the Lakers' victory. Scott assembled the starting lineup. Wong, Hibbert, Kobe, Clarkson, and Williams comprise a petite lineup. With two agile shooting guards, Kobe assumes the role of a facilitating forward, while Hibbert anchors the position as a stationary center. Wong is designated as a libero. At present, the small forward position appears to be the Los Angeles Lakers' most significant vulnerability. Prior to the game, Scott pulled Wong aside and remarked, "Wong, our small forward position is indeed a weak point. During the match, please ensure you pay extra attention to the perimeter." Wong Dao, "Isn't Kobe playing small forward?" Scott replied, "Given Kobe's current condition, there are certain things that cannot be explicitly stated." A silent exchange of glances passed between the two. After all, those who understand. If Kobe can exert 70% of his former offensive prowess, it would already be a tremendous boon for the Lakers. On the defensive end, one cannot demand too much. To be frank, Scott did not harbor overly optimistic expectations for this match. After all, the Spurs are exceptionally formidable, and they have a reputation for decisively overpowering weaker teams. The disparity in strength is quite pronounced. It is only feasible to challenge the Spurs through sheer talent and star power. When the skill level falls short of that of the Spurs, hoping for a miraculous turnaround or relying on the Spurs to falter in order to secure a victory becomes exceedingly difficult. One can only do their utmost and leave the rest to fate. As the clock struck 7 in the evening, the game commenced. Following the conclusion of the opening ceremony, both teams took to the court. Wong cast a glance at the sidelines and noticed Jessica Chun seated there. She had come to watch the game once again this evening. Wong waved to Ms. Chun, exchanging a cordial greeting. Jessica Chun appeared alluring and enchanting this evening. Her hair elegantly styled in a high updo, adorned with a daringly high-slit dress that radiated seduction. She was utterly captivating, rivaling the glamorous socialites of Los Angeles and the stars of Hollywood. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the court, in another courtside seat, Angela greeted Wong with enthusiasm. "Wong, go for it." Wong smiled at Angeli, this little girl. She is undeniably the daughter of the king of the business world. Yet she is a devoted fan of the Lakers, residing in Los Angeles for years. One embodies maturity and allure, while the other radiates youthful charm. Wong found himself under immense pressure. However, with the match about to commence, he had no time to dwell on these thoughts. The starting lineup for the Spurs consisted of Leonard, Duncan, David West, Parker, and Danny Green, a remarkably stable and formidable quintet. At this moment, the system assigned a task to Wong. Side quest 05 initiated. In the upcoming game between the Los Angeles Lakers and the San Antonio Spurs, defeat the Spurs by a margin of at least 10 points. Task difficulty, dragon level. Task reward, 100 system coins. Task completion status, 001. Wong was taken aback. Not only did they need to win the game, but by a margin of over 10 points? My goodness. The system truly does not regard the Spurs as a formidable team. Chapter 48. A promising start to Spurs' performance this season has set a historical precedent for the same period. Furthermore, many of their victories have been by substantial margins. Prior to the game, Sukun offered a brief prediction for both teams. Let us examine the keys to victory for each side. The Spurs have evolved into an exceptionally well-oiled machine during the regular season. The core lineup, tactics, rotations, and strategies have coalesced into a remarkably seamless and refined unit. The GDP trio has played together for over a decade, alongside Leonard's development, veteran David West, guard Danny Green, and the bench players, Thus, for the Spurs to secure a win, it is quite straightforward. They must capitalize on their strengths. Essentially, as long as they exhibit their characteristic play style, victory should not be overly challenging. Sukun's prediction aligns with the sentiments of many. However, basketball, as a competitive sport, is rife with uncertainties. Fan inquired, what should the Lakers pay attention to in order to secure a win? Sukun responded, the Lakers have indeed been in excellent form lately. Personally, I believe that for the Lakers to triumph, Kobe must perform admirably. We know that for years. The Lakers and Spurs have battled in the West, with the Spurs frequently falling to the Lakers in the playoffs. In years such as 2002, 2004, and 2008, the Spurs remained strong, yet could not overcome the Lakers. The reason? Kobe Bryant has always been their nemesis. This is Kobe's final year. He has undeniably aged. But can the seasoned Warriors still deliver? If the Lakers wish to win, Kobe must not merely contribute a few points. He needs to score at least 20. Kufan interjected, it must be at least 20 points. Sukun replied, 20 points may be insufficient. He should aim for no less than 30. Haha. Beyond Kobe, I personally believe that Wong is pivotal for the Lakers at this moment and crucial for this matchup. This game is particularly significant for Wong, as he is currently under immense scrutiny from the media and fans alike. The arrival of a team like the Spurs serves as a litmus test. We shall see what kind of performance Wong is capable of delivering. Sukun's words ring true. Wong is indeed under considerable scrutiny at present. Some are eager to witness his meteoric rise, while others await his downfall with bated breath. At this moment, the competition has commenced. During the jump ball, the Spurs secured possession. This player, Hibbert, is utterly incapable of dealing with Duncan, who, despite his advanced years, remains a formidable presence. It is truly bewildering. The Spurs initiated their offense with a series of perimeter passes, followed by Duncan orchestrating from the outside, facilitating Parker's drive to the basket and subsequently distributing the ball to the trailing Duncan. Wong stepped forward to bolster the defense, donning his death mask. The device crafted by Lambiel proved remarkably effective. Duncan attempted a close-range bank shot, yet it failed to find the net. Hibbert secured the defensive rebound. The opening shot of the game saw Duncan's attempt fall short, a rather uncharacteristic miss, as Wong executed his defense commendably. This marked Duncan's 19th season in the league. Although at 39 years of age, he is in the prime of life, for an athlete, it signifies the twilight of their career. Had this shot been taken by a younger Duncan, it would have culminated in a resounding dunk. Now, he could only awkwardly miss the shot. The Lakers launched a counterattack, leaving Duncan perplexed. The young man in jersey number 10, when shooting in his direction, appeared almost ferocious. Was this a psychological tactic? The Spurs swiftly retreated on defense, thwarting the Lakers' rapid counterplay. However, Kobe and Hibbert executed a high pick and roll. Wong penetrated into the paint, drawing the defensive attention of Spurs. Hibbert received a pass from Kobe at the high post. There was no one within a 2-meter radius before him. This was not typically Hibbert's area of expertise. Yet, beneath the basket, Wong shouted, "Go ahead and take the shot." Hibbert, no longer hesitating, took the shot directly. To everyone's astonishment, it went in. Magnificent. A splendid shot. Hibbert successfully landed a rare mid-range jumper, and the big man beamed with joy, flashing a wide grin. His willingness to take the shot was inspired by the sight of Wong standing resolutely under the basket. Wong's prowess in securing offensive rebounds is unparalleled, instilling confidence in Hibbert. Should shots miss, Wong is poised to reclaim possession. Meanwhile, the Spurs continue to exploit Duncan's capabilities, relying on the synergy between Parker and Duncan. Parker penetrates the paint, distributing the ball to the advancing Duncan. As Duncan receives the pass and prepares for a hook shot, he is abruptly thwarted by Wong's timely intervention, disrupting the rhythm and resulting in a turnover. Kobe seizes the opportunity, intercepting the ball, leading to a swift counterattack by the Lakers. The Spurs falter once more, with Duncan at the center of the blunder. The Lakers commence the game with commendable vigor, launching a counterattack as Clarkson fiercely charges towards the basket, drawing a defensive foul from Danny Green and earning free throws. Currently, the Lakers lack a formidable forward, opting to utilize Clarkson in that role, who relentlessly drives forward with every counterattack. Given the limitations of the players, executing a fluid fast break proves challenging. However, this suits Clarkson's approach, allowing him to focus solely on his aggressive drives. In his youthful exuberance, he confidently sinks both free throws, granting the Lakers an early 4-0 lead against the Spurs. Yet, the Spurs quickly retaliate. David West dominates Wong in the low post, passing out to the perimeter where Danny Green awaits. The Lakers' backcourt defense is alarmingly inadequate, with Lou Williams only making a token effort to contest. Danny Green capitalizes, sinking a three-pointer, exposing the glaring deficiencies in the Lakers' backcourt defense. The Clarkson-Williams pairing resembles a sieve. Introducing Russell might not yield much improvement either. Ultimately, the Lakers' backcourt appears incapable of holding their ground, necessitating offensive compensations. In the Lakers' third offensive sequence, Kobe finally makes his mark, utilizing Wong's screen to penetrate the paint, then executing a sudden stop for a jump shot, successfully scoring. What a remarkable shot. As previously mentioned, for the Lakers to triumph, Kobe must be a scoring force, particularly with mid-range shots to dismantle the Spurs. Otherwise, their chances would dwindle significantly. This play reveals Kobe's strong offensive intent in this match. Sukun expresses palpable excitement as he witnesses Kobe's successful jumper. Over the past decade, Kobe has undoubtedly amassed countless points against the Spurs with this very technique, contributing to numerous series defeats for them. Following that, Leonard attempts a shot from the perimeter but fails to convert. Wong secured the rebound, passing it to Kobe. The tactical approach mirrored that of their initial offensive play. Hibbert set a high screen, while Kobe maneuvered along the baseline, distributing the ball upon encountering a double team, ultimately delivering it to Hibbert. Hibbert then executed a mid-range jump shot with remarkable precision. Incredible. This evening, Hibbert truly showcased his potential from the onset. Observing this, Popovich pondered whether the Lakers had indeed undergone a transformation. Chapter 49. The vision must be grand. Popovich sensed an unsettling shift and opted to call a timeout. This decision epitomized his coaching style. At times, when the first play of the game fell to miss, he would promptly halt the proceedings. Tonight, he was caught off guard by the Lakers' performance, prompting him to take a brief pause to recalibrate. It was evident that Scott had meticulously prepared for this match, particularly with the two mid-range jump shot strategies employed by Hibbert at the outset. This was a tactic that Scott mastered, yet recently, he had primarily relied on pick-and-roll plays involving Wong and Kobe. The unexpected deployment of Hibbert in mid-range caught the Spurs completely off guard, allowing Hibbert to capitalize on two significant opportunities. On the bench, Wong was gulping down water, while Scott urged his players to adhere to the previously established tactical framework and to persist in their execution. Wong remarked, "Coach, I believe we need to adjust our strategy." Scott furrowed his brow and replied, "Are you instructing me on how to do my job?" "No, I'm not instructing you." Wong clarified, "I merely think that catching our opponent off guard at the beginning is sufficient. Can we really maintain this approach indefinitely and expect to overwhelm the Spurs?" Upon hearing this, Scott felt that Wong was indeed trying to teach him how to coach. The others remained silent, pondering that Wong had become rather presumptuous, daring to meddle in tactical matters. Only Kobe possessed such authority. Yet, Wong remained unfazed. Naturally, Kobe stood firmly by Scott's side. After a brief timeout, the Lakers resumed their previous tactics. Upon returning, Hibbert quickly incurred a defensive foul inside the paint. The Spurs, undeterred by Duncan's sluggish start, continued to target him offensively. Utilizing his experience, Duncan drew a defensive foul from Hibbert, earning a trip to the free throw line. He successfully converted both shots. Subsequently, the Lakers executed a high pick and roll with Hibbert and Kobe. This time, Duncan effectively defended the play. Hibbert opted to drive toward the basket, but before he could make significant progress, he lost the ball due to Duncan's defensive pressure, resulting in a turnover. The Spurs seized the opportunity for a counterattack, with Leonard leading the charge. He received a pass from Parker and executed a powerful one-handed dunk, his expression devoid of emotion. The score tightened to 7-8, with the Spurs trailing by just 1 point. "I told you not to stick to the old routine," Wong lamented, "but you refused to listen." Wong shook his head in discontent. Ever since his compatibility with Bird had significantly increased, he developed an acute intuition for game tactics. There was no need for logical analysis. He could sense that after the timeout, the Lakers' previous strategies would undoubtedly become ineffective. Regrettably, the coach's responses were always a beat too slow. Effective tactics would be employed repeatedly until they ceased to yield results. This is a common trait among most coaches, who adapt only in response to the immediate situation. Coaches who can adjust on the fly are exceedingly rare in the NBA. "Kobe, let us engage in a duel." Wong realized it was time to alter their strategy. Understanding this, they executed a pick and roll. Kobe agreed with Wong's assessment. The two collaborated on a high pick and roll. Hibbert still positioned himself outside, yet this time, Kobe refrained from passing to Hibbert. Instead, he drove straight to the basket. Wong pursued from behind. Kobe executed a drive to the basket. The dialogue between the season rivals, Duncan and Kobe. Alas, Kobe's layup did not find its mark, his finishing prowess evidently diminished. Yet, Wang Shuang followed closely, gently tapping the ball in for a putback. Oh, Wang Shuang's ability to secure offensive rebounds is indeed remarkable. His instinct around the rim is exceptional. We observe that David West has already positioned himself defensively, yet Wang Shuang skillfully navigates around him, delicately guiding the ball into the hoop. Su Kun is left in awe of Wang Shuang's acute sense for scoring under the basket. Wang Shuang himself was astonished. He genuinely believed that his luck beneath the basket was extraordinarily favorable. David West had positioned himself quite adeptly. Wang Shuang had no choice but to evade. Consequently, the ball fortuitously veered in the direction of his evasion. Thus, Wang Shuang secured an additional rebound and scored 2 points. Popovich observed this with a sense of exasperation. To be candid, he found such players particularly vexing. Despite his team committing no errors, there always seemed to be someone capable of altering the course of the game. Even in the absence of mistakes, they managed to conjure them. Kobe was of this ilk. Fortunately, Kobe had aged. And Wang Shuang? Popovich sensed an unsettling premonition. Wang Shuang is indeed such a player. To a certain extent, he may even be more detestable than Kobe. No, that cannot be right. After all, he is merely an undrafted player, a brief contract athlete. Why would I entertain such thoughts? Popovich shook his head, dismissing the notion from his mind. The Spurs launched a swift counterattack. Duncan cunningly set a screen for Danny Green, effectively blocking Lou Williams from pursuing him. A vast expanse of space opened up beyond the left three-point line. Danny Green received the ball in the very same position and once again released a three-pointer. It found its mark. 2 consecutive three-pointers from the identical spot. The Lakers' perimeter defense is truly riddled with flaws. In this instance, Wang Shuang found himself at a loss. And Kobe was even more so, as his focus lay on Leonard. As for Lou Williams' defense, it leaves much to be desired. Nevertheless, Lou sought to capitalize on the offensive end. And lo and behold, he executed a fadeaway jump shot, scoring. Despite his defensive shortcomings, Lou's ability to start and thrive in the league is justified. After executing a pick and roll with Wang Shuang at the high post, he penetrated the paint, facing Duncan's defense, and successfully made a mid-range jumper. This particular mid-range shot is what allows him to endure in the league. Nonetheless, Wang Shuang believed that Lou Williams would be better suited coming off the bench, serving as an exceptional sixth man. Having him in the starting lineup presents significant defensive issues. If Scott were to grasp Wang Shuang's perspective, he would surely retort, "Are you trying to instruct me on how to do my job? Who is the coach here? You or me?" Yet, this is how Wang Shuang thinks. On the court, he does not merely concern himself with his own responsibilities. Rather, he views the game from a holistic standpoint, adopting the coach's perspective. This is an essential trait for any seasoned player. Wang Shuang immediately showcased one of his remarkable skills. Parker, utilizing Duncan's screen, penetrated towards the basket. Wang Shuang swiftly positioned himself beneath the basket for defense. Parker attempted a jump shot, with a mask reminiscent of death adorning his face. Wang Shuang advanced to disrupt Parker's shot. Parker is no longer the pivotal figure of the Spurs he once was in 2013. Over the past 2 years, his performance has significantly declined. Once, his finishing ability near the rim surpassed that of many centers. However, his shooting accuracy has considerably diminished, coupled with Wang Shuang's unexpected interference. Parker's attempt at a jump shot was utterly absurd. It failed to even graze the rim, resulting in an embarrassing air ball. Hibbert, positioned behind, secured the rebound and promptly passed it to Wang Shuang. What good play! Wang Shuang praised Hebert for his awareness, as Hebert anticipated that Wang Shuang was about to deliver a precision pass. At that moment, Clarkson was already on his way. Wang Shuang executed a breathtakingly long pass akin to a cannonball, delivering the ball to Clarkson. As Clarkson received the pass and surged towards the basket for a layup, the spectators rose in anticipation of yet another exquisite play. However, a figure clad in the number 2 jersey of Spurs emerged from behind, eclipsing Clarkson like a towering shadow, and delivered a thunderous block. Chapter 50. Not to be followed Leonard, resembling a majestic rock, soared in from the rear and thwarted Clarkson's attempt at a layup. In Leonard's presence, Clarkson appeared as inconsequential as a tiny yellow chick, effortlessly subdued by the eagle. Leonard's enormous hands firmly grasped the ball that had been blocked, his expression devoid of emotion, as though he had merely accomplished a mundane task. Excitement was absent. It was simply an ordinary block. The Staples Center erupted in astonishment, having anticipated yet another display of Wang Shuang's long pass, only to witness Leonard's spectacle of blocks instead. Leonard advanced the ball past half-court, driving straight down the middle as Kobe and Clarkson attempted to double-team him. Having been blocked, Clarkson swiftly retreated on defense, pressuring Leonard to pass. Leonard leaped to distribute the ball to the wing, targeting Parker. Yet, the moment Leonard released the pass, an unsettling feeling arose. Alas, the greatest peril of a jump pass is that when you sense something amiss, it is already too late to retract. Any attempt to do so results in a turnover. Leonard had already perceived Wong's restless movements, and indeed, the pass soared high and sluggish. Wong made a sudden appearance, intercepting the ball mid-air with remarkable finesse. He successfully seized the opportunity to break the opponent's pass. Wong's defensive awareness is truly commendable. He initiated a fast break, dribbling the ball with precision before delivering it to Kobe. Kobe penetrated the lane, evading Leonard's defense, and executed a reverse layup. What a beauty! Sukun was exhilarated by this counterattack. Kofan remarked, Kobe's fast break is a sight for sore eyes. It has been quite some time since we've witnessed such a fluid transition. While Kobe's speed may have diminished, his wealth of experience shines through. Sukun noted, indeed. Clarkson attempted to use speed to shake off Leonard, only to be met with a formidable block. In contrast, Kobe, though not quick, skillfully manipulated the rhythm, ultimately scoring with a reverse layup. This exemplifies 2 decades of competitive experience. Despite aging limbs, he still finds a way to score. Wong's steal was equally impressive. Yes, Wong's basketball IQ is remarkable. While his physical attributes may seem average, his court awareness evokes a sense of Larry Bird. Sukun has begun to see echoes of Bird in Wong. It is no wonder the system has granted him a Bird template. His static physical attributes are top-notch, while his dynamic ones may be modest but sufficient. His awareness, technique, and fighting spirit are exceptional. However, some fans were not pleased with the host comparisons. Here we go again, with the undue praise and comparisons to Bird. Does Wong possess the scoring prowess of Bird? Let's be honest, he is merely a role player. Players resembling Bird, like Van Horn and Morrison, have all proven to be disappointments. What qualifications does an undrafted player like Wong have to be mentioned alongside these lottery picks? Can we refrain from incessantly referencing undrafted players? Heroes do not question their origins. Some individuals place far too much emphasis on the draft. Being undrafted is not without reason. The fact that he can now stand firm in the NBA is not incidental. The fans erupted in a chorus of debate. Meanwhile, on the court, after the initial phase of tentative exploration, the competition began to intensify. Leonard received a setup pass from Duncan and charged directly into the lane, executing a one-handed dunk. Not only did he score, but he also drew a defensive foul from Hibbert, who wore an expression of resignation. Wong could not help but exclaim, either you pull him down directly or refrain from committing a foul. What purpose does it serve to merely touch him like that? Bear rolled his eyes in response. Wong is right. Committing a foul that results in free throws in a 2-1 situation is utterly meaningless. However, Hibbert seemed somewhat unconvinced and retorted, why don't you come and defend? Wong Dao asserted, I shall take on the defense. The area beneath the basket is my domain. But can you guard the perimeter? Hibbert fell silent. Wong's defensive prowess beneath the basket is indeed commendable. However, Hibbert's sluggish mobility is glaringly apparent. Were it not for Wong's efforts to cover for him, Hibbert's defense would undoubtedly deteriorate further. Leonard successfully converts his free throw, resulting in a tightly contested score. The Spurs' defensive intensity is gradually escalating, while the Lakers encounter difficulties with their perimeter ball movement. Lou Williams seeks to evade his defender using a pick and roll, only to find Duncan switching onto him, effectively shadowing him with ease. The ball goes out of bounds, yet possession remains with the Lakers. Nevertheless, the Spurs' defense is impenetrable, making it exceedingly challenging to find any openings through collaboration. The ball is passed to Wong, who aims to locate Kobe. However, Kobe is stationed at the baseline, firmly guarded by Leonard. Wong could only return the ball to Lou Williams, who possesses the capability to penetrate the defense from the perimeter. However, the Spurs' defense was impenetrable. In the end, Lou Williams attempted a forced shot from beyond the arc, which missed its mark. David West secured the defensive rebound, leading to a swift counterattack by the Spurs. Leonard received the ball in the center and took a quick three-point shot, which found its target. Oh my! Leonard's three-pointer has ignited the momentum for the Spurs. The Lakers sensed the disparity in physical prowess compared to the Spurs. Particularly, the Lakers' offense lacked effective strategies. While Wong demonstrated remarkable opportunism, he lacked the ability to execute strong offensive plays. Sukun observed this development and felt that the situation was about to shift. Wang Shuang indeed did not exhibit any formidable offensive prowess. However, scarcely had the words left my lips when Kobe initiated a pick and roll with Wang Shuang at the high post. Wang Shuang received the ball and made a breakthrough towards the basket, confronting Duncan's formidable defense. Wang Shuang is exceedingly astute. He neither evaded nor succumbed to the impatience of attempting a layup. Instead, he dribbled the ball closer to Duncan. With an abundance of defensive experience, Duncan naturally refrained from jumping or being deceived into reaching out. However, what he did not anticipate was Wang Shuang executed a delicate hook shot, skillfully banking the ball for 2 points. A hook shot. Remarkably, Wang Shuang displayed this rare technique, something we had not witnessed from him before. Indeed, it leaves one wondering just how many surprises he has in store. Previously, he demonstrated remarkable accuracy from beyond the arc, and now he showcases his prowess in the paint with this hook shot. It appears his repertoire is quite extensive. Just moments ago, there were doubts about Wang Shuang's ability to attack aggressively, but this performance certainly contradicts that notion. Su Kun remarked on being proven wrong, yet his tone was filled with delight. Wang Shuang also found it remarkable. Just moments ago, he instinctively executed a hook shot. Could this be a skill derived from the enhanced template matching inspired by Bird? Although still lacking in finesse, it nonetheless found its mark. The Spurs were compelled to reassess their defensive strategy regarding Wang Shuang. Based on previous matches, Popovich had primarily focused on defending against Wang Shuang's three-point shooting. Hence, they closely monitored his outward cuts. Wang Shuang attempted an inward cut, and I thought to let him proceed. Alas, it appears that allowing him to continue is no longer an option. Popovich is quite troubled. Chapter 51, The Veil of Confusion. In the midst of the first segment, the score stood at 14-15, with the Lakers still holding a slender lead of 1 point over the Spurs. Just as it seemed the Spurs were poised to gain momentum, Wang Shuang's goals and defenses have introduced a distinctive element to the game. The cunning Popovich has sensed that Wang Shuang possesses extraordinary potential. As he contemplates strategies to counter Wang Shuang tonight, he also envisions a long-term ambition. Securing this young talent for the Spurs would be nothing short of perfection. His playing style is indeed a perfect match for the Spurs. With proper guidance, he might well evolve into a second Leonard. Alas, why is he with the Lakers? Why must it be the Lakers? Is it truly the case that foolish management brings about fortuitous outcomes? The more Popovich ruminates, the more incensed he becomes, especially as he has recently heard rumors of the Lakers contemplating a trade involving Wang Shuang. Popovich has begun discreet inquiries. Should the Lakers genuinely pursue a trade, the Spurs will undoubtedly engage earnestly to acquire him. Popovich's discerning eye for talent is remarkably incisive. The Spurs have a long-standing tradition of unearthing gems from lower draft positions. Parker, Ginobili, Danny Green, Leonard, each a testament to their developmental prowess. Now, witnessing Wang Shuang, Popovich cannot help but feel envious. On the court, Leonard receives a pass and drives to the left. Defending against him is Kobe, which proves to be quite a challenge for the legend. In his prime, Kobe could have easily contained not just Leonard, but also James. However, now his foot speed has diminished. Leonard's drive may lack flair and sharpness, yet he bulldozes past Kobe with ease, ultimately drawing a defensive foul from him. When Leonard first entered the league as the 15th pick, he was merely a workhorse. He is now transformed into a versatile warrior. While his personal dedication is paramount, it is also a product of the Spurs' nurturing. In this respect, the Spurs have mastered the art of talent cultivation. In contrast, the Lakers' situation is rather complex. Of course, their resources and playing style differ, and it is worth noting that Kobe himself was developed as the 13th pick. Leonard sinks both free throws, allowing the Spurs to reclaim the lead. The game proceeds into an official timeout. As the first quarter pauses, the intensity is palpable, and the competition between both teams is gradually intensifying, leading to an increase in fouls. Indeed, as the intensity escalates, the Lakers are left to ponder whether Kobe can keep pace with this heightened level of play. Kobe's performance remains crucial. Furthermore, I believe the defensive pressure on the Lakers' backcourt is quite significant. Rather than merely contemplating trades, they will be better served by enhancing their backcourt defense. Do not dwell excessively on the prospect of trading Wang Shuang. He is undeniably a valuable asset, affordable and exceptionally effective. Su Kun, without a doubt, has become an ardent supporter of Wang Shuang. Indeed, one might ponder whether the intention behind trading Wang Shuang is merely to exert some pressure. It is perplexing, truly perplexing. The host seems to advocate for Wang Shuang, much to the dismay of certain unpleasant netizens. How tiresome this is. Now, with the commentary in English, they continue to extol Wang Shuang, despite only having played half a quarter. The host is likely to gain yet another fervent admirer. Is there any fault in praising? Wong is indeed performing remarkably well and holds great significance. What nonsense! It is merely a stroke of luck. What real value does it hold? Huh. Have you forgotten his previous game where he scored 29 points? It appears he may have exhausted his lifetime supply of three-point prowess. Let us reflect on his last game and then this one. Where are the three-pointers now? In the recent two matches, Wang's three-point attempts have indeed diminished. This is due to the opponents beginning to strategize against him. In the last game against the Kings, Wang refrained from shooting any three-pointers, not out of desire or inability, but rather because it was unnecessary. In this current match, Wang is meticulously observing and contemplating. After all, during the timeout, Scott had something to say. Wang remained resolute in his convictions, disregarding external opinions. He harbored his own thoughts and judgments, firmly believing that the current circumstances posed a significant challenge for the Lakers. The team inherently faced a disadvantage in terms of ball control, and should they be drawn into a defensive struggle by the Spurs, defeat would be inevitable. Therefore, the Lakers needed to focus on offense, reminiscent of their past strategies, overwhelming their opponents with relentless scoring. After all, basketball fundamentally revolves around who can accumulate more points. Just as Wang was coming to this realization, the system assigned him a task. Hidden Task 05 was activated. Score over 30 points in this match and surpass Kobe in scoring. Task difficulty, Dragon level. Task reward, 100 system coins. Task experience item, the enigmatic veil of the dream. Task completion rate, 0.02. Alas, yet another Dragon level task. This challenge was evidently formidable, comprising two distinct components, achieving a score of 30 points and exceeding Kobe's scoring. The rewards were indeed substantial, 100 system coins. If completed alongside side tasks, the total could amass enough coins to purchase the Admiral's summoning horn. Witnessing this, Wang was filled with confidence. 30 minutes was undoubtedly challenging, yet it was not insurmountable. Moreover, the system had provided an experiential item. Item name, Veil of Enchantment from the Great Dream. Item level, S. Equipment description, the Veil of Enchantment from Elijah's Great Dream, which momentarily halts the opponent's defense for 0.1 seconds during an offensive play beneath the basket. Note, this item is an experiential tool for a hidden quest and can be acquired using system currency in the marketplace. Choice. Would you like to equip it? Wang made a choice, yet the system provided prompt. The Veil of Confusion from the Grand Dream clashed with the Death Mask of Lan Biao, raising the question of substitution. It turned out that these two items belonged to the same category and could not be equipped simultaneously. One serves as a formidable defensive weapon, while the other is presumably a divine instrument of offense. Wang resolved that today was the day to launch an offensive. He resolutely opted for a substitution. The Veil of Confusion truly is an extraordinary weapon for attack. What does a 0.1 second pause signify? On the basketball court, 0.1 seconds can determine a player's positioning. It transforms a block into merely watching the ball glide past one's fingertips. It turns a steal into being outmaneuvered. It shifts a defensive position into a lapse. In the realm of the NBA, the implications of 0.1 seconds are vast and significant. It is no wonder that it is regarded as an S-tier artifact. Wang equipped himself without the slightest hesitation. At that moment, the timeout had just concluded. Scott glanced at Wang and inquired, "Hey, Wang, did you hear what I said during the timeout?" Wang Dao. "I have listened attentively and will focus on my offensive play, scoring more goals." Scott, visibly displeased, reflected on the recent timeout. He had explicitly emphasized the importance of solid defense and reinforcing the protection of the basket. This young man clearly did not heed his words. Wang Shuangcai remains unfazed. He desires to be his own head coach and has already made his judgment. Competing against the Spurs with a defensive strategy undoubtedly leads to futility. It is merely a passive endeavor. This is not in line with the Lakers style. Only through offense does the Lakers have a glimmer of hope. Just wait and see. I shall demonstrate my Chinese Yanga beneath the basket. Chapter 52. Form and Spirit Combined. Hakeem Olajuwon, known as the Dream, rose to fame with his signature move, the Dream Shake in the post. With an agility that surpasses the majority of taller players, he employs nimble footwork to confound his opponents. Even the likes of David Robinson, a four-time All-Star and the MVP, as well as the Defensive Player of the Year, found himself bewildered and disoriented by Olajuwon's finesse. Once he donned the veil of deception, his rivals were left utterly lost. Wang felt that every muscle in his body was infused with feigned movements. The pause concluded, and the match resumed. The Lakers executed a personnel rotation, with Randall substituting for Clarkson. This allowed Kobe to return to the guard position, while Randall took his place at small forward. Wong remains on the team, as he is merely a short-term contract player. The more he plays, the better the return on investment. Wong pondered whether to test his skills. As a result, after a pick and roll, Kobe took a shot from beyond the arc. Goodness, did you just attempt that? Can you actually make it? Clang. As expected, it missed. This was Kobe's first three-point attempt of the night, and it fell short. Not a promising sign. The missed three-pointer ricocheted far away, leading to a scramble for the rebound between the two teams. Leonard, with his long reach, managed to secure the ball, but he couldn't hold onto it firmly. Ultimately, Kobe snatched it back. He drove forward, facing a double team, and passed it down low. The Spurs' defense in the paint was exceptionally tight. Randall found himself beneath the basket, confronted by the formidable wall of Duncan and Dyer. He faked left and right, but to no avail. The two veterans defended with impeccable precision, leaving no openings. In the end, Randall had no choice but to attempt a difficult fadeaway jumper. The challenge was too great, and it missed. Wong waited at the horn position for quite some time. This fellow simply refuses to pass the ball. Damn it. He only knows how to force his way through. The ball rattled off the rim. Kobe, still beneath the basket, exerted himself to swat the ball away. It was evident that Kobe was giving it his all tonight. The ball soared into Wong's hands. Wong took a step forward with the ball. Leonard and Duncan lunged forward simultaneously. This represents the pinnacle of the Spurs' defensive prowess, an impenetrable fortress both inside and out. Wong executed a spin move, feigning a shot. Both Leonard and Duncan stood frozen in place. Wong swiftly dribbled the ball, deftly maneuvering around Duncan. He positioned himself from the baseline to the basket. With a subtle angle, he executed a bank shot, scoring. Wong, what a beauty! The footwork, the feint, managed to leave Duncan momentarily bewildered. The way he traversed the baseline for that layup bore the essence of a true center. Is Wong's technique beneath the basket truly this refined? Kufan was left astonished by the play. Sukun remained composed, remarking, Wong, there are undoubtedly many secrets yet to be uncovered. Let us gradually explore them. After conceding the basket, Duncan appeared somewhat perplexed. What just transpired? Why did he remain stationary? A mere step would have sufficed to block him. How could he have so easily been bypassed? Popovich, observing from his sidelines, was left speechless. Frankly, Wong's feint followed by the dribble was, at best, of NCAA caliber. How could Duncan have fallen for it? Tim, what is going on? How did you defend that? Popovich vociferously questioned Duncan. I don't know. I was momentarily stunned. Duncan candidly replied. Are you perhaps getting on in years? Popovich remarked with a hint of resignation. Perhaps. I am aging, Duncan responded, acknowledging that he would retire after this season. He then promptly returned to the game, but the Lakers' defense still showed no signs of improvement. Facing Hibbert's defense, Duncan executed a graceful turnaround hook shot, scoring once more. Wong has grown weary of double teaming. You have focused on containing Duncan, while the Spurs' perimeter sharpshooters await your attention. It would be wiser to direct more energy towards the offensive end. Wong continued to play a pivotal role at the high post, consistently providing screens for his teammates. He received a pass from Hibbert, positioned at the arc, poised for a mid-range shot. Wong takes a jump shot. Opposing him is the substitute, Dio, who is defending against Wong. Dio steps back 2 paces, allowing him to shoot. Wong is undaunted by this challenge. With unwavering confidence, he executes a jump shot that finds its mark. A splendid play. Wong's mid-range effort earns him 2 points. He has already amassed 8 points in the first quarter, showcasing an impeccable shooting accuracy, having not missed a single attempt. His efficiency is truly remarkable. Wong exhibited a remarkable offensive efficiency this evening. On the Spurs side, they continued to rely on Duncan, who attempted a mid-range jump shot, but unfortunately missed the mark. Wong secures another defensive rebound. Upon observation, there are no opportunities for a long pass. The Spurs' transition defense is remarkably swift, making it exceedingly challenging to exploit fast breaks against them. Instead, a half-court offense is necessary. Continuing to employ pick-and-roll strategies, Kobe draws defensive attention from the corner, while Clarkson and Wong execute a high pick-and-roll. Clarkson delivers a bounce pass to the cutting Wong. Wong receives the ball and drives inward. To be candid, his ability to penetrate is rather mediocre. It would be a simple task for anyone, including Duncan, to defend against him, and even more so for Dyer. However, this time, Wong finds himself in the same position. He catches the ball and feigns a shot. Dyer momentarily freezes, his body rigid for a brief 0.1 seconds. Wong promptly received the ball. With a swift step, he maneuvered around Dior. A gentle layup kissed the backboard and found its mark. Wong swung in the paint, executed a feint followed by seamless step, and the ball swished through the net once more. Another basket. Once again, he shone in the key area. Wong Shuang had already amassed 10 points in the first quarter. Ke Fan was visibly exhilarated. I told you, Wong Shuang harbors countless secrets and surprises, he chuckled. Su Kun maintained a calm faade, yet internally, he was equally astonished. However, the most astounded of all was Popovich. He pondered in disbelief. Can it be that my eyes deceive me? Dior, what manner of defense is this? How could such a rudimentary move befuddle you? Is the player in possession none other than Kobe? He rushed to the sidelines and confronted Dior. How did you defend against that? Dior shrugged and replied, I'm not sure. I was momentarily stunned. Stunned? This is merely the first quarter, he exclaimed. Perhaps I was just hungry, Dior offered as an excuse. Still perplexed by the situation. In truth, it was not only he who was bewildered. Even Kobe, Scott, and others on the Lakers side shared similar sentiment. Facing the seasoned and crafty players of the Spurs, Wong Shuang skillfully deceived his opponent with a feint, effortlessly sinking the ball into the net. Kobe approached him, giving a light pat on the back, and remarked, that was a beautiful shot, but to be honest, your moves leave much to be desired. Indeed, such feints and footwork techniques are mastered to perfection by Kobe, who is an embodiment of deceptive maneuvers. After all, Kobe had the privilege of training under the legendary Hakeem Olajuwon. Among the many whom Olajuwon has taught, only Kobe truly grasped the essence of his teachings. Others, be they Howard, Stoudemire, or Smith, lacked the innate talent. They merely imitated the form without comprehending the spirit behind it. While they might employ these techniques during practice, they falter in actual competition. Only Kobe possesses both the spirit and the form, effectively applying it in real game scenarios. Upon hearing Kobe's remarks, Wong Shuang inquired, is that so? Then might you demonstrate? He expressed concern that Kobe's movements, while aesthetically pleasing, might ultimately lead to rejection. In Chapter 53, Do Not Underestimate Me, it becomes evident that for Kobe, the low-post, dreamlike footwork was merely a routine maneuver. The potency of Kobe's back-to-basket offense once surpassed that of the majority of centers in the league. During the years 2009 and 2010, Kobe's prowess in low-post ball handling rendered him a veritable second Shaquille O'Neal. However, while O'Neal utilized his colossal physique, Kobe relied on his unparalleled technique and footwork. As time progressed and his physical condition declined, coupled with a reduction in athletic speed, Kobe found it increasingly challenging to execute his signature dreamlike footwork in the low post. The slower pace meant that his lateral movements could easily result in being blocked. Rather than endure such humiliation akin to a jester, it was more prudent to resort to jump shots. Consequently, in recent seasons, Kobe had seldom employed footwork. Age had taken its toll, rendering him less effective. Yet, with Wong Shuang's taunts reaching such heights, Kobe could not afford to refrain from showcasing his skills. After all, he was the leader of the team. This audacious young man dared to provoke him, previously claiming he aspired to be the leader himself. Had he truly begun to see himself in that light? Anger surged within Kobe. It was no wonder that Wong Shuang had equipped himself with Bird's bag of trash talk. Such words were designed to incite frustration, not only in opponents, but also among teammates and allies alike. Pass me the ball, Kobe coldly commanded. Wong Shuang nodded, contemplating how he would confront Leonard in due course. As the first quarter neared its conclusion, the score stood at 21-22, with the Lakers holding a slender lead over the Spurs by a single point. The Lakers' defense was rather lackluster this evening. However, their offensive play was commendable. Wong Shuang had amassed 10 points, nearly constituting half of the team's total score. Su Kun observed the unfolding scene, his attention increasingly drawn towards Wong Shuang. Indeed, many Chinese Lakers fans shared this sentiment, their focus fixated on Wong Shuang. This fascination stemmed partly from admiration, as it had been a long time since a Chinese player had delivered such exhilarating and promising performances on the NBA stage. Conversely, some were eager to scrutinize, wielding a metaphorical magnifying glass to examine his every move. Thus far, Wong Shuang has displayed an impeccable performance, having not missed a single shot, committed no turnovers, and even refrained from fouling. As Wong Shuang receives the ball, he passes it to Kobe in the low post, who proceeds to execute a back-to-the-basket isolation. Ke Fan, witnessing Kobe's solitary maneuver, is filled with excitement. Kobe's low-post isolation can only be described as exemplary, showcasing an extraordinary aesthetic appeal. Wong Shuang perceived a golden opportunity, undoubtedly intending to pass the ball to Kobe. Opposing Kobe was Leonard, undeniably one of the league's most formidable perimeter defenders. With his exceptional height, wingspan, and hand reach. He was a true defensive powerhouse. Kobe, with his back to the basket, executed a feint and spun around. The feint, however, left Leonard unfazed. Alas, the shot was exceedingly challenging as Kobe employed a classic inward spin, moving towards the middle, only to find himself entirely smothered by Leonard. Danny Green approached to provide additional defensive support. Ultimately, Kobe was compelled to take a difficult shot, which fell off from the moment it left his hands. Too short. The Spurs secured the defensive rebound and launched a counterattack. Tony Parker sprinted like a bullet, gliding across the court as if on roller skates, directly attacking the basket. In the face of Randall's pursuit, he effortlessly executed a reverse layup. Randall's defense was virtually non-existent. Oh dear, with this exchange of offense and defense. The Spurs had taken the lead, 23-22. Kobe truly seemed to be aging, lamented Kufan. In the past, such a shot would have been a guaranteed score. Or, at the very least, not so abjectly executed, finishing so short. Had it been a tad shorter, it would have been an embarrassing airball. Kobe appeared somewhat despondent, feeling as though Wong had gotten the better of him. He had already altered his playing style, opting for high ball handling, pick and rolls, and drawing defensive attention from the right corner, coupled with simple mid-range and three-point shots, along with rhythmic drives. This was the most comfortable approach he had found. Yet, spurred by Wong, he felt compelled to engage in low-post isolation, still targeting Leonard. In truth, whether facing Leonard or Danny Green, Kobe now found himself struggling. Wong approached to console Kobe, saying, "Don't be disheartened, boss. Let us give it another try. It's not like you've been blocked before, right? Just apply a little more force, and you can make it." Kobe shot him a glance of exasperation, thinking to himself, "You little rascal. Are you just eager to see me get swatted?" Yet, deep down, he felt a sense of defiance. Am I, Kobe Bryant, truly devoid of offensive prowess in the low post? Can I not penetrate even with sheer force? "Pass me the ball," Kobe stated coldly. The soon-to-retire Kobe was resolute in his defiance. As the Lakers mounted an offensive, we observed Kobe demanding the ball in the low post once more. In nearly the same position, back to Leonard. This was a clear indication of his unwillingness to concede. Wong passed the ball to Kobe, who was fed the ball while the Spurs opted not to double-team, allowing Leonard to defend Kobe one-on-one. This time, Kobe pivoted towards the baseline for a fading jump shot. Oh no, he was blocked. Kobe exerted every ounce of energy into this play, faking with his shoulders, taking steps, and employing deceptive maneuvers to shift Leonard's defensive focus. Ultimately, he executed a classic fadeaway, only to be met by Leonard, who swiftly closed the distance and used his enormous hand to swat the ball away. The block was emphatic, not only denying the shot, but also allowing Leonard to secure the ball, granting the Spurs possession. As Leonard dribbled past half-court, Kobe lay on the ground after the rejection. His teammates had already retreated on defense, leaving Kobe to struggle to rise and rejoin the play. This moment struck a chord with many Lakers fans, evoking a sense of sorrow. Once a star, age renders such players susceptible to humiliation on the court. For this is a merciless arena. In a live commentary, one noted, "Kobe has aged. Had this been a few years ago, that shot would have gone in." Indeed, Kobe has grown old, bringing tears to the eyes of fans. Although his spirit remains indomitable, his body no longer permits the same feats. In their prime, both Kobe and LeBron played with effortless dominance, especially against opponents like Leonard. What is so remarkable about LeBron? Can his defense really rival that of Leonard? The Lakers seem to lack successors, as no one appears capable of stepping up. What about Randall? What about Wong? Forget Wong. He merely engages in petty tricks. How can he be expected to mount a strong offensive? No one believes in Wong's capacity for aggressive play. Wong indeed refrains from aggressive attacks. However, tonight he is distinctly different. The Lakers have performed admirably on the defensive front. This time, regardless of how the Spurs maneuvered the ball on the perimeter, they were unable to seize an opportunity. Kobe, having fallen, exerted himself to return and defend vigorously. In the end, Leonard's three-point attempt was made forcefully but did not find its mark. Wong secured the rebound and passed the ball to Kobe. Wong said to Kobe, "Boss, pass me the ball later, and I shall show you what low-post offense truly entails." Kobe shot him incredulous glare, his face a portrait of disbelief. Yet, Wong exuded an air of unwavering confidence. Kobe replied, "Do you also wish to be blocked?" Wong remarked, "I have just scored 2 goals in quick succession, so do not underestimate me." Lao Ku. Chapter 54, Revealing Your True Colors. Wong's assertion holds true. He has just successfully made 2 consecutive shots beneath the basket. Although his footwork may appear somewhat ungraceful, even clumsy, He possesses the uncanny ability to send the ball through the hoop. While aesthetic beauty is undoubtedly important, scoring takes precedence. Otherwise, no matter how picturesque your style may be, an unfortunate block would render the moment anything but beautiful. Kobe leisurely dribbles the ball past half court as the first quarter approaches its conclusion. The Lakers have one final opportunity to attack, and Kobe deliberately slows the pace, with only 10 seconds remaining. Wong positions himself in the low post on the right side, precisely where Kobe recently executed his one-on-one play. Defending against Wong is Dior. Kobe gracefully delivers the ball to Wong. In the fleeting moment when Wong received the ball, he suddenly executed a swift spin, effortlessly evading Dior. The spin was exquisite, and the shot seamlessly found its way to the basket. A splendid layup. Truly magnificent. The fluidity of his footwork was remarkable. Sukun intended to remark on the gracefulness of his steps, but upon further reflection, he realized it was not entirely fluid. The issue lay with the defender, Dior, who stood there like a wooden post, easily outmaneuvered by Wong's strength. Coach Popovich, on the sidelines, was nearly beside himself. What on earth was happening today? Why were they all so lackadaisical in their defense against Wong? Were they all spies, or had they fallen under some Eastern sorcery? Dior, how did you defend against that? Even Dior felt a twinge of embarrassment, momentarily stunned, scratching his head in silence. Popovich's frustration was palpable, his white beard trembling with indignation. After Wong scored, he pointed at Kobe and remarked, "Well played, that was a splendid pass." Kobe was left speechless. "Are you criticizing me?" He seemed to ponder. What was beautiful about that pass? What does it have to do with passing? If you wish to praise your own footwork, just say so. But wait, even that footwork isn't impressive. It was merely a case of the Spurs' defense faltering. Wong's remarkable play restored the Lakers' lead in the first quarter. Wong scored 12 points in a single quarter, achieving a flawless 6 for 6 shooting percentage. Such efficiency is truly formidable. While one cannot discount the assistance of the system, Wong's relentless effort and innate talent are equally pivotal. Over the years, he has never neglected to hone his fundamental skills, whether during his college days or in the NBDL. He has always persevered until the very end, focusing on mastering the basics. What he lacked was not diligence, but rather innate talent. Now, fortune has smiled upon him as the system has bestowed him with the gift of talent, which, when combined with his accumulated hard work, has resulted in his current outstanding performance. As the final offensive play unfolded, Danny Green's three-point attempt missed its mark. The first quarter concluded with the Lakers leading the Spurs by a mere point, 24-23. Seated on the bench, Wong was handed water yet again, while online, some were playfully offering him cigarettes. Wong, brother, please smoke a cigarette, have a huazi. With such a performance, he has boldly declared his ambition to vie for the top position. Whether he succeeds remains to be seen, yet he undoubtedly possesses the capability to do so. 6 for 6, he has dismantled the Spurs' interior defense. His footwork is indeed remarkable, yet some dismiss it as mere luck. Such skepticism is palpable among fans, and even the Spurs players share this sentiment. On the Spurs bench, Coach Popovich could no longer contain his frustration, berating his interior players. "How are you defending? Why can't you stop number 10? Is his footwork that exceptional? You all play as if you've never learned to defend." Popovich was visibly upset, and the others fell silent. Only Duncan dared to offer a defense. It seems we were caught off guard. Perhaps we underestimated him? However, even Duncan seemed unconvinced by his own words. The Spurs have always been a team that never underestimates their opponents, whether in the regular season or playoffs. They approach every game with utmost seriousness and commitment. Moreover, the Spurs system operates with mechanical precision, both offensively and defensively, with seamless coordination and meticulous attention to detail. Duncan has been the backbone of the Spurs' interior defense for 19 years. While it is impossible to claim perfection, the notion of underestimating an opponent is nearly unfathomable. Thus, to hear Duncan voice such a sentiment left Popovich incredulous. At that moment, someone suddenly spoke up. "Let me guard him next." It is Leonard who, while wiping the sweat from his brow, remarked nonchalantly, "Like Duncan, he is a man of few expressions. Duncan is a stone Buddha, while he is a steel automaton." In the first quarter, Leonard's performance was steady. His offense was unstoppable, and on defense, he managed to contain Kobe on 2 occasions. It was evident that Leonard was not exerting his full strength. He was merely pacing himself. Upon hearing Leonard's words, Popovich responded, "All right, keep him contained." With a sigh, Popovich reflected on the pre-game preparations, having indeed noted the significance of Wong, recognizing the need to focus on him. He had watched the previous game against the Kings, and it was clear that this young man had the potential to be a game changer, possessing a considerable impact on the outcome. In the league, players can generally be categorized into 4 types. The first type consists of stat padders, who accumulate numbers but fail to contribute positively to their teams. The second type includes those who are not even stat padders, merely fringe players. The third type exerts a significant influence on the game without being stat-driven. These are typically high-quality role players or pieces of a championship puzzle. The final category encompasses those who are both statistically impactful and influential in games. These are the stars. The superstars. Popovich classified Wong as the third type, eagerly desiring such a player to complete the Spurs ensemble. Yet, observing his performance in the first quarter, Popovich began to question whether he had misjudged him. Was he not a third-tier piece, but rather a fourth-tier superstar, one who could genuinely alter the course of a game? It seemed implausible. There was no way that an undrafted player could ascend to superstardom. However, he could not help but recall Jin Billy, a former second-round pick who had indeed become a superstar. With this conflicting sentiment, the second quarter commenced, and Scott was determined to push Wong relentlessly, allowing him no respite after a full first quarter, insisting he continue on into the second. Wong expressed great satisfaction with this. Young people must bear a little more responsibility. As the second quarter commenced, the Lakers initiated their offensive play. Kobe was resting on the sidelines, and the Lakers substituted in Russell. Upon his entry, Russell took charge of the ball and drove towards the basket, resulting in a foul from the opponent. He stepped up to the free throw line and converted both attempts, further extending the Lakers' lead. However, the Lakers' issues soon became apparent, particularly with their defense. Improvement seemed unattainable. The opponent's success in scoring appeared to hinge solely on luck. One could only hope that the Spurs would continue to struggle with their shooting. In the first quarter, the Spurs had indeed missed several shots, but in the second quarter, their shooting touch suddenly revived. Ginobili sank a three-pointer from beyond the arc, followed by Leonard hitting another three in transition, scoring 6 consecutive points and effortlessly taking the lead. Meanwhile, the Lakers' offense faltered, largely due to Kobe's absence. Wong was unable to receive the ball. Damn, is there such a lack of trust in me? Chapter 55. No Good Intentions. At the onset of the second quarter, Wong found himself deprived of offensive opportunities. In that moment, he yearned for the coveted item within the system, the Admiral's rallying horn. Initially, he had presumed that Kobe was a player disinclined to pass. However, he now realized that Kobe was, in fact, the most adept passer for him. Once Russell entered the game, he primarily focused on his own play, having been cooped up on the bench for too long. As for Randall, the situation was no different. Once the ball was in his possession, he seldom passed it out, particularly not to Wong, as both harbored unspoken grievances. Randall felt that Wong had usurped his starting position. The most eager to pass to Wong, apart from Kobe, was Clarkson, who was not only a close friend, but also a stellar partner on the court. Alas, Clarkson was currently resting on the sidelines, allowing Russell and Randall to engage in their own game. This left the commentator, Sue Kuhn, in a state of exasperation, pleading for them to pass to Wong. He has such a great feel in the low post and such an excellent opportunity. Why not pass the ball? He lamented, observing their insistence on individual play. Yet, the Spurs' interior defense was no easy barrier to penetrate. Sue Kuhn's commentary echoed the fervor of the past when Coach Zhang narrated Rockets games. Each offensive possession hoping to feed Yao Ming. Ku Fan chimed in. Indeed, Wong performed admirably in the first quarter. Why not continue to involve him? Naturally, some fans expressed their discontent, arguing that having merely scored a few points in the first quarter did not warrant the elevation of Wong to the status of an interior superstar. They contended that scoring a handful of points was commendable, but further feeding him might expose their vulnerabilities. It felt reminiscent of the days watching Yao Ming, where every possession was directed towards him. After all, Yao was a top draft pick in the core of the team. Could Wong truly be considered an equivalent low-post giant? The fan sentiments held merit, reflecting the thoughts of the Lakers players as well, who felt that Wong's 6 points in the first quarter were merely a modest contribution. Did he still aspire to continue scoring? If he persisted in this manner, what would their own performances entail? Wong ran back and forth for several minutes, witnessing the lead he once held diminish into an 8-point deficit. The Spurs unleashed a 9-0 surge against the Lakers, compelling the latter to call for a timeout. In this moment of pause, Scott found himself at a loss for words. Wong has something to express. Why did you not pass the ball to me? I was right beneath the basket, calling for the ball. Is there something insulating me from the basketball? Wong questioned why the ball was not passed to him, all within the span of just a few matches. Wong has undergone a remarkable transformation. Prior to the match against the Warriors, merely participating in games was a luxury for him. In just 5 games, he has begun to demand the ball. Everyone is left pondering, what has transpired with this young man? Is he attempting to usurp authority? However, there's a certain logic to Wong as assertions. Convention dictates that the player in form should take more shots, continuing until their rhythm fades. So why is it that, when it comes to Wong, this principle seems to falter? To put it plainly, Wong still lacks clout. Consequently, these younger players harbor resentment towards him. In contrast, Kobe, despite Wong sometimes unpalatable remarks and his claims of wanting to seize the spotlight, still passes him the ball and creates opportunities. The two engage in various plays together. Does this reflect Kobe's noble character? Not necessarily. It merely indicates that he has matured and shifted his competitive spirit away from such matters. It also suggests that Kobe appreciates Wong potential. In response to Wong's complaints, Kobe has even stepped forward to defend him, stating, "Indeed, you should pass to him more often when he is in form." Scott gazed at Kobe, contemplating whether this was truly the same Kobe, so broad-minded and magnanimous. Wong was somewhat taken aback. Despite having criticized Kobe extensively today, why was the old master still speaking to him? Wong felt a touch of emotion within her heart. Considering her earlier declaration of wanting to seize the position of the leader, Kobe remained silent. Wong believes that the public harbors misunderstandings about Kobe. Once the timeout concludes, he returns to the court, having sufficiently rested. Wong addressed Kobe, saying, "Boss, I must admit that my words in the first quarter were rather excessive. I misjudged you. I had no idea you possessed such magnanimity." Kobe gazed at Wong and replied, "I've always been this way. Did you previously believe I was petty-minded?" Wong contemplated for a moment, then ultimately shook his head. The public perception of Kobe has historically been rather unfavorable, especially during his youth. His rivalry with Shaquille O'Neal led to the latter's departure to Miami, after which O'Neal claimed a championship in 2006, preceding Kobe's achievements. Under Kobe's leadership, the Lakers struggled to even reach the playoffs. Coupled with the Eagle County incident and a myriad of negative press, Kobe's reputation plummeted to an all-time low, both in the United States and China. Countless critics emerged, particularly targeting his demeanor, labeling him as obsessive, petty, and narrow-minded, among other things. Even after he regained respect through championship victories and amassed a legion of fans, his character evaluation remained largely unchanged over the years. During the time spent together, Wong has come to feel that Kobe possesses a splendid character, exhibiting remarkable magnanimity. The moment Kobe steps onto the court, the opportunity for Wong's offense has arisen. They're in dire need of a goal. A high pick and roll is in play. Wong provided a screen for Kobe, then rolled towards the basket. Kobe took a step back while handling the ball and subsequently executed a high-arcing pass into the paint. Wong receives the ball and advances towards the basket. Indeed, Wong must coordinate with Kobe to secure the pass. Alas, the ball has been intercepted. Leonard has stripped the ball from Wong's grasp. Oh dear, a blunder. This marks Wong's first mistake of the match. The Spurs counterattack. Wong had not yet had the opportunity to showcase the mesmerizing power of his deceptive veil. In an instant, Leonard, who had swiftly rotated in for support, intercepted the ball from his grasp. The Spurs surged forward on a rapid counterattack, flanking from both sides. Leonard delivered the ball to Jin Billy on the wing, who, upon receiving it, launched a three-point shot without hesitation. The shot found its mark, widening the gap to an 11-point lead. This blow was particularly devastating. That play, Leonard's interception was remarkably swift, seemingly targeting their weaknesses. Moreover, the Lakers' defense against the Spurs' counterattacks was undeniably poor. They had conceded several three-pointers under pressure. Sue Kuhn sighed, noting that the Lakers had allowed the Spurs to sink 4 such shots today. Their perimeter defense lacked any sense of urgency. With that basket, Wong felt a twinge of frustration. It appeared he had underestimated the Spurs' defense. Possessing tools alone would not suffice. One must remain vigilant from the moment of receiving the ball. At that moment, Kobe approached, patting Wong on the shoulder, a proud smile gracing his face. "Is one-on-one play not as easy as it seems, Wong? I'll pass you the ball again soon. Keep pushing." Wong observed the smug smile adorning Kobe's face, finally comprehending the true intentions of the seasoned player. This fellow harbored no good intentions. Chapter 56, Taking Matters into One's Own Hands. Wang Shuang has come to a realization regarding Kobe's tendency to speak well of himself during timeouts, proclaiming the need to pass the ball to himself. It appears he relishes the prospect of witnessing his own failures. Ah, old Kobe, I was indeed too naive to perceive your cunning intentions. With Kobe's fierce, competitive spirit, how could he possibly swallow the humiliation of being mocked after Wang Shuang jested that he would be blocked? Yet they are teammates, and Kobe could not directly defend Wang Shuang. Thus, he nudged him into the proverbial fire. Nevertheless, Wang Shuang swiftly adjusted his mindset. Ultimately, the fault lay with his own lack of skill, having been stripped of the ball by Leonard. Had he not faltered and successfully made the shot, Kobe would have had no grounds for criticism. Moreover, when Kobe passed the ball, it was not aimlessly. He provided a commendable opportunity. The responsibility for seizing that moment rested solely on Wang Shuang's shoulders. Wang Shuang pondered deeply, acutely aware that in the realm of basketball, inadequacy is the original sin. One may play irrationally, pursue solitary endeavors, or disregard teammates in reckless abandon. However, all of this hinges on a singular condition: the requisite skill to deliver the ball into the hoop. Absent this condition, no matter how rational one is play or how imbued with team spirit, it amounts to naught. Basketball inherently intertwines the essence of teamwork with the valor of individual heroism, particularly in commercially driven arenas like the NBA, where the latter is even more pronounced. Thus, Wang Shuang swiftly recalibrated his mindset and re-engaged in the offensive play. As the Lakers found themselves on the receiving end of a vigorous counterattack from the Spurs, causing the point differential to widen significantly in the second quarter, Wang Shuang continues to set screens for Kobe at a high position. This time, Kobe takes the ball himself, aggressively driving toward the basket. The Spurs immediately collapse their defense to double-team. In this instance, Wang Shuang shifts to the corner. Kobe passes the ball out to Russell on the perimeter. Russell makes a quick drive before distributing the ball back to Wang Shuang in the corner. Wang Shuang releases a shot from the corner beyond the arc. It finds its mark, a splendid three-pointer. Once again, Wang Shuang maintains a flawless shooting percentage tonight. His hands are remarkably steady. Faced with defensive pressure, he executed his shot with unwavering decisiveness. A positive mindset indeed begets commendable accuracy. This successful three-pointer serves to staunch the bleeding for the Lakers. Kobe approaches and gestures toward Wang Shuang, exclaiming, "Well done, kid." Wang Shuang remarked, "The initiation of the offense was splendid, old Kobe." Just moments ago, the two had been disdainful of one another, yet now they began to shower each other with praise. A smile graced Kobe's face. During that year with the Lakers, he often felt a sense of solitude, surrounded by youthful players whom he deemed beneath him. Isolated and unsupported on the court, he found himself being venerated off the court, yet devoid of genuine friendships, as everyone regarded him merely as a figure of respect. Consequently, Kobe perceived the NBA as rather monotonous. Throughout half the season, he found himself disinterested in numerous games until Wang Shuang appeared. This unexpected catalyst reignited Kobe's passion for the game. He began to see the upcoming matches not as a conclusion, but as a new opportunity, particularly with the playoffs on the horizon. Wang's three-point shot rejuvenated the Lakers' morale, allowing them to successfully thwart the Spurs' offense on the defensive end. The Lakers launched a counterattack, but the Spurs' transition defense remained as swift as ever, leaving no chance for a fast break, thereby descending into a half-court battle. This time, Wang Shuang positioned himself low, seeking the ball, facing none other than Leonard as his defender. Having just suffered a turnover against him, the two were set for another showdown. This time, Wang Shuang exercised caution, positioning himself not too deep to avoid being double-teamed, receiving the ball from a higher vantage point to minimize the risk of error. Of course, the trade-off was a greater distance from the basket, complicating offensive maneuvers. Yet this was not a concern. Wang Shuang adeptly received the ball, then pivoted to face Leonard. Leonard's defense was impeccable, his arms outstretched, his body firmly anchored in position, leaving little room for Wang Shuang to maneuver. However, Wang Shuang suddenly executed a deft shoulder shimmy, causing Leonard to momentarily freeze. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Shuang skillfully maneuvered past Leonard, driving towards the basket from the right side, just before Duncan could provide assistance. Wang Shuang surged towards the basket, executing a powerful two-handed slam dunk. What a remarkable play! After a deceptive shoulder feint, Wang Shuang effortlessly surpassed Leonard. While the maneuver may not have been aesthetically pleasing, it proved effective. Hu Fan was exhilarated, and the Lakers fans shared in the excitement. Wang Shuang successfully scored against Leonard, showcasing a remarkable slam dunk. On the sidelines, Angela shouted enthusiastically at Wang Shuang, "Wang, that dunk was exquisite." Wang Shuang waved gently at Angeli. Upon turning away, he caught sight of Jessica Chen's gaze. She smiled and beckoned softly to Wang Shuang, eliciting a loud cheer from the fans in attendance. This time, it was Leonard who found himself at a loss for words. What had just transpired? Why had he suddenly become motionless? A brief moment of rigidity lasted 0.1 seconds, causing him to lose his defensive position. Popovich was so incensed he could hardly articulate his frustration. What kind of defense was this? What abominable defense? Was this truly the championship team he had nurtured? How could they fail to contain even an undrafted player? Or was that feint just exceedingly convincing? Su-kun was unable to contain his laughter, exclaiming, "Oh my, what a spectacular dunk by Wang Shuang. Simply magnificent." After being intercepted by Leonard, he immediately retaliated with a stunning breakthrough dunk. This moment was surely destined for the top 5 plays of the day. The live chat was inundated with comments. Beautiful. Thunderous dunk. Wang Shuang, the eternal god. The new leader of the Lakers had emerged. Who would dare claim that Wang Shuang lacked the ability to drive to the basket? Though it was merely a single score, just 2 points, the manner in which it was achieved significantly boosted morale. The Lakers' defense now relied on sheer determination. With morale high, they could defend effectively, forcing their opponents into a 24-second shot clock violation. Without morale, they would falter, left scrambling as the Spurs relentlessly pursued them. Now that the offense had succeeded, at least they would not be susceptible to counterattacks. The Spurs, on the offensive, still sought to exploit Duncan's position. However, Duncan, while driving to the basket, collided with Wang Shuang underneath the rim. Wang Shuang committed an offensive foul against Duncan, resulting in a turnover that returned possession to the Lakers. The atmosphere at the Staples Center surged dramatically. The Lakers launched a counterattack. Wang Shuang, Wang Shuang, Wang Shuang. The crowd erupted, chanting his name. However, at that moment, the ball was still in Kobe's hands. Wang Shuang approached to receive the ball. Kobe directly passed it to him. There were no screen and roll plays, nor tactical screens. It was a straightforward pass. Here is the ball, now make your move. Kobe then moved away, creating space for Wang Shuang. This was a test from Kobe. If you score, you are remarkable. If you miss, it indicates that you still have room for improvement. At this moment, the defender against Wang Shuang was still Leonard, whose defensive pressure was immensely formidable. Wang Shuang was convinced that the slightest misstep could result in losing the ball with just a dribble. His mind raced with thoughts. How should he approach the three-point line? The deceptive veil of the dream was of no use here. This tactic only proved effective near the 3-second zone. Should he retreat? Should he pass? No, he would not retreat, nor would he pass. Without any props to assist him, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. Chapter 57. The Son of Fortune facing Leonard's defense. Wang Shuang encounters one of the league's most formidable perimeter defenders. His positioning and posture are impeccable, and Leonard's defensive prowess is far from passive. It is characterized by an aggressive tenacity. A moment's carelessness could result in the loss of possession, for the relentless pursuit is no mere jest. Just moments ago, Wang Shuang experienced a turnover at Leonard's hands. Now, he meticulously guards the ball, acutely aware that he has little time to deliberate or choose his next move. In the realm of basketball, hesitation, even for a mere 0.1 seconds, can yield dramatically different outcomes. This elucidates the potency of Hakeem's elusive maneuvers, which Wang Shuang currently cannot employ. Yet, he remains undaunted, for he possesses unwavering confidence. He understands that even in the absence of system, he is indeed an NBA player. Competing in the NBDL and securing a short contract with the NBA is a testament to his abilities, not a mere product of the system. All he lacks is an opportunity. As Wang Shuang holds the ball at the top of the arc, we watch to see how he will proceed. He does not call for a pick and roll. Is he truly intending to take Leonard one-on-one? Su-kun watches with bated breath, recognizing that such duels in the NBA have historically been paramount spectacles. Coach Popovich observes Wang Shuang at the arc, pondering whether this young player dares to challenge Leonard's perimeter defense. It appears he may be overestimating his capabilities, while he may one day ascend to stardom. The present moment may not be his time. Regardless of the few successful baskets Wang Shuang has made, all have been within the paint, and an outside offensive maneuver? That remains to be seen, given Popovich's pre-game observations. Wang Shuang lacks this ability. Scott shares a similar assessment of Wang Shuang. He believes that in this situation, Wang Shuang should pass the ball, distributing it to Hibbert to execute a strategy. At this moment, Hibbert is eager to move forward to receive the pass. Wang Shuang waved the ball at him, signaling him to step aside and not approach. Hibbert darted to the other side. It seemed that Wang Shuang intended to take on the challenge alone. Could this young man truly handle it? Was I risking his confidence by allowing him to take the shot? Kobe, who stood in the corner smoking, found himself concerned. For some young players, a single play can indeed determine the trajectory of their careers. There was once a player who, after being emphatically dunked on by an opponent during a game, completely lost his confidence and faltered thereafter. Confidence is paramount in the NBA. Yet, Kobe underestimated Wong. After confronting Hibbert, Wong began to dribble, taking a step back to prevent Leonard from advancing aggressively. He was focused on his ball handling skills. Wong possesses remarkable skills. It is virtually impossible to penetrate Leonard's formidable defense from the perimeter. Therefore, seize the opportunity and take the shot, straight on, beyond the arc. Wong unexpectedly unleashed a cold arrow. A distant three-point shot was taken. The ball did not carve a splendid arc. On the contrary, its trajectory was somewhat flat, and due to the considerable distance from which it was launched, Wong delivered a powerful shot, resulting in an impressively swift ball that soared directly towards the hoop. It struck the backboard and rebounded into the net. The ball has gone in. Did Wong just make a three-pointer? Indeed, it was a bank shot. Fan, witnessing this remarkable feat, could hardly contain his astonishment. "Oh my, there is certainly an element of luck in that shot," he remarked. However, Wong exhibited remarkable audacity in taking the shot, and it went in. His confidence has surged. Remarkably, Wong has not missed a single shot tonight. Sukun couldn't help but smile broadly. The entire Staples Center erupted in cheers. Popovich rubbed his forehead, pondering that it was merely luck. After all, he is a rookie. It is quite normal for him to make some extraordinary shots, something he has witnessed countless times. Meanwhile, Scott appeared genuinely surprised, raising an eyebrow as he thought, "This kid Wong has such skills?" On the court, Kobe approached Wong and gave him a light push. "You got some luck on your side." "That was a beautiful shot," Kobe said. Wong, however, was not pleased with this comment. "What do you mean luck? This is skill, pure skill. I aim for the backboard." Kobe remained skeptical. The three-point bank shot invariably involves an element of luck, including Kobe's own classic three-point bank shot for the win. Yet, Wong adamantly insisted, "I genuinely aim for the backboard." Kobe shrugged. "Just focus on your defense, kid. It's merely one three-pointer." Wong's three-pointer brought the Lakers closer in score. However, on the defensive end, the Lakers truly lack strategies. The Spurs' offense is remarkably comprehensive. Their tactics and plays are abundant, encompassing both inside and outside, low post maneuvers, pick and rolls, fast breaks, and three-point shooting. In essence, the Spurs possess a vast arsenal of offensive weapons, and it seems that any single one could pose a significant challenge for the Lakers. Billy's blade was unleashed as he penetrated the lane, deftly maneuvering past Hibbert to execute a left-handed layup, securing 2 points. The Lakers' defense is indeed riddled with issues, particularly along the backcourt. There is not a single stalwart player to act as a barrier, allowing opponents to consistently penetrate into the paint, exposing Hibbert, Wong, and others to the full force of their adversaries' offense. Wong, devoid of the enhancement provided by the death mask, has seen a decline in his defensive prowess beneath the basket. As for Hibbert, there is no need to elaborate. He is far removed from his former stature as a defensive bulwark. Aside from scoring a couple of mid-range jump shots at the beginning of the first quarter, Hibbert has made little impact on the offensive and thereafter. His defensive capabilities have waned, and his contributions to offense are nearly non-existent. Wong swiftly executed a serve from the backcourt, delivering the ball to Kobe, who orchestrated a strategic offensive maneuver. Wong approached to set a screen for Kobe. After the initial pick, the defense shifted once more, with Leonard still guarding Wong. Kobe once again passed the ball back to Wong, who found himself at the top of the arc, slightly to the right. The two adversaries faced off once again at the arc, with Leonard defending Wong. Were they preparing for another one-on-one confrontation? Fan observed the scene with great excitement, wondering what choice Wong would make. Would he forego the screen and take it upon himself to make a play? Is this a sign of newfound confidence? Wong observed keenly. Leonard's defensive strategy remained unchanged. He did not press. Rather, he maintained a distance neither too close nor too far. Leonard believed that Wong's previous shot was merely a stroke of luck. Luck, after all, does not grace one frequently. Meanwhile, Wong took a moment to survey the hoop. Dribbling, he adjusted slightly backward, fine-tuning his rhythm. Once again, he took aim. The ball traced a straight arc, soaring with impressive speed, a clear testament to its force. It hurtled towards the backboard. Bang! The ball struck the white frame at the center of the backboard, rebounding into the net. Another three-pointer off the glass. "Oh my, yet another banked three-pointer." Wang Shuang is extraordinary. Su Kun could not contain his excitement. Meanwhile, Leonard, after contesting the shot, turned to see the ball had indeed gone in off the backboard. His expression remained stoic as he silently jogged back to join the offense. Yet internally, he felt a stab of confusion. Was this young man's ability truly responsible for such a three-pointer, rather than mere fortune? Leonard pondered. At that moment, Wang Shuang turned to Kobe, boasting, "See, I told you, I aim for the bank shot." Chapter 58, Not Luck. Wang Shuang consecutively made 2 bank shots from beyond the arc, leaving the ever-composed Popovich utterly bewildered. Is this truly possible? One would suffice. Yet he managed to make 2 in succession. Could it be that this young man's signature skill lies in bank three-pointers? I have only known Tim to execute bank shots at a 45-degree angle. After all these years, could banked three-pointers become an emblematic technique? Popovich found himself perplexed by Wang Shuang's performance. From the exasperation of the first quarter, he transitioned into a state of utter confusion by the second. This defies logic. Even Duncan has largely abandoned the ancient art of bank shots. Banked three-pointers? Historically, this has scarcely been regarded as a legitimate technique. To succeed is merely a matter of fortune. It cannot be. It must be luck. This young man indeed possesses remarkable fortune. After some contemplation, Popovich attributed it to chance. In contrast, Scott required no deliberation. He recognized that Wang Shuang's success was merely serendipity. During regular training sessions, he had never witnessed Wang Shuang shoot in such a manner. Yet at this moment, Kobe found himself intrigued and puzzled. Wang Shuang claimed that he aimed for the board. Could it possibly be true? This young man possesses remarkable skills and is indeed capable of making three-point shots off the board. However, the most exasperating of all is Leonard. Damn it. Soon he will have to defend against his shots, he thought to himself. Just moments ago, he was on the bench, asserting his intention to personally confront Wang Shuang. Now, to his dismay, he faced 2 consecutive three-pointers. Observing Wang Shuang, who was clearly pleased with himself, he jogged back to defend. Wang Shuang naturally feels a sense of pride. Certainly, there is an element of luck involved in those 2 shots. Who practices shooting off the backboard from such a distance? It is too far to control effectively. However, to attribute it solely to fortune would be unjust. The greater factor lies in the refined touch cultivated through consistent training, along with the unwavering belief at the moment of release. Many players exhibit remarkable accuracy in three-point shooting during practice, yet falter in actual games. This disparity arises because some individuals lose that steadfast and tranquil mindset they possess during training when faced with the pressure of competition. Wang Shuang possesses a talent that may not be exceptional. However, he has steadily advanced to his current position. His unwavering determination and perseverance are undoubtedly commendable. Without relying on any external aids, he is capable of competing in the NBA. Wang Shuang's consecutive three-pointers narrowed the score for the Lakers. However, the Spurs' offense continued to operate like a well-oiled machine. Leonard, with the ball in hand, skillfully utilized the screen to penetrate towards the basket. Despite facing Randall's defense, he executed a fading jump shot, successfully netting 2 points. Leonard, though not inherently gifted in shooting, has honed his skills through relentless practice, imbuing his shot with the essence reminiscent of Jordan. This seemingly simple basket widened the gap once more. Yet, such mundane points often go unnoticed by the fans. Online, supporters fervently discussed Wang Shuang's 2 three-pointers. What do you say to those who claim Wang Shuang lacks offensive prowess? Come forth and take a few steps. It's merely luck, isn't it? If you have the skill, can you make another one? If he does, will it still be luck? After all, words come easily when one is unashamed. While there is an element of fortune involved, skill is undeniably present. Could anyone achieve 2 consecutive shots without talent? In previous games, Wang Shuang has also demonstrated his three-point shooting capability. He is undoubtedly a player of substance. Indeed, luck forms a component of skill, yet without a solid foundation of ability, luck has no opportunity to manifest. Following Wang Shuang's 2 three-pointers, the voices of his supporters grew louder. Of course, this is but a fleeting moment. Online critics are ever so fickle. When a player excels, their supporters are vocal. Conversely, if they falter, it becomes a gathering of detractors. The truth remains, in competitive sports, performance on the court is the ultimate criterion. When Wang Shuang found himself once more at the arc with the ball, all attention shifted to him and Leonard. Is he going to challenge Leonard again at the top of the key? How will he approach this third shot? Will he attempt another three-pointer? Kufan was exhilarated by the scene, and he was not alone. All spectators were filled with anticipation for this third round of confrontation. Wang Shuang versus Leonard. This time, Leonard altered his defensive strategy. He commenced an aggressive approach, closely guarding Wang Shuang, denying him any opportunity to shoot. However, Wang Shuang was far from naive. He called upon Hibbert for a screen, who readily moved to set a pick for him. Simultaneously, Hibbert brought Duncan into the fray. For the Spurs' defensive strategy inevitably involved switching. Following the pick, Duncan became the defender against Wang Shuang. Yet, Wang Shuang remained undeterred. After recently sinking his second three-pointer, he activated his skill, locking in his shooting touch. He recognized that making the second shot indicated his rhythm was exceptional. Thus, it was only logical to anticipate that a third would soon follow. From the high pick, Wang Shuang dribbled once and unleashed a three-pointer. Could he make it again? Indeed. Yet again, he succeeded. Oh my, yet another three-pointer off the glass. Su-Kun beamed with joy as he witnessed Wang Shuang's remarkable bank shot three-pointer. Unable to contain his delight, Ku Fan was left speechless in astonishment. Meanwhile, at the Staples Center, the fans erupted in ecstatic cheers, as if possessed. Angelique danced and shouted from the sidelines. How long had it been since such a spectacle graced Staples? 3 consecutive long-range bank shots, and the arena resonated with deafening applause. I proclaimed, "It is not luck, it is not mere chance." Wang Shuang shouted at Kobe. This time, Kobe had no retort, only able to smile broadly and shake his head. This kid truly possesses remarkable skill. It was the third shot, and it was undeniably not mere luck, but rather a result of the system's assistance. Had it not been for the skill of shooting precision, the outcome might have been different. Wang Shuang is highly unlikely to score. Yet, with a locked-in rhythm, miracles can be replicated, and fortune may once again favor him. However, Kobe remains unaware. The fans on site are oblivious, and the opponents are equally uninformed. Popovich, weary of shouting at his players from the sidelines, calls a timeout, summoning them back to the bench for a reprimand. Leonard appears somewhat disheartened. Of course, his expression of frustration is not vastly different from one of joy. Sitting on the bench, wiping away sweat, Popovich exclaims in anger. How could he make 3 consecutive three-pointers? Why? We must contain him. He has far too much space to shoot. Leonard retorts, this isn't a defensive issue. My defense is sound. He simply can score. How dare he respond back? Popovich feels a surge of irritation. After all, within the Spurs, he wields absolute authority. Parker and Ginobili have been chastised by him like grandchildren, with Duncan being the sole exception, as he is akin to a father figure to Popovich. Yet, this young Leonard, whom he himself nurtured from the 15th pick, dares to contradict him? This only signifies 2 things. First, Leonard is not the obedient lad that Duncan or Parker are. Second, Leonard's mindset has been somewhat unsettled by Wang Shuang. In Chapter 59, Popovich's experience, during the second quarter, Wang Shuang successfully sinks 3 consecutive bank shots from beyond the arc, keeping the Lakers tightly in contention. After the Spurs call a timeout, they readjust their tactics. Upon Leonard South's return to the court, he tightens his defense against Wang Shuang, marking a privilege once reserved for Kobe. Under such defensive pressure, Wang Shuang naturally struggles to score. However, his presence opens avenues for Kobe and the other Lakers players to thrive. For the first time, the Lakers feel the ease of having 2 offensive focal points on the court, particularly as Wang Shuang diverts Leonard's defensive focus, resulting in a less stringent defense from the Spurs on the perimeter. Concurrently, the pressure on Kobe diminishes significantly. In the latter half of the second quarter, Wang Shuang no longer finds favorable offensive opportunities, especially after his hot streak concludes, causing him to hesitate in taking outside shots. Nevertheless, the overall offensive momentum of the Lakers has been invigorated. Wang Shuang demonstrated his ability to orchestrate, assuming the role of the offensive commander. The Lakers' attack flowed smoothly, akin to a well-oiled machine. However, their defense remained consistently abysmal. Against the increasingly fluid offensive coordination of the Spurs, the Lakers' defense struggled to hold its ground, relying on mere fortune to determine whether their opponents would score. Nevertheless, the Lakers' players seemed unconcerned, as their own offense was performing admirably. Consequently, both teams found themselves engaged in a fierce exchange of attacks. Wang Shuang played the entirety of the second quarter without a moment's respite, as both teams retreated for halftime. The first half concluded with the Spurs leading the Lakers by 4 points, 55-51. Remarkably, Wang Shuang amassed 21 points in the first half alone, achieving an astounding shooting accuracy of 100%. In the first quarter, he went 6 for 6, and in the second, he sank 3 consecutive three-pointers without attempting another shot thereafter. Su-Kun remarked on Wang Shuang's impressive statistics, reflecting on how long it had been since a Chinese player showcased such dazzling prowess. which was indeed exhilarating to witness. Wang not only excelled in scoring, but also contributed 4 assists and 5 rebounds. His playing time was equally astonishing, totaling 24 minutes without a moment's rest. It was evident that the Lakers have become heavily reliant on Wang in recent games, highlighting his exceptional stamina. Historically, Chinese players have faced challenges regarding endurance, yet Wang stands out as a physical marvel. Observing Wang's court time, Su Kun couldn't help but reminisce about Yao Ming's tenure in the NBA. One of the most frequently critiqued aspects of Yao's game was his stamina. While he was often unstoppable in the first quarter, his physical condition would deteriorate as the game progressed, leading to a significant decline in offensive efficiency, a persistent shortcoming that opponents exploited during the playoffs. In a memorable playoff series against the Jazz, Yao was initially dominant, but as the game reached critical moments, his once precise fadeaway jumpers faltered due to excessive fatigue, resulting in missed shots. Injuries and stamina issues were formidable obstacles that hindered Yao Ming from achieving even greater heights. In contrast, Wang is remarkably different. This young athlete possesses extraordinary endurance, playing full games with the ease of a seasoned veteran. As the halftime break unfolded in the Lakers' locker room, the atmosphere buzzed with anticipation. Wang sipped water, hardly wiping away the sweat. Observing this, Scott remarked, "Kid, are you truly not fatigued? How is it that you aren't sweating at all?" Wang remarked, "Is this match intensity enough to break a sweat? Both sides are merely exchanging attacks, with little defense. What sweat can be produced?" This statement left Scott feeling somewhat embarrassed. Clearly, during every timeout, Scott had been emphasizing the importance of defense, yet when the game resumed, the Lakers' defense remained unimpressive. However, under Wang's leadership, their offense flourished. Scott pondered, "Am I the coach of this team, or is he? Why is it that my strategies go unheeded while everyone seems to respond to Wang on the court?" Kobe, observing Wang suddenly felt a surge of nostalgia. Recognizing a reflection of his younger self, the vibrant, indefatigable little flying assassin who once dominated the court. Back then, Scott was not yet a coach, but a player for the Lakers, a teammate of Kobe's. In the blink of an eye, 2 decades had passed, ushering in a new generation. Since Wang had led the Lakers to a series of victories, his standing within the team had risen significantly, and the atmosphere in the locker room had become increasingly positive, no longer burdened by the weight of previous tensions. Conversely, the Spurs, though leading at halftime, faced dissatisfaction from Popovich regarding the team's performance. Defense. What on earth is going on with our defense? I cannot comprehend how a player on a short contract can perform so remarkably. He demanded, "Review the footage. Observe your defense." Stunned, bewildered, still stunned. What is happening? Popovich erupted in anger in the locker room, frustrated by the failures of their defense against Wang. The video analyst prepared clips from the first half, showcasing Wang's isolation plays against Duncan, Diaw, and Leonard. Their defensive efforts appeared amateurish and clumsy, a far cry from their usual form. Seeing these clips, even Duncan felt perplexed. "Why was I so dazed?" Popovich replied, "I do not know. After 19 years of working together, I can count on one hand the times you've played defense like this." Leonard added, "I am equally baffled. This is not my style." To which Popovich affirmed, "Indeed, it is not. You did not defend like this even as a rookie." Diaw chimed in, "Oh, is my defense like that?" Popovich responded, "Close enough. That is your defensive style." Diaw felt wounded and reluctant to converse with the old coach. "Defense, defense, defense. We cannot falter in this regard. We must not allow that number 10 to score so easily again." Naturally, our primary focus remains on Kobe. In the second half, Wang may not be as accurate. While Popovich holds Wang in high regard, his utmost admiration remains for Kobe. In the first half, Kobe amassed an impressive 15 points, and the Lakers' offense was primarily supported by the contributions of both Wang and Kobe. Experience informs Popovich that such an extraordinary display from Wang cannot be sustained throughout the entire game. The defensive lapses of Duncan and Leonard are also unlikely to persist into the second half. The true menace for the Lakers lies in Kobe, the aging lion, still fierce and formidable, with his claws intact and capable of inflicting harm. Thus, Popovich's defensive focus remains firmly on Kobe. As for Wang, Popovich instructed David West to keep an eye on the young player and ensure he is not too comfortable. David West, a highly reliable veteran, is known for his toughness and minimal talk, excelling in both offense and defense. He nodded in agreement and discussed the strategy, leaving Popovich assured that everything was in order. Wang, this fellow, will not obstruct the overall situation. Chapter 60, the decisive battle begins. The second half of the match commenced. The Lakers' starting lineup remained unchanged from the beginning of the first half. Lou Williams was still included in the starting five. However, Wong believed that placing Russell in the starting position would have been a superior choice. Despite his youth, Russell possesses better physical attributes. While his defense may not be impenetrable, it certainly does not suffer from the frailty and sluggishness exhibited by Lou Williams, whose defensive efforts are virtually non-existent. On the court, facing Parker, Lou's defense was akin to a void. He must compensate on the offensive end. As the second half began, Lou attempted a three-pointer from the left corner, which missed badly. Parker secured the rebound and sprinted towards the front court with fervor. Wong swiftly intercepted Parker, committing a tactical foul. Should the Spurs advance unimpeded in the second half, the predicament for the Lakers would undoubtedly worsen. Wong's foul was indeed timely. The Spurs orchestrated a positional offensive play. Consequently, the Lakers faltered on the defensive end. A swift exchange and repositioning on the Spurs perimeter led to a mismatch for the Lakers. Leonard, with his back to Lou Williams, found himself in a clear mismatch. Parker promptly delivered the ball to Leonard, who did not even push against Lou Williams. Instead, he received the pass, pivoted, and executed a mid-range jump shot. Lou Williams merely extended his hand in a token gesture, watching helplessly as Leonard's shot found its mark. This defensive effort was almost non-existent, allowing Leonard to shoot as if he were in practice. The ease with which he scored highlighted the numerous flaws in the Lakers' defense, particularly in the backcourt. If Lou Williams cannot compensate on the offensive end, his presence on the court becomes a liability. Sukun also noted the Lakers' defensive vulnerabilities. Their backcourt was notably subpar. However, there remains justification for Lou Williams' starting position. Hibbert facilitated play from the high post, transferring the ball to Kobe at the 45-degree angle. Kobe attracted a double team and subsequently passed to Lou Williams stationed in the right corner, who had made his way along the baseline from the opposite side. Wong provided him with cover, leaving Lou Williams completely unmarked on the right side. He received the ball and took a shot from beyond the arc. It was a success. What a remarkable play, as Lou Williams' three-pointer demonstrated his significance on the court, proving he is not merely a secondary player. This match hinges on whether the Lakers can maintain offensive pressure on their opponents, for their defense leaves much to be desired. Subsequently, Parker attempted a drive to the basket, but his shot fell short. However, West secured the offensive rebound, facing Wong beneath the basket. West recalled Popovich's instructions from halftime to apply some pressure on this young man. This pressure emanates not only from defense, but also from the offensive side. West's playing style is robust. He can both drive and shoot effectively. Confronting Wong, he aggressively drove toward the basket, then pivoted to maneuver beneath the rim. Wong guarded closely, his hands raised high to block West. The seasoned West, employing his vast experience, pushed Wong aside with his shoulder before executing a close-range, leaning jump shot. The 2 points were secured. West's mastery of offensive techniques beneath the basket rendered Wong's defense utterly ineffective. In truth, Wong had positioned himself quite well for the play, yet regrettably, he lacked the formidable death mask to apply sufficient pressure. After scoring, West turned to Wong and remarked, "Kid, in the second half, I will deal with you. It won't be as easy as it was in the first half." Wong chuckled softly and remarked, "I believe I might find it rather easier." Thus she spoke. Wong, however, felt a profound seriousness within. He was acutely aware of West's formidable prowess, an exceptionally tenacious veteran, replete with experience and remarkable skills. Whether in offense or defense, he exhibited an unwavering strength. He had once been a key player for the Hornets, under the guidance of Coach Scott, who was well aware of his protégé's capabilities. Upon witnessing Wong concede a basket to West, Scott cautioned from the sidelines, urging him to exercise greater caution. Wong nodded. He would certainly approach it with utmost seriousness, the Lakers' offensive strategy. Wong began to demand the ball from a low position. West's defense is unlike that of Leonard and Duncan. Both Leonard and Duncan possess formidable defensive capabilities and harbor no fear of an opponent's offensive maneuvers. They are confident in their ability to contain him. In contrast, West is the type of player who exerts intense pressure on his opponent from the moment he receives the ball. Wong and West commenced a battle of positioning. However, West was taken by surprise. Wong's positioning was remarkably fierce. He utilized his robust and broad back to firmly secure his position, effectively blocking West behind him. West exerted every ounce of effort to push forward, unwilling to allow Wong the comfort of receiving the ball. Yet, Wong remained as steadfast as a mountain. In truth, he was aware that his positioning was not exceptionally refined. Despite his strength, effective positioning requires a certain finesse. At this moment, however, his positioning was historically formidable. A hint, the illusion veil of the dream, with an accompanying effect that significantly enhances underbasket positioning capabilities. Thus, it was the supplementary effect brought about by the illusion veil of the dream. Olajuwon is most renowned for his dream shake, yet his fundamental skills under the basket are truly exceptional, particularly his positioning, which is notoriously fierce. West is an excellent interior player, yet he still falls short when compared to Olajuwon. Lou Williams passed the ball to Kobe, who then lobbed it to Wong Shuang. In a low post, with his back to the basket, Wong Shuang was set to challenge West. Let us see how it unfolds. At the moment Wong Shuang received the ball, he executed a shoulder feint. West felt a fleeting blur before his eyes. What was happening? Why did everything seem to spin? It was merely a brief moment of distraction. Wong Shuang turned swiftly and executed a mid-range jump shot with precision. This play bore a striking resemblance to Leonard's recent isolation against Lou Williams, akin to a practice shot. The ball struck the backboard and found its mark. Wong Shuang has truly been extraordinary tonight. Indeed, he seems almost divine. No matter how he shoots, the ball finds its way through the net. What could possibly explain this phenomenon? The Spurs have shuffled numerous defenders, yet they remain unable to thwart Wong Shuang's scoring prowess. This must be deeply frustrating for Popovich. Su Kun, on the other hand, is overjoyed. Wong Shuang's shot not only found its mark, but it was also executed with a Duncan-esque bank shot from mid-range. This undeniably carries a profound sense of irony. Popovich, on the sidelines, is fuming, his frustration palpable. Wasn't it stated that the second half would witness a decline in shooting accuracy? Wasn't it promised that no miracles would occur? Yet the ball still went in. Is there truly no one capable of defending against Wong Shuang? At this moment, Popovich is almost tempted to shed his suit and confront Wong Shuang directly. He is eager to unravel the mystery of why this player is so challenging to defend against. The match continues, with both teams engaging in a flurry of offensive and defensive maneuvers, reminiscent of the first half. The Lakers struggle to contain the Spurs' offense, yet the Spurs, in turn, find it equally difficult to thwart the Lakers. Wong Shuang continues to excel at this moment. After executing a high pick-and-roll with Kobe, he gracefully cuts to the perimeter. Receiving the ball at the top of the arc, he executes a jump shot that finds its mark. Tonight, Wong Shuang feels an exhilarating rhythm in his hands. The hoop appears as vast as the ocean. Meanwhile, the Spurs' meticulously crafted offense continues to function with precision. The margin between the two teams remains consistently around 5 points, with the Spurs maintaining their lead while the Lakers steadfastly cling on. The third quarter has swiftly progressed through its early stages, leading both teams to an official timeout. Wong Shuang glanced up to check the time, contemplating that it was indeed the moment for the decisive battle. Chapter 61, The Duet. Wong Shuang believes that this decisive match should not be viewed solely from the player's perspective, but rather from that of the coach. As a substitute player, he has observed numerous games. Prior to the match against the Spurs, he diligently studied several recordings of the Spurs games from this season. Such footage is typically provided by the team's video analysts. Regrettably, there are not many players worth watching closely, as that ultimately falls within the purview of the coach's responsibilities. Wong Shuang is exceptionally eager to learn. He believes that excelling on the court requires not only skill and physical fitness, but also a profound understanding and control of the game dynamics. The Spurs are a team renowned for their tactical prowess. They possess formidable strength and execute their offense with precision. In a match, they are particularly adept at overcoming their opponents during the pivotal third quarter. They use the first half to gauge their opponents, unleash their energy in the third quarter, and then conclude in the final quarter. This has been the rhythm of the Spurs' gameplay for many years. After a brief engagement in the third quarter, an official timeout was called. Wong Shuang is certain. Once the timeout concludes, the Spurs will undoubtedly intensify their efforts, launching a surge to overwhelm the Lakers. Thus, during the timeout, Wong Shuang prodded Scott, "Coach, we should exert ourselves and launch a full-scale offensive shortly." Scott furrowed his brow, pondering, "Are you the coach? Or am I? You disregard my timeouts, and now you presume to direct me?" He added sternly, "Focus on your own responsibilities, Wong. Speak any further, and I shall substitute you." Wong Shuang cast a disdainful glance at Scott. "If you refuse to heed my advice, then so be it. I shall seek out Kobe." With that, Wong Shuang nudged the Kobe seated beside him. "Old Kobe, shall we engage in a one-on-one later?" What did you say?" Kobe could hardly believe his ears. What nonsensical talk is Wong Shuang uttering here? I mean, only through our individual efforts can we withstand the Spurs' onslaught. Can your performance in one-on-one matches even compare to mine? Oh dear, my skills in solitary play surpass yours today. Upon hearing Wang Shuang's words, Kobe found them to possess a certain validity. Wang Shuang's performance in tonight's singles match was indeed remarkable. Although his footwork may not be aesthetically pleasing, he consistently finds a way to score. Conversely, Kobe has yet to unleash his full potential this evening, partly due to his limitations and partly due to the Spurs' targeted defense. As the second half commenced, various double teams were employed against him. Fortunately, Kobe's passing was timely, and his teammates exhibited commendable shooting accuracy, ensuring that his assists did not go to waste. This allowed the Lakers to stay competitive in the scoring race. However, when truly confronted with the Spurs' intensity, it is evident that the Lakers' current strategy will be insufficient. Maintaining the status quo and clinching victory are two distinct challenges. The official timeout is nearing its conclusion, and Scott is fervently scribbling on the tactical board. Yet, Wang Shuang and Kobe seem indifferent, engaged in hushed conversations as they forge their own game plan. Observing their lack of attention, the other players also feel disinclined to listen. Ultimately, the execution of the strategy will unfold on the court as they heed the directives of Kobe and Wang Shuang. While most players may not heed Wang Shuang's advice, Kobe's regard for him is apparent. Consequently, the match revolves around these two players' leadership. As the timeout concludes, Scott reluctantly stows away the tactical board, feeling that his extensive discourse has fallen on deaf ears. This is understandable, as throughout the first half of the season, Scott's leadership of the Lakers was devoid of a winning mentality, characterized by haphazard strategies that led to consecutive losses. Naturally, players will be disinclined to listen under such circumstances. Now, with victory in sight, the leadership has shifted to Wang Shuang and Kobe, and naturally, the team is inclined to follow their lead. Younger players, too, do not wish to accompany Kobe on a farewell tour. Every player, including Kobe himself, aspires to win. Gradually, the allure of a retirement tour has waned for him. The thought of being paraded around like a spectacle, losing games, is a source of torment. Winning is far more gratifying. As the game resumes, the Spurs' offensive focus returns to Duncan. Popovich has indeed relied on Duncan for 2 decades. He remains the cornerstone of the Spurs' offense and defense, an invaluable asset. Faced with Hibbert's defense, Duncan executed a turnaround jump hook, successfully scoring. Wang Shuang positions himself low, demonstrating fierce tenacity. As he receives the ball, he executes a swift pivot, deftly maneuvering past Hibbert. He surges toward the basket, delivering a powerful one-handed slam dunk. Wang Shuang's pivot and dunk are simply spectacular. Kufan exclaims passionately in the broadcast room. The Staples Center erupts in excitement. Wang Shuang's remarkable play significantly elevated the team's morale. On the sidelines, Jessica Chun, upon witnessing Wang Shuang's soaring dunk, immediately rose to her feet in exuberant cheer, reminiscent of her very first experience of watching a game. Her friends caution her not to become overly enthusiastic. A faint blush crept across Jessica's cheeks as she beheld Wang Shuang's explosive dunk, feeling an inexplicable flutter within her heart. While she lacked a deep understanding of basketball, she was undeniably aware of the allure of a man. However, the Spurs soon encountered difficulties in their subsequent offensive efforts. Following a series of passing plays, an excellent opportunity arose in the paint, yet Duncan's layup was thwarted by Hibbert's interference. Seizing the moment, the Lakers launched a counterattack. Kobe, with the ball in hand, executed a breathtaking drive to the basket, drawing a foul from Leonard and subsequently sinking both free throws. Shortly thereafter, Duncan passed the ball to Leonard, who attempted a three-pointer from the top of the arc, yet it too failed to find its mark. This was indeed a promising opportunity, as the Lakers had collapsed their defense, leaving a chance at the arc, but the shot simply would not fall. The Lakers pressed forward once more, with Kobe once again taking charge, penetrating the lane and attracting defensive attention before passing back to the middle, to the same spot once more. Wang Shuang receives the ball. Once again, he takes a shot from the arc. This time, he opts not to use the backboard, but instead executes a flawless three-pointer. Splendid. Wang Shuang's three-point shot. With this basket, the score is tied. 71. It is all square. Wang Shuang executed a crucial three-pointer, equalizing the score. Popovich watched in anxious anticipation. During the timeout, he believed it was time for the team to intensify their efforts. In the latter half of the third quarter, a surge of offensive plays widened the gap. By the fourth quarter, it seemed the Lakers were powerless to retaliate, and victory appeared within easy reach. However, on the Lakers' side, Wang Shuang and Kobe erupted with unstoppable force. In an instant, Popovich felt transported back to 2002 when the Lakers boasted Kobe on the perimeter and Shaquille O'Neal in the paint, an unyielding duo that was impossible to contain, as the formidable Shaq-Kobe combination dismantled all opposition. Now, Kobe remained the same formidable player, and Wang's performance tonight mirrored that of O'Neal, complemented by his ability to shoot three-pointers. The Spurs found themselves ensnared in a dreadful shooting slump. Parker's corner three-pointer failed to find its mark, a shot that sailed far astray. Wong secured the defensive rebound, swiftly passing the ball to Kobe. Kobe, resolute, refrained from distributing it to his teammates. The Lakers' offense revolved around the dynamic duo of Wong and Kobe, executing a series of high screens and pick and rolls. From the elbow, Kobe elevated for a mid-range jumper and scored again. 73-71, the Lakers regained the lead. The two orchestrated a flurry of offensive plays, once again forcing the Spurs to call a timeout. Scott observed the astonishing synergy between Wong and Kobe, letting out a deep sigh, pondering whether it might be time for him to retire and pass the coaching duties to these two. Chapter 62. Dreaming of the pinnacle, the Spurs were seasoned veterans, often falling victim to chaotic assaults. Popovich, witnessing the Lakers' relentless barrage, was reminded of the unpleasant memories from 2 decades of facing them. They had been overwhelmed by such chaos far too many times. Initially, he believed Kobe's prowess had waned with age, especially considering the lackluster performance of the other Lakers players. This game should have been a sure victory. Yet, to his astonishment, Kobe's spirit remained undiminished, while Wong emerged as an unstoppable force. Indeed, the old sage had grown even grayer. As the Spurs called a timeout, Popovich meticulously devised a strategy, instructing and reprimanding his players. Meanwhile, on the Lakers bench, Scott had learned his lesson. Why should he fret over tactics? He simply needed to let Wong and Kobe shine. In truth, this season, Scott carried no substantial burden or expectations. His sole purpose was to accompany Kobe through his final season, making no serious arrangements. He approached each day as it came, counting down to the season's end, knowing his coaching mission would conclude there. He was well aware that his dismissal was inevitable. Little did he anticipate that halfway through the season, a hero would emerge from the bench, a story that began with Wong's substitution in the game against the Warriors. In a remarkably brief span of time, Wong has taken matters into her own hands. Let's disregard the defensive end and focus entirely on offense. Pass the ball to Kobe. Everyone must be resolute in taking three-point shots. Whenever an opportunity arises, we must seize it. The three-point shot represents our chance. Wong and his teammates were engaged in a tactical discussion, with everyone listening attentively. The strategy was straightforward, to unleash their offensive capabilities. The attack centered entirely around Kobe and Wong, while the perimeter shooting was given the green light. The Lakers' three-point shooting ranked among the lowest in the league. Beyond their subpar shooting skills, there was another issue at play. The tactical framework was flawed. In an era where every team in the league was embracing the long-range shot, the Lakers' tactical system remained conservative. Scott continued to rely on the competitive experiences of the past decade, failing to elevate the importance of three-point shooting to a strategic level. As a seasoned backup player, Wong's journey began in the NBDL. Many of the new strategies employed in the league are often tested in the NBDL. A couple of years ago, the NBDL was dominated by the three-point shot and pick-and-roll plays. Meanwhile, the Lakers persist in taking numerous mid-range shots, particularly Randall, who often refrains from shooting when opportunities arise. Wong issued a stern warning to Randall. Randall, when the opportunity arises, you must take the shot. Do not persist in driving to the basket. In response to Wong's admonition, Randall wore a disdainful expression, thinking to himself that Wong was merely leveraging his authority, considering himself of great importance. Though these thoughts swirled in his mind, he refrained from voicing them, for he had caught sight of Kobe's piercing gaze. During the match, there was a pivotal moment when Kobe drove to the basket, only to be met with a triple team. He deftly passed the ball to Randall, who stood at the arc with ample space to take a three-point shot. Yet, Randall hesitated, opting instead to attempt another drive. This decision led to a turnover under the Spurs' stringent interior defense, infuriating Kobe. Is it so easy to break through? Is it so simple to make a pass? Are you truly squandering this golden opportunity? Under Kobe's scathing gaze, Randall could only endure the reprimand. As the timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court with mere minutes left in the third quarter. The Lakers had managed to turn the tide and reclaim the lead during this segment, while the Spurs found themselves in a scoring drought, their players struggling to find their rhythm. Seizing this opportunity, Wong and Kobe executed a series of isolations, reversing the situation. Yet, the match was far from over. It remained to be seen whether the Lakers could maintain their slender advantage and what countermeasures the Spurs would employ. In the broadcast room, Sue Kuhn observed the unfolding drama. The contest had reached a fever pitch. As the game resumed, The Spurs capitalized on the synergy between Duncan and Parker, utilizing screens to penetrate the paint. A well-timed bounce pass found Duncan, who executed a left-handed layup with finesse. The chemistry forged over the years between these two veterans effortlessly dismantled the Lakers' defense. On the other side, Kobe also leveraged Wong's screen to make his move. Acknowledging his diminished explosiveness, he opted for a more rhythmic approach, drawing the Spurs' defense inward before passing to Lou Williams on the wing. Lou, receiving the ball at the corner, executed a mid-range jumper, regaining the lead for the Lakers. Following this, Tony Parker employed the same tactic, again using screens to attack the basket. This time, however, he opted for a layup instead of passing. Yet, under Wong's defensive pressure, he failed to convert. Hibbert secured the defensive rebound, igniting the Lakers' counterattack. Lou Williams delivered the ball to Randall, who drove towards the basket. Near the free throw line, he executed a bounce pass to Kobe, who had sprinted to the right corner. Kobe, catching the ball, launched a three-pointer swish, a breathtaking drifting three-pointer executed with remarkable skill. "Oh, what a splendid three-pointer by Kobe," Fan exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. The difficulty of the shot was indeed remarkable, executed while he was suspended in mid-air. This clearly indicated that Kobe was in exceptional form tonight. Following this, Leonard of the Spurs made a powerful drive down the center. Beneath the basket, Wong suddenly emerged, colliding forcefully with Leonard. Wong abruptly fell to the ground. The referee blew the whistle. Upon reviewing the situation, it was determined that Wong had committed a blocking foul. "How could this be? I was the one who fell. It was clearly him who collided with me." Wong rose from his seat and launched into a fervent discourse directed at the referee. The referee, however, remained indifferent to Wong's grievances, retorting, "If you persist in your complaints, I shall issue you a technical foul, young man." Within the league, the officiating is far from impartial. Players are treated with varying degrees of fairness. The marquee stars are often granted leeway, while those on the periphery are left to fend for themselves. The referee's word is law, and dissent is met with silence. Recently, although Wong has been rising to prominence, he still pales in comparison to true basketball stars. At this moment, Kobe approached the referee and remarked, "This play is contentious." Wong remained stationary. The referee, speaking gently, responded, "There is indeed a dispute, yet I maintain that he exhibited lateral movement. His reaction was sluggish." "Patience, Kobe, patience." This illustrates the disparate treatment afforded to different players. Wong was filled with indignation due to the accumulation of fouls. Leonard approached the free throw line and successfully converted both shots, narrowing the point gap. The contest between the two teams was intensely competitive, with the score oscillating precariously. In the final 5 minutes of the third quarter, they engaged in a remarkably thrilling offensive exchange. The Lakers consistently maintained a slender lead of 2 to 3 points, suppressing the Spurs and preventing them from mounting a comeback. This iteration of the Lakers evoked memories of their championship-winning lineage, particularly reminiscent of Kobe's several successful jump shots, which transported spectators back to his peak era, instilling trepidation in Popovich. In contrast, Wong had a subdued performance during the latter half of the third quarter. Following a blocking foul, Scott substituted him out, granting him a moment of respite. He needed to conserve his energy for the final quarter, as he bore the significant responsibility of securing a 10-point victory over the Spurs. Chapter 63, Hidden Talents. Wong sat on the bench, relishing a rare moment of respite during the match. After all, Coach Scott treated him like a workhorse, insisting that he remain active whenever possible. Wong was quite willing to engage. He did not play for more than a minute, yet for him, every moment was a chance to enhance his skills. Nevertheless, he would not squander the time spent observing the match from the sidelines. He meticulously analyzed the dynamics between the two teams. As the third quarter drew to a close, the Lakers, bolstered by Kobe's remarkable performance, maintained a steady lead over the Spurs. The score at the end stood at 84-81, with the Lakers ahead by 3 points. In this decisive moment, the Lakers held their ground, seizing the initiative in the game. The entire Lakers team was in good offensive form, with both the score and the momentum favoring them. If they could withstand the fourth quarter, they would have a chance to triumph in the match. However, the Spurs were certain to mount a counterattack in the final quarter, led by their key figure. Wong envisions two figures. One is Leonard, the other is Ginobili. Leonard has now emerged as the new cornerstone of the Spurs, transforming into the league's latest superstar small forward. However, Wong believes that despite Leonard's formidable prowess on both offense and defense, he is yet to reach an insurmountable level in critical moments. The other figure is the former linchpin of the Spurs, Ginobili. It is said that in times of ease, one looks to Parker, in adversity to Duncan, and in dire straits to Manu. Manu Ginobili consistently delivers breathtaking performances when the stakes are high. Yet, at 39 years of age this season, the once mighty Pampas Eagle has become a shadow of his former self, the Pampas Vulture. His reserves are dwindling, necessitating careful management in anticipation of the playoffs, resulting in fewer dazzling displays during the regular season, with an average score now falling below 10 points. In this particular game, Ginobili's contributions were minimal. However, one must never underestimate him in the fourth quarter. As the final period commenced, Ginobili provided a crucial outside assist to Mills, enabling the Spurs to nail a three-pointer and equalize the score. The Lakers' defense remained as lackluster as ever. At this juncture, both Kobe and Wong were resting on the sidelines. A thick ice pack was strapped to Kobe's right shoulder, alleviating the pain from his injury. For a seasoned veteran like him, with 2 decades of experience, there is scarcely a part of his body unscathed. Even Wong, having played only a handful of games in the NBA, alongside his college and NBDL experiences, bears numerous injuries. The two of them keenly observed the unfolding situation on the court. In Wong's absence, Kelly took to the floor for the Lakers. He received the ball in the corner and attempted a shot, which missed. The Spurs seized the opportunity to counterattack. Mills sprinted down the court, utilizing Diaw's screen to drive to the basket, successfully completing the layup. Wong observed that the player had taken too many steps. He rose from his seat and shouted at the referee, "Traveling. He traveled. Why didn't you call it?" The referee glanced at Wong, but chose to ignore him. His voice was but a whisper in the grand scheme. The basket still counted, yet the crowd erupted in boos. Mills, while attempting to break through, appeared to have committed a traveling violation, scoring 5 consecutive points and allowing the Spurs to take the lead. Wong glanced at Scott and said, "Let me take the stage. If I don't go in now, we are bound to lose." Scott replied, "Have you rested enough? Iverestit plenty. Let me play." Consequently, Scott called for a brief timeout. After all, he had come to understand that being a hands-off manager was quite advantageous. Why bother with intricate rotations and strategies? Allow Wong and Kobe to direct the game. Wouldn't that be splendid? They had already secured several victories. With a little extra effort, they might even triumph in this match. A brief timeout ensued. Wong has made a remarkable reappearance. The Lakers have called a timeout, bringing Wong into the game. From leading by 3 points to trailing by 2, it is evident that the Lakers bench is lacking in performance. Indeed, when compared to the Spurs substitutes, they fall considerably short. As noted by Kufan, the Spurs bench is renowned throughout the league for its excellence. Has it not been said that while the starters may struggle, the substitutes can decisively carry the game? The Lakers seem poised to be overtaken by their own bench, prompting an urgent substitution of Wong, who have been resting for quite some time. Kelly is simply not up to par, falling far behind Wong, as Sue Kuhn candidly remarked. Just 2 weeks ago, Wong was initially ranked behind Kelly in terms of his entry position. However, he has now emerged as a pivotal figure for the Lakers. Wong has made her appearance, yet Kobe has not taken the stage. Wong finds himself confronted with a dilemma. His teammates may not be inclined to pass him the ball. Among the entire Lakers roster, Kobe's passes to Wong were unparalleled. However, the younger players, despite Wong's commendable performance, remain somewhat resentful. In the absence of Kobe's authoritative presence, with only Wong on the court, they tend to withhold their passes. There's no need to mention Randall, who never was one to share the ball. Russell, too, being a second overall pick, insists on playing at his own pace. Lou Williams, known for his lackluster passing, shows little interest in Wong, being an older player. The sole individual willing to selflessly pass to Wong is Clarkson, a second-round draft pick who carries no pretensions and shares a good rapport with him off the court. Their on-court synergy is evident, as they frequently reciprocate passes to one another. Fortunately, Clarkson was also brought onto the court to partner with Wong on their first offensive play upon returning. Clarkson utilized Wong's screen to drive towards the basket, yet his attempt to penetrate was evidently lacking in finesse, resulting in a turnover. As Clarkson's drive faltered, Wong seized the opportunity, recovering the ball. Under the basket, he executed a delicate hook shot, which found its mark. Remarkably, this was a shot that Clarkson nearly lost, having been slightly nudged by Mills, causing the ball to roll. Wong adeptly scooped it up, then took a fluid step towards the basket, gently arcing a hook shot off the backboard into the net. One cannot deny Wong's fortuitous knack for retrieving loose balls in recent games. He has collected an impressive number of them. Kofan chuckled, acknowledging that Wang Shuang's hands seemed to possess an almost magical quality. Loose balls in front court rebounds appear to gravitate towards him as if guided by an unseen force, ultimately finding their way into his grasp. Following this successful shot, Wang Shuang himself is also perplexed. In a match, there are always a few instances like this. He feels as if the ball is deliberately aimed at him. Whether he bends down or simply stands there, the ball finds its way into his hands. It was never like this when he played before. Could this be a hidden talent bestowed upon me by the system? Wang Shuang began to harbor doubts. Ever since the advent of the system, his fortune on the court had improved remarkably. There was little time for contemplation as the Spurs' counterattack arrived swiftly. The backcourt duo of Mills and Jin Billy was formidable, particularly Mills, whose speed and precision in shooting posed a significant challenge for the Lakers' backcourt. However, Wang Shuang had a strategy. As Mills rapidly penetrated towards the basket, preparing to execute his signature layup once more, Wang Shuang pursued from behind, delivering a fierce block that sent Mills crashing to the ground. The cap fell, and the player was sent sprawling. The referee decisively called the foul, signaling with a sharp whistle. Wang Shuang raised his hand with confidence. He committed a foul deliberately. After the infraction, Wang Shuang shouted at his teammates, urging them to play with more intensity, to embody the spirit of true warriors. Chapter 64. The Fear of Domination. Defense is a matter of capability. When skill falls short, attitude must compensate. If attitude fails, then fouls may suffice. The Lakers' defense is lacking, and their attitude is equally mediocre. In such moments, it is essential for someone to step forward and assert their defensive resolve. It is better to commit a fierce foul than to allow the opponent an easy score. Mills rose from the ground, filled with frustration. "Are you even defending?" he exclaimed, confronting Wang Shuang directly. Wang Shuang shrugged his shoulders and remarked, "Of course, it is because you are too slight. Be cautious, you little rascal." The Lakers' defense has been rather feeble tonight. Mills is playing with remarkable ease. As a result, being hit so hard feels as though my body is about to fall apart. Wang Shuang, that mischievous lad, possesses remarkable strength. Mills steps up to the free throw line. Alas, his first attempt fails. It appears that the preceding foul has had a tangible effect on Mills. Upon reviewing the replay, one can see that Wang Shuang's slap was indeed forceful, sending Mills sprawling as though a massive truck had collided with a tricycle. Wang Shuang's physique is undeniably robust and formidable. Kofan, watching the televised replay, feels a pang of sympathy for Mills. Wang Shuang's style of play is distinctly different from previous Chinese players, cunning, astute, and tinged with a hint of ferocity. I believe this foul committed by Wang Shuang holds significant importance. Prior to this, the Spurs have been penetrating the paint with alarming ease, including players like Mills and Jin Billy. The laxity observed is partly due to the defensive capabilities of the Lakers, but more so reflects an issue of attitude. Such a fierce foul serves as a wake-up call for his teammates to tighten their defense, while also sending a message to the opposing team that easy scores in the paint will not be tolerated. Sukun praises Wang Shuang for his foul, noting that the Lakers' defense has indeed been rather lackluster and requires a dose of tenacity and grit. Mills successfully makes his second free throw, bringing the score to 86-87, with the Spurs leading the Lakers by a single point, a lead that does not last long as Clarkson initiates an offensive play. Wang Shuang descended into the low post. Clarkson passed the ball to Wang Shuang. His defender, Dio, stood ready for the challenge. This evening, Wang Shuang resembled a formidable beast in the low post. Undoubtedly, this is all thanks to the mystifying influence of the Great Dream. Wang Shuang positions himself, receiving the ball. Then, with a simple shoulder feint, Dio momentarily falters, caught in a fleeting moment of hesitation lasting only 0.1 seconds. Wang Shuang turned and effortlessly executed a close-range jump shot at a perfect 0-degree angle. It swished through the net. The Lakers fans in attendance erupted in jubilant cheers. Tonight, Wang Shuang has yet to miss a single shot. He is reminiscent of a resurrected Shaquille O'Neal. Wang Shuang exchanged a fist bump with Kobe. The crowd erupted with chants of MVP. Dio appeared visibly disheartened, pondering the cause of the unexpected halt in play. There was no time for him to dwell on it, as the Spurs launched another offensive. Jin Billy controlled the ball, executing a serpentine drive toward the basket. Hibbert stepped up to defend, committing a foul. It seemed that Hibbert, inspired by Wang Shuang, adopted a more assertive demeanor. The foul was executed seamlessly, preventing the opponent from securing a 2-1 opportunity. Jin Billy made both free throws, bringing the score to 88-89, with the Spurs reclaiming the lead. The Lakers continued with Clarkson handling the ball. Wong once again requests the ball from a low position, still facing Dio's defense. Clarkson passes the ball to Wong. Wong received the pass. This time, Dio was entirely focused, tightening his stance. With both hands positioned at Wang's waist, he vowed to thwart any advances. However, Wang executed a feint with a swift turn. Dio's body became rigid in response. Wang skillfully dribbled past Dio, penetrating the paint with finesse. With a gentle left-handed bank shot, he kissed the rim. Another basket. The score stood at 90-89. Wang's footwork beneath the basket was nothing short of divine tonight. What has happened to the Spurs' interior defense? No matter who they put in, they simply cannot contain Wang. Coach Popovich must be beside himself, contemplating whether to enlist Duncan to guard Wang. He is reminiscent of Shaquille O'Neal, indeed. Su Kun was utterly delighted by Wang's performance. Yet, it was evident that Wang's display was far from over. Leading by a mere point was insufficient. The Spurs subsequently failed to score on their offensive possession, allowing the Lakers to counterattack. Wang swiftly descended into a lower position during his counterattack, receiving a pass from Clarkson. This time, the defender assigned to Wang was Duncan. Upon receiving the ball, Wang executed a rapid back turn. In a normal state, Duncan would have been able to keep pace with him, and not only that, but he could have also delivered a resounding block to Wang. However, he hesitated for a mere 0.1 seconds. Consequently, Wang once again penetrated beneath the basket, while the other Spurs players had yet to establish their positions. Wang executed a stunning slam dunk. 92-89. What a remarkable play, Ku Fan exclaimed, as the Staples Center erupted in jubilant celebration. The calls for the MVP echoed louder with each passing moment, and even Kobe, sitting courtside, felt a tinge of envy. Those accolades had once been reserved for him, but now they were bestowed upon an obscure newcomer. Nevertheless, Kobe displayed great magnanimity, rising to give Wang a vigorous round of applause. On the other hand, the Spurs were compelled to alter their defensive strategy. Popovich could hardly fathom that they would have to double-team an undrafted player, a mere 10-day contract signee. Prior to this match, he had never exhibited such formidable low-post defensive prowess. The Spurs' interior defense was not only among the league's best, but arguably the strongest. In this game, Aldridge was sidelined due to injury, leaving a significant void in their front line. Yet, even with Duncan, Dio, and West, they were still formidable enough to contend with the majority of the league's big men. Little did they know, Wang would leave them utterly humiliated. Each of the three big men, along with the perimeter defender, found themselves schooled by Wang. This turn of events was nothing short of astonishing. Popovich pondered what was happening. Was he facing Shaquille O'Neal? The specter of past encounters with O'Neal loomed in his mind. The Spurs' offense, however, continued to falter. Leonard's mid-range jumper clanged off the rim, and the rebound was secure by Hibbert. Leonard's isolation plays lacked the necessary resolve. Returning to the offensive end, Wang once again sought a position at the low post. The Spurs have commenced their early double-teaming. Wang is exceptionally astute. He swiftly navigates the baseline, transitioning from the strong side to the weak side, effectively drawing the Spurs' defense away. With the ball in hand, Russell makes a decisive breakthrough, penetrating the lane to effortlessly lay the ball in. The score stands at 94-89, a 5-point lead. Popovich can no longer remain seated. Suddenly, the Lakers seem to have acquired a player of O'Neal's caliber. How can the game proceed under such circumstances? The defensive strategies have all gone awry, complete disarray. Wang's unanswerable offensive prowess in the low post does not merely yield points. It dismantles the defensive strategies of the Spurs. What exacerbates Coach Popovich's predicament is the presence of Kobe on the bench. This evening, Kobe is in fine form, while the Spurs are hindered by the absence of the injured Aldridge. The momentum of the game suddenly tilts decisively in favor of the Lakers. Timeout, I need a timeout. Popovich urgently calls for a pause. However, once the game is halted, how shall he strategize? Chapter 65, a fiery state in recent years. The league has witnessed a dwindling number of dominant centers. Following Shaquille O'Neal's retirement, no player has emerged to pose a significant threat in the low post. The advent of the three-point era has seen guards and small forwards ascend to supremacy within the league. Teams have oriented their tactics around perimeter players, with both offense and defense predominantly focused on the outside. The role of interior players has become increasingly specialized. Even a former low-post behemoth like Duncan has gradually redefined his position, primarily contributing as a facilitator in offense while continuing to serve as a defensive anchor. Low-post offense is now employed only in critical moments and has ceased to be a core tactic for the Spurs. However, tonight, Wong has made the Spurs confront the fear reminiscent of being dominated by O'Neal. His efficiency in low-post attacks is terrifying, compelling the Spurs to resort to double teaming. Yet, such defensive strategies come at a cost. Each time a double team is deployed, opportunities arise for others. This phenomenon elucidates the historical dominance of supercenters in the league. The singular, formidable center standing within the paint effortlessly draws the attention of two defenders, thereby granting teammates greater opportunities. One individual can indeed embody an entire tactical strategy. Wong is not a dominant center. However, he has donned the S-grade equipment of the legendary center Olajuwon, leaving the Spurs utterly helpless. As the timeout concluded and the players returned to the bench, Kelly proactively handed Wong a bottle of water and inquired, "Wong, you are truly remarkable. How do you manage it?" This was not the first time Kelly posed such a question, and Wong's response remained consistent. "Luck, I am simply fortunate." Kelly felt an urge to lash out, but refrained from doing so. "Luck again? How could your fortune be so extraordinary? Did you perhaps save the earth in a past life? Your luck tonight seems infallible, unstoppable in the low post. Such prowess cannot merely be attributed to luck." Yet, Wong found himself at a loss for an explanation. The timeout soon came to an end, and the match resumed. Kobe removed the bandage from his shoulder and re-entered the game, substituting for Lou Williams. Kobe was back in action. Wong leveraged her unparalleled low position to assist the team in widening the point gap. Wong could not help but say to Kobe, "Boss, please refrain from reckless shooting later. Do not squander the advantage I have established." Kobe cast a sidelong glance at Wong. "You little rascal, do you doubt my abilities?" After a brief respite, Kobe felt invigorated, and his performance that evening was commendable. On the defensive end, Kobe began to take matters seriously, and under his influence, the entire Lakers' defensive intensity surged. Parker found it challenging to penetrate the paint and was compelled to pass the ball to Gin Billy, who subsequently distributed it to Duncan. Ultimately, the ball reached Leonard, who executed a penetrating pass down the middle. Wong's defense. Wong exerted himself to maintain his position. Inside, Hibbert made a timely arrival. Leonard opted for a mid-range fadeaway jump shot. Wong endeavored to create disruption, silently urging himself, "Do not let it in, do not let it in." Often, defense relies on a mixture of fortune and intent. Ultimately, Leonard's mid-range shot failed to find its mark. In crucial moments, Leonard does not yet rank among the elite of the league, falling short in comparison to players like Durant and James. This poses a potential vulnerability for the Spurs. In the playoffs, it remains essential to rely on superstars to resolve critical issues. Even in 2014, when the team reached its pinnacle, the Spurs still depended on Duncan's low-post isolation during decisive moments. At that time, Duncan still had fuel in the tank, capable of hitting crucial shots from the low block. However, 2 years have now passed, and Duncan has aged further. This season, he has been significantly hampered by injuries. The core responsibility has shifted to Leonard. With this missed mid-range attempt, the Spurs have gone several possessions without scoring in the flow of play. During the transition, Kobe brings the ball past half-court, and the Spurs find themselves in a defensive quandary. Should they double-team Kobe? If they do, what becomes of Wong? This echoes the dilemmas faced against the formidable Shaq and Kobe duo years ago. Popovich could never have anticipated that, after more than a decade, such concerns would resurface. Duncan has now begun to take on the primary defensive assignment against Wong. Wong approached to set a screen for Kobe. Leonard maneuvered past the defense. Kobe, utilizing an impeccable dribbling rhythm, advanced towards the basket. Wong made a swift cut outward, revealing a spacious interior. Kobe circled the baseline and exchanged a knowing glance with Wong. Wong suddenly cut inward. Kobe delivered a high lob pass into the interior. Wong leaped high into the air to receive the pass. A relay in midair? No, Wong falls short. Alas, my vertical leap is insufficient. Kobe truly regards Wong as if he were O'Neal. This pass was intended for O'Neal. It goes without saying, you would undoubtedly deliver a thunderous dunk, reminiscent of a mountain pressing down. Wong could only receive the ball on the ground. Restart. Duncan and Leonard closed in. Had it been a normal version of Wong, there would have been no solution for this play. He could only pass the ball away, thus wasting a brilliant pass from Kobe. But what if there was a veil of confusion? Wong executed a feint, then pivoted with the ball to face the basket. With his left hand, he delicately kissed the rim. Duncan was caught off guard, while Leonard managed to react, albeit a moment too late. Consequently, the ball found its way through the net. The arena erupted with the sound of the referee's whistle. Beep. Leonard was called for a foul on the play, leading to an additional free throw. The crowd was in a state of exuberance. Wang Shuang's play was truly magnificent. Faced with a double team, he elegantly maneuvered his way out of the encirclement with a single step. Not only did he score, but he also drew a foul, 2-1. Angiali, seated behind the hoop, exclaimed to Wang Shuang, "Wang, you are incredible. Absolutely outstanding." Wang Shuang cast a flirtatious glance at Angiali, who found him irresistibly handsome. As Wang Shuang stood at the free throw line, the crowd erupted in chants of MVP following his successful free throw. The score now stood at 97-89, with the Lakers widening the gap to 8 points, marking the largest lead of the game. Wang Shuang's basket was not only exquisite, but also drew a foul from Leonard. Up to this point in the match, Wang Shuang had already amassed an impressive 38 points, boasting a flawless shooting percentage, with only a single free throw separating him from perfection. Truly remarkable. Kofan's assessment of Wang Shuang was nothing short of divine, and indeed, his performance in this game was nothing less than extraordinary. Wang Shuang himself found it utterly astonishing. Who would have thought he could exhibit such prowess at a low position? Of course, he recognized that this was attributable to the prowess of the item. An S-rank item is indeed formidable. It truly is remarkable, like the enchanting veil of a grand dream. Essentially, it renders the opponent's low-position defense ineffective. Even someone with Wang Shuang's clumsy footwork can perform so admirably beneath the basket. If his skills were to improve even slightly, wouldn't he be invincible with this mask? However, Wang Shuang is mistaken. While the veil of the grand dream is incredibly powerful, it does not elevate a player to the point of being invincible in low-post attacks. After all, it merely disrupts the defender for a mere 0.1 seconds. Whether the shot goes and ultimately depends on the offensive player's skill and form. Wang Shuang's skills are indeed quite solid. However, of greater significance is his fiery form this evening, which is simply unstoppable. His performance in the first half, evidenced by 3 three-pointers off the backboard, clearly illustrates his exceptional condition. He has truly performed remarkably well. In pursuit of completing the dragon-level task, he has fully harnessed his potential. Chapter 66. The essence of absorption. Every individual possesses immense potential, yet not everyone can unleash it. It depends on one's diligence as well as the opportunities presented. Tonight, Wang Shuang seized the opportunity. He did not squander his fervent momentum by continuously utilizing his tools. He amassed and elevated his performance, ultimately entering a remarkable state of competition. In this state, standing on the basketball court, his opponents appeared as mere wooden stakes, and the hoop loomed like an expansive ocean. The point differential widened to 8 points, prompting Popovich to call another timeout. The last time Popovich found himself a loss for words was perhaps 5 minutes prior. How could Wang Shuang be performing at such a level? For a cunning strategist with 2 decades of coaching experience, it was truly perplexing. This was not Popovich's first encounter with a superstar player. He had previously endured the bitter pill of 13 points in 35 seconds. Yet that was Tracy McGrady. McGrady in the pinnacle of the 2004 to 2005 season, a miraculous phenomenon, which was understandable. After all, the NBA is a birthplace of miracles. However, to witness Wang Shuang dominate like this tonight was completely unforeseen. Could it be that the second-best team in the league was being outmatched by an undrafted player on a short contract? Impossible. Unthinkable. Leonard, I entrust you with Wang Shuang. You need not concern yourself with anything else. Your sole responsibility is to defend him, to shadow him relentlessly. Popovich issued a stern directive to Leonard. The last time Popovich had been so focused in assigning defensive duties, it was against James and Durant. Leonard remained expressionless, pondering in his mind. What is the story behind this number 10 from the Lakers? Why does my mind feel somewhat clouded when defending against him? After today's match, it goes without saying that the Spurs locker room will be abuzz with discussions akin to those of the Kings. A myriad of players will surely reflect on the unique sensations of facing Wang Shuang. Beyond strategizing on how to defend against him, Coach Popovich has emphasized the necessity of exploiting the interior more effectively. During this period, the Spurs' offense has been utterly stagnant, with a shooting percentage that is alarmingly low. If this dismal performance persists, the Spurs are destined for defeat in this game. With Aldridge absent, the team lacks a reliable low-post scoring option. Duncan has exerted every effort. Yet by the fourth quarter, his stamina wanes, and his legs can hardly sustain him. Popovich releases a sigh. The team appears formidable this season, boasting an impressive regular season record. Yet he senses an underlying inadequacy in their ability to endure tough battles. One can only hope for Aldridge's return to deliver a more commendable performance. However, Aldridge is simply Aldridge. The aspiration for him to become a second Duncan is unattainable, for there is only one Duncan, an irreplaceable gem. As the timeout concludes, both teams return to the court to resume play, while Popovich's mind continues to churn. There will never be another Duncan, yet I must admit, I underestimated Wong. His performance bears a resemblance to that of Tim. Alas, why is he a Lakers player? How did he go unnoticed during the free agency? Popovich feels a pang of regret. Had he recognized Wong's potential earlier and secured him with a short contract, the Spurs roster would have been explosive. Even Popovich, typically astute at identifying low-post opportunities, has had his moments of oversight. Little did he know, if Wong were to join the Spurs, perhaps the system would cease to exist. Of course, it is also possible that a new system would emerge. The primary objective would shift to acquiring the legendary Duncan. The atmosphere at the Staples Center is electric. Previously, the Lakers faced formidable opponents and managed comebacks, but tonight is different. They are dominating the Spurs. This is undoubtedly linked to Wong's exceptionally high performance. His accuracy is impeccable, were Wong to maintain a typical shooting percentage of over 40%. Leading against the Spurs would be inconceivable. Yet, his extraordinary display is far from over. This evening, his spirit is remarkably high, driven by a greater purpose. Merely winning is not sufficient. The Spurs' offense involves intricate ball movement, ultimately feeding the ball to Duncan. The venerable Duncan remains the cornerstone of Spurs. In critical moments, they still rely on him. Although Popovich is a legendary coach, the ultimate strategy still hinges on Duncan. Duncan has amassed energy for this play for quite some time, overpowering Hibbert with a back-to-the-basket move, resulting in a foul against Hibbert. Duncan truly put forth every ounce of effort on this play, and the referee graciously granted him a trip to the free throw line. As Wong interfered from the sidelines, he taunted, "Duncan, you won't make it, old man." Duncan's free throws have never been particularly reliable, while not as notorious as Shaquille O'Neal, who became a psychological hurdle for many. It was not uncommon for him to miss 1 out of 2 attempts. Consequently, under Wong's influence, Duncan indeed only managed to convert 1 out of 2 free throws, bringing the score to 97-90, with the Spurs having only narrowed the gap by a single point. Alas, missing 1 of 2 free throws meant the Spurs had not scored from open play for several minutes. In truth, the Lakers' defense was not exceptionally formidable. It seemed that everything shifted following Wong's fierce foul. Kufan observed Duncan's free throw miss and expressed his disappointment. Indeed, it felt like the Spurs' offense abruptly stalled right after Wong's foul on Mills. Sometimes, when the rhythm of an offense breaks, it feels contagious. Allowing Duncan to operate in the low post was the right strategy, yet the Lakers continued to foul, refusing to let him score comfortably. Exactly. Now, let us turn our attention to the Lakers' offense. Wong has already amassed 38 points. Will there be more surprises? The Lakers' offensive approach remained straightforward, revolving around a two-man game between Kobe and Wong. Against the Spurs, complexity should be avoided. The more intricate the play, the more the Spurs would capitalize on it. Against such seasoned opponents, a straightforward approach is necessary, a barrage of direct attacks. Kobe understood this well, thus initiating with a high pick-and-roll involving Wong, penetrating toward the basket to draw the Spurs' defense and create opportunities for Wong in the low post. Tonight, Wong embodies the essence of a low-post beast. However, this time, Leonard has opted for a front defense strategy. Observe how Leonard is now positioning himself to thwart Wong's reception. This is untenable. Wong must not be allowed to receive the ball, The defensive pressure on Wong tonight has escalated continuously. It seems we are now witnessing the apex of defense, fronting coupled with double teaming. Kobe has struggled to identify a suitable passing opportunity. Yet, Wong is far from being merely an inside player. He cannot be confined to the low post. Wong made his way outside, and Leonard had to follow. This provided Kobe with an opportunity to break through. Kobe surged directly from the left baseline into the paint. Confronted by Duncan, he attempted a forceful layup. It did not succeed. Hibbert aggressively pursued the offensive rebound, passing it to Russell. Russell also drove in, attempting a floater, yet it too failed to find the net. Wong sought to seize the offensive rebound, but found himself tightly ensnared by Leonard. Beneath the basket, chaos erupted, a veritable frenzy of flailing limbs and bodies. Players tumbled to the ground, creating a scene of utter disarray. Leonard surged forward to contest for the ball, which slipped through the grasp of several players, eluding capture. Eventually, an unknown foot struck it, sending the ball rolling to the perimeter, where it came to rest at Wong's feet. Wong retrieved the ball, took aim at the basket, and unleashed a three-point shot. It swished through the net. Chapter 67, A Bountiful Harvest. What was the situation with that shot? What was going on? Fan, witnessing the successful three-pointer, found himself momentarily stunned. In truth, it was not just Fan who was bewildered. The spectators, the Spurs coach, the Lakers coach, and the players on both teams were equally at a loss for words. The game was intensely competitive, with everyone exerting themselves to the fullest. How could it be that you effortlessly made a basket? While everyone frantically scrambled for a ball, you stood calmly beyond the three-point line, waiting. Suddenly, the ball arrived unguarded. You took your shot, and it went in? This seemingly ordinary three-point shot bore tremendous impact. Firstly, the score gap between the two teams shifted from 7 points to 10, marking the largest disparity of the match. Secondly, with this shot, Wong reached an astounding 41 points, boasting a flawless shooting percentage. Lastly, this basket inflicted a significant blow to the Spurs' defense. After Wong's three-pointer, Popovich glanced skyward, as if seeking answers from the heavens. What exactly is the situation with the player Wong? How is it that the ball seems to gravitate towards him? The San Antonio Spurs players have certainly suffered significant setbacks, exerting themselves in vigorous defense and relentless ball retrieval. Yet, at the last moment, the ball escapes their grasp, landing perfectly in Wong's hands. With an open three-point shot, he effortlessly scores. Such occurrences are profoundly demoralizing. This play is truly astonishing and defies explanation. Observing the Spurs, one can sense their frustration. Regardless of their exhaustive efforts in both offense and defense, it appears as though Wong has effortlessly unraveled their defenses. Particularly notable is the three-point shot amidst a 10-point deficit with time running short. Sukun perceives the waning morale of the Spurs. The players on the court feel this even more acutely. The expressions of Duncan, Leonard, and others reflect a sense of defeat. In the ensuing offensive play, Leonard manages a mid-range jumper, but upon turning back, Kobe delivers a high-position jumper that finds its mark. The gap returns to 10 points. The Spurs continue to play steadily, but it is futile. Their spirit has been deflated. In contrast, the Lakers are riding high on confidence. Players like Randall and Russell may lack the ability to provide crucial support in difficult times, yet they excel in enhancing the prevailing momentum. Wong captivated the majority of the Spurs' defensive focus, initiating a mode of aggressive isolation plays. In the final minutes, Randall executed a successful mid-range jumper, while Russell penetrated the lane for a score. Hibbert also contributed with a well-placed jump shot. Wong did not score again, for 41 points were sufficient for him. The gap between the two teams widened until the conclusion of the match, ending with a score of 110-98. The Lakers unexpectedly triumphed over the formidable Spurs by a margin of 12 points, a result that took everyone by surprise. In this game, Wong achieved an impressive tally of 41 points, alongside 7 rebounds and 5 assists. Notably, his shooting performance was nothing short of miraculous, maintaining a flawless shooting percentage throughout the match. As the game drew to a close, the Staples Center erupted in jubilation, with the crowd fervently chanting Wong's name and exclaiming MVP, MVP, MVP. In the 10-cent live stream, the barrage of comments became frenzied, causing the Hoop basketball website to crash, rendering it inaccessible. Countless fans sat before their computers or clutched their phones, desperately refreshing the page, eager to gain entry to the site and express their exhilaration, even if it was just to utter a single word of praise. Giskivi go fun. Observing the comments in a live stream, chuckled, "Look at this barrage. It has completely overtaken the screen. Just 2 words. Amazing." Sukun replied, "Indeed, it is remarkable. Whether it be 41 points or a perfect shooting percentage, it is astonishing." Afterward, we noticed that Wong refrained from shooting, perhaps not wishing to tarnish his record of perfection. It is truly rare. Many superstars struggle to achieve such feats. Tonight, Wong has genuinely attained fame through this remarkable performance. Fan remarked, "The last instance I recall of a perfect shooting game was Yao Ming in the 2009 playoffs against the Trail Blazers, where he went 9 for 9. Sukun added, "That's right. Yao Ming also had a game against the Heat where he shot 12 for 12. But Yao is a center, and tonight, Wong played like one as well, dominating inside with 4 astonishing three-pointers." Fan concluded, "We could say that tonight, Wong has replicated the Linsanity phenomenon, perhaps even surpassing it in its fervor." Indeed, Wong's performance tonight was nothing short of extraordinary. The fans remained reluctant to leave, their cheers rising to a crescendo. Meanwhile, the system promptly rewarded Wong. Side quest 05 completed, earning 100 system coins. Hidden quest 05 completed, earning another 100 system coins. Special reward, completion of 2 dragon-level tasks simultaneously, receiving the B-grade item, the Bell of Lost Souls. Wong gazed upon the scene, realizing that this evening had indeed been a bountiful harvest. Not only had he acquired 200 system coins, but he had also obtained a B-grade item. Item name, Bell's Soulfall Clock. Item level, B. Item description. When equipped, this item increases the likelihood of errors made by attackers when used against them. Wong glanced at it. Although it was merely a defensive tool and classified as B-level, it nonetheless constituted an excellent piece of equipment. The uncertainty surrounding its potential, however, lingered. Given its B-level status, one would assume its efficacy would be limited. In a single match, being able to induce 1 or 2 errors from the opponent would indeed be remarkable. A useful tool, complemented by 200 system coins, alongside a decisive victory over formidable rivals, would enable one to achieve a high score with a perfect accuracy rate. Wong felt absolutely elated. He undeniably earned the title of the best player of the match. Subsequently, he was escorted by Kobe and Scott to attend the press conference that evening. The press conference was nothing short of spectacular. There was no need to mention the excitement from the Lakers' side. Their enthusiasm was palpable. Kobe appeared even more jubilant than Wong. He remarked, "Wong's performance astounds me. Truly, it is the most remarkable display of the season, without exception. It was exceptional. Achieving such a high shooting percentage is something I have accomplished only 6 times in my career." Despite the common refrain that Kobe often missed shots, it should be noted that throughout his 20-year career, he too had 6 games with a perfect shooting percentage, indicating that his offensive prowess was exceptionally extraordinary. In this match, Wong experienced a similar scenario. Her offensive performance was commendable. The challenging tasks compelled Wong to exert herself to the fullest, coupled with the support of formidable equipment. This culminated in her breakthrough performance. Once again, the Spurs served merely as a backdrop. After leaving the court, Wong appeared somewhat reserved during the interview with reporters. Off the court, he is not one to indulge in frivolous banter. When questioned about the remarkable performance he exhibited this evening, Wong's answer was quite unexpected. Wong remarked, "Because tonight, a significant individual is watching my match." Chapter 68, The Important Person. As soon as Wong's words left his lips, the journalist's interest was piqued. Who could this exceptionally significant individual be? Is it someone Wong holds dear? Perhaps it is one of his parents or friends. Or could it be a former coach? "May I inquire, Wong, who is this important person?" a reporter asked. Wong smiled gently, refraining from providing a direct answer. "This is a personal matter, and I prefer not to discuss it." The journalist did not press further and swiftly moved on to the next inquiry. "Your performance tonight has been exceptionally remarkable, particularly your skills in low positions. You have never showcased such outstanding low position techniques in previous matches. Did you perhaps hold back earlier?" This question echoed the curiosity of many, including that of Kobe, who sat nearby. Wong, this young man, exhibited an unusually peculiar performance in this match. He had never previously demonstrated such formidable capabilities in low-post offense. In this game, he transformed into an absolute beast in the low post. Wong had already contemplated her response. She replied, "It is not that I am holding back. Rather, I am in exceptional form for this match. Admittedly, my low-position techniques are rather average. Yet, as you know, when I am in peak condition, I feel unstoppable, as if I can execute any move. In the next match, I may not perform as well." Wong is strategically leaving himself some leeway. He understands that without the deceptive veil of grand dreams, he cannot execute such exquisite low-post plays. This match featured a low-post marvel. The next could very well present a low-post black hole. He is merely issuing a precautionary note to everyone. Another journalist inquired, "Previously, you expressed your ambition to become the leader of the Lakers. Does your performance in this game signify that you will guide the Lakers forward?" The journalist, from CBS, clearly knows how to stir the pot, especially with Kobe seated nearby. Once again, bringing up the matter of leadership, Wong, possessing remarkable intelligence, handed the microphone to Kobe and remarked, "This question ought to be addressed by Kobe himself. You should inquire whether he is willing to relinquish the position of the leader." Wong's words were indeed truthful, for he genuinely sought to usurp the position of the leader. However, to Kobe and the others, it merely came across as a jest, laced with humor. Kobe chuckled, took the microphone, and proclaimed, "Indeed, based on Wong's remarkable performance in this match, I, along with the coaching staff and management, have unanimously decided to cede the position of team leader to Wong. Furthermore, I shall allocate half of my contract to him, allowing him to revel in a top-tier salary." Upon hearing this, The reporters erupted in laughter, fully aware of Kobe's wit. Yet, in Wang Shuang's heart, a longing emerged. How splendid it would be if such a scenario were to unfold. In 2016, Kobe's contract amounted to $25 million per year. If half were to be shared with Wang Shuang, it would translate to over $12 million. Wang Shuang pondered, if I were to possess $12 million, I would undoubtedly construct better classrooms for the children in the mountains and subsequently erect a grand basketball arena, providing them with the opportunity to engage with the sport of basketball. Wang Shuang has just spoken to the reporters about someone of great significance. In truth, this person is neither a girlfriend, nor parents, nor a former coach. Instead, it is a group of impoverished children residing deep within the mountains of China. Wang Shuang had once provided them with support. Yesterday, prior to the match, the children's teacher reached out to Wang Shuang across the ocean. This teacher, a fervent basketball enthusiast, informed that the mountains now had television access, allowing them to receive broadcasts. Today's game was fortunate enough to be aired by CCTV, and the teacher planned to showcase the live match to the children at noon, telling them that Wang Shuang was the benefactor who had aided them. During the game, thoughts of these children occupied Wang Shuang's mind, undoubtedly contributing to his exceptional performance. However, he was reluctant to publicize such sentiments or to allow the media in the United States to sensationalize the matter, as it could distort the original intent behind his actions. In contrast to the humor and vivacity of the Lakers interviews, the Spurs interactions were rather somber. Nevertheless, Coach Popovich handled questions from reporters with remarkable poise, drawing from his extensive experience, particularly against the Lakers in various thrilling encounters, both victories and defeats. It was merely another regular season game, and the Spurs could certainly afford to lose. A reporter inquired why Wang Shuang was so difficult to defend, especially in the paint, noting they had not previously displayed such formidable offensive prowess inside. From Duncan to West to Leonard, everyone had attempted to contain him, yet none succeeded. Popovich took a sip of water and replied, "That's a question you should direct to them. I was the one defending Wang Shuang on the court. If it were me, I believe I could manage it." There was a hint of resignation in his words, which elicited laughter from the audience. Duncan, too, chuckled, prompting a disapproving glare from Popovich, causing Duncan to quickly suppress his amusement. The reporters then shifted their focus to Duncan, posing a similar question. After a moment of contemplation, Duncan remarked, "Well, I suspect Wang Shuang might be possessed by the spirit of Shaquille O'Neal, or perhaps it's Hakeem Olajuwon reincarnated. I've played against Olajuwon, and I must say, he wasn't as challenging to contend with as Wang Shuang. Of course, it was more likely that our team was simply not in good form tonight." Duncan entered the league in 1997, at a time when Olajuwon was still performing admirably, so he had certainly felt the impact of the dream. His comments, however, were delivered with a sense of jest, and no one took them too seriously. Ultimately, the game left the Spurs feeling quite frustrated, as they had hoped to secure a victory at Staples Center, only to find themselves relegated to the role of mere backdrop, a reputation they had earned well. The news interviews concluded. Wang Shuang returned to his rented apartment in the evening. On his way home, several neighbors greeted him. "Hey Wang, you were phenomenal tonight. Well done, Mr. 100. Next time, I must attend your match at Staples. Is there a way to procure tickets?" Indeed, once a person achieves success, various individuals tend to gravitate towards them. After this match, everyone was aware. Wang Shuang is undoubtedly destined to achieve great success in the NBA, truly rising to fame with a single battle. Upon unlocking his phone, a myriad of messages flooded in, some from former classmates, others from unfamiliar agents, and even a few from complete strangers. In essence, when one is obscure and lacks influence, they remain unnoticed. However, once they attain notoriety, it is only natural that individuals from all walks of life flock to them. Wang Shuang was disinclined to pay attention to these individuals. However, one message caught his eye. It was from Anjali. "You were absolutely magnificent tonight. Was the important person you mentioned in the interview me?" The initial statement from the young girl was easily misconstrued. As for the subsequent remarks, Wang Shuang was at a loss for how to respond. Should he deny it? Wouldn't that break the girl's heart? Chapter 69. Not indulging. American girls are remarkably forthright, unlike their Eastern counterparts who tend to be more reserved. Many Chinese girls may harbor feelings for someone but would never voice them, choosing instead to bury their emotions deep within. If a boy does not take the initiative, those feelings may remain hidden for a lifetime. In contrast, girls in major American cities are evidently much more proactive. A proud and beautiful girl like Angela, upon developing an interest in a man, is quite direct about it. Such candor is noteworthy. Wang Shuang felt somewhat uneasy. Fortunately, the other party communicated through messages rather than in a face-to-face inquiry. Wang Shuang took a moment to contemplate how he should respond. He recalled the image of Anjali fervently cheering for him from the sidelines. This young woman was truly endearing. How could he possibly bring himself to utter words that would diminish her spirit? Thus, after careful consideration, Wang Shuang replied, "Your encouragement from the sidelines means a great deal to me. It is your support that enables me to deliver such an outstanding performance." After editing, Wang Shuang read it through and felt satisfied that there were no issues. He then sent the message. Just as the text was dispatched, Wang Shuang heard a series of resounding knocks at the door. Wang Shuang rose to his feet and opened the door. Indeed, it was Ms. Chun from next door. This time, Ms. Chun stood at the threshold, adorned in a dignified and elegant manner, wearing a floral dress that exuded a sense of youthful exuberance. Appearing more vibrant than the average young girl, Wang Shuang inquired, "Ms. Chun, is there something you need at this late hour?" "I do not partake in alcohol." Jessica Chun chuckled softly and replied, "At this hour, who would invite you for drinks? I am here to extend an invitation. Tomorrow, I shall attend a party at 7 in the evening, and I find myself in need of a gentleman companion. Would you care to join me?" Wang Shuang found himself in a predicament. The Americans were indeed straightforward. He had unexpectedly become the center of attention. It is well known that Americans have a penchant for hosting parties. Upon his arrival in the United States, Wang Shuang found himself somewhat unaccustomed to the myriad parties attended by numerous individuals. He preferred the traditional Chinese dining gatherings over the cocktail soirees filled with unfamiliar faces. Fortunately, he remained dedicated to his sport, and given his reputation and status, he was seldom invited to such gatherings. Now, however, with a burgeoning fame, the social engagements have begun to present themselves. In America, figures within the realm of sports are highly esteemed, particularly the luminaries of the basketball sphere, who partake in various high society events that intersect with the worlds of fashion, film, and entertainment. Wang Shuang never envisioned that one day he would find himself in such a realm. He merely aspired to play basketball earnestly. Wang Shuang absent-mindedly touched his face and said, "Ms. Chun, all I desire is to play basketball earnestly. As for parties and gatherings, I suggest you seek someone more adept." Upon hearing Wang Shuang's words, Jessica Chen's expression darkened slightly. Wang Shuang felt a twinge of guilt upon seeing it. However, he truly held little interest in such gatherings. After being turned down time and again, Jessica Chun was also somewhat irritated. She wiped the gentle expression from her face, adopting a serious demeanor as she stated, "The rent will increase next month, so prepare your funds." Wang Shuang was taken aback and exclaimed, "How can it simply rise like that?" Jessica Chun replied, "The house belongs to me. I can increase the rent as I please. If you're unhappy, you may choose to move out." Wang Shuang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He contemplated the situation in his mind. The geographical location of this place was indeed advantageous, being in close proximity to both the sports arena and the training facility. Furthermore, the residence offered a comfortable living environment, and the rent was quite reasonable. Most importantly, Wang Shuang is currently focused entirely on his training. He has no desire to move or engage in any activities that might disrupt his practice. After all, he is on the verge of signing a new contract, and whether it results in a slight increase or not is of little concern to him. Wang Shuang pondered for a moment and inquired, "So, by how much will it increase?" Jessica Chun rolled her eyes, initially contemplating a doubling of the rent. However, upon further reflection, she considered the implications of such an increase. What if this young man decided to vacate the premises? He was rather intriguing, after all. Ultimately, she resolved to propose a more modest increase. "How about a 20% rise? That seems reasonable, doesn't it?" Upon hearing this, Wang Shuang remarked, "A 20% increase? That is quite reasonable, acceptable even. Very well, let us proceed with a 20% hike. However, I do have a condition. I wish to sign a longer lease agreement. My contract with the team is currently short-term, but I will soon secure a guaranteed contract and intend to remain in Los Angeles for my career. Therefore, I would prefer a more extended rental agreement as well." Wang Shuang has traversed multiple teams. Therefore, upon arriving in Los Angeles, he opted for short-term rentals, allowing him the flexibility to vacate at any moment. Given Wang Shuang's current performance, it would indeed be a grave oversight for the Lakers not to offer him a long-term guaranteed contract. Following the conclusion of the match, Kubrick addressed the press during the conference, stating unequivocally that a guaranteed contract would be extended to Wang Shuang, although the specifics of the agreement are still under negotiation. Previously, there was mention of a 2-year minimum salary contract for Wang Shuang. Wang Shuang declined. He insisted on a one-year contract with the same amount. Initially, the Lakers management disagreed. Following this match, it is likely the discussions regarding Wang Shuang's contract will commence tomorrow. Upon hearing Wang Shuang's words, Jessica Chun, whose demeanor was previously less than favorable, suddenly appeared to soften. It seemed this young man wished to establish a long-term presence. In truth, given Wang Shuang's performance, securing a lucrative contract would enable him to relocate to a larger, more splendid residence. Yet, his desire for a long-term contract indicated a reluctance to move in the near future. The fact that he, despite acquiring wealth, did not wish to leave, prompted Jessica Chin's heart to warm slightly. She moderated her tone and inquired, "How many years are you considering signing?" Wang Shuang Dao, "Let us first sign a 6-month agreement, extending until summer." Wang Shuang's intention is to complete this season. Should the system's objectives be fulfilled, he will contemplate the prospect of remaining in Los Angeles based on subsequent circumstances. Thus, summer appears to be the most opportune moment. Jessica Chun inquired, "By summer? Won't you extend your contract for a little longer?" Wang Shuang candidly expressed that she is uncertain about which city she will be playing in the future. Wang Shuang spoke the truth. Upon hearing this, Jessica Chin's expression darkened once more. Her face hardened as she coldly declared, "If a long-term contract is to be signed, it shall be for 1 year. I will not agree to a 6-month term." Wang Shuang is swift in her demeanor. Initially, she speaks with warmth and kindness, only to swiftly shift to a tone of cold indifference. In the blink of an eye, her voice returns to a more amiable register, yet just as quickly, it grows distant once more. The complexities of this woman's thoughts are indeed more elusive than the strategies of the Spurs, ever-changing and difficult to decipher. Wang Shuang pondered for a moment. He was uncertain about the circumstances in the summer. Although he had secured a guaranteed contract, his financial situation would remain stable. However, for an athlete whose livelihood depended on youth, every penny earned in their prime must be cherished. Moreover, one must not indulge women too much. Thus, Wang Shuang decided to cease his services. He replied, "I'm only willing to sign a 6-month agreement. The general manager of the Lakers wanted me to commit to a 2-year contract, and I declined. How could I agree with you? Let us adhere to the terms of our previous arrangement. I will pay you rent weekly, and when it is time for you to move, I will inform you." Chapter 70. The Conflicted Woman. Upon uttering these words, Wang Shuang firmly shut the door, leaving Jessica Chen outside, her heart a tumult of frustration and indignation. That insufferable brat. He has truly gone too far. Jessica Chun stamped her foot and rapped on Wang Shuang's door with determination, exclaiming, "The rent has not merely increased by 20%, but by 40%. The payment is due tomorrow." With that, she stormed back to her own home, slamming the door with a resounding thud. Upon hearing this, Wang Shuang felt that this woman was utterly unreasonable. What was initially agreed upon as 20% had suddenly transformed into 40%. No way. Tomorrow I shall pay the 20% of the rent. If she demands more, then I shall simply forego the rental altogether. Wang Shuang resolved firmly. A woman must not be overly indulgent. Thoughts of Jessica Chun and the matter of rent occupied her mind. Wang Shuang made his way to the bathroom and took a refreshing shower. He then heated a cup of milk for himself, intending to savor it before retiring to bed. Tomorrow, the team is scheduled for practice, and the day after, the entire squad must travel to Portland to face the Trailblazers of the Moda Center. The NBA regular season schedule remains exceedingly demanding. In tonight's game, Wang Shuang's playing time exceeded 40 minutes once again, resulting in considerable exertion. He truly requires ample rest after finishing his shower and enjoying his milk. Wang Shuang suddenly recalled that there were messages on his phone that required his attention. He hastily reached for his device only to discover that it was set to silent mode. To his astonishment, numerous messages awaited him. All these correspondences were from Angeli. Shortly after Wang Shuang had replied, Angeli expressed her dissatisfaction with his response, stating, "Wang, you are evading my question. You are going in circles. Just tell me who that significant person is." After a brief interval, noticing that Wang Shuang had yet to reply, Angeli sent another message. "Of course, I am delighted to hear that you consider me important. Wang, are you still there? Why are you not responding to my messages?" Following this, a flurry of messages continued to arrive. If Wang Shuang does not return soon, this young lady is likely to lose her temper. Wang Shuang promptly replied, "I apologize for my delayed response. I was preoccupied with some matters and could not check my phone until now." Wang Shuang felt a sense of bewilderment. How could these women change their demeanor so swiftly, even faster than turning the pages of a book? Angeli and Jessica Chun had both vividly illustrated the capricious nature of women. Just moments ago, and Jiali had conveyed a tone of sharpness in her text messages. Yet upon receiving Wang Shuang's reply, she immediately responded, "I thought my words had hurt you. By the way, I am about to head to Sacramento. Will you come to find me?" And Jiali remained remarkably forthright. Wang Shuang pondered for a moment and replied, "I will certainly reach out to you when I go to Sacramento for the competition." "Very well, it is settled then." "Indeed, it is settled." Wang Shuang reclined on his bed, setting his phone aside. He pondered whether the Lakers had any upcoming away games in Sacramento. Early the next morning, Wang Shuang awoke and, after having breakfast, proceeded to knock on the door of the adjacent room. After a brief moment, Jessica Chen opened the door. Unlike the elegant floral dress she had worn the previous evening, she was now adorned in a sultry lace nightgown, with sleep still lingering in her eyes. She cast a cool glance at Wang Shuang. "What do you want?" she inquired lazily. "I'm heading to practice soon. I paid the rent this morning. You could just transfer it directly to my account. There's no need to knock. I wanted to discuss the rent increase. Didn't I already mention it? A 40% hike. Wasn't it agreed upon to be 20%? I've changed my mind. Is that a problem? Rent it or don't. It's your choice." Jessica Chen's tone remained consistently frosty. After all, she was no naive girl. Her emotional control surpassed that of Angelica by far. Wang Shuang's consecutive rejections had clearly wounded her pride, and she was not inclined to offer him any semblance of kindness. She thought to herself, "I've been so proactive, attending your games, cheering you on. Even my friends say I've never acted this way before. Yet you show me no respect at all. Well, I want to be courteous to you anymore. Rent it if you wish, or don't." Wang Shuang's attention is now entirely captivated by the line that runs across Jessica Chen's chest. Damn it. Every time a serious conversation arises, Miss Chun employs this distraction to divert focus. Wang Shuang pondered for a moment and inquired, "If I agree to accompany you to the party this evening, would you consider lowering the rent and signing a 6-month contract?" Jessica Chun rolled her eyes and replied, "That is an entirely different matter. Are you attempting to negotiate a rent reduction through this?" The star athlete, your ambitions seem rather limited. Although she spoke thus, it was evident that Jessica Chen's tone had noticeably softened. It was clear that Wang Shuang's words brought her a sense of delight. In the fashion world, the choice of a male companion holds significant importance. Bringing someone as popular as Wang Shuang, who shares her heritage, was indeed a splendid notion for Jessica Chun. Wang Shuang furrowed her brows, pondering for a moment before exclaiming, "All right, I have made my decision. I shall no longer rent this house. Tomorrow I will move out. Ms. Chun, I am grateful for your kindness during this time, but I must take my leave now to focus on my training. Farewell." With that, Wang Shuang gathered her belongings and departed for her training. Wang Shuang has left a message and departed, leaving Jessica Chun standing at the doorway. Suddenly, she felt a pang of sorrow in her eyes. That insufferable boy, how dare he? With a forceful slam, Jessica Chun shut the door and returned to her seat in a huff, wrapping her arms around her legs as she sat atop the chair. A profound sadness enveloped her heart as memories of their first encounter flooded her mind. It was the real estate agent who had introduced them, a tall boy clad in athletic attire, exuding a vibrant and lively aura. The moment Jessica Chun laid eyes on him, something within her stirred. During their brief interactions, she discovered that this man possessed an unexpectedly genuine purity, not the superficial kind often masked by pretense, but a true essence of sincerity. Despite her repeated attempts at seduction, he remained unaffected and unresponsive. Yet, the more distant he became, the more she yearned to draw closer to him, to claim him as her own. In the vast entertainment sphere of Los Angeles, Jessica Chun had witnessed an abundance of feigned affections. The fashionable men and women around her seemed to engage in relationships dictated by base desires. However, hailing from a traditional Chinese background, she, despite her outwardly open and alluring appearance, retained a core of traditional values. She longed for a love that was devoted and untainted. Yet, in her world, love was but a thin veneer, concealing layers of deceit and falsehoods. She harbored no trust for the handsome, stylish men that surrounded her. Yet, for Wang Shuang, this earnest Chinese boy, she found herself genuinely enamored. Now, it seemed she had lost the opportunity to forge a deeper connection with him. Am I truly not youthful enough? Is it indeed the case that young men do not find women like me appealing? Chapter 71. What on earth is this? Wang Shuang attended the team training. However, his heart was not entirely at ease. The prospect of vacating Jessica Chen's residence weighed heavily on him. Though his stay had been brief, he had grown quite fond of it and had become accustomed to the surroundings. The location and environment were truly delightful. Jessica Chun was somewhat of a demanding landlady, yet her heart was genuinely kind. The rent she set was quite reasonable. despite her previous inclination to evict him. She ultimately did not, and even attended a Lakers game with him. Most importantly, she possessed an undeniable beauty, exuding an aura of maturity, particularly accentuated by her alluring figure. But what am I thinking? Wong, why do such inappropriate thoughts keep surfacing? Focus. Although Wong is an athlete with abundant hormones, he approaches matters of romance with prudence. In fact, even in a country as liberal as the United States, not every individual embraces an open attitude towards relationships. For instance, within the Los Angeles Lakers, one can find the likes of Magic Johnson, a quintessential playboy known for his nightly escapades, alongside AC Green, who has maintained an unbroken record of appearances while steadfastly preserving his chastity. Wong is neither a monk nor Puritan. However, he is not an indiscriminate person. He has arrived at the Toyota Center. Wong gathered his thoughts, casting aside the myriad distractions. He devoted himself wholeheartedly to his training. Driven by the memory of his previous miraculous performance, Wong's status within the Lakers has significantly elevated. Upon entering the training facility, everyone greets him with utmost respect. In the locker room, Wong notices that his locker has been meticulously cleaned and polished. After arriving at the court for practice, Scott even expresses his intention to craft specific strategies tailored for Wong. Your performance in the low post has been exceptional, he remarks. I believe it is essential to devise one or two sets of tactics for you. Scott perceives it as a missed opportunity not to fully utilize Wong's prowess in the low post. Wong hesitantly replied, "Well, coach, I believe it would be best for me to continue playing as I did before. It was quite effective." Wong articulates this perspective because he recognizes that his abilities at a lower level are merely ephemeral, devoid of the deceptive veil of grand illusions. Wong's capabilities in the low post are rather mediocre. Not to mention Duncan or West. Even within the team, he pales in comparison to Nance and Bass. Wong may not necessarily be able to surpass them. Therefore, regarding Scott's notion of devising tactics, Wong, of course, politely declined. After all, it would be quite embarrassing to have meticulously crafted a strategy only to be unable to score a single point once the game is underway. However, upon hearing Wong's words, Scott harbored a different sentiment. This young man, does he no longer wish to heed my tactical guidance off the court? Perhaps it is understandable. He and Kobe can orchestrate their strategies on the court without my intervention. Scott, too, possesses a sensitive heart, contemplating the dynamics of the game. Wong and Kobe have never adhered to tactical arrangements. They simply engage in their own discussions and execute their own plans. Remarkably, they still emerged victorious. As the head coach, Scott naturally felt disheartened. He had once been regarded as the best coach, and now finds himself in such a predicament. What a poignant irony. Throughout the entirety of today's training session, Scott appeared somewhat listless. By the time the afternoon practice concluded, after finishing his shower, Wong was summoned to the office by General Manager Kupchak. Without preamble, Kupchak stated, "Wong, after thorough deliberation, the management has decided to offer you a guaranteed contract." Wong nodded and said, "Certainly, I am more than willing to continue my service with the Lakers." However, Kupchak elongated his tone and replied, "We cannot acquiesce to your demand for a contract that is double the minimum salary. You must either accept a 1-year minimum salary contract or agree to a 2-year deal." Wong's expression immediately darkened. Although he anticipated such an outcome, he still felt quite displeased. Of course, he understood that this was a psychological tactic employed by the Lakers management. It was not a matter of finances, but rather a reluctance to be manipulated by a player on a short contract. After all, the Lakers are a storied franchise with a rich history. They have always been generous towards superstars. For instance, during the final 2 years of Kobe's career, they willingly offered him a lucrative 2-year contract worth over $40 million. Yet, Wong is merely a player on a short contract. Despite his exceptional performance, the Lakers management has not genuinely regarded him, believing that a minimum salary would suffice. And to desire a double minimum salary? To negotiate terms? The previous short contract had already been doubled. Any further increase was out of the question. This is the dignity of the esteemed Lakers management. Wong Tsai is indifferent to such dignity. Just look at how dismal the Lakers have become. Wong pondered. If it were not for the obligation to fulfill the mission of usurping the leadership from Kobe, she would not wish to linger with the Lakers. Could she not simply transition to the Kings? Would it not be delightful to cultivate a friendship with the daughter of the Kings owner? Previously, there had been rumors of a trade involving her, which were merely attempts to undermine her. She would never acquiesce to such oppression. With resolute determination, she made up her mind. Wong glanced at Kupchak and remarked, "Very well, then let us forego the contract. I shall seek trials with other teams to see if any might extend a more lucrative offer. With that, Wong Shuang rose from his chair, leaving Kupchak no opportunity for explanation, and exited the office. Kupchak was left dumbfounded, cursing under his breath. Damn it, I have long maintained that with his current performance. Wong Shuang would have no trouble securing a contract anywhere. Why should he concern himself with a mere minimum salary? It is not even a maximum contract. Damn it. Damn it. Of course, Kupchak's ire was directed at Little Bass, whose focus had become entirely consumed by the manipulation of power and psychological games, neglecting the essential aspects of team building and talent management. Just as Kupchak contemplated pursuing Wong Shuang, the office door swung open, revealing Kobe. Upon seeing Kobe, Kupchak inquired, "Oh, Bryant, what brings you here?" Kobe replied, "I just saw Wong storming out of the office." "What transpired?" Kupchak reluctantly explained, "I was discussing a contract extension with him, but it fell through. More accurately, he did not even afford me the chance to explain." "What? It fell through? Did he demand an outrageous sum?" "Not exactly. He requested a contract at double the minimum salary, extending through the end of this season." "Double the minimum salary? He is entirely deserving of that. Why deny him?" "Because the owner is opposed to it, though I believe it is feasible. I wish to discuss it with him, but Wong would not grant me the opportunity." Kobe was left speechless. The performance of Wong Shuang raises questions. Are they truly unwilling to offer him a double salary? What thoughts occupy the mind of Little Bass? I previously suggested signing Wong Shuang and subsequently executing some trades, as this season still holds promise for playoff contention. Yet here we are, unable to accomplish even the simplest tasks. Kobe is incensed. What manner of organization is this Lakers management? Chapter 72. Shao He pursues Han Xian under the moonlight before the passing of Old Bass. The Lakers management was renowned for its sagacity and prowess. Since 1980, the Lakers have remained a perennial contender for the championship. During the Magic Johnson era, they secured 5 titles in a decade. The Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant era produced 3 consecutive championships, and Kobe's later years yielded 2 more. At that time, the head of the Lakers was Jerry West, a genius who once led the team against the Celtics, and whose silhouette became the emblem of the NBA. However, following Old Bass's demise, the Bass family descended into infighting, resulting in a series of poor decisions. The once shrewd and formidable management was replaced by superficiality and confusion. The latter years of Kobe's illustrious career were significantly squandered by the Lakers administration. Although Kobe could no longer ascend to the status of league MVP, he certainly had the capacity to shine within a structured system, much like Tim Duncan. Regrettably, the management fell short in this regard. Did Kobe harbor no resentment? Certainly, he did. From 2010 to 2016, he endured 6 long years marred by injuries and failures. Hopes were ignited only to be repeatedly extinguished. For one so proud, such setbacks were profoundly disheartening. Initially, Kobe had resolved to let go of everything, aiming for a proper farewell this season. Yet fate presented him with a glimmer of opportunity. A prodigy emerged, the nascent sun just beginning to shine. Alas, the Lakers management once again began to falter. Kobe shook his head at Kupchak, stating, "If you miss out on Wong, you will surely regret it in the future. You will become a laughingstock in NBA history. A colossal blunder, allowing such a prodigious talent to slip away for a mere minimum salary contract." Kobe's perspective was not that of a businessman. Rather, he approached the matter purely from a basketball standpoint. Wong Shuang's recent performances have been nothing short of genius. The reasons behind his previous exclusion and his status as a mere short-term contract player are of little consequence. What truly matters is his current state and the trajectory of his future. In this regard, Kobe's perspective far surpasses that of the Lakers management and even Jim Buss. Kupchak, acknowledging Kobe's insight, inquired, "What should we do now?" Kobe replied, "Never mind, I will find him. He should not be far. He does not drive, so I will pursue him." With that, Kobe departed from the office and made his way to the parking lot. He was aware that Wong Shuang walked to training each day, and he knew the direction of his home. As Kobe drove slowly along the road, he finally spotted Wong Shuang by the roadside. Lowering his car window, he called out, "Hey, Wong, Wong." Wong Shuang turned around and saw Kobe. "Hey, old friend. What's the matter? Have you taken up driving a taxi?" "Indeed, a taxi. Allow me to give you a ride." "No need. I can reach my destination just ahead." "Get in. I have something to discuss with you." Only then did Wong Shuang climb into the car. Once inside, Kobe made a U-turn towards the Toyota Center. "Hey, training has concluded. I won't be extending my practice today. I am aware, but I wish to have a word with you. I heard that you declined Kupchak's contract." "Yes. The offer was too meager. I believe my performance merits something better. Absolutely, you are correct. I just spoke with Kupchak. He regrets his decision. Do not attend tryouts with other teams. This place is ideal for you, isn't it? Kobe spoke to Wong Shuang in a gentle manner. Wong Shuang felt a deep sense of gratitude within him. He was intent on seizing the position of the leader, yet the leader showed him considerable concern. It weighed heavily on him that he was vying for a role that the leader seemed to embrace with such care. Noticing Wong Shuang's silence, Kobe continued, "Did you not express a desire to become the leader of the team? If your performance is sufficiently remarkable, I would not hesitate to allow the Lakers to become your team." Wong's eyes sparkled with excitement. He mused, "Is this truly Kobe?" He replied, "I certainly wish to remain here. I have recently achieved certain milestones and consider this place my home. Moreover, we are undoubtedly on the right path, aren't we? If we can lead the Lakers to the playoffs this season, it would be an extraordinary accomplishment. Should we truly manage to achieve that, I would even dare to say you could extend your career for another 2 years. Wouldn't you agree?" Wong Shuang's words have indeed resonated with Kobe. Previously, Wong Shuang expressed his belief that they could make the playoffs, prompting Kobe to engage in discussions with the management. He hoped they would facilitate trades to acquire more exceptional players for the Lakers. However, Jim Buss indicated that they would consider it. The Lakers' momentum is growing, and they're drawing ever closer to the top 8. Before the trade deadline, there is a genuine possibility that the Lakers might secure a playoff opportunity through strategic trades. Kobe truly yearns to experience the playoffs once more. As for Wong Shuang's suggestion of playing for another 2 seasons, Kobe has not contemplated that for the time being. After all, they had agreed that he would retire after this season, with the entire league orchestrating a farewell tour for him. If he were to renege on that commitment and continue playing, what would that signify? It would be akin to a betrayal, akin to James' inconsistency. Wong Shuang, let's not get ahead of ourselves. First, let us finalize the contract and ensure you remain with us. If you perform admirably, the Lakers will indeed become your team, and you'll be the true leader. It is no small feat for Kobe to express such sentiments. It underscores how profoundly Wong Shuang's performance has impressed him. Moreover, it reflects Kobe's changed mindset, one that no longer clings to youthful ambition for dominance, but rather emphasizes the nurturing of the next generation. Kobe is genuinely keen on mentoring the younger players, taking measured steps alongside them. Unfortunately, the Lakers' previous young talents, like Randall and Russell, did not warrant such guidance. Finally, he has encountered Wong Shuang, triggering Kobe's instinctive mentor mentality. Of course, he must be aware that Wong Shuang harbors aspirations of supplanting him. One wonders what thoughts occupy his mind. Soon, they returned to the Toyota Center, where Kobe led Wong Shuang to the office. Kupchak rose to greet them, eschewing further pleasantries. As the contract was already prepared, it was a double minimum salary deal, extending through the end of the season, with very lenient terms and no stipulations regarding appearances. Wong Shuang's eye meticulously reviewed the contract. Without an agent, he had to manage everything himself. While examining the document, Kobe inquired, "Would you like me to introduce you to an agent? My agent, Pelinka, is quite an exceptional individual. Is that so? I might consider it. I certainly do need an agent." Wong Shuangxin contemplated that in the future, the contract he would sign would become increasingly substantial, necessitating the expertise of professionals for management. Thus, having a competent agent is of paramount importance. He had heard of Pelinka, who had known Kobe for over a decade and was adept at advocating for players' interests. A notable incident from years past involved him persuading his player, Boozer, to act disloyally, initially agreeing to the Cavaliers before securing a lucrative contract with the Jazz. Such actions may be deemed unscrupulous, yet they undeniably maximize the player's benefits. Upon hearing Wong Shuang's thoughts, Kobe remarked, "Very well. There's a party tonight at 7 o'clock in Los Angeles, attended by many prominent figures. I shall take you along. Pelinka will also be present. To celebrate your new contract." Chapter 73, Averse to Loneliness. Wong Shuang attended a soiree in Los Angeles for the first time. Upon returning home, he selected an outfit that was most fitting for the occasion. This ensemble had been custom-tailored 2 years prior, during his participation in the draft. Regrettably, he was not chosen that year. Only one camera had captured him, and it was not aimed directly at him, but rather swept across the venue while searching for other players. At that moment, Wong Shuang donned a well-fitted, deep blue suit, his expression a mixture of confusion and desolation. Although the outcome of not being selected was anticipated, his family and friends had advised him against attending the event, citing the awkwardness of being present when not chosen. Nevertheless, Wong Shuang was resolute in his decision to go, remaining seated throughout the entirety of the draft. The sense of solitude and melancholy that enveloped him as the event concluded, with no one having chosen him, was profoundly palpable. Wang Shuang still vividly recalls that feeling, a sensation that incessantly propels him forward. He tirelessly trains and perseveres. And whenever he feels on the brink of surrender, he reflects upon the desolation he experienced while sitting in the gym. He questions himself, is your life destined to remain in such solitude? Each time this thought crosses his mind, Wang Shuang resumes his fervent training. His current achievements cannot solely be attributed to luck or the system. However, his entry into the NBA and the short contract he secured with the team are undeniably a testament to his relentless dedication. Even with the system in place, he has never lost sight of the truth. If you do not strive forward, you will remain unnoticed amidst the throngs in the gym. He dons his sole formal attire with purpose. Wang Shuang gazed at his reflection in the mirror. He then descended the stairs, where Kobe awaited him. Upon seeing Wang Shuang in formal attire, Kobe chuckled. You look rather dashing in that suit, my friend. Wang Shuang remarked. My charm is unrelated to whether I wear a suit. Kobe responded. What good is charm if it amounts to nothing? Did you bring a companion this evening? Upon the mention of a companion, Wang Shuang scratched his head, for he had none. Noticing Wang Shuang's expression, Kobe frowned and said, You rascal. Surely you can't be without a girlfriend? Wang Shuang smiled awkwardly and said, I have never had a girlfriend. Kobe displayed an exaggerated expression and exclaimed, What? Are you serious? I truly believe that bringing you to this party was the right decision. You must find your other half tonight. Goodness gracious, are you AC Green? AC Green of the Lakers is renowned for his commitment to remaining a bachelor. Wang Shuang, of course, is not. However, he cannot evade the explanation. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. Once in the car, Wang Shuang inquired, Is it necessary to bring a companion? Kobe replied, It is preferable. Attending alone can be rather embarrassing. What about your companion? My companion, without a doubt, is my wife, Vanessa. She is already awaiting us at the party. With that, Kobe drove towards the venue of the celebration. Wang Shuang could not help but recall Jessica Chun, who had invited her to a party that morning. Could be the same one? That seemed rather improbable. In Los Angeles, the number of parties each night is simply overwhelming, akin to the countless dining gatherings in China. Thus, Wang Shuang felt it unlikely that it was mere coincidence, especially since they did not share the same social circle. The venue for the soiree, it was a luxurious estate in Beverly Hills. Upon arrival, she found herself surrounded by individuals from the realms of sports and entertainment, many of whom were unfamiliar to her. The only person she recognized was the illustrious Magic Johnson, a prominent figure in Los Angeles who certainly would not miss such an occasion. Upon seeing Wang Shuang, he greeted her with enthusiastic warmth, extending his hand in friendship and expressing his admiration for her exceptional performance. Some of your passes remind me of my own. Tell me, have you watched many of my game tapes? He joked amiably. Magic Johnson was known for his generous and jovial nature, maintaining excellent relationships with everyone, even with his longtime rival, Larry Bird, with whom he had forged a friendship. Wang Shuang grinned and said, Indeed, every night before I sleep, I watch the recordings of your matches. I have seen every game of the finals from the 1980s. Ha ha ha, really? Please don't deceive me. Of course not. I still remember the little hook shot from the 1987 finals. Oh, that was my classic goal. Wang Shuang, from this moment on, I shall be your devoted fan. Wang Shuang engaged in a delightful conversation with Magic Johnson. However, it wasn't long before Johnson posed a similar inquiry. Wang, where's your companion? Upon seeing Wang Shuang shake his head, Johnson furrowed his brow and remarked, Playing for the Los Angeles Lakers, you truly have no partner? Are you AC? AC Green certainly found himself unjustly implicated in this discourse. After all, in the NBA, individuals who are not inclined towards romantic pursuits are indeed a rarity, especially in Los Angeles, where they are more precious than giant pandas. Wang Shuang could only reply, At present, I do not have a girlfriend. Upon hearing Wang Shuang's words, E.J. Johnson, the son of the renowned magician, cast a glance at him from the back. This illustrious heir is well known in Los Angeles as a prominent socialite. Perhaps I could introduce you to several charming young ladies. You might explore the possibility of a romantic connection. Wang Shuang politely declined. At this moment, his thoughts were solely occupied by one person, Jessica Chun. However, after wandering around the villa, he did not catch a glimpse of her. Indeed, it was unlikely that fate would be so convenient, especially during a party. At this juncture, Kobe approached with Palinka to introduce him to Wang Shuang. This is not the first encounter between Wang Shuang and Palinka. However, it is Palinka's first time regarding Wang Shuang with earnest attention. The two exchanged a handshake. Palinka courteously remarked, Wang, you have recently become a prominent figure in Los Angeles. Wang Shuang remarked, Oh no, it is Kobe who deserves the acclaim. He has been a luminary for 2 decades. Upon hearing this, Kobe and Pelinka burst into laughter. This young man certainly possesses a way with words. On the court, Wong excels in his banter, and off the court, he is equally adept at exchanging pleasantries. Wong and Pelinka engaged in a delightful conversation. He expressed his insistence on signing a contract at double the minimum salary and his willingness to commit for only 1 year. Pelinka gave him a thumbs up and remarked, Wong, you're absolutely right. There are certain matters on which one must never compromise. Your approach leaves room for securing a more substantial contract next summer. Of course, this is contingent upon your exceptional performance. Your actions reflect your confidence in yourself. Wong nodded. He was undoubtedly confident in himself. They chatted for a while longer. Wong's thoughts gradually drifted away from the conversation. Almost everyone was paired off. Kobe was accompanied by Vanessa, who, without a doubt, was the most radiant woman in the room. Wong continued to search quietly. Several single ladies approached him, attempting to strike up a conversation. However, he found little interest in their advances and merely exchanged a few casual words before excusing himself. His thoughts were solely occupied by the elegant Ms. Chun. At that moment, the host of the party tapped his glass and announced, Tonight, we gather to celebrate the birthday of a remarkable lady, a dear friend to many of us. Though she is usually quite reserved, she has invited a multitude of friends from various walks of life to join in the festivities this evening. She is none other than Ms. Jessica Chun. Chapter 74. Sparse Wong could hardly fathom that the soiree this evening was hosted by Jessica Chun. Moreover, it was her birthday. Emerging from within, Jessica Chun exuded elegance in a resplendent black gown, complemented by a deep crimson shawl. Her hair was meticulously arranged, sleekly pinned back, adorned with exquisite pearls. Her makeup was tastefully understated, yet strikingly elegant. To be candid, Wong found himself somewhat unaccustomed to her appearance from below. Typically, he admired Ms. Chen's charm, but today she radiated brilliance, while also embodying a dignified grace that evoked a sense of reverence. Wong stared blankly at Jessica Chun. As Jessica Chen's gaze descended, she also caught sight of Wong. A discernible ripple manifested in her expression. Simultaneously, she noted the absence of a female companion beside Wong, which seemed to enhance the brilliance of her countenance. Receiving the microphone from the host, Jessica Chun expressed her gratitude to the guests present. Her demeanor was graceful, and her discourse was poised and articulate. Wong could not help but inquire of Kobe beside him. Kobe, who exactly is this Ms. Jessica Chun? Wong was only aware of Jessica Chen's tenuous connections to the fashion world. She occasionally contributed to fashion magazines and engaged in garment design. Yet these pursuits appeared to be merely side endeavors. It seemed that she primarily sustained herself through rental income. How then did she forge relationships with so many luminaries of Los Angeles? Her circle included individuals from the realms of sports, entertainment, and fashion. Jessica Chun claimed that she did not typically follow sports. Why, then, had she invited so many figures from the athletic domain today? Kobe remarked, This Ms. Chun is the daughter of a former Chinese tycoon in Los Angeles. Following her father's passing, she inherited the vast majority of his fortune, making her a prominent heiress in the city. Nevertheless, she leads a rather unassuming life, occasionally attending social gatherings and maintaining limited connections within the sports community. It is rather perplexing that she has invited numerous friends from the sports world this time. Her father was acquainted with the old bus, and I shared a slight rapport with him, hence my presence here. Wong nodded. It turns out that this Ms. Chun is quite a wealthy woman. Given her affluence, why would she still choose to be a landlord? Moreover, why would she increase the rent for her properties? Wong found himself unable to comprehend the situation. However, at that moment, all his attention was fixated on Jessica Chun, who stood upon the stage. Following the conclusion of her speech, Jessica Chun proclaimed the commencement of the ball, ushering the party into a fervent climax. Wong finally comprehended why Kobe insisted on bringing a female companion. At such gatherings and soirees, without a partner, one is relegated to sitting idly on the sidelines, merely snacking on sunflower seeds. Wong, undoubtedly without a partner, could only retreat to a corner and take a seat. Yet his thoughts were consumed by Jessica Chun. He pondered whether his refusal to accompany her to the party had led her to find another partner. As the music filled the air and the lights dimmed, the elite of Los Angeles twirled gracefully on the dance floor. Jessica Chen's figure was conspicuously absent, as she had gone inside to change. When she finally emerged, having traded her black dress for a stunning white gown, she appeared extraordinarily beautiful, reminiscent of a lotus blossoming untainted from the mud. The spotlight centered upon her, and Jessica Chun gracefully approached the corner where Wong sat. Wang Shuang stared at her with wide eyes. As she approached, Jessica Chun inquired, "What is the matter? Are you still reluctant to accept my invitation?" The beauty had already drawn near. If Wang Shuang continues to disregard decorum, it would indeed be inexcusable. He promptly rose to his feet and, adhering to the norms of etiquette, extended his hand towards Jessica Chun. A hint of embarrassment colored his voice as he confessed, "I am not particularly adept at dancing." Jessica Chun, with a warm smile, reassured him, "No worries. I shall teach you and lead you." With that, she grasped Wang Shuang's hand, and together they glided into the dance floor, moving gracefully to the rhythm of the music. Jessica Chun was not lacking in height, especially adorned in high heels, which accentuated her stature. However, Wang Shuang, as a basketball player, stood remarkably tall, rendering Jessica Chun particularly petite in comparison. Dressed in a flowing white gown, she resembled a delicate flower, captivating the attention of everyone present. Wang Shuang held the delicate flower in his arms, dancing with utmost care, fearful of inadvertently stepping on Ms. Chen's toes. Initially, he felt somewhat awkward, but after a while, he became more adept. To be candid, social dancing is not particularly challenging. Moreover, as an athlete, Wang Shuang possesses a remarkable ability to learn movements. Are the steps of social dance truly simpler than those beneath the basketball hoop? Gradually, he relaxed, his dancing improved, and he was able to engage in conversation with Jessica Chun. "Hey, Miss Chun, is it your birthday today? Why didn't you mention it earlier?" "Mention it earlier? What difference would that make? Would you have been willing to attend the party if I had? I'm not particularly fond of American-style parties, but if it's your birthday, I would certainly make an effort to be there." Wang Shuang candidly admitted that he initially believed it to be one of those trendy parties where no one is acquainted. Naturally, he would feel rather awkward attending. However, since it was the birthday celebration of the landlady, it was only fitting for him to participate. Jessica Chun cast a sidelong glance at Wang Shuang and inquired, "So why did you still decide to come today?" Wang Shuang remarked, "Today, Kobe extended an invitation to me. I have signed a new guaranteed contract, and he mentioned he would introduce me to his agent, which is why I am here." "So it was Kobe who brought you here?" Jessica Chun responded, somewhat bemused. "What do you mean by it as good?" Wang Shuang found her words a bit perplexing. Jessica Chun shook her head, opting not to elaborate. In truth, her intention in inviting numerous sports figures was to ensure Wang Shuang felt at ease. However, she was taken aback when he initially declined. "By the way, are you moving out tomorrow? Remember to take your belongings. Don't leave anything behind," she remarked coolly while dancing. The woman's mood shifted faster than the turning of pages in a book. Just moments ago, she was filled with joy dancing with Wang Shuang, but the thought of his earlier rejection and his announcement of moving out ignited her frustration. Consequently, her tone turned abruptly chilly. However, after speaking, a slight tinge of regret washed over Jessica Chun. Wang Shuang was rather straightforward and stubborn. If he were to adopt that obstinate demeanor again, what would happen if he decided to leave tomorrow? With this thought, she couldn't help but glance up at Wang Shuang, only to find him looking down at her as well. Their eyes met, igniting an unexpected spark between them. Wang Shuang swiftly averted her gaze, while Jessica Chun lowered her head. A silence enveloped them for a moment. Wang Shuang spoke softly. "Is it possible for me to remain without moving? I am willing to pay double the rent, as I have just signed a contract with double the base salary today." Jessica Chun responded, That sounds good." Chapter 75, I just want to play basketball. Jessica Chun's agreeable reply eased Wang Shuang's heart. As he cast a glance at Jessica Chun, he met her equally fervent gaze. For a moment, Wang Shuang felt a wave of embarrassment and turned his head away. "Oh dear," Jessica Chun exclaimed. It turned out that Wang Shuang had accidentally stepped on her foot. Wang Shuang hastily exclaimed, "I am truly sorry. I am truly sorry. It was an inadvertent mistake. I beg your forgiveness." Wang Shuang, with her considerable weight and large feet, coupled with her leather shoes, certainly exerts a considerable force with each step. Jessica Chun's feet are in great discomfort. Wang Shuang promptly assisted her into the inner room and urged Jessica Chun to take a seat. Wang Shuang inquired, "Could you please take off your shoes so I could take a look?" Jessica Chun suddenly felt a twinge of embarrassment. Was it appropriate to remove her shoes in front of Wang Shuang? Jessica Chun responded, "Huh?" Wang Shuang, somewhat puzzled, asked, "What seems inappropriate?" "I just want to see if the injury is severe." Wang Shuang pondered, "You often reveal your cleavage to me. Why are you so reluctant to remove your shoes and show your feet? Is it possible that Jessica Chun's feet are unappealing?" Wang Shuang pondered earnestly. He realized that he had never truly paid attention to Ms. Chen's feet before. Seeing Wang Shuang's insistence to take a look, Jessica Chun reluctantly extended her foot adorned with white Jimmy Choo high heels. These silver-toned stilettos were embellished with delicate diamonds, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. The whiteness of her instep outshone the shoes themselves, while her blue veins appeared remarkably translucent. It turned out that her feet were indeed quite beautiful. Wang Shuangxin pondered that if she were to damage this foot, the consequences would be dire. Gently, she removed Jessica Chen's shoes, only to discover that her toes were somewhat red and swollen, evidently a result of being trampled by Wang Shuang's reckless foot. Wang Shuang felt an overwhelming surge of compassion. However, gazing upon the exquisitely carved foot resembling jade, he found himself at a loss for how to respond. Apply medicine? But where could he possibly find any? Of course, cold compress. He should first apply a cold compress. Wang Shuang recalled that applying ice to a bruise is advisable. Fortunately, there were ice cubes from the chilled wine in the room. Wang Shuang took several ice cubes and gently cradled Miss Chen's foot. He placed the ice upon the bruised area, softly massaging it. A refreshing chill radiated from her foot, coursing straight to Jessica Chen's spinal cord, and then ascending to her brain. Jessica Chen let out a soft moan of relief. Upon hearing this, Wang Shuang inquired, "Does it hurt?" Jessica Chen promptly replied, "Oh no, it's not so painful, just a bit cold." After applying an ice pack for a while and taking care of it simply, there shouldn't be much of a problem. If it remains red and swollen, we may need to take you to the hospital. I truly apologize. Today is your birthday, and my dancing skills are utterly lacking. Jessica Chen chuckled and remarked, "You ought to practice more in the future. Perhaps I could teach you how to dance?" The maturity of a woman shines through. She does not shy away from addressing the matter directly. Your dancing skills may be lacking, but I shall take it upon myself to teach you. There is nothing more effective in fostering intimacy between men and women than dancing. Sure, I believe dancing isn't all that difficult. In fact, it's considerably simpler than playing basketball. Wang Shuang, while speaking, sought out gauze to bandage the wound. As a professional athlete, managing such minor injuries was not a challenge for him. However, after carefully attending to the injury, he found that his foot could no longer fit into the high-heeled shoes. Wang Shuang felt somewhat guilty and said, "You can no longer wear high heels, which makes it difficult to dance." Jessica Chen smiled and replied, "What high heels? I can still dance without them, can't I? Moreover, dancing barefoot poses no fear of stepping on someone's toes or injuring my feet." Upon hearing this, Wang Shuang found it quite reasonable. Consequently, he too removed his shoes and, barefoot, rejoined Jessica Chen in the dance floor. Everyone noticed that the two were shoeless and erupted into laughter. However, neither Wang Shuang nor Chen minded. Free from the constraints of their footwear, they lost themselves in the rhythm of the music, dancing with abandon. Dance has its rules and steps, yet it fundamentally embodies the physical expression of one's emotions. Wang Shuang, though not well-versed in the intricacies of dance, found himself swept away in a delightful rhythm alongside Jessica Chen, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Onlookers could easily perceive the joy radiating from the duo. As the performance concluded, Jessica Chen, breathless and exhilarated, exhibited the rise and fall of her chest in a captivating manner. The atmosphere was filled with applause and cheers, a testament to their extraordinary performance. Their gazes locked momentarily as they descended from the dance floor, panting with exhilaration. Taking their seats, they savored their wine with unrestrained pleasure. "How about that? I must say, I guided you quite well, didn't I? Dancing barefoot truly is a wonderful experience." Jessica Chen remarked with a contented sigh and a smile. Wang Shuang nodded repeatedly, for he dared not consume alcohol. Instead, he resorted to nibbling on cookies. "Wang Shuang, I believe this is the happiest birthday I have ever celebrated. Thank you. Is that so? I am truly honored. Might it be possible for my rent to be reduced in the future?" At this moment, Wang Shuang was still preoccupied with the rent. Jessica Chen shot her a disdainful glance and remarked, "You're already receiving double your base salary. Do you still concern yourself with my modest rent?" Wang Shuang retorted, "With your wealth, why do you concern yourself with my meager rent?" Jessica Chen chuckled. "Do you believe such fortune comes from thin air?" Her words were undeniably sound, leaving Wang Shuang speechless. Indeed, women embody a paradox of both angelic and demonic qualities. Dressed in a flowing white gown while dancing, she appeared nothing short of an angel. Yet, considering her role as the landlord, Miss Chen resembled a devil in comparison. Wang Shuang harbored no doubts. If he refused to pay the rent, Miss Chen would undoubtedly send someone to throw his belongings out tomorrow, leaving them to languish in the corridor. The party had been a resounding success, continuing late into the night until the last notes faded and the guests departed. Wang Shuang departed alongside Kobe. In the car, both Kobe and Vanessa, who occupied the front seat, wore smiles. Kobe inquired, "Hey, I didn't expect you to be so close with Jessica. Wang did not explicitly state that she rented a house from Jessica Chun. However, the chemistry displayed between the two at the dance was undeniably intimate. Just after finishing their dance, the atmosphere was so charged that it seemed they were on the verge of a kiss. Vanessa also remarked that Jessica has always maintained a low profile in Los Angeles. Despite her stunning beauty and allure, she rarely finds herself embroiled in rumors. I have scarcely heard any gossip about her, yet it appears that there is something brewing between her and you recently. Wang felt a slight blush creeping upon his cheeks as he shook his head in denial. We are merely acquainted by chance, united by our shared heritage as Chinese individuals. The explanation regarding Wang is somewhat plausible. Individuals of the same ethnicity, indeed, tend to become acquainted more easily. Kobe jested. Wang, if you were to be with Jessica, it would be akin to securing a maximum salary. Vanessa interjected. Maximum salary? Jessica's wealth could probably purchase the Lakers. Kobe responded. Is that so? Wang, give it some serious thought. Vanessa added, tomorrow, there will be rumors about the two of you circulating within our circle and across news websites. Wang smiled awkwardly. He had not truly contemplated it that deeply. All I desire is to play basketball well. Chapter 76, Defeat. Wang is not a soulless automaton. Rather, he possesses a heart, albeit a rather uncomplicated one. At this juncture, his sole aspiration is to excel at basketball, dedicating his entire focus and energy to the sport. Upon returning to his rented accommodation, he glanced next door. The light was extinguished, indicating that Jessica Chun had evidently not returned. She must be residing in her home in Beverly Hills. It appears that Miss Chun possesses a villa in Beverly Hills. One wonders why she would choose to dwell in such a place. Although the building where Wang resides is quite commendable, ranking among the more upscale apartments in Los Angeles, it pales in comparison to a villa in Beverly Hills. Perhaps this is the amusement of the affluent, seeking out various pursuits. Once inside his humble abode, Wang's mind began to cool. Indeed, dancing gracefully in a villa evokes a certain joy. For a fleeting moment, he felt as if the world contained only himself and Miss Chun. Kobe and Vanessa spoke of their togetherness, and Miss Chun's wealth could indeed purchase the Lakers. Such sentiments would undoubtedly stir the hearts of many. However, they do not sway Wang. Lying on the bed in his rented room, he regained his composure. He understood that for a man who seeks to rely on others, he must first fortify himself. The notion of dependent sustenance, if one is a weakling, becomes a bitter experience. It is best to concentrate on honing his basketball skills. Indulging excessively in romantic musings serves little purpose in enhancing his own development. Wang swiftly adjusted his mindset and succumbed to slumber. The following morning, he set forth to Los Angeles Airport, embarking on a flight to Portland alongside his team, preparing for the evening's match against the Trailblazers. Presently, the Lakers' record stands at 14 wins and 31 losses, placing them in the third-to-last position in the Western Conference. In contrast, the 8th position is held by the Portland Trailblazers, who currently possess a record of 19 wins and 26 losses, creating a gap of 5 victories between the two teams, a significant disparity. Alas, the Lakers find themselves in such a predicament due to the debts accrued in the first half of the season. Thus, this match bears immense importance for the Lakers, as the Trailblazers are their direct competitors for a playoff spot. Prior to the game, Scott, in a rare display, conducted a motivational session, urging the team to exert their utmost effort. Such fervor had been seldom witnessed in previous matches, for he had long abandoned hope. Content to accompany Kobe through the remainder of the season. However, circumstances have shifted. With Wang's emergence, hope has rekindled within the Lakers. There exists a collective desire for victory to persist as they strive towards playoff contention. Most notably, Kobe has begun to entertain this notion, which holds substantial weight. He has initiated pressure on the management, especially now that Wang has secured an extension. The Lakers may be contemplating potential trades. Despite Jim Buss's stubborn adherence to prior strategies, the consecutive victories render it implausible for him to remain unmoved. In summary, the upcoming clash against the Trailblazers is of paramount significance for the Lakers. Nonetheless, this evening, the Lakers shall face a formidable challenge. The formidable backcourt duo of Damian Lillard and C.J. McCollum. The Lakers' perimeter defense has proven woefully inadequate. In the past, Kobe single-handedly shouldered the burden of backcourt defense. However, he is no longer capable, and the Lakers' backline will undoubtedly pose a considerable issue tonight. Wang had indeed come to this realization. Before the match commenced, he discreetly confided in Scott, "Coach, I believe Lou is more suited to a bench role." Starting Russell would be a more advantageous choice. Upon hearing Wang's words, Scott was incensed. Wong, focus on your own responsibilities and refrain from meddling in the coaching duties and personnel decisions. Such remarks are not your place to make. Wang remained unconcerned. It was not that he was oblivious to the intricacies of the NBA's conventions. Rather, he recognized that the NBA diverged significantly from collegiate basketball. While college basketball embodies the essence of team cohesion, the NBA resembles a professional arena. Engaging in the act of admonishing coaches and dictating the starting lineup is rather imprudent. However, Wang was different. He bore the weight of a system and aspired to be the leader of his team. To fulfill his mission, he needed to adopt a holistic perspective, considering every facet for the triumph of the team. For instance, Lou Williams, who was undeniably suited for a bench role with his exceptional shooting skills and microwave-like scoring ability, was ideal for contributing during transitional phases. In contrast, D'Angelo Russell, possessing remarkable athleticism and youthful talent, was well suited for a starting position. Yet, Coach Scott insisted on having Williams in the starting lineup, resulting in a disastrous backcourt defense for the Lakers, frequently subjected to relentless assaults by opposing backcourt players. Moreover, the Lakers' small forward position was already notably fragile. Wang predominantly occupies the fourth position. Currently, the league is characterized by an explosion of backcourt scorers, alongside a plethora of stars in the small forward role. How can a team like the Lakers achieve commendable results under such circumstances? It is evident that Scott remains resolute in his decision, disregarding Wang's input and steadfastly adhering to his starting lineup. Wang, Hebert, Lou Williams, Kobe, along with Jordan Clarkson. This positions Kobe at the small forward position, which could be quite taxing for him. Before the match commenced, Wang approached Kobe and remarked, "Kobe, I will offer you considerable assistance later, even if it means placing you at the 3. Kobe shrugged, his expression reflecting a sense of resignation. If the plan had adhered to the previous strategy, where the focus was solely on a farewell tour rather than the outcome of the games, Kobe would have been indifferent to his role. However, if they were intent on playing seriously and striving for victory, placing him at the small forward position would certainly be uncomfortable for him. Wang is indeed a rather nefarious character. He is acutely aware that he is not yet the leader, yet he possesses the ability to sway the true leader. He urged Kobe to confront Scott, to voice his grievances against him. As anticipated by Wang, CJ McCollum and Damian Lillard dismantled the Lakers' backcourt with remarkable ease, one scoring 28 points and the other 35. On the Lakers' side, Wang was stripped of the enchanting veil that Dream once provided. His performance in the low post was devoid of the previous game's magic, leading to a noticeable collapse in the Lakers' offense. While he excelled defensively, his position in the paint proved ineffective against the dynamic duo of CJ and Lillard. The Lakers fought valiantly throughout the 4 quarters, yet they consistently trailed on the scoreboard. Ultimately, they succumbed in this pivotal positioning battle with a narrow defeat of 115-120, a mere 5-point margin. In this match, Wang secured 10 points, 11 rebounds, and 4 steals, showcasing a commendable performance. However, when compared to the remarkable display in the previous game, it indeed fell short. Following the game, the atmosphere in the locker room was notably tense. The abrupt defeat after a series of victories imparted a sense of bringing everyone back to reality. Wang was in a rather dismal mood, for he had failed to accomplish the task assigned for this match. Not only had the system coins eluded him, but he was also to face the repercussions imposed by the system. The punitive task required him to publicly denounce the team management, voicing his discontent. Yet again, it was a perilous endeavor. His previous failure had exposed his ambitions, and this time, he was compelled to articulate his dissatisfaction. Such statements were typically reserved for the team's star players. He seemed to be irrevocably treading the path of a notorious troublemaker. Chapter 77. Emotional intelligence. I believe there is a significant issue with the small forward position within the team. Yet for years, the Lakers management has chosen to remain willfully blind to this problem. Presently, the intensity at the small forward position across the league is escalating. Any commendable team undoubtedly possesses an exceptional small forward, capable of both shooting 3-pointers and defending effectively. Conversely, our team has resorted to placing Kobe in the small forward role, which I consider nothing short of a transgression, truly. During the post-match press conference, Wang made a stunning declaration, openly accusing the Lakers management of committing a crime. In truth, he was merely speaking the facts. Such criticisms had long been rampant, but while commentators and fans could voice their grievances, the implications of a player directly stating such sentiments were entirely different. It It was akin to confronting the management head-on. Upon hearing Wong Shuang's words, the ears of the other Lakers players in the locker room perked up. Randall and others wore smirks on their faces, undoubtedly pondering the audacity of Wong Shuang. Had he lost his senses? Just after securing a guaranteed contract, he was making bold proclamations. Did he believe himself to be firmly entrenched within the team? The reporters, upon catching wind of Wong Shuang's remarks, resembled sharks sensing blood, relentlessly pressing him for clarity regarding the situation. Some journalists began to interview Scott, Kobe, and young Buss. Ultimately, the Lakers players found it necessary to close the locker room doors, barring the reporters from intruding. In the seclusion of their discussions, Scott, his expression grave, addressed Wong Shuang, saying, "Wong, you ought not to publicly criticize the team management. Such actions are unbecoming of you." Wong Shuang raised his hands in a gesture of resignation and remarked, "I am merely speaking the truth." Coach Scott, having Kobe play the small forward position was undoubtedly not your original intention, was it? Scott was momentarily taken aback by Wong Shuang's words. Indeed, who would willingly assign Kobe to the small forward role? It was, after all, due to the glaring lack of talent at that position on the team. During their back-to-back championships, the Lakers boasted players like Ariza and Artest. However, with Ariza's departure and Artest's decline, the Lakers found themselves devoid of any competitive small forwards. Randall occasionally played the position, but he was neither here nor there, and his defensive skills and three-point shooting were far from satisfactory. Looking at the league's formidable teams, it is evident that the small forward position has dominated the Finals MVP awards in recent years, with names such as LeBron, Leonard, and Iguodala gracing the list. Alongside regular season MVP Durant, the league has undeniably entered an era ruled by small forwards. Yet, the Lakers lack even a single competent player in that role. If they are not at the bottom of the standings, who else could possibly claim that position? Upon hearing Wong Shuang's observations, Scott fell silent, harboring a sense of grievance within. During his tenure as a top coach, whether with the Nets or the Hornets, he had the privilege of coaching exceptional players at the small forward position, Jefferson with the Nets and Posey with the Hornets, albeit many years ago. If the Lakers had even a player of Posey's caliber now, their backcourt defense would not be so abysmal, and their offensive spacing would not be in disarray. Scott would not have to shoulder the blame, tarnishing his illustrious reputation. With the head coach silent, it was Randall who spoke up. "Wong Shuang, am I not a small forward?" He retorted. "You should be quiet. You do not even dare to take three-point shots, and yet claim to be a qualified small forward? Which team in the league lacks proficient wing shooters?" Randall's words were nothing short of self-deprecation. The other members of the locker room remained silent, for Kobe had yet to utter a word. Did Kobe remain oblivious to the concerns raised by Wong Shuang? Or was it merely a case of the Emperor's new clothes, with no one daring to expose the truth? Everyone was preoccupied with Kobe's final season, merely indulging in a nostalgic farewell tour. Unlike the foolishness of Wong Shuang, who, despite having secured a guaranteed contract and achieved fame with impressive statistics, chose to voice his criticisms of the team's management. Everyone regarded him as rather naive. At that moment, the door to the locker room swung open, and the team's owner, Jeannie Buss, entered. Upon seeing Wong Shuang, her expression turned stern as she remarked, "I hear someone has been critiquing the team in front of the press." All eyes in the room instinctively turned towards Wong Shuang. Wong Shuang rose to his feet and stated, "It is I, but I did not criticize the team. I merely believe that the team has the potential to perform even better." Xiao Bas retorted angrily. "The merit of the Lakers does not require the critique of a player on a short contract." Wong Shuang retorted, "I am not a player on a short-term contract. I have signed a guaranteed contract." Xiao Bas, infuriated yet mockingly amused, responded, "So, having signed a guaranteed contract, you believe you can act with impunity and speak freely. Is that it?" Wong Shuang Dao, "I did not speak recklessly. I merely believe that the team has room for improvement. This is not a matter for you to concern yourself with." Little Base has never encountered such a stubborn player. The other players were also filled with trepidation, thinking to themselves that this Chinese lad truly does not understand his position. How dare he confront the owner? At that moment, Kobe stepped forward. He approached Little Base and whispered a few words in his ear. The anger that had etched itself on Little Base's face immediately dissipated. He turned to Wong Shuang and said, "Be more mindful of your statements in the future. Remember, you are a player for the Lakers. Even for the good of the team, you should refrain from speaking indiscriminately." With that, Little Base departed. On the bus back to the hotel, silence enveloped the group. As the weight of their defeat hung heavily in the air, Wong Shuang sat beside Kobe and quietly inquired, "Kobe, what did you discuss with Jeannie?" Kobe replied, "I suggested that this is his opportunity to outmaneuver Jeannie. Genie? What do you mean? Wong asked. What I mean is, if he continues to challenge you so persistently, the inevitable outcome will be that he gets ousted by the management and replaced by his sister, Kobe elucidated. Upon hearing this, Wong grasped the underlying strategy. It capitalized on the discord between the Bus siblings. Little Bus would undoubtedly be anxious that Genie might wield Wong's comments against him. Consequently, he could neither critique Wong nor refute his statements. Instead, he would have to endorse them. Thus, Wong's words would come to embody Little Bus's sentiments, signifying that adjustments and changes to the team's roster were forthcoming. This layer of complexity had eluded Wong, yet Kobe had foreseen it. One could only remark on the intensity of the internal strife within the Lakers. As a veteran of the franchise for 2 decades, Kobe had a clear perception of the dynamics at play. Indeed, the following day, news of Wong's criticisms of the Lakers management began to proliferate across major platforms. Fans on Chinese forums emerged to voice their dissent, accusing Wong of overstepping his bounds by criticizing the team so soon after signing a guaranteed contract. It was akin to seeking to meddle in corporate governance right after completing a probationary period. Such behavior seemed audaciously presumptuous. Many had previously sensed a lack of emotional intelligence in his demeanor. His aspirations of making the playoffs and assuming a leadership role were misplaced, given his current position and circumstances. Please do not conflate the nuances of the Chinese workplace with the realities of the NBA. They urged. Was it truly naive to assume that workplace rivalries did not exist in America? Did they believe Americans were devoid of guile? Such a big mouth as Wong's would scarcely survive a month in our company. How much is your company worth, and what sort of salary can you offer? Overall, criticism of Wong was predominant. For many, the ability to endure and remain silent was a fundamental skill. Having endured their own trials, they felt discomfort when witnessing another speak candidly, even if that individual bore no relation to them. In the realm of sports forums, discussions often revolve around a player's emotional intelligence, with comments about individuals lacking the ability to articulate themselves or others being praised for their eloquence. It was frequently asserted that the NBA was not merely a battleground, but also a realm of social dynamics. While it is true that the NBA does entail social nuance, fundamentally, it remains a domain where prowess reigns supreme. Just hours after Wong's remarks began to circulate, the Lakers organization issued an official statement, with Little Bus directly affirming. In light of Wong's criticisms, the management has collectively deliberated and concluded that his observations hold merit. We are poised to undertake some adjustments to improve the team's roster. Chapter 78. Shearing the sheep upon the announcement from Little Base, many felt as though they had been struck in the face. Some netizens even speculated that Wong would be benched by the Lakers as a consequence. Perhaps he would be unable to play in the next game. Destined for a DNP, did not play. To their astonishment, the Lakers management publicly supported Wong's assertions. When an unexpected turn of events, many netizens were left dumbfounded. Supporters of Wong felt vindicated. Regardless of the validity of his statements, they dismissed the notion of emotional intelligence, revealing a tendency to grovel. Wong's words were undeniably insightful. Was the small forward position not in dire need of attention? Indeed, the Lakers' struggles at the 3 position have persisted for years. Yet no one had the audacity to point it out. The league has now become a realm dominated by small forwards. Which elite team lacks a formidable player in that position? Indeed, the top teams in the Western Conference boast exceptionally skilled small forwards. While the Lakers seem hesitant to invest resources in this crucial area, just look at the draft picks they have made. Randall cannot even shoot a 3-pointer. I believe the Lakers should consider trades this season. Opportunities abound. It is true that Kobe has but a scant reserve of energy left in his tank, and he should not be subjected to a grueling tour in every game, squandering his basketball legacy. In an instant, public opinion flipped entirely, solely due to the Lakers' official endorsement. Those who had previously emphasized emotional intelligence fell silent. Moreover, this sentiment was not limited to Chinese fans. Supporters and media in the United States echoed the sentiment that Wong's remarks held merit. Indeed, it is evident to any discerning observer that the Lakers' maneuvers over the past 2 years have amounted to a squandering of Kobe's basketball legacy, whether it be in player selection, trades, or free agent signings. One might argue that their vision was lacking, but that would be an oversimplification. The young players the Lakers have drafted possess potential, and the signed players demonstrate capability. However, these young talents are entirely incompatible with Kobe's playing style. The Lakers have not constructed their team around Kobe. To put it bluntly, the Lakers no longer regard Kobe as the cornerstone of a championship team, but rather as a high-profile ticket-selling machine. The ensemble of players and the tactical approach are wholly misaligned with Kobe's strengths. Since the conclusion of the last F4, when Phil Jackson was not retained as head coach and Mike D'Antoni was appointed instead, the Lakers management has not been singularly focused on securing a championship. Instead, they appear more concerned with internal power struggles, ticket sales, and preserving the base family's influence. Fans have observed this with growing frustration and concern. Wang Shuang's remarks have unveiled the truth behind the emperor's new clothes. Over in America, fans have begun to voice their grievances in the digital realm. The Lakers' recent maneuvers have bordered on criminality, squandering their once formidable assets entirely. Were it not for Kobe, no one would be inclined to attend games at Staples Center. The Lakers are merely coasting on the laurels of their past glories and renown. The franchise, which possesses the potential for greater achievements, has instead dismissed Jerry West and Phil Jackson, all to preserve the meager power of the Buss family. Previously, Little Buss even suggested trading Wang Shuang. Such a notion reveals a serious lapse in judgment. The Lakers management, lacking foresight and vision, has systematically ousted those with genuine talent and insight, leaving behind only the inept, who merely sustained the fade of the Lakers' former splendor. The criticism from American fans is notably incisive, while Los Angeles media tirelessly seeks to offer counsel to the Lakers, pondering their current trading strategies. With the trade deadline still some time away, if handled adeptly, the Lakers might still seize an opportunity. Admittedly, the management has acknowledged recent missteps, yet there remains considerable discord regarding the necessity of trades. Upon the team's return to Los Angeles, a debate ensued between General Manager Hack-a-Shaq and Little Buss. Hack-a-Shaq stated, "Several teams have already reached out. We possess the space and assets for trades." Little Buss replied, "Who are we trading? Kobe or Wang Shuang?" Hack-a-Shaq responded, "Certainly not. Those two are the only players we cannot consider trading." Hack-a-Shaq was left speechless, pondering why Little Buss consistently considered trading Wang Shuang, a talent that any discerning individual would recognize as a remarkable gem. Little Buss, initially flustered, regained his composure. Wang Shuang is untouchable. If he were traded, it would be a victory for Genie, who would undoubtedly launch a fierce attack against me. So, are we left with only Randall and Russell? Hack-a-Shaq remarked, "Once the rookies are selected, their draft position becomes irrelevant. What truly matters is their performance. Even the first overall pick can vanish from the league if they fail to perform. Randall and Russell are promising. It's clear they cannot ascend to the stature of someone like Kobe." Little Buss inquired, "Is Wang Shuang capable of such greatness?" Hack-a-Shaq asserted, "The likelihood of Wang Shuang emerging as a superstar akin to Kobe surpasses the combined potential of Russell and Randall. I understand this may seem implausible, but the NBA is a realm where miracles transpire, is it not? The Lakers epitomize the essence of miracles." Little Buss regarded Hack-a-Shaq with a gaze filled with skepticism. Hack-a-Shaq discerned that this fellow possessed a profound ignorance of the game. He utterly failed to recognize the latent potential within Wang Shuang. Entrusting this individual with ownership was indeed a stroke of misfortune. In this regard, he fell far short of his father, the late Buss. The elder Buss immediately recognized Magic Johnson's extraordinary talent, promptly offering him an unprecedented 25-year contract. He perceived Kobe's potential for greatness and willingly traded Shaquille O'Neal to elevate Kobe's position. The Lakers were fortunate as they stumbled upon a gem in Wang Shuang. Regrettably, the elder Buss had passed away. Had he lived, he would undoubtedly have championed this Chinese player, potentially unlocking the vast Chinese market and achieving a dual triumph on the court and in commerce. Naturally, as the manager, Hack-a-Shaq could not voice such sentiments. Little Buss pondered thoughtfully. "Very well. I shall leave the matter of trades in your capable hands. We must also adjust our team strategy, striving to secure a playoff berth." Hack-a-Shaq exhaled deeply. Due to Genie Buss's looming threat, Little Buss was compelled to tread carefully. He also contemplated that if the Lakers were to indeed reach the playoffs, Genie's aspirations to replace him would be considerably more challenging. Little Buss departed the team's office, allowing Hack-a-Shaq to finally grasp the telephone on his desk. It was time to commence calls to the general managers and owners of various teams. This feeling invigorated Hack-a-Shaq immensely. As a general manager, engaging in trades was the true measure of his worth, rather than languishing alongside the team in mediocrity, a sensation he found utterly disheartening. Hack-a-Shaq reflected for a moment, contemplating which team to exploit this time. Chapter 79. No reward without effort. The Lakers' away journey was brief. Following their match against the Trail Blazers, they returned to Los Angeles, preparing for their forthcoming home game against the Dallas Mavericks. In the interval between these two contests, the Lakers enjoyed a two-day respite, after suffering a defeat on the road. Such a break proved to be a welcome reprieve for the players. However, the unfortunate news was that trade rumors began to circulate wildly. Every member of the Lakers, with the exception of Wong, and Kobe, found themselves ensnared in the web of trade speculation. The prospect of departing from Los Angeles filled the players with trepidation. Whether they were at home resting or out with family and significant others, a mere text could arrive, bearing the news: you have been traded. Suddenly, they would need to gather their belongings and leave for an unfamiliar city, joining a new team. They would don a fresh uniform and adapt to a new tactical system alongside unfamiliar teammates. Such is the brutal reality of player trades during the season. To the team management, players cease to be individuals. They transform into commodities, each with a price tag. Their worth is assessed based on salary, skill, and potential. Through negotiation and calculation, an agreement is reached. For the Lakers players, these past few days have surely been fraught with anxiety. Wong, however, was fortunate. Having recently signed a contract, he found himself in a non-tradable position. Moreover, Hack-a-Shaq was astute enough not to consider trading Wong. Thus, he was able to enjoy restful slumber at home, replenishing his energy in preparation for the upcoming games. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Wong glanced at the clock. It was 10:30 in the morning. She had not yet had enough sleep. Who could be knocking at the door at such an hour? Wong suddenly jolted awake, pondering whether it might be Jessica Chun. He hastily dressed and rose from his slumber, glancing at his reflection in the mirror. After tidying his hairstyle, he rushed to the door and inquired, "Who is it?" A warm female voice resonated from outside. "It is I," unmistakably the voice of Miss Chun. Wong promptly opened the door, only to find Jessica Chun impeccably dressed, adorned with a pair of sunglasses. "Miss Chun, I settled my rent yesterday," he stated. Jessica Chun responded with a resigned smile. "I am not here to collect the rent. Do you have some free time today? Would you accompany me for a stroll?" It was an invitation from the female landlord. Wong was at a loss for how to decline. After a brief moment of hesitation, he quickly replied, "All right, I will change into a different outfit." Wong returned home to change into a set of casual attire before stepping out with Jessica Chun. Ever since Wong uncovered the truth about Jessica Chun's background, he found himself filled with an abundance of curiosity regarding her. For instance, why, despite her considerable wealth, does she choose to reside here as a landlady, meticulously bargaining over rent? What is her true age this year, and why is she still unmarried? Moreover, what prompts her frequent visits to seek him out? Surely, she cannot harbor feelings for me. After all, I am younger than she, merely an ordinary player, which should render such notions improbable. Wong pondered to himself. On the basketball court, he exuded confidence. However, in matters of the heart, he was far less assured. If Jessica Chun were to discern Wong's inner thoughts, she would undoubtedly seize him by the ear and scold him, exclaiming, "Can't you see how close I am to you?" In truth, Wong was aware of her feelings. He simply dared not entertain such notions. Nevertheless, it was evident that he harbored a fondness for Miss Chun, which compelled him to obediently follow her to the parking lot. Wong does not own a car, despite having signed a contract. He has saved all his money, hesitant to make a purchase. The longevity of his basketball career remains uncertain. What if the system were to vanish one day? Therefore, it is imperative to save the money he earns. As for purchasing a car, it is wiser to delay such an expense. Wong possesses a tall and robust physique. It was rather challenging for him to enter Jessica Chun's Mercedes, necessitating the adjustment of the front seat to a more reclined position. Only Wong's long legs can fit comfortably. "Miss Chun, where shall we go? I wish to indulge in some shopping today, but I need someone to carry the bags. Would you be willing to assist?" Upon hearing this, Wong thought to himself, "Now that I am already on the bus, how could I possibly refuse? If I were to decline, would I have to disembark? That would inevitably lead to an increase in my rent next month." Wong could only nod in agreement. Jessica Chun smiled and then drove, taking Wong into the heart of Los Angeles. As an international metropolis, Los Angeles stands as the epitome of fashion on the West Coast. Here, numerous luxury brands have established their presence, including Chanel, Louis Vuitton, Burberry, and many others. Wong had experienced both familiar and unfamiliar sights. Jessica Chun guided Wong through an extensive shopping excursion, her hands laden with numerous shopping bags. However, as an athlete, these items felt remarkably weightless to him. His stamina was indeed impressive. Following the woman on this shopping spree, he felt no discomfort in his feet. Not only was he untroubled, but while Jessica Chun was trying on clothes and examining jewelry, he remained completely at ease. Wong is capable of offering discerning opinions. This is aesthetically pleasing, while that one falls short. This piece is commendable, whereas that one is excessively revealing. Some of her remarks elicit eye rolls from Jessica Chun. Yet, Wang Shuang remains unabashedly forthright. Jessica Chun reflects on his propensity to candidly criticize the Lakers' management, pondering that it is precisely this trait that draws her to him. The duo meandered from noon until the afternoon. Typically brimming with energy, Jessica Chun, who seldom complains of fatigue while shopping, now feels a slight ache in her ankles. Conversely, Wang Shuang exhibits no signs of weariness whatsoever. Jessica Chun cannot help but think the stamina of NBA players is truly remarkable. If only this were a different kind of outing. At this thought, a subtle flush graces her cheeks, which Wang Shuang happens to notice. He inquires, "Miss Chun, are you feeling tired? I see your face is flushed." Jessica Chun quickly turns away, replying, "No, not at all, I'm fine. I just think we should take a short break." Thus, they proceed to the parking lot, placing their purchases in the trunk and back seat. Wang Shuang gazed at the receipt, contemplating that this expenditure equated to a brief contract of his own. Shortly thereafter, Jessica Chun drove Wang Shuang to Santa Monica Beach, where they sought refuge in a quaint CAF for afternoon tea. Once seated, Jessica Chun unexpectedly produced a small box from her bag and presented it to Wang Shuang. Wang Shuang looked on in disbelief. Could it be that someone is about to propose to me? This plot seems entirely off. What is this? Take a look and see. Jessica Chun spoke with an air of mystery. Wang Shuang opened the box and was astonished to find a mechanical watch inside. A watch? What purpose does this serve? It is a gift for you, a token of gratitude for accompanying me on our shopping excursion today. This is a Breguet Marine worth several tens of thousands of dollars. Although Wang Shuang was not well-versed in watches, he recognized that it was a luxury item. He picked up the timepiece, admiring its exquisite craftsmanship and striking beauty. Nevertheless, he placed the watch back into its box and returned it to Jessica Chun. Miss Chun looked puzzled and asked, "Do you not like it?" Wang Shuang shook his head and replied, "No, I quite like it. This watch is indeed lovely. However, I prefer to purchase things I cherish with my own money." Miss Chun regarded Wang Shuang with a hint of amusement in her gaze. At that moment, Wang Shuang's phone chimed with an incoming message. The Lakers were making moves in the trade. Chapter 80, The Trade. This text was sent by Pelinka, whom he had met at Jessica Chun's birthday party. Wang Shuang did not immediately agree to appoint Pelinka as his agent, as he currently did not require an agent to manage affairs following the signing of his contract. Nevertheless, the two exchanged contact information. Wang Shuang is aware that he will require Pelinka's assistance in the future. Meanwhile, Pelinka has recognized the potential that resides within Wang Shuang. Kobe's retirement is imminent. Wang Shuang is indeed a rising star, a prodigy that has descended from the heavens, a rarity within the league. Establishing a connection with him early on would prove to be a wise investment for Pelinka. As Kobe's agent, Pelinka maintains close ties with the Lakers management. Consequently, whenever there is a trade on the horizon, he is immediately informed and promptly sends a message to Wang Shuang. Upon receiving the news, Wang Shuang felt a jolt of anxiety. He wondered if he might be traded. However, upon further reflection, he recalled that having just signed a contract, such a transaction was unlikely. He then scrutinized the message more closely. Pelinka's communication revealed that both Randall and Russell had been dispatched, making their way to the Grizzlies in exchange for Randolph, Tony Allen, and Jeff Green. According to the management's vision, it appeared they intended for him to assume the role of a small forward. Upon reviewing the details of this transaction, Wang Shuang thought to himself, what a remarkable turn of events. Once again, the Grizzlies? Are they attempting to exploit the situation? Back in the 2008 season, the Lakers made a mid-season acquisition of Pau Gasol, which propelled them into the realm of championship contenders, culminating in 3 consecutive trips to the finals and securing 2 championship titles within 3 years. Now, 8 years have elapsed, and the Grizzlies are once again playing a pivotal role, sending over 3 core players ready for immediate contribution in exchange for 2 of the Lakers' future assets and a draft pick. Naturally, compared to the Heist-like trade from 8 years ago, this transaction appears considerably more equitable. The Grizzlies are entering a rebuilding phase, while the Lakers are suddenly in search of immediate talent. The two parties reached an agreement with remarkable synchronicity. Consequently, the Lakers dispatched 2 rookie players along with a draft pick, effectively relocating half of the Grizzlies' former formidable roster to Los Angeles. Regardless of the perspective taken, this trade seems utterly absurd. Wang Shuang also found it rather strange. He initially believed that the Lakers would ardently pursue Paul George, a star small forward in the prime of his career. Such a talent should have been the focus of the Lakers' ambitions. What then? Is the rationale behind bringing home a half-retired player from the Grizzlies? Wong was perplexed. However, Tony Allen and Jeff Green have indeed significantly compensated for the Lakers' deficiencies in perimeter defense. As for the veteran Randolph, how much fuel remains in his tank? Jessica Chen noticed the grave expression on Wong's face and inquired, "What has transpired?" Wong Dao remarked, "It is a matter concerning the team. A trade has taken place." Jessica Chen's expression shifted dramatically as she inquired, "Have they traded you away?" Her understanding of basketball affairs was limited. However, she had previously caught wind of rumors suggesting that the Lakers intended to part ways with Wong. Now, witnessing the grave look on his face, she pondered whether he had indeed been traded. The thought struck her. Would this mean he was leaving Los Angeles? With this realization, Jessica Chen's demeanor grew increasingly somber. Wong hurriedly replied, "No, that is not the case. I cannot be traded at this moment. It is the other players on the team. The Lakers are seeking new members." Upon hearing that Wong had not been traded, Jessica Chen felt a sense of relief. As for who the others were, she held little interest. To her, the NBA was merely a spectacle of athletes, a mlang of individuals varying in height and build, yet so similar in essence. Jessica Chen found little intrigue in them. Wong ultimately declined the watch that Jessica Chen offered him. He expressed that the gift was too precious for him to accept. Jessica Chen replied, "In fact, this is not a very valuable present." Wong remarked, "I understand that this may not mean much to you, but I must politely decline your gift. I will be delighted to accompany you for a stroll or a meal, yet I prefer to forego the present. I appreciate your kind intentions." Upon hearing Wong's words, Jessica Chen smiled faintly and tucked away the box containing the Brigade watch. In truth, this was merely a subtle test on her part. Had Wong accepted the watch out of greed, Jessica would not have minded bestowing it upon him. Yet her assessment of him would certainly have diminished a notch. Her previous flirtations in Wong's presence bore both genuine affection and a degree of testing. The more she probed, the more she perceived Wong's innocence, intensifying her sense of possessiveness. Unbeknownst to him, Wong remained oblivious to these undercurrents. His thoughts preoccupied with the team's trade dealings as he incessantly checked his phone for related news. Unsurprisingly, the online discourse was ablaze. The Lakers and Grizzlies had executed a trade, relinquishing their future in pursuit of the present. Questions arose. How should one evaluate the Lakers and Grizzlies transaction? Was it truly prudent for a team that had yet to graze the postseason to act in such a manner? Were the Grizzlies merely repeating the past, reminiscent of 8 years ago? Previously, it was Pau Gasol. Now, it appeared the Grizzlies had gifted the Lakers another power forward. The comments from netizens were as colorful as ever. Following the Magic, the Grizzlies have become the second training ground for Lakers interior players. Why didn't the Lakers acquire Marc Gasol instead? Securing him would have been remarkable. If they had obtained Marc Gasol, it would have been blatant robbery, inciting league intervention. Zach Randolph is commendable, though one wonders how much energy he has left. With veterans like Allen and Green, what is the Lakers' strategy? Exchanging future prospects for immediate impact? Could they be positioning Wong as the focal point? Perhaps they aim to elevate him, though that seems unlikely after only a few games. It is more plausible that the old coach believes in a playoff run, thus seeking immediate reinforcements for one final push, given that Randall and Russell have proven inadequate. A sense of conspiracy brewed around the notion that this might be a ploy by Jim Buss to gamble one last time, leaving a mess for Jeanie Buss to clean up. Diverse opinions circulated, with numerous narratives emerging from America regarding the unexpected trade. The Lakers, long intent on honoring Kobe Bryant with a final farewell, suddenly opted to liquidate their future assets in a bid for one last attempt. The dilemma remained. The Lakers had yet to even approach the playoffs. Should the trade fail to secure a postseason berth, the Lakers would suffer a significant loss. Consequently, following the completion of the trade, Jeanie Buss stormed into the office, confronting her brother Jim Buss. "What were you thinking? Did you not previously state that the team's strategy was future-focused, aiming for high draft picks? Why the sudden shift in direction? We have sold our future." Faced with her sister's frantic questions, Little Bass surprisingly felt a sense of satisfaction within. He adjusted his cap and casually remarked, "One must adapt to circumstances. Besides, isn't everyone in favor of that Wong kid? We need to enhance our roster." Chapter 81. The rationalist Jeanie Bass viewed Little Bass's nonchalant demeanor with immense frustration. She retorted, "You are ruining the team and squandering its assets. I support the trade and believe the team should indeed acquire an exceptional small forward. However, trading with the Grizzlies for a player like Randolph is not the solution. Our target should be Paul George. as a member of the management. Jeannie Bass felt elated upon hearing Wang Shuang's criticisms of the management. It presented her with an opportunity to attack Little Bass. He supported the trade, asserting that the team needed improvement at the small forward position, yet she did not anticipate Little Bass's hasty decision to execute trade. He hastily acquired 3 veterans from the Grizzlies, trading away the team's previous promising rookies and draft picks. This infuriated Jeannie Bass. She understood that Little Bass was taking a desperate gamble. If this roster made it to the playoffs, he would secure his position as president. Conversely, if they failed to reach the playoffs, his position would likely be in jeopardy. Should he lose his standing, the Lakers' aging roster would also lose its potential, effectively leaving Jeannie Bass with a mess to clean up. Thus, how could she not direct her ire at Little Bass? He reaped the benefits while she would be left to rectify the situation if it all went awry. Little Bass rubbed his face and said, Paul George? Who would we trade for him, you or Hibbert? A player who has only been in the league for 5 years and is on the rise. No team, not even the Pacers with Kobe, would consider that. Moreover, Bird stated that acquiring Paul George would be simple. Trade Wang Shuang. Upon hearing Little Bass's words, Jeannie softened her tone considerably. She inquired, Really? Bird said that we could trade Wang Shuang for Paul George? Little Bass nodded affirmatively, of course. So if this season fails, trading Wang Shuang for Paul George would allow us to start rebuilding, wouldn't it? Jeannie Bass scoffed. Wang Shuang is a treasure. Only you fool cannot see it. Little Bass smirked and replied, He is merely the next Jeremy Lin. You have seen the level of Jeremy Lin. Do not harbor such delusions. Little Bass never truly believed that Wang Shuang would rise to stardom. Succumbing to pressure and a myriad of chaotic thoughts, he yielded and made the trade. Jeannie Bass ceased her arguments and accepted the proposed deal. Subsequently, the plan was submitted to the league office for approval. Once sanctioned, the Lakers would welcome a new roster, striving valiantly in the final phase of the regular season. Wang Shuang and Jessica Chun returned to the apartment after concluding their date. Wang Shuang sent all the bags and clothes he had purchased to Jessica's home. As they prepared to part ways, Wang Shuang hesitated at the door for quite some time. Jessica Chun noticed his indecision and, sensing he had something to convey, patiently waited for him to speak. Wang Shuang finally turned around and inquired, Miss Chun, there is something I have been holding in my heart for quite some time that I wish to share with you. Jessica Chun, playfully tossing her hair with an air of captivating charm, replied, What is it? Please go ahead. As she spoke, her enchanting eyes fixated intently on Wang Shuang. Wang Shuang inquired, I wish to ask you, with your considerable wealth, why do you still collect rent here? Upon hearing this, Jessica Chen's expression immediately shifted. She retorted with irritation, It's my choice, and it is none of your business. Wang Shuang Dao, you are undeniably capable of achieving far more remarkable endeavors. Being a landlord is rather mundane. Jessica Chun, that is my personal affair. If you have any objections, how about I double your rent? Wang Shuang hurriedly shook his head and said, No, I am merely curious. I believe it would be a pity for you to limit yourself to being just a landlord. Upon hearing Wang Shuang's words, Jessica Chun became intrigued. She inquired, What do you think I would be suited for? Wang Shuang Dao, I have heard that you contribute to magazines and also design your own garments. You could establish your own fashion brand, creating clothing and footwear. It seems you have an abundance of opportunities ahead of you. Do you not? Jessica Chun, upon hearing this, relaxed her expression. Nevertheless, she replied, Thank you for your reminder, but this is a personal matter for me. Do you have any other concerns? I appreciate you accompanying me on this shopping excursion today. Wang Shuang Dao, it's all right. I am preparing to return and rest. For tomorrow I have training, and the day after, a competition. The two bid farewell. Wang Shuang returned home and lay on his bed, unable to find solace in sleep. He perused various news articles and rumors on his phone. The recent trade involving the Lakers had sparked considerable debate, igniting discussions across the internet about who stood to gain and who would suffer losses. Unlike the brazen heist 8 years ago when the Lakers acquired Pau Gasol from the Grizzlies, which was universally condemned as a blatant robbery, trading Kwame Brown as the centerpiece for Gasol, this time opinions varied. While some deemed the Lakers' actions as a desperate gamble, exchanging their future for immediate assets that might not prove substantial, others questioned their prospects of even reaching the playoffs. With Kobe Bryant's impending retirement next season, uncertainty loomed over the team's direction. Additionally, the Lakers had squandered 2 promising young talents and a future second-round draft pick, all stemming from a critique of an undrafted player. The entire situation felt surreal. As the initial excitement surrounding the trade waned, an increasing number of fans and media began to assess the deal with a critical eye, suggesting that it was indeed fraught with issues. The Lakers' decision appeared to be a desperate measure, and doubts lingered over their playoff viability. Was there genuine faith in Wong's capabilities? The experiences of Jeremy Lin served as a cautionary tale. I concur that Wong does not possess the transformative prowess to alter the fate of the team. He is merely a piece of the puzzle. His previous performance against the Spurs could be attributed to sheer luck, and his struggles against the Trail Blazers revealed a lack of requisite skills. It seemed that a single remark from him led the Lakers to alter their strategy, treating him as if he were their destined savior. I ponder who will clean up this mess the Lakers have created. Following previous high-profile comments, skeptics have emerged once more, contending that Wong may not be up to the task, as the prevailing discourse on various forums suggests. Doubts regarding the Lakers' maneuvers have also surfaced in the United States, particularly focusing on the age and potential of the Grizzlies trio. However, Wong, as a member of the team, held a differing opinion. He regarded the trade favorably, believing it would significantly bolster the team by enhancing their previously lopsided roster, enriching their offensive strategy, and improving backcourt defense. This trade would allow Wong the freedom to excel in the small forward position. A promising transaction indeed, yet victories on the court would be the ultimate proof of its merit. Chapter 82. A promising start in recent seasons. The Lakers have parted ways with several key talents. Some decisions were justifiable, while others remained questionable. Lou Williams, Thomas Bryant, and David Nwaba were among those discarded. With a new regime in place, prior to hiring Rob Pelinka, Magic Johnson orchestrated the trade of Lou Williams to the Rockets, obtaining Corey Brewer and a first-round draft pick in return. The Rockets granted the Lakers the 28th pick in the draft, after which the Lakers engaged in a subsequent trade with the Jazz, acquiring the 30th pick and the 42nd pick, ultimately selecting Josh Hart and Thomas Bryant. The Lakers later released both Brewer and Bryant, the latter joining the Wizards and averaging 2 points and 8 rebounds in January. Following this, the Rockets traded Lou Williams to the Los Angeles Clippers, where he signed a 3-year, $24 million extension last season. Williams remains a formidable contender for the NBA's Sixth Man of the Year award, averaging 5 points and 9 assists. Overall, Williams is regarded as a more accomplished player than Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, who signed a 1-year, $12 million contract with the Lakers this season. However, Caldwell-Pope excels as a defensive player, and significantly, he shares an agent, Rich Paul, with LeBron James. Signing Caldwell-Pope last season was a pivotal factor in opening the door for James to join the Lakers. To accommodate a higher contract for Caldwell-Pope, the Lakers waived David Nwaba, a tenacious defender. After his release, Nwaba swiftly reached an agreement with the Bulls and is currently playing for the Cavaliers this season. In conclusion, the decision to release Thomas Bryant was a glaring mistake. Yet the sacrifice of Lou Williams may have facilitated James's arrival in Los Angeles. If Caldwell-Pope's connection with Clutch Sports, James's agency, served as a pathway to securing James, then parting with Williams and Nwaba was a decision worth making, especially considering they acquired Hart in the process. In another transaction involving D'Angelo Russell and Timofey Mozgov, the Lakers traded Russell to the Nets to clear space for Lonzo Ball and to rid themselves of Mozgov's unfavorable contract. In return, they received Brook Lopez and Kyle Kuzma, selected 27th overall in 2017. The Lakers might have also secured Kuzma with the 28th or even the 30th pick. Regardless of the method, the Lakers achieved a commendable return in this trade. During his first season with the Nets, Russell struggled due to a knee injury, but he has recently exhibited remarkable performance, contributing to the Nets' rise as one of the Eastern Conference's hottest teams with a record of 26 wins and 23 losses, positioning them 6th in the East. With Russell being their standout player, Magic Johnson once remarked on Russell's potential, stating that he is an exceptionally talented player with all-star capabilities. While expressing gratitude for Russell's contributions to the Lakers, Johnson emphasized his need for a leader, someone capable of enhancing the performance of teammates and someone other players aspire to play alongside. Although Johnson did not perceive Russell as a leader, he could indeed complement Ball effectively in the backcourt. Both players are willing facilitators, and Russell's shooting prowess would synergize well with James's style of play. The Lakers aspire to extricate themselves from Mozgov's contract. However, they have yet to secure George or another star player. Nonetheless, they still possess ample space to sign James without engaging in a trade with the Nets. Of course, even without this transaction, the Lakers have sufficient capacity in the 2017 season to sign KCP, thereby establishing a connection with James. Furthermore, it is highly probable that they will select Kuzma with the 28th pick, albeit missing out on Hart. Russell will become a restricted free agent this summer, and the Nets have $21 million in salary cap space. Should the Lakers wish to add another max player in July 2019, Mozgov's $16.7 million contract and Russell's presence will pose a significant hindrance. Even if they manage to rid themselves of Mozgov, Russell's existence will diminish their salary cap space to below $20 million. In conclusion, Magic Johnson may have relinquished Russell too hastily. It could be argued that Ingram was the player who ought to have been sacrificed. Ultimately, the Lakers successfully achieved their initial goal of signing James, rendering the trade with the Nets more favorable than detrimental. If the Lakers secure another superstar this summer, Russell's trade will appear increasingly justifiable, despite the fact that he could have served as a valuable asset in a potential Anthony Davis trade. Clarkson and Nance were traded to the Cavaliers before the trade deadline in February of last year. They entered the finals alongside James, only to be defeated again by the Golden State Warriors. Clarkson's $12.5 million contract became an impediment in the Lakers' 2018-2019 free agency, with that space ultimately being utilized to re-sign KCP, which in turn solidified James's decision. Nance reached a 4-year, $44.8 million contract extension with the Cavaliers. During that season, he averaged 8 points and 7.5 rebounds, proving to be an efficient role player. Clarkson achieved a career-high average of 16.7 points. However, without James and with Kevin Love sidelined, the Cavaliers performed dismally, winning only 9 games. In this trade, the Lakers acquired Isaiah Thomas, Channing Frye, and the 25th pick, which they ultimately used to select Wagner. Thomas aided the Lakers in securing several victories during the previous season, but subsequently, his hip injury plagued him, relegating him to the sidelines. Frye returned to the Cavaliers as a free agent last summer, while Wagner has yet to demonstrate his potential in his rookie season. In conclusion, whether the Lakers emerged victorious from this trade hinges on whether they found another star player through it. Otherwise, in pursuit of Wagner, they sacrificed 2 formidable players. If the Lakers were required to execute at least one trade between the Nets and the Cavaliers to facilitate James's arrival, then the Cavaliers' deal would be deemed the more advantageous. As the trades with the Nets and Cavaliers were finalized and James signed with the Lakers, the team could have retained Randall. Conversely, the Lakers rescinded their qualifying offer to Randall, allowing him to sign a 2-year contract worth $17.7 million with the Pelicans, where he now averages 9 points and 9.3 rebounds per game. Last summer, few teams had the salary cap space, and Randall was unlikely to secure a contract exceeding $8.6 million. However, his player option of $9.1 million for the 2019 to 2020 season made this contract feasible. He is expected to opt out before July to explore the free market, where there will be more teams with salary cap space than last year. The Lakers could have signed Randall for another season, but an offer to a restricted free agent must be for at least 3 years. It makes economic sense to forfeit $3.5 million to remain with the Lakers rather than sign a 3-year contract with a smaller market team. In contrast, Randall could secure a $27.3 million contract this summer, merely in the first year of a deal. Although the Lakers will miss out on Beasley, Randall is the superior player. A year later, Randall could enter free agency with $10.6 million, retaining the right to sign with any team. If a player signs a 1-year contract based on a qualifying offer, they also possess trade veto rights. Retaining Randall would require his consent if a trade were to occur before the deadline. In conclusion, the Lakers should retain Randall. He would serve as the center option for the Lakers small ball lineup, and if they ultimately fail to acquire a second star, Randall would still be a reliable player in their long-term plans. The decision lies with Lopez, yet the Lakers could have signed him to a $4 million contract in July. Instead, he joined the Milwaukee Bucks for 1 year at $3.4 million. With the Bucks, Lopez averages 12.1 points and 2.1 blocks, boasting a 3-point shooting percentage of 38.2, attempting 6 3-pointers per game. The Bucks currently hold the best record in the league at 34 wins and 12 losses. The contract that should have been allocated to Lopez was ultimately used to sign Beasley. He performed exceptionally well in January, but was unable to contribute early in the season due to personal matters. The Lakers' current center options include McGee, Chandler, and Zubac. In conclusion, the Lakers should attempt to sign both Lopez and McGee, as Chandler is not under consideration due to his contract with the Suns. Leonard and Jimmy Butler, both All-Stars, have been rumored in trade discussions, yet both have reached agreements unrelated to the Lakers. The Raptors acquired Leonard, while the 76ers traded for Butler, sending Covington and Saric in return. The Lakers were reluctant to include Ingram in any trade, whether relying on their flexible salary space in the summer or viewing Ingram as a key asset in a potential trade for Anthony Davis. In conclusion, it remains uncertain. Until Magic Johnson and Pelinka successfully bring in a second star, it is premature to determine whether the Lakers' decision to retain their young talent will prove successful or not. Perhaps, whether it be Leonard or Butler, the assets the Lakers have offered are woefully inadequate. In truth, the Lakers possess sufficient salary cap space to accommodate the contracts of either Leonard or Butler while retaining Ingram. Furthermore, Ingram continues to evolve into a high-caliber contributor. It is often easier to reflect on the past than to gaze into the future. Securing James was a home run. However, if the Lakers aspire to contend for the championship, they require more. The Lakers may finalize matters in the forthcoming weeks or during the summer, or they could entirely misinterpret the player market throughout this process. The Lakers have clearly indicated that they need a year to construct a competitive roster centered around James. Presently, with Anthony Davis requesting a trade, the odds suggest that the Lakers are the most likely landing spot, which necessitates the sacrifice of many of the team's young talents. Can Magic Johnson and Pelinka seize this opportunity to attract a second superstar before the trade deadline? Given the aforementioned trades, the management may have even more considerations to weigh. Statement: the views expressed in this article are solely those of the author. Sohu serves merely as a platform for information dissemination, providing storage space for information. Chapter 83. The persistence of will the Lakers commenced the game with an impressive 6-0 lead, showcasing their competitive spirit. Meanwhile, the Mavericks were gradually making adjustments, notably impacted by the absence of Pachulia. Particularly, the veteran player was burdened with the responsibility of playing center, a challenging task for him. The Mavericks' approach to adjustment did not rely on Dirk Nowitzki's isolation plays, nor did it involve rapid counterattacks. Rather, they opted for a tactical game plan. The Mavericks' strategic framework is among the most intricate in the entire league. Their offense is orchestrated by Carlisle, and the team boasts numerous seasoned veterans. Nowitzki is in the twilight of his career, much like Kobe, both aging gracefully. Deron has also added considerable weight, his speed diminished, and his offensive prowess has notably waned compared to his prime. However, this season, the Mavericks have managed to achieve commendable results, currently holding the 6th position in the fiercely competitive Western Conference, thanks to the excellent tactics devised by Carlisle. These strategies enable the aging Mavericks players to perform comfortably. Both Nowitzki and Deron have been afforded ample opportunities to score without excessively depleting their personal abilities, as they're no longer in their prime. Consequently, the team swiftly capitalized on the complex tactical movements, creating an open shot from the left corner. Matthews received the pass and successfully executed a three-point shot, bringing the score to 6-3, with the Lakers still in the lead. In contrast, the Lakers' strategies are less intricate. This is not due to Scott's inability, but rather because the team had not executed effectively for more than half a season. Their tactical training has been somewhat lackadaisical. Now, they have finally constructed some strategies based on the pick and roll between Kobe and Wong. Furthermore, both Kobe and Wong possess significant tactical autonomy on the court, with Kobe being particularly influential. Wong has always excelled in assisting his team through various means. After a series of screens and coordinated movements, the Lakers found themselves with an open opportunity for a three-pointer. Unfortunately, Lou Williams was unable to convert this chance. The Mavericks seized the defensive rebound and initiated a counterattack. The Mavericks executed their plays with remarkable precision, employing a swift maneuver that resulted in a mismatch between Matthews and Lou Williams. Matthews, positioned in the low post, backed down Lou Williams, while Parsons, stationed at the high post, delivered the pass to him. The Lakers were compelled to tighten their defensive stance, allowing Matthews to return the ball to Parsons. Without hesitation, Parsons launched a three-pointer from the arc, successfully sinking it. The Mavericks capitalized on their strategy, converting 2 consecutive three-point opportunities with ease. The 6-point advantage that the Lakers had established at the beginning dissipated in an instant. Due to the absence of new reinforcements, their backcourt defense remained a significant concern. In the 10-cent live broadcast room, the commentary for today's game was provided by Wong Ming and Li Ku. Wong Ming observed the play and remarked, this situation. If the Lakers continue to start Lou Williams, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. Their defensive shortcomings are simply too pronounced. Li Ku concurred, indeed. The Lakers have now acquired Tony Allen. If Tony were to guard, I wonder if Matthews would even dare to attempt a low post drive. Yes. In the next match, our new acquisition will take the court, and the Lakers' backcourt defense will surely see improvement. Let us now shift our focus to the Lakers' offense. We shall revisit the trade discussions shortly. In a structured offensive setup, Hibbert orchestrated the play from the high post, while Clarkson and Kobe maneuvered along the baseline. Wong provided cover for the three players, hoping to create an opportunity. Kobe, positioned on the wing, managed to find himself unmarked. Receiving a pass from Hibbert, he executed a mid-range jump shot, which found its mark. Kobe's successful shot indicates that he is in fine form, a promising sign for the Lakers. Both teams started with a smooth rhythm, as one side struggled with backcourt defense while the other, an aging team, moved sluggishly. Consequently, the game unfolded at a leisurely pace. Yet the tactics employed were commendable. The Mavericks showcased numerous isolation plays within their strategy, with Parsons and Sulemedri engaging in a series of pick-and-rolls. Ultimately, Parsons took a mid-range jumper, scoring 2 points. Alas, Parsons again found success with a jump shot, revealing the Lakers' ongoing defensive issues at the small forward position. Their defense appeared rather lax, raising questions about Randolph's potential starting role upon his arrival and whether Wong might shift to the small forward position. I believe such an arrangement is plausible, as Randolph possesses significant prowess in the low post and could form a formidable twin tower duo with Hibbert. Frankly, this lineup bears a resemblance to the Lakers' iconic trio from yesteryears. Liku referenced this renowned trio, comprising Kobe's championship-winning era, which featured the imposing presence of Bynum, Gasol, and a versatile Odom. Indeed, the combination of Hibbert, Randolph, and Wong evokes a simplified version of the Lakers' legendary trio. However, it remains uncertain what impact this streamlined version might yield, although this match pitted the Lakers against the Mavericks. Both commentators and fans alike focus their attention on the Lakers' new additions and revamped lineup. Wong is currently on the court, his mind untroubled by distractions. His sole focus is to score. Once again, Hibbert orchestrates the play from the high post, while the diminutive guards weave in and out of positions with agility. Wong provided cover and then suddenly emerged. He found an open opportunity at a 45-degree angle on the left side. Hibbert passed the ball to Wong. Wong received the ball without a moment's hesitation. He executed a mid-range jump shot with precision. It found its mark. What a splendid play. Wong's confidence in his shooting is burgeoning. Furthermore, although his release is not particularly swift, he remains unfazed by the prospect of opponents attempting to disrupt his shot. Wang Meng is truly devoid of any commendable attributes. One might praise Wong's mid-range jump shot, yet it is merely an unremarkable leap. The score stands at 8-8, with both sides displaying commendable shooting touch at the outset. However, a sudden shift occurs as both teams begin to falter. Matthews misses a three-pointer, while Lou Williams from the Lakers also fails to convert from beyond the arc. The Mavericks launch a counterattack, only for Parsons' layup to be thwarted by Wong's timely intervention. The Lakers retaliate, but Clarkson's aggressive drive culminates in a missed dunk. The pace of the game has shifted dramatically, leaving the audience momentarily bewildered. Just moments ago, it was a display of offensive prowess. Now, the players seem to be struggling with erratic shots and a plethora of blunders. This phenomenon is, in fact, quite common. Initially, both teams adhere to their pre-game strategies, executing plays with precision and order, which allows for a smoother flow. Yet, as the game progresses, chaos gradually ensues. Once disorder sets in, the likelihood of disorganized plays increases. In such circumstances, the presence of a superstar becomes pivotal. It is their moment to shine. Conversely, in the absence of a superstar or when their abilities have waned, the spectacle can become quite painful to witness, as is the case now. On the Mavericks side, the ball finally finds its way to Nowitzki. Faced with Wong's defense, he skillfully positions himself in the low post. He is among the most formidable back-to-the-basket forwards in the annals of the league. Though age may have caught up with him, his prowess remains undiminished. Nowitzki, with his back to the basket, executes a turnaround jump shot with poise, success. Following the basket, Nowitzki casts a knowing smile at Wong. The defense was commendable, but there is room for improvement. Such praise, however, carries an unmistakable undertone of sarcasm. Wong did not smile. He took a deep breath, his mind replaying Nowitzki's recent back-to-the-basket move. From receiving the ball, to dribbling with hesitation, and finally pivoting, the entire sequence unfolded seamlessly. Wong had exerted every effort to defend, yet he found himself lagging half a beat behind Nowitzki at every turn. Was it due to Nowitzki's speed? Clearly not. It was because every movement of Nowitzki was meticulously adjusted in response to the defense. If one approached closely, he would effortlessly pivot and glide past. If a certain distance was maintained, he would execute a flawless jump shot like a solitary golden rooster. This is the hallmark of a historically great scorer, one without a predictable pattern for one to decipher. Fortunately, Nowitzki's age has begun to show. He has shed considerable weight, and his physical responsiveness has diminished. Wong still has the opportunity to restrain the seasoned veteran. Nowitzki has successfully executed a superstar isolation play. Meanwhile, during the Lakers' offense, it is only natural to pass the ball to Kobe. Wong emerged to set a screen for Kobe. Now, Kobe is not the same as he once was. He nearly calls for a pick and roll on every offensive possession. His once unparalleled foot speed, capable of outmaneuvering any defender in one-on-one situations, has diminished. However, he has grown accustomed to collaborating with Wong. After the screen, Wong rolls towards the basket. Instead of taking the shot himself, Kobe delivers a beautiful bounce pass. Wong received the pass without the necessity of dribbling, executing a splendid left-handed layup. It was a remarkable display. The synergy between Wong and Kobe has once again flourished. Their pick-and-roll execution was exquisite, highlighting the deficiency in the Mavericks' interior defense. Without Pachulia, relying on the veteran to safeguard the rim proves to be rather unreliable. Wang Ming observed Wong replicating the opening goal and could not help but exclaim in praise. Even the host in a live broadcast noticed the glaring deficiency in the Mavericks' interior defense, a flaw that Kobe, naturally, perceived even more acutely. Wong's proficiency in finishing at the rim is undeniably reliable. Moreover, he adeptly utilizes his left hand. Coupled with his robust physique, broad shoulders, and long arms, he penetrates the paint with ease, executing left-handed layups that leave the Mavericks utterly helpless. Observing Wong's consecutive pick-and-roll successes, Carlisle on the sidelines furrows his brow in concern. Presently, every head coach in the league must re-evaluate Wong's capabilities before facing the Lakers. Previously, due to the Lakers' dismal performance, some coaches neglected to prepare adequately, opting for a straightforward approach. Competing against the Lakers was a challenge, even for those seeking to lose. However, the situation has markedly changed now. Wong has emerged as a significant variable in the game. This individual consistently unveils new strategies in nearly every match. Previously, Coach Popovich of the Spurs suffered greatly at the hands of Wong, who expertly dominated the low post. Prior to this match, Coach Carlisle expressed concerns regarding Wong's low post offensive skills, leading him to devise several defensive tactics to counteract this threat. Should Wong attempt to penetrate the Mavericks' defense in the low post, he would undoubtedly incur some cost. While the veteran player is not renowned for his defensive prowess, his height lends itself well to effective low-post standstill defense. Yet, the Lakers did not implement any specific low-post strategies for Wong. Instead, their pick-and-roll execution became increasingly fluid. This posed a severe challenge for Nowitzki. He is untroubled by standstill defense, but when it comes to executing pick-and-rolls and providing help defense, he struggles to keep pace. On the offensive end, the ball continued to flow to the veteran player. This time, Nowitzki refrained from attempting to score alone, opting instead to pass to the perimeter. The Mavericks resumed their intricate tactical movements, a rarity in the current league, with only a few teams like the Golden State Warriors and the Celtics employing such complexity. On the defensive front, the Lakers kept it straightforward, relying on one-on-one matchups without engaging in elaborate schemes. Wong remained vigilant against Nowitzki. Consequently, Deron Williams penetrated the lane, delivering a pass to the awaiting Medri in the paint. Medri seized the opportunity, executing a powerful two-handed dunk. The Lakers' man-to-man defense was effectively disrupted by the Mavericks' strategic movement, leaving the interior vulnerable and ripe for exploitation. Wong observed Hibbert's dazed expression and, indifferent to engaging him further, proceeded to initiate the play from the backcourt. The Lakers' defense appeared to be in disarray for the moment. They aimed to regain composure through their offense, as the Mavericks' defense was not particularly formidable either. The Lakers reverted to their high pick-and-roll strategy. Hibbert positioned himself at the arc while Kobe maneuvered to receive the ball at a 45-degree angle. Confronted by the defense, he elevated for a shot. It was another swish. Kobe had now successfully made his second jump shot of the game, exhibiting an excellent shooting touch from the outset. Following a brief period of chaotic play, both teams resumed their rhythm. If the game continued to flow so smoothly, the television broadcasters would certainly find it unbearable to interrupt. The teams exchanged two more possessions before the network signaled for a commercial break, leading to an official timeout. Wong felt as though she had just begun to find her rhythm on the court. Neither coach seemed inclined to call for a timeout. After all, with little defense being played, it was all about attacking and honing their skills. Just as the game was flowing smoothly, however, the technical table called for a timeout. Sigh. Yet another interruption. Why halt the game when it was progressing so well? Wong and his teammates took a moment to rest on the sidelines. The frequent pauses in the NBA are truly unbearable, stripping the game of any semblance of fluidity. Even if the players exhibit seamless play, the broadcast fails to reflect that continuity. By the time the game resumes, the score stands at an even 15-15. It is now the Mavericks' turn to attack. Parsons receives the ball from the perimeter and drives towards the basket. Following that, he executes a lob pass. Medri charges into the paint, catching the pass with both hands and delivering a thunderous dunk. Wong could no longer contain himself this time. Hibbert, could you possibly keep an eye on your players? Do you find it gratifying to witness him dunking one after another right over their heads? Hibbert was left speechless by Wong's remarks. Wong gazed at him with a sympathetic expression, choosing not to utter another word. He understood that the issue did not lie with Hibbert, but rather with the Lakers' perimeter defense being breached effortlessly. Consequently, Hibbert was compelled to step out for help defense, leaving his assigned opponent unguarded. So, who was it that was being so easily passed? None other than the number 24, the orchestrator of the court. Even Parsons struggled to contain him. Fortunately, Kobe still displayed flashes of brilliance on the offensive end. After being momentarily outmaneuvered by Parsons, he retaliated by dominating the low post against him. With a series of feints, he finally pivoted towards the baseline, executing a fadeaway jump shot. Alas, it did not find the net. A timeout had seemingly disrupted Kobe's rhythm. Yet beneath the basket, Wong seized the offensive rebound and gently placed the ball into the hoop. Following the score, Wong made sure to commend Kobe, saying, "Great play, splendid assist." Kobe managed to muster a faint smile in response. Wong's prowess in securing offensive rebounds is truly enigmatic. Wong has embraced his role as a fortunate guardian of offensive rebounds. The competition remains fiercely contested, with both sides exchanging points relentlessly. The Mavericks rely on strategic gameplay. Dirk Nowitzki is no longer the player he once was. He refrains from engaging in excessive low-post isolation plays, instead fully integrating into the Mavericks' collective offensive scheme. He screens for his teammates, facilitates plays, and maintains his threat on the court, effectively creating space. Observing Nowitzki's performance is truly remarkable. Wong remarked, "The driver has now transformed into a quintessential team player. From previously dominating the league in ball possession, even ranking at the top, to now altering his approach entirely. Everything is for the sake of the team." Lee Cook concurred, indeed, each player's style is distinct. Unlike some players who have become accustomed to being superstars, it is challenging for them to genuinely integrate into a collective. Wong hurriedly exclaimed, Oh, is this not a veiled reference to someone? Ha. It is not a veiled reference. This is indeed the home court of the Lakers. Although Wong attempted to make amends, Lee Cook's remarks undeniably stirred hornet's nest. After all, the live streaming room was teeming with Kobe's ardent fans, and Lee Cook's statement clearly bore a sardonic undertone towards the basketball legend. What nonsense was this commentator spewing? It was an obvious insinuation aimed at the old master. Is it not evident that Kobe has been playing a team-oriented game? Just look at how few shots he took in the first quarter. A commentator who fails to do their homework resorts to baseless stereotypes. Kobe has been evolving his game over the past several seasons. How can one still claim he monopolizes ball possession? Let us not utter such foolishness. The notion of transformation? Each offseason, we hear declarations of change. It seems that after a few games, the old habits resurface. As the saying goes, a leopard does not change its spots. Kobe's style of play has been consistent for 2 decades, and with his inherent character, how could one expect a complete transformation? It is commendable enough that the old master can pass the ball. What more could one ask for? Once again, criticisms regarding Kobe's gameplay arise. At this moment, the first quarter of the game has concluded, with both sides at a deadlock, tied at 25-25. The competition is fierce. The Mavericks executed their strategies with remarkable finesse, showcasing beautiful plays. The broadcast repeatedly highlighted Medri's 2 spectacular alley-oops. Yet, when one glances at the score, it mirrors that of the Lakers. The Lakers, on the other hand, appear to rely on rather simplistic tactics, either pick and rolls or Hibbert's high-post facilitation. Their passing is limited, and once space is created, they often resort to individual prowess. However, while straightforward and effective, it lacks complexity. Such is the nature of NBA games. Complexity does not necessarily equate to success. Sometimes, simplicity proves to be the most effective approach. Wong exhibited commendable performance in the first quarter, securing 8 points and capturing 3 rebounds, along with 2 steals. One must acknowledge the efficacy of Bell. It proves to be an invaluable asset. Subtly and imperceptibly, it often leads to an opponent's error while on defense. Over the course of a game, it can induce 2 or 3 mistakes from adversaries, which is immensely beneficial for Wong. If such an item were to be utilized in the fiercely contested playoffs, it would undoubtedly serve as a formidable weapon. Wong sat on the bench, sipping water, while observing Scott futilely expounding his tactical arrangements. He had little desire to heed Scott's strategies, having memorized them long ago. After all, they were merely repetitive phrases. At this moment, his mind was consumed by a singular concern. Coach, will I be required to play again shortly? Wong played the entirety of the first quarter. It appears she will continue in the second quarter as well. Scott glanced at Wong and inquired, what is the matter? Are you tired? Wong shook his head and replied, I am not fatigued, but I am reluctant to play as a center. In the previous games, he had almost played the entirety of each match. During the transitional phase, when Hibbert would leave the court, Wong would assume the center position due to his robust physique. Coupled with the advantages bestowed by the death mask, he performed admirably in that role. Occasionally, as the game progressed, Scott would realize this lad is quite adept at playing center. He seems to be outperforming Hibbert. Thus, he urged Wong to maintain his position at center. Consequently, Wong, standing at 206 centimeters, engaged in physical confrontations at center, which significantly increased his risk of injury and made him feel rather cumbersome on the court. Observing Wong, Scott mused, this fellow is becoming increasingly audacious. Initially, he sought to arrange personnel rotations and discuss tactics. Now he is expressing his desire to avoid playing center. However, Scott soon reconsidered. Wong possesses the remarkable ability to influence even the upper echelons of management. Should he find himself displeased, it could jeopardize the position of the head coach. That would indeed be disastrous. Presently, Scott's aspirations of becoming the premier coach have been ignited. If he can persevere through this match, the new recruits from the Grizzlies will soon arrive. To be frank, these players are not viewed favorably by the public, yet Scott holds them in high regard. They embody the traditional archetype of players he desires, reminiscent of the rosters he once cultivated with the Nets and Hornets. As a traditional coach, such lineups are becoming increasingly rare in the NBA. Thus, in a moment of intense ideological struggle lasting merely 3 seconds, Scott resolved to yield. He patted Wong on the shoulder and said, all right, today Little Nance returns. Let him take the center position. Wong nodded, believing that Coach Scott was quite a decent person. Little did he know that Scott was engaged in a complex psychological struggle. The second quarter of the match commenced. Wong remained on the court, while Zion replaced Hibbert. Meanwhile, for the Mavericks, Nowitzki continued to play, not due to an extended duration on the court, but rather because Carlisle's utilization of him has always been rather unique. He typically substitutes Nowitzki during the midpoint of the first quarter for a brief respite, allowing him to return towards the end of the first quarter and subsequently commence the second quarter. This strategy maximizes Nowitzki's stamina. The Mavericks' outside jump shot missed the mark, allowing the Lakers to secure the rebound and initiate a fast break. Clarkson, utilizing a pick, sought to exploit the mismatch against the towering Nowitzki. Yet, confronted by the veteran's long reach, his jump shot failed to find its target. The defensive effort from the veteran was commendable, as he managed to contest the shot right in Clarkson's face, indicating that his defensive prowess is not as lacking as it may seem. Subsequently, the Mavericks, through strategic movement, created an excellent mismatch opportunity in the low post. Nowitzki faced off against Lou Williams. Initially, Wong was focused on defending Nowitzki, but the team's defensive positioning was precarious. Following a screen, he was compelled to pursue Beria, inadvertently providing the veteran with a favorable mismatch. Ordinarily, this would be an almost guaranteed scoring opportunity. However, upon receiving the ball, the veteran pivoted for a floater, which lacked the requisite strength and fell short. There was a hint of a foul on Lou Williams, who, unable to reach the shot, refrained from jumping to contest, instead opting to push the veteran at the waist. This contact led to the veteran's shot being compromised, resulting in a missed floater. Wong seized the defensive rebound and cast a glance towards the offensive end. Without a doubt, Clarkson had already soared past. A magnificent long pass was delivered to the frontcourt. Clarkson received the ball and charged fiercely towards the basket, successfully executing a layup. The Mavericks transition defense rivals that of Kobe, making every fast break opportunity all the more critical. Wong would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. The Mavericks embark on another offensive possession. Nowitzki once again finds himself with a favorable mismatch to exploit. Wong felt a sense of perplexity. What was happening? Why was he once again unable to guard the driver? This time, it was Clarkson who was mismatched against the driver. Naturally, the driver would not let such a golden opportunity slip by. He faced Clarkson and took a jump shot. Yet it missed. Alas, 2 consecutive chances to exploit the mismatch had been squandered by the seasoned player. What a pity. Wong felt a sense of regret, while the fans were enveloped in a melancholic atmosphere. Alas, even the seasoned veteran struggled to make his shots. Had he passed, the difficulty might have lessened, allowing for success. Kobe is aged, as has Nowitzki, and I too have age alongside them. Youth shall not return. Yet a curious fact remains. Kobe and Nowitzki have faced each other only once in the playoffs. Indeed, the Lakers and Mavericks dominated the Western Conference for a decade, with the Spurs fiercely contesting against both. But the Lakers and Mavericks clashed only once in 2011, and fortunately, the Mavericks emerged victorious, sweeping the series 4-0. As the fans reminisced about history, on the court, Nowitzki continued his less-than-stellar performance. The Lakers, through pick-and-roll plays, created mismatches. Lou Williams faced Nowitzki, feigning a three-point shot. Yet, the veteran rushed towards him as usual. Instead of taking the shot, Lou Williams maneuvered closer. The referee blew the whistle, calling a foul on Nowitzki. After reviewing the footage, the referee confirmed the foul, awarding Lou Williams 3 free throws, eliciting cheers from the crowd. Nowitzki looked up at the big screen, letting out a weary sigh. Since that championship win in 2011, where he stood as a solitary hero, his desire for the game has significantly waned. After all, that championship consumed his very essence. He subsequently witnessed the gradual decline of the Mavericks, and now, observing his old rivals aging one by one, while newcomers rise in succession, he often finds himself sighing. After all, he once advanced over the corpses of great stars. Lou Williams stepped to the free throw line, sinking all 3 attempts. Coach Carlisle opted to substitute Nowitzki, recognizing the veteran's lackluster performance today. At that moment, the system assigned Wong a task. Hidden task 06 activated. Make at least 3 Golden Rooster stands on one leg jump shots in this game. Task difficulty, ghost level task reward, 30 system coins experience item. The veteran's golden left foot task completion rate, 0.01 chapter 85. Beauty in form item name. The veteran's golden left foot item level. S equipment description. Grants you the skill of the Golden Rooster stands on one leg jump shot. Note 1. This item is an experience item for the hidden task. It can be purchased in the store using system coins. Note 2. The skill's effect allows your shooting to depend solely on your feel for the game, independent of your opponent's defense. Note 3. Using this skill in conjunction with the feel lock skill enhances its effectiveness. Suisa, Akib. Wong glanced at the prop instructions. This item is indeed a remarkable asset. It appears that the system is quite considerate. Noticing that the seasoned player is not in optimal form, it seems the system wishes to ensure that both the fans in the arena and those watching from home do not miss the splendid display of the Golden Rooster stands on one leg. The execution of this move demands a high level of physical coordination from the player. For those not particularly known for their leaping ability, a single leg backward jump can significantly mitigate the defender's interference. Players like Jordan and Kobe, with their exceptional physical attributes, do not require the Golden Rooster stance. They can simply rely on a straightforward backward jump. In contrast, a player like Nowitzki, who lacks in vertical leap and core strength, utilizes his height, wingspan, and coordination, making his Golden Rooster backward jump equally challenging to defend against. Whether the shot succeeds or fails primarily hinges on a shooting touch. Replacing Nowitzki on the court is the center JaVale McGee. As soon as McGee steps onto the floor, he makes his presence felt. Following Lou Williams' free throws, the Mavericks initiate their offense. Beria executes a pick and roll and drives to the basket. Under Wong's interference, his layup fails, but McGee secures the offensive rebound. Then, facing the Lakers' defense, he explodes with a one-handed dunk. McGee's height and wingspan are truly formidable, showcasing an extraordinary talent beneath the waist. Though his intellect seems to blend him into the crowd, the Lakers' offense is underway. Today, they are bolstered by the return of a significant forward, Nick Young, wearing number 0. The Lakers have had personnel at the small forward position this season, namely Nick Young and Metta World Peace. However, both players have been plagued by injuries since the mid-season. Metta has been sidelined for an extended period. Otherwise, Wong would not have had the opportunity to play, even if both were healthy. Neither Young nor Metta would qualify as competent small forwards in the current league. Young's defensive skills are woefully inadequate, possessing only a three-point shot and the ability to create his own offense. Furthermore, when he goes one-on-one, he often disregards even Kobe. He is among the few who exhibit more isolation tendencies than Kobe himself. As for Metta World Peace, he has reached the twilight of his career. The Lakers signed him largely out of nostalgia, hoping to provide Kobe with a familiar companion to share the final season of his career. Naturally, such players have a limited capacity to contribute. Upon Wong's arrival at the Lakers, he had scarcely encountered Metta World Peace, who had been recuperating and had yet to make an appearance. This evening, Nick Young, having recovered from injury, returned to the court. Upon entering the game, he found an opportunity to shoot from the corner. Receiving a pass from Lou Williams, he attempted a three-pointer at a 0-degree angle. With a resounding clang, it failed to find the net. However, Wong, positioned beneath the basket, confronted three Mavericks players, resolutely tipping the ball aside. He then leaped again, securing the ball in his grasp. Despite JaVale McGee's greater height and longer reach, his failure to establish a favorable position allowed Wong to seize the rebound. Subsequently, Wong charged towards the basket, utilizing a feint that elevated McGee, causing him to commit a foul. McGee appeared somewhat chagrined, realizing he ought not to have jumped. Should he have allowed Wong to attempt the layup? Could he have succeeded? He now stood at the free throw line. Wong flawlessly executed 2 free throws, keeping the score tightly contested. Subsequently, Beria made a powerful drive to the basket, successfully scoring with a bank shot. Lou Williams, having been caught off guard, retaliated in the next possession by sinking a three-pointer from the right corner, a feat made possible by Wong's impeccable pass to Nick Young at the 45-degree angle, who then distributed the ball to Lou in the corner. The Lakers managed to score a beautiful three-pointer, seemingly with the Mavericks allowing them to shoot from the corner. The Lakers had 2 consecutive opportunities for corner threes, as the Mavericks appeared to be tightening their defense on the perimeter. The commentator, Lee Koo, elucidated that the Mavericks employed a zone defense, deliberately leaving 2 corners open for the Lakers to shoot. If you can make the shots, then you are accurate. If you cannot, the Mavericks will secure the rebound and have a chance to counterattack. The zone defense has long been a hallmark of Carlisle's strategy. Given that the Lakers possess the league's weakest three-point shooting, Carlisle aimed to force them into taking shots from beyond the arc, compelling them to attack in a manner they are not accustomed to. However, the results of this strategy were not favorable on 2 occasions. Soon after, Lou Williams intercepted a pass during defense and executed a fast break layup, allowing the Lakers to take the lead. However, at that moment, an unexpected incident occurred on the sidelines. Kobe, who had been resting, suddenly stood up and left for the locker room, clutching his shoulder as he departed. Oh, we see Kobe has exited the game. He only played 1 quarter, and now he has suddenly left the bench. What could be the reason? Is it a re-injury? It is possible, as Kobe was seen holding his shoulder, which has been a recurring issue for him. It seems he felt discomfort and needed to seek treatment. I wonder if Kobe will return, one commentator mused. Personally, I feel that he likely will not come back, as age is a factor, and it is more important to prioritize his health. Indeed, this game is of great significance for the Lakers. They have reignited their hopes for the playoffs, with each match being crucial. With every loss, they drift further away from postseason aspirations. Yes, they suffered too many losses in the first half of the season. The 2 commentators in the broadcast booth maintained a somewhat pessimistic tone. Kobe's departure has further depleted the Lakers roster, leaving the bench nearly empty. His absence is a blow to the team's morale. The cornerstone of their strategy is no longer present. Beria quickly responded with a jump shot, narrowing the gap. Meanwhile, Lou Williams temporarily took charge of the game, utilizing a pick and roll with Wong to create an opportunity, penetrating the lane and scoring a 2-pointer from within the key. In this transitional segment, Lou Williams' offensive prowess is showcased to its fullest potential. Carlisle, observing the Lakers' offense from the sidelines, reflects on the Chinese player wearing number 10. Although seemingly unassuming, has taken command of the team's offensive strategy and effectively dismantled the Mavericks' zone defense. During the second quarter, the Mavericks employed a zone defense primarily to counteract the pick-and-roll breakthroughs through the middle. However, Wong's notable offensive rebound and timely assist compelled the Mavericks players to reconsider their concentrated focus on the center, thereby dispersing their attention towards the corners. Wong, evidently attuned to this shift, promptly orchestrated plays in the middle, collaborating with Lou Williams to penetrate the Mavericks' zone defense. Realizing that the zone defense was becoming untenable, Carlisle acknowledged the necessity for a strategic adjustment. The Mavericks called for a brief timeout, during which Carlisle substituted McGee for Darren Williams and Beria, forming a dual-point guard lineup. With Kobe absent from the Lakers roster, their backcourt appeared vulnerable, necessitating the dual guards to exploit the Lakers' defensive frailties. Wong sat on the bench, gulping down water. In the second quarter, he fully transformed into a team player. However, He recognized that merely adopting a team-oriented approach would not suffice against the Mavericks. The Lakers, in their pursuit of team basketball, would inevitably fall short against such formidable opponents. The team still required a hero to emerge. Yet, the Lakers' basketball hero had grown weary and frail, retreating to the locker room for treatment after just one quarter of play. Meanwhile, Scott continued to strategize, emphasizing the importance of ball movement, passing, and penetrating the paint. Wong Dao. Coach, allow me more opportunities to play. Scott glanced at Wong, pondering what has changed. Previously, you rejected the strategy centered around you. Then, in the last game against the Trail Blazers, your low-post offense vanished entirely. Now you are asking to be given the ball again. Who do you think you are? Scott replied, follow my directives. At this moment, the brief timeout had come to an end. Wong remains indifferent. Ultimately, when on the court, players will adapt to the circumstances at hand. The coach's instructions may hold sway for merely a couple of minutes. Once the time elapses, it is the player's inherent skills and determination that truly matter. As the timeout concludes, the match resumes. The dual guards of the Mavericks exhibit remarkable agility. The Lakers' defensive formation is excessively stretched. Beria effortlessly penetrates the lane and, in the face of Hibbert's defense, executes a bank shot with precision. During this period, Beria has seemingly transformed into a modern-day Iverson. The Lakers' perimeter defense is simply inadequate. In the NBA, where defensive 3-second violations exist and the actions against centers are stringently regulated, once a smaller player drives into the paint, the chances of scoring are considerably high. Hibbert in the paint resembles little more than a mere ornament. Were he to transition to the CBA, adhering to FIBA regulations, he would undoubtedly dominate the paint. Regrettably, this league appears increasingly ill-suited for him. The Lakers initiate a rapid inbounds play. Lou Williams takes control, but nearly commits a turnover as the ball is deflected and rolls into a crowd of players. In such moments, Wong's presence is always felt. He bends down and snatches the ball, then unexpectedly delivers a behind-the-back pass to Nick Young stationed at the right corner. Young receives the ball and immediately launches a three-pointer. It's a drifting three-point shot that finds the net. The Staples Center erupts with jubilation. What a splendid shot, and what a beautiful pass from Wong. How did that pass come about? Indeed, after retrieving the ball, it was as if Wong had eyes on the back of his head, spotting Nick Young in the corner. The Mavericks' defense evidently requires further refinement. Carlisle watches on in exasperation. This is purely an issue of individual player skill and a stroke of luck. The Mavericks' defense had indeed succeeded in nearly forcing a turnover. Little did they know that after the near steal, the ball returned to Wong's possession, and once again, the Mavericks defenders clustered together, leaving the corner wide open. Nick Young, without hesitation, seized the opportunity and scored. Moving to the offensive end, Beria genuinely believes himself to be Iverson, continuing his drive to the basket after pick and roll. This time, Lou Williams closely follows, maintaining his position. Wong approached from behind. Just as Beria was about to attempt a layup, he forcefully swatted the ball away. An emphatic rejection on Beria. Unfortunately, the ball went out of bounds, still granting possession to the Mavericks. Nevertheless, this play significantly boosted team morale. Wong and Lou Williams exchanged a high five. Lou Williams had also endured several rounds of bullying from Beria, and it was time to show him a thing or two. The two teams engaged in a fierce back and forth, with the score remaining tightly contested. However, the Lakers consistently maintained pressure on the Mavericks, much to Carlisle's growing anxiety as he scratched his head on the sidelines. Carlisle sensed that the tactics he had devised were too easily deciphered by the opposing number 10. Whether in offense or defense, Wong seemed to swiftly locate the vulnerabilities, making it exceedingly difficult for the strategy-reliant Mavericks. With 4 minutes remaining in the first half, the score stood at 48-44. With the Lakers leading the Mavericks by 4 points during the Lakers' offensive possession, Wong, position high, orchestrated the play. The Lakers executed 2 offensive strategies, yet neither yielded a viable opportunity. Time was slipping away, and the Mavericks' defense appeared poised for success. The shot clock was on the verge of expiration. Wong dribbles the ball towards the corner position, while Parsons defends against him. Wong positioned himself against Parsons, then suddenly executed a retreat dribble. With his left foot grounded and his right foot elevated, he leaned back to release the shot. This technical maneuver was remarkably fluid. Parsons, already shorter than Wong with shorter arms, could not reach him at all. As a result, he could only watch helplessly as Wong executed a stunning one-leg jump shot. Wong's exquisite one-leg jump shot. The ball went in, just in time. How splendid. That shot found its mark. Could it be that the spirit of Nowitzki has possessed him? Wang Ming looked at Wang Shuang, who suddenly struck a pose reminiscent of a golden rooster standing on one leg. For a moment, he was nearly convinced he was witnessing an illusion. Is this truly Wang Shuang? Could it be that he has transformed into a seasoned veteran? What initially seemed to be a routine offensive play, a commonplace goal, had unexpectedly pierced through the heart of Carlisle's defense. Just as they were on the verge of a successful defensive stand, their efforts were shattered by an extraordinary shot. Moreover, this shot bore the signature style of Nowitzki. At that moment, Nowitzki, seated on the sidelines, could only chuckle in resignation. He was about to take the court for the final moments of the second quarter, and yet, his move had been overshadowed. The Lakers bench erupted in astonishment upon witnessing Wang Shuang's high-difficulty shot. The live chat exploded with comments. Wang Shuang truly brings surprises to every game. When did he master this technique? Surely, he must have borrowed it from Nowitzki across the court. No wonder the veteran's shooting has been off tonight. The elegance of that shooting form was truly mesmerizing. Ding! He had earned a right to use Nowitzki's shooting package for a day. Fans engaged in playful banter, unaware that Wang Shuang had genuinely acquired a temporary mastery for the match. Nevertheless, he resolved to practice this technique diligently, for it proved to be remarkably effective. It resembled the elusive dream shake. Even if one wished to perfect it, lacking talent rendered all efforts futile. Yet this shooting style was different. Through relentless training, one could eventually transform it into a personal shooting skill. Wasn't that how the seasoned veteran had honed his craft? With a score of 50-44, the Lakers widened the gap in the latter half of the second quarter, prompting the Mavericks to call yet another timeout. The true master of the Golden Rooster pose, Nowitzki, re-entered the game. Upon his return, he exchanged a few words with Wang Shuang. Hey, the shot you just made was impressive. Was it just luck? Indeed, it was luck. But my luck tends to favor me, Wang Shuang replied, prompting a smile for Nowitzki. My luck has seldom been on my side. Hence, I practice relentlessly and never give up. Just as Wang Shuang was about to respond, the Mavericks suddenly initiated a play. Nowitzki swiftly positioned himself to receive the ball, backing into Wang Shuang and creating space. With his left foot planted and his right leg lifted, he executed a lean-back jump shot, and it went in. The veteran also scored. Goodness, are these two about to engage in a shooting duel? Wang Ming appeared quite exhilarated. Lika remarked, yet, it is Nowitzki's iconic one-leg shot that seems more authentic and comfortable. However, Wang Shuang promptly responded with decisive action. The Lakers players were aware that Wang Shuang had engaged in a duel with Nowitzki. Consequently, Wang Shuang positioned himself in the low post, requesting the ball. Clarkson, ever the team player, seamlessly passed the ball to Wang Shuang. Confronted by Nowitzki's defense, the situation differed significantly from that with Parsons. Nowitzki towered over Wang Shuang, resembling a great tree that obscured him. Alas, in the face of the system's skills, such physical advantages were rendered trivial. The skill description was unequivocal. It disregarded all forms of defense, and success hinged solely on one's touch. Wang Shuang felt an exhilarating sense of touch. His energy was abundant, and his hands were strong. The ball was released. It spun gracefully through the air before swishing through the net. Another successful shot. Wang Shuang executed a splendid back-leaning jump shot, akin to a golden rooster standing on one leg. The two of them were fiercely competing. After Wang Shuang scored, he turned to Nowitzki and asked, "How's my stance?" Nowitzki chuckled and replied, a bit awkward. It seemed that the seasoned veteran was slightly annoyed. This season, the driver has fully integrated himself into the Mavericks' collective offense, becoming a genuine team player. Yet, he occasionally reveals his brilliance when provoked by the younger generation. How could he refrain from responding? The Mavericks guards are quite astute as well. Once Nowitzki stepped inside the three-point line, he began to position himself with his back to the basket. Beria passed the ball to the veteran, and the Lakers chose not to double-team, granting Nowitzki and Wang Shuang the opportunity for a one-on-one duel. Having rested for half a quarter, the veteran was brimming with energy. He skillfully protected the ball and dribbled with remarkable finesse. Wang Shuang had no opportunity to retrieve the ball. Yet, at the very moment Nowitzki turned and took a shot, the death mask worn by Wang Shuang proved its effectiveness. Nowitzki found his vision momentarily obscured. It felt as though Wang Shuang had blocked the ball from his grasp. Consequently, his shot instinctively soared slightly higher than intended. However, Wang Shuang was far from reaching it. The ball traced a beautiful arc through the air, yet alas, it struck the rim and failed to enter. Hibbert seized the opportunity and snatched the defensive rebound. Wang Shuang surged forward towards the forefront. A swift counterattack by the Lakers. Wang Shuang seldom engages in fast breaks. He typically serves as the initiator of such plays. From the backcourt, he orchestrates passes much like a quarterback. However, This time he recognized that the veteran's agility was lacking, prompting him to swiftly advance to the frontcourt. The Lakers found themselves in a 3-on-2 opportunity, and Nick Young delivered the ball to Wong. Wong received the ball and made a breakthrough through the center. However, two Mavericks players were already stationed beneath the basket. Driving aggressively was not Wong's forte. He paused at a spot near the free throw line, then executed a pivot while maintaining possession. Creating space from the approaching Matthews, he planted his left foot firmly and lifted his right. With a graceful backward jump shot, he released the ball. It swished through the net. The Staples Center erupted with excitement. The Lakers led 54-46, an advantage of 8 points. Wong and Nowitzki brushed past each other. Wong remarked, "Your shooting form was exquisite, but alas, it did not find its mark. My technique may be unsightly, yet I succeeded." Nowitzki merely smiled in response. "As long as the form is beautiful, isn't that what truly matters?" He quipped, just like Kobe. You make a valid point," Wong conceded. At that moment, Kobe was in the locker room receiving treatment for his shoulder. The broadcast also displayed a subtitle indicating that Kobe would not participate in this match. Chapter 86. Chaotic play as the first half concluded. The score stood at 58-52, with the Lakers maintaining a 6-point lead. In the final moments, Wong executed a series of impressive one-leg jump shots, significantly widening the gap between the Lakers and the Mavericks. Meanwhile, the seasoned veteran sought to respond in kind, yet it became evident that his prowess had diminished considerably. Not only did he fail to convert consecutive offensive attempts, but he also inadvertently granted the Lakers opportunities for counterattacks. Indeed, time is unrelenting. The once mighty German tank, despite being well-maintained, has seen a decline in the accuracy of its cannon. Wong scored an impressive 17 points in the first half, showcasing a remarkable shooting accuracy with 7 successful field goals out of 10 attempts and converting 3 out of 4 free throws. Wong possesses a remarkable ability to seize opportunities on the offensive front, skillfully utilizing tactics and tools. During halftime, the live broadcast and forums come alive with discussion. Wong's fans have risen once more. Who dares to claim that Wong lacks the ability for autonomous offensive play? In this match, with Kobe absent, Wong undeniably emerged as the team's cornerstone. Standing tall like a golden rooster, Wong showcased new skills, leaving us curious about what abilities he might unveil in the next game. His offensive maneuvers, seemingly effortless, are undeniably effective. Is indeed puzzling. This is a testament to his capabilities, and he is poised to become the Lakers' next pivotal player. The Lakers have traded away Randall and others, acquiring a host of veterans solely to support Wong. Nonsense. Some say he lacks consistency, yet he is deemed a core player. The critics above must be blind. After several games, how can they dismiss his contributions? Such narrow-mindedness is truly lamentable. In this game, with Kobe sidelined, it becomes evident just how much Wong has to offer. Judging by the first half, he has firmly established himself as a core player. Moreover, with Kobe absent, the Lakers' perimeter defense has surprisingly improved. The critics of Kobe's legacy will never fade. Although Kobe's absence has posed challenges for the Lakers' offense, it has correspondingly enhanced Clarkson's defensive zeal. In the Mavericks locker room, the seasoned veteran appeared rather disheartened. In the final moments of the second quarter, he was surprisingly outmaneuvered by a player on a short-term contract. Thankfully, Nowitzki possesses remarkable mental fortitude. He has faced numerous adversities throughout his career. The notion of the new generation surpassing the old is trivial for him. With a slight adjustment, he redirected his focus to the second half of the game. He proactively approached Carlisle, saying, "Coach, we need to apply some defensive pressure on number 10. His fadeaway jumper looks exceptional. If we don't target him, it could lead to complications later on." Carlisle, respecting the veteran's insight, pondered the suggestion. However, he replied, "Double-teaming him? That could disrupt our entire defensive strategy." The Mavericks had prepared a tactic to double-team Kobe prior to the game, but with Kobe absent, should they really focus on a player with a short contract? Carlisle hesitated. Relying on double teams indiscriminately could unravel the entire defensive framework. The Mavericks video analysts had already assessed Wong's technical attributes, concluding that his one-on-one ability is inconsistent, but his responsiveness and passing skills are quite commendable. Based on this evaluation, a hasty double team could inadvertently allow his passing to shine. Carlisle sensed this in the first half. Wong possesses a keen observational acuity when it comes to defense. His passes are invariably precise, enabling his teammates to penetrate the opposing defense. Such prowess is often imperceptible through statistics alone. Frequently, his passes do not culminate in direct scoring, meaning they do not reflect in assist tallies. However, a keen observer of the game would recognize that it is his passes that invigorate the team's offense, dismantling the adversary's defense. Therefore, the significance of that initial pass is paramount. Noticing Carlisle's hesitation, Nowitzki remarked, "Coach, take a moment to consider. This lad is formidable. He is exceptionally talented and remarkably astute, poised to become a fierce competitor in the West." Carlisle concurred with this assessment. In fact, during the match against the Spurs, Carlisle had already discerned the immense potential and innate talent embodied in this number 10. Despite his youth, he possesses the capacity to influence the dynamics of a game, an attribute not commonly found in many exceptionally gifted young players. Those so-called prodigies often rely solely on physical prowess and technical skills. They flit about the court, soaring towards the basket. And while their statistics may appear impressive and the spectacle captivating, with dazzling dunks and impressive blocks, the harsh reality remains that their teams frequently fall short. Conversely, Wong exerts a formidable influence on the game. His recent performances have been instrumental in the Lakers' string of victories, an undeniable testament to his impact. Such players are precisely what Carlisle desires. He glanced at the veteran, noting that the once energetic player now seemed to have lost some of his vigor. In recent years, his style has grown increasingly lackadaisical, seemingly devoid of ambition. Rumor has it he has even taken to practicing hook shots, an unfortunate deviation from diligence. Carlisle reiterated tactical strategies as the second half was about to commence, with the score standing at 58-52, a 6-point margin. The players from both teams returned to the court. The first possession of the second half belonged to the Mavericks. Nowitzki positioned himself at the left corner, calling for the ball, and the Mavericks executed a straightforward play. The ball found its way back to Nowitzki, who had adjusted his position, establishing a deep post-up. With his back to Wong, Nowitzki made a slight nudge, followed by a classic one-legged fadeaway jump shot. Success. A splendid play. Nowitzki's signature shot marked the beginning of the second half with a score. Following the basket, Nowitzki winked at Wong, a smile gracing his face. Wong thought to himself, "This old man is quite astute, taking advantage of the beginning of the second half when his stamina is at its peak to assert his dominance over me." Nonetheless, his turnaround jump shot is truly remarkable. Utterly unfazed by any interference, Wong had only previously observed Nowitzki's shooting through recordings. It was only upon facing him on the court that he truly appreciated the remarkable finesse of his skills. Wong donned a death mask for defense. The area near the 3-second zone fell within the influence of the death mask. However, the seasoned veteran's series of maneuvers unfolded seamlessly. Wong's death mask posed little interference for him. He could only watch helplessly as the ball descended into the net. The Lakers' offensive possession continued. Orchestrated by Hibbert's high post play, Clarkson received the ball, drove to the basket, and executed a successful jump shot. Subsequently, the Lakers' defense held firm. Parsons, while receiving the ball, inadvertently struck it against his foot. With time running out, he was compelled to attempt a long-range three-pointer, which unfortunately missed its mark. Wong secured the defensive rebound. After surveying the court ahead, he found no opportunity. He passed the ball back to Lu Wei, initiating a set offense. Wong has positioned himself low on the left side, effectively blocking Nowitzki. He's requesting the ball with his back turned. Wong's fundamental skills in backing down for the ball are commendable. Moreover, the seasoned defender does not excel in positioning. Clarkson passed the ball into Wong's hands, igniting excitement among the fans. As Wong received the ball, he found an opportunity for a strong move in the low post. With a slight retreat, he executed a stunning one-legged fadeaway off the backboard, scoring beautifully. What a magnificent shot! Wong executed a classic 45-degree bank shot that found its mark. At this angle, Nowitzki frequently employs the backboard for his shots. To everyone's surprise, Wong managed to replicate it. "Young man, your jump shot technique is quite impressive. When did you master it?" Nowitzki couldn't help but inquire. It is worth noting that this particular skill took Nowitzki many years of practice to perfect, ultimately transforming it into his lethal weapon. Wong chuckled and said, "I developed it during the first quarter of the match. I began employing it in the second." Nowitzki smiled, thinking Wong was joking, but in truth he was not jesting. The skill he had just acquired during today's game was real. However, he was aware that it might not suffice for the next match. Nevertheless, Wong remained untroubled, for each forthcoming game would naturally bring forth new skills. Moreover, he was continuously enhancing his own abilities. With the bird template at his disposal, he felt his progress was remarkably swift, and his capacity for learning was becoming increasingly formidable. Truly, he was worthy of being regarded as one of the greatest white players in the history of the league. And this was merely a third of Bird's potential. As the compatibility improved, greater things awaited. Wang Shuang's abilities are becoming increasingly formidable. Lakers coach Scott observed Wang Shuang once again overpowering Nowitzki in the low post. He thought to himself, this young man, Wang Shuang, has managed to score down low again, and his efficiency is remarkably high. It truly is splendid. Following Kobe's unfortunate exit due to injury, Scott harbored considerable concerns. However, with Wang Shuang's consistent scoring, the offensive dynamics of the Lakers have been significantly enriched. On the Mavericks side, Nowitzki received the ball at the top of the arc and immediately launched a three-pointer. This move is emblematic of Nowitzki's signature offensive repertoire. As he advanced, he caught the ball and effortlessly released a three-point shot. His shooting form was exquisite. With a high arc, alas, it did not find its mark. Hibbert secured the defensive rebound. Wang Shuang positioned himself low on the left, ready to receive the ball. Clarkson passed the ball into Wang's hands. Carlisle shouted from the sidelines, "Double team! Double team!" It was evident that Carlisle understood the urgency. Wang could not be allowed to continue scoring effortlessly. The Mavericks initiated a double team against Wang, which consequently opened up an opportunity for Clarkson. Wang Shuang executed a ground pass without glancing at anyone, delivering the ball to Clarkson, who made a swift cut. Clarkson received the pass and executed a powerful two-handed dunk. Wang Shuang's ground pass to Clarkson resulted in a magnificent dunk. What a splendid pass it was. Aside from exclaiming beautiful, Wang Ming seems to be at a loss for other expressions. The Mavericks have begun to apply double teaming. When Wang Shuang made his pass, it was exceptionally composed and remarkably discreet, leaving the Mavericks defenders oblivious. Indeed, the Mavericks must weigh the consequences and costs of their double-team strategy. Carlisle on the sidelines is seen with his hand on his forehead. A player with high efficiency in isolation who can also facilitate plays is a considerable headache for any defense. Moreover, Wang Shuang's one-on-one play differs from his performance against the Spurs. In this match, he executed fadeaway jumpers with remarkable success, almost showcasing a flair for the dramatic. It seemed as though, facing the Mavericks and Dirk Nowitzki, he felt compelled to utilize Nowitzki's signature move to triumph over him, which carried a hint of provocation. Yet, Wang Shuang is somewhat unjustly accused. He merely employs the tools provided by the system, leaving little room for choice. Subsequently, the Mavericks found themselves in a predicament. Their offense was no longer as fluid as in the first half, as their perimeter shooting began to falter, with three-pointers repeatedly missing the mark. Meanwhile, under Wang Shuang's leadership, the Lakers diversified their scoring. Carlisle hoped to utilize his zone defense to force the Lakers into uncomfortable three-point shots, thereby safeguarding the Mavericks' frail interior. However, Wang Shuang saw through this strategy. Under his direction, the Lakers aggressively attacked the paint. Hibbert surged into the lane, successfully executing a layup while drawing a foul from Medri, converting the ensuing free throw. Nick Young, with Wang Shuang's pick, drove into the paint, performing a Euro step to evade Nowitzki and score. The veteran, perhaps too eager, made contact with Young, resulting in another foul call and additional free throws. Midway through the third quarter, the Lakers opened a significant lead, 70-68, pulling ahead of the Mavericks by as much as 12 points, an outcome that caught everyone off guard. Despite Kobe's absence due to injury in the second quarter, the Lakers displayed an unexpected resilience, decisively overpowering the sixth-seeded Mavericks. Carlisle called a timeout, and the Staples Center erupted in celebration. The Lakers' recent performances have drawn large crowds, and with Wang Shuang's explosive display, the number of Chinese fans attending in person has surged, reflecting the already substantial Chinese community in Los Angeles. Wang Shuang's remarkable performance brings glory to all Chinese people. Sitting on the bench, Scott decided to allow Wang Shuang to rest for a while. Although Wang Shuang is young and possesses great stamina, having played a full 48 minutes in several games, the physical toll of playing a core role differs significantly from that of a supporting player. In tonight's match, Wang Shuang had substantial ball possession, engaging in back-to-the-basket plays against defenders. Such efforts undoubtedly demand far more energy than merely standing in the corner. Wang Shuang drank deeply from his water bottle. He had no objections to Scott's decision to let him rest, for he was indeed fatigued. The skill of the Golden Rooster, standing on one leg, demanded considerable physical exertion. The greater the energy expenditure, the less accurate his shooting became. Thus, it was time for him to sit on the bench for a while. As Wang Shuang left the court, the Mavericks unleashed a wave of counterattacks following the timeout. Parsons drove towards the basket and executed a successful layup. He was in fine form tonight. Subsequently, the Lakers initiated their offensive. Without Wong, the Mavericks' defense became considerably easier to breach. Hibbert held the ball in the low post, attempting to replicate Wong's no-look bounce pass. However, the ball was misdirected and found its way into the hands of Deron Williams. Williams seized the opportunity for a steal, launching a fast break and taking a shot from beyond the arc. The three-pointer found its mark. The ball bounced twice on the rim before finally settling in. The Mavericks scored 5 consecutive points, indicating that the timeout had indeed been effective. On the Lakers' side, the absence of Wong left them without a central figure, causing their play to become somewhat disjointed. Indeed, without his presence, the rhythm felt markedly different. Soon after, the Lakers committed a turnover during their offensive play. Clarkson drove to the basket, spinning left and right, only to inadvertently step out of bounds. The referee ruled it out of play, granting possession to the Mavericks. They needed to sharpen their focus and intensify their defense. Wong watched anxiously from the sidelines. How could I possibly lose my ability to play after just a brief moment off the court? If our offense fails to take shape, surely we can still muster some effort on defense, can't we? Wong's call resonated effectively, prompting Clarkson to redeem himself. In a defensive play, he thwarted Parsons' layup, seized the ball, and initiated a fast break. A deft crossover left Williams off balance, and he executed a layup with finesse, halting the Lakers' downward momentum. What a splendid defense. The team's morale surged, invigorating their spirit of competition. The Lakers' defensive tactics remained largely unchanged compared to the first half of the season. However, their attitude reflected a significant transformation. Buoyed by their victories, the Mavericks subsequently employed a pick-and-roll strategy. Williams delivered a bounce pass to Medri, who scored with a layup. The score differential hovered around 10 points. The Mavericks fought valiantly to catch up, yet their offense was disjointed, failing to create a sustained surge. Despite the Lakers' sporadic offense, they consistently responded each time the Mavericks scored. As the third quarter dwindled to 3 minutes remaining, the Lakers maintained a 78-68 lead, holding a 10-point advantage that the Mavericks struggled to overcome. At this juncture, an official timeout was called. Wong is set to make her triumphant return, while Nowitzki is also back on the court. The two sides are poised to engage once more in their fierce contest of balance and skill. Wong gazed at Nowitzki and remarked, "Dirk, I shall sink 2 jump shots over you shortly." Nowitzki responded, "I intend to score 3 over you. I shall make 4. I shall net 5. At that moment, Deron, unable to endure the banter any longer, interjected, "Hurry up and inbound the ball. Let's see if you can actually make the shots first." Just as he finished speaking, within 10 seconds, Williams committed a turnover during the offensive play, allowing Clarkson to intercept the ball once more. The Lakers launched a counterattack, and Clarkson's fast break was always a sight to behold. However, the layup failed to find its mark. Yet Wong trailed behind, swiftly tapping the ball in for a successful putback. Another 2 points added to the tally. Wong's ability to score effortlessly is truly remarkable. Whether it be securing offensive rebounds, executing putbacks, or finishing with layups, he never misses an opportunity to tally points. After all, given his modest skill level, he relies heavily on tactics and techniques. If he doesn't employ his wits to gather points, how can he amass statistics to assert his dominance? The deficit has increased to 12 points. In the final minutes of the third quarter, the game devolved into chaos. Nowitzki and Wong were vying against each other, each asserting their intent to score over the other, yet the opportunity never materialized. Both teams' guards were caught in a tangle, particularly Williams and Clarkson, who were fiercely competing. Williams, a former All-Star, had always held an edge over Chris Paul, but due to injuries, his prowess has waned. His signature moves, once effective, faltered against the younger Clarkson, who thwarted him multiple times, leading to turnovers. Fueled by competition, the two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange. The scene was chaotic. The Lakers struggled to score while the Mavericks attempted fast breaks, yet neither side found success, creating a fracas beneath the basket. The Lakers tried to counter with quick transitions, but Clarkson's three-point attempt fell short. The Mavericks retaliated, only for Williams' long pass to be intercepted. The fracas continued, leaving Carlisle on the verge of a meltdown. "What is this? What are they playing?" Carlisle considered calling a timeout, but, glancing at the clock, realized the third quarter was nearing its end, rendering a timeout impractical. Fortunately, Williams' individual prowess shone through in the closing moments as he aggressively attacked the basket, scoring and drawing a defensive foul from Wong. The ensuing free throw converted into a 2-1 play. Ultimately, the score settled at 82-74, with the Mavericks managing to narrow the gap to 8 points as both teams prepared to enter the decisive fourth quarter. Chapter 87. The outcome rests on oneself. In this climactic moment of the fourth quarter, the Lakers found themselves in a rare position this season, entering the final period with a substantial lead. As the third and fourth quarters transitioned into a brief respite, Wong engaged in conversation with his teammates on the bench, urging them to play with steadiness and not to get overly excited. Let us fortify our defense. We have been performing admirably, he emphasized, and we must not give the opposing team any opportunities. Even Scott had grown weary of speaking. After all, no one paid heed to his words. In Kobe's absence, Wong had gained a semblance of authority, especially since those who once opposed him had been traded away. Would the remaining players dare to defy him? He was a remarkable figure, one whom the management themselves would scold. In the past, when Russell and Randall were on the court, they would neglect to pass the ball to Wong. But now, Clarkson had become Wong's steadfast ally, and Lou Williams acknowledged his prowess. It remained uncertain how the new recruits, such as Randolph, would perceive him. Nevertheless, with Kobe around, matters seemed manageable. Although Kobe would not return to the game, he remained closely attuned to the unfolding events from the locker room, where the medical staff was diligently administering shoulder relaxation therapy. Observing Wong lead the team into the fourth quarter with a lead, Kobe felt a surge of admiration for the young man, particularly noting his ability to score consecutively in the low post, which rendered the Lakers' strategy multifaceted and rich, much like the role Kobe himself once played. It had taken Kobe nearly a decade to reach this level of play. It was only after adopting the number 24 jersey that he began to embrace such a style. While the number 8 Kobe represented an entirely different approach. Lying on the treatment table, watching the live broadcast on television, Kobe pondered, how has this young man evolved? It is nothing short of a transformation. Meanwhile, on the court, the fourth quarter had commenced. Wong and Xiao Nancy partnered in the paint. However, Xiao Nancy committed a foul immediately upon entering the game, raising his elbow during a screen. The referee called a foul for illegal screening. Wong cast a glance, sensing that this was not an auspicious omen. Could it be that the referees intended to control the game? The most dreaded scenario during a match is when the referees intervene excessively, disrupting a team's rhythm through trivial fouls. For instance, calling an offensive screen foul, defensive 3 seconds, or traveling violations. Oftentimes, these infractions go unpunished by the referees, as they bear minimal impact on the flow of the game. However, when the referees wish to influence the proceedings, they enforce the rules stringently, calling fouls that result in turnovers. The possession shifted to the Mavericks, and Nowitzki once again positioned himself in the low post on the left side. The ball found its way into his hands. With his back to Wong, he employed familiar maneuvers, using his body to gauge Wong's defense, striving to create space for himself. Then, he pivoted, planted his left foot, and executed a fadeaway jump shot. It was a success. The vigorous Nowitzki still possessed formidable one-on-one capabilities in the low post. His fadeaway jumper found its mark. It seemed that after every timeout or intermission, Nowitzki's shooting accuracy soared. Indeed, skills have cooldowns, and his stamina was fully replenished. We observe that the Lakers have committed another foul. The two commentators jested about Nowitzki's stamina cooldown. The Lakers were penalized for an offensive foul, as Clarkson, while dribbling, pushed Berea with a noticeable motion. The referee decisively called an offensive foul. In truth, this was a call that could have gone either way. Yet, the referee opted to blow the whistle, granting possession back to the Mavericks. The score stood at 82-76 with a mere 6-point margin. Kobe, lying in the locker room, muttered a curse under his breath. The referees seemed to favor the Mavericks, perhaps to enhance the suspense of the match. A seasoned player like Kobe could easily discern the referee's intentions. After all, the NBA is a commercial league, and managing the game's flow is inevitable. The referees are by no means as impartial as the public might imagine. Understanding how to engage with referees and interpret their intentions is an essential lesson for every NBA player. Kobe inwardly hoped that Wong would sense something amiss and refrain from granting the Mavericks any opportunities. Wong undoubtedly sensed a shift in the game. He was aware that the referees were leaning more towards the Mavericks at this juncture. As anticipated, Nowitzki set a screen. Berea drove aggressively towards the basket, executing a jump shot akin to horseback archery. This action resulted in a defensive foul by Clarkson. In less than a minute, Clarkson had accrued 2 fouls against Berea. It must be noted that Clarkson, being quite young, was outmatched by the seasoned Berea. He appeared visibly dejected, his head hanging low. What was happening? Why did it seem as though the referees were constantly targeting him? Wong approached and gently patted Clarkson, signaling him to remain calm. "Steady, young man. We are still in the lead. Do not act impulsively. This is merely a standard situation, nothing to worry about. After reassuring Clarkson, Barrios successfully converted both free throws. The score now stood at 82-78, with the margin narrowed to a mere 4 points. The Lakers were in dire need of scoring. Wong proactively approached to set a screen for Clarkson. After a succession of screens, Clarkson seized the opportunity to drive towards the basket. Suddenly, he soared with astonishing force. With a single-handed slam dunk, he executed a spectacular play. This moment was nothing short of breathtaking, completely overwhelming the Mavericks' interior defense. The Staples Center erupted in a cacophony of excitement. Clarkson's sudden leap was simply divine. Oh my, what a magnificent display. Clearly, he had been harboring a great deal of frustration, having endured back-to-back fouls. Was the referee targeting him? Well, he decided to demonstrate his prowess with a resounding dunk. This play was truly cathartic, and Wong's screen was executed flawlessly. Indeed, the series of screens showcased remarkable patience. If one attempt failed, they would simply try again. The quality of the screens was exceptional, and Wong posed a significant threat as well. Wong, with his offensive prowess, creates opportunities for his teammates. In the locker room, Kobe could not help but applaud Clarkson's play. The therapist remarked, "Kobe, please refrain from moving. Your fidgeting makes it impossible for me to provide you with a proper massage." Reluctantly, Kobe complied and lay still. It was now the Lakers' turn to defend. Wong continues to make contributions. Matthews penetrates the lane and attempts a jump shot. However, under the influence of Wong's death mask, it fails to find the net. Little Nance secures the defensive rebound. Wong commented that the Mavericks players find it exceedingly easy to penetrate. Yet fortunately, the Lakers' interior defense can still provide some interference. Although Wong may not possess remarkable height or wingspan, his shot-blocking ability near the basket is indeed quite formidable. In the Lakers' offensive play, Clarkson once again executed a pick-and-roll, charging towards the rim. In Kobe's absence, he and Lou Williams absorbed a significant portion of the ball-handling duties. Clarkson surged into the crowd, but this time, instead of attempting a direct layup, he skillfully passed the ball to Wong in the restricted area, amidst a confined space. Wong received the ball beneath the basket, executing a feint that successfully deceived Nowitzki. He then made a determined drive to the hoop. Foul! There was no alternative for Nowitzki, given his position under the basket. A foul was unavoidable. Wong is now headed to the free throw line, where his shooting consistency remains remarkably steady. Wong drew a foul from Nowitzki. Stepping up to the free throw line, he converted both shots successfully. Wong has already scored 25 points, marking yet another stellar performance. As long as this game is secured, the direct mission can be accomplished smoothly. At this moment, only 9 minutes remain in the match, with a score of 86-78. The point differential has returned to a comfortable 8 points. However, in the realm of the NBA, anything is possible within 9 minutes. During the final 9 minutes of this game, something truly astonishing unfolded. Following Wong as successful free throws, both teams suddenly entered a frenzied phase of missed shots. Initially, the Mavericks struggled with their outside shooting, missing consecutive three-pointers, not from forced attempts, but from wide-open opportunities. Players like Beria and Matthews failed to convert. Even when they secured offensive rebounds and attempted to score again, the shots still did not fall. The Lakers were not faring much better, as the Mavericks' offense faltered. The Lakers managed to control the defensive rebounds, launching a relentless series of counterattacks. Wong incessantly passed the ball to his teammates, Clarkson and Little Nance. Yet, despite their efforts to drive towards the basket, they could not manage to score. The two teams played for 2 to 3 minutes without a single point being registered. The television broadcasters could hardly bear to watch. An official timeout was called to allow both sides a moment to regroup and recalibrate their shooting touch. Is this how you honor the audience? Just moments ago, both teams were engaged in a vibrant contest, and now they seem to be caught in a stalemate. In a live broadcast, Wong expressed his bewilderment at the sudden decline in performance from both sides. Liku remarked, "It is quite normal. As we approach the final stages, both teams experience fatigue, leading to heightened defensive intensity, which inevitably diminishes offensive efficiency. Moreover, shooting touch can be contagious. When one player misses, it often leads to a cascade of subsequent misses." Wong remarked, "There is indeed some truth to what you say." Wong has consistently endeavored to create opportunities for his teammates. However, it is regrettable that they have not risen to the occasion. One might wonder if his individual efforts would yield better results. Liku responded, "Judging by Wong's performance this evening, it is likely that he would fare better on his own. Yet, he is reluctant to do so, as it is unnecessary. The Lakers currently hold an advantage and must engage the entire team in their offensive strategy. Moreover, with just 6 minutes remaining in the match, Wong needs to conserve his energy for the final moments. The commentary provided by the guest has proven to be quite insightful. Wong indeed harbored such thoughts. He intended to conserve his touch and physical stamina until the very end, for an 8-point lead, to be candid, is not particularly substantial. Following an official timeout, the Mavericks made some slight adjustments. Now, Nowitzki once again positioned himself on the right low post, executed a graceful one-legged fadeaway jump shot, and scored. At a critical juncture, reliance on the veteran is paramount. Indeed, Nowitzki's shooting possesses a rhythm akin to a well-timed cadence, and the duration between shots is notably prolonged. He must take ample time to rest off the court, for only then can he return to the game and hit his shots. Otherwise, his efforts may lack vigor. Wong's defensive effort was commendable, yet ultimately futile. He has truly come to realize the formidable prowess of a peak Dirk Nowitzki. This is the twilight of his career, requiring ample rest to find the basket, a luxury not afforded during his prime. When the time comes to close the scoring gap, he can effortlessly employ the unanswerable golden rooster stands alone technique to resolve the issue. It is no wonder that the Lakers struggled against the Mavericks in the playoffs back in the day. Meanwhile, the Lakers have momentarily regained their composure. Wong is also calling for the ball from a low position. This time, the Mavericks have anticipated and initiated a double team. Lou Williams refrains from passing. Instead, he drives toward the basket with the ball and successfully makes a floating shot. Wong's prowess in the low post was prominently displayed. Subsequently, Darren engaged in a high pick and roll while dribbling. Wong emerged to defend against Darren. Williams, who had been dribbling splendidly, suddenly felt as if the sound of a bell echoed in his ears. How could there be a bell? In a moment of distraction, the ball slipped from his grasp. Wong bent down and intercepted the ball. A blunder. Darren faltered. Wong committed a foul against Darren. Oh dear, this play is crucial. Wong's steal. At this moment, every possession is of utmost significance. Williams, alas, made an error. This should not have happened, as Wong seized the opportunity to snatch the ball away. Wong collapsed onto the floor, clutching the ball tightly. Undoubtedly, the impact of Bell's haunting clock played a pivotal role, affecting Darren's dribbling in a critical moment. His teammates rushed over to help Wong to his feet. This was undoubtedly a crucial steal. Had the Mavericks successfully converted, the score would have tightened.